Chapter 1. Good morning, esteemed listeners. This is a report from the National Astronomical Observatory. In the past week, we have endured a dreadful cold wave. However, I am pleased to announce that this unpleasant period is finally coming to an end. According to the renowned astrologer William Parsons, the coming week will bring clear skies across the nation, with gentle winds and pleasant temperatures, making it an ideal time for travel or festive celebrations. The cacophony of the radio was abruptly silenced. Raindrops trickled down the eaves, and a fresh scent of moisture filled the air as Green stood at the shop entrance, observing the hurried figures dashing through the rain. This wretched weather forecast has never been accurate, he muttered softly. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when the downpour intensified before him. Dark clouds enveloped the sky, and the drumming of rain against the glass grew louder, the thickening mist obscuring his view entirely. Well then, it seems that sunny skies have turned into a torrential downpour. It appears he would not be going anywhere today. Shaking his head, Green left the door ajar and turned back into the shop. In this current predicament, it was likely that many merchants were already wringing their hands in despair. After all, in such dismal weather, customers would be non-existent, and the day would likely unfold with a chilling emptiness. This was especially true for a watch shop like Green's. To be honest, had he not received the notice, he would have long since closed the shop and indulged in a peaceful slumber. Sigh, to think I still have to attend a morning meeting at this hour. Who on earth proposed such a foolish idea? After downing a slightly sour cup of coffee, Green settled beside the mechanical table, skillfully maneuvering a box-like device brimming with intricate machinery. The crimson magic stone emitted a luminous glow as the copper gears began to interlock. A semi-transparent conference interface materialized before Green. "Oh, look who it is." As the interface formed, a sharp voice broke the silence. "Little imp, have you gotten lost? This is hardly a place for someone of your ilk." With sharp angles, red skin, and a countenance that elicited revulsion, every aspect of the figure confirmed its identity. A demon. However, Green chose to disregard the taunt. He surveyed the entire conference interface and noted that aside from a few illuminated windows, the majority remained in a dark, pending connection state. Goodness, there are hardly any demons present. "Malfa, where's the boss?" Green inquired of another demon. "Hey!" The demon, feeling slighted by Green's indifference, appeared quite agitated. Our project is progressing quite smoothly." The demon, whose face was obscured by a newspaper, seemed startled awake. "What are you blathering on about regarding smooth progress? Human? Oh, it's Green. Damn it, I worked late yesterday, and now I'm a bit dazed." Upon seeing Green's visage, the demon, named Malfa, appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. "The boss? Well, he's here." Just as Malfa had stated, the first window transitioned from pending connection to connected. The conference interface dimmed, and this window occupied a substantial portion of the display. A demon of imposing stature, exuding an air of authority, materialized before them. Liar, the king of shadows and terror. Standing atop all demons, one of the only 4 demon lords in hell. Legend has it that he single-handedly decimated an entire legion of angels every time he manifested in the mortal realm. It resulted in untold devastation. During the last recorded encounter, the Holy See expended 3 sacred artifacts to banish him back to hell, though he was merely a visage on the screen now. The overwhelming aura of oppression and the gaze that seemed to emerge from a sea of corpses and blood sent shivers down one's spine. No one would dare provoke such a monster. With a mere thought, he could reduce one to ashes. However, the demon lord appeared to be in a rather good mood today. He donned his favorite pink battle robe, his mouth moving incessantly. The demons exhibited expressions of confusion. Liar's demeanor fluctuated between fury and fervor, becoming increasingly animated as he spoke, even shaking his robust fists in excitement. Green, who had already begun to drift into a stupor, sensed something was amiss. There was no particular reason for it. Liar, this legendary demon, could kill with a mere glare, even through a screen. He had not activated his microphone. "Boss, you haven't turned on your mic." Liar's expression suddenly froze mid-sentence. His demeanor shifted to one of mild panic, his massive and fearsome head pressing against the screen as if searching for something. Look for the adjustment. It's a silver button. Snap. Liar's window went dark. I pressed the wrong button. It should be on the left, not the right. As Green guided the demon lord in operating the mechanical device. Not far from the watch shop, in a nearby alley, a group of ragged children had gathered. These homeless youths had long been a source of vexation for the nobility of Granville. Emerging from unknown origins, numerous in number, they took to begging on the streets. To the aristocrats, these children were akin to vermin scuttling through the sewers. Merely spotting them on the street would evoke feelings of revulsion. Yet, despite the situation, no one was inclined to address the issue. They would rather hire additional guards to chase these children about like stray dogs than feign the establishment of a shelter for them. Fortunately, there were still some kind-hearted souls in the city. In this very place, a makeshift rain shelter had been erected in the alley, a modest yet significant act of assistance. Amidst the downpour, a girl clad in a gray cloak arrived. Her delicate silver hair glistened with droplets, and her eyes sparkled like the purest sapphires. Though her skin bore the marks of grime, her attire was indistinguishable from that of the other displaced children. Yet, it was evident that this girl was different from them. Irina gazed at the torrential rain, her expression tinged with sorrow. If only it weren't raining. The girl vigorously shook her head and cautiously retrieved something from her bosom. It was a piece of black bread. To be more precise, it was a slice of moldy black bread. Even worse, the bread had been thoroughly soaked by the rain. Given its current state, even those with a somewhat decent livelihood would likely refuse to consume it. Yet this was the only food the girl had managed to find in 2 days. Great Holy Spirit! Irina closed her eyes and began to pray silently in her heart. Thank you for providing us with sustenance and for bestowing upon us life and health. Even in such dire circumstances, the girl steadfastly clung to the rituals of her past. Having concluded her prayer, Irina picked up the bread, and just as she was about to savor this hard-earned morsel, a boy beside her was watching intently. Though he said nothing, Irina could read his emotions solely through his gaze. After a moment of hesitation, she tore off a portion of her bread. Here you go. Thank you, sister. Seeing the boy's delighted expression brought a smile to Irina's face. However, in the next instant, a wave of intense malevolence enveloped Irina. Startled, she raised her head. At the end of the alley, a man had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Why? Why can he still find me? Irina gritted her teeth. No, these children are innocent. She could not let them bear the burden of her troubles. Wait, where are you going, sister? The bread was tossed to the ground. The girl dashed into the downpour. The rain fell in torrents. On the streets of Granville, Irina gasped for breath, not daring to slacken her pace as she sprinted toward the street. The dense raindrops stung her skin, and the streets around her were entirely deserted, every shop and home tightly shuttered, cold as the city itself. Little one, do you truly believe you can escape? Nila's ominous voice cut through the rain. Then, without warning, an arrow soared forth. Irina sensed the impending danger. She instinctively extended her hand, seeking to conjure a wind shield for her protection. A sense of helplessness coursed through her palms. On the back of Irina's hand, a dark brand suddenly manifested, a magic suppression mark. This exceedingly malevolent spell was devised by demons, specifically crafted to torment mages. The toll it has taken on countless lives remains unknown. Once branded, the spellcaster irrevocably loses their ability to cast spells. All magical energy will be obliterated the moment it begins to coalesce, directly consumed by this mark. Unless one is a mage who wields a staff to strike others. Succumbing to such a fate is tantamount to becoming utterly powerless. The windshield was shattered. An arrow pierced Irina's arm, and she collapsed onto the ground. It felt as though her bones had splintered. Pain. It truly hurt. She endeavored to hold back her tears, yet they cascaded down her cheeks. The arrow was removed, but blood continued to flow unabated. I never imagined it would end so swiftly. The man sauntered over, a cruel smile adorning his face. I thought the so-called genius mage would provide me with a longer diversion. Well then, farewell. Nilo drew a wicked blade from his back, unhesitatingly aiming for the girl's vital point. Clang! Irina, unexpectedly producing a small knife from somewhere, desperately parried the man's strike. "Oh," Nilo raised an eyebrow. "Do you believe this will postpone your demise?" However, what Nilo did not anticipate was that, in the next moment, a blinding light erupted before him, dazzling his eyes. By the time he regained his senses, the girl had vanished from sight. "Huh, a teleportation scroll?" No, the girl possessed only that book, indicating this was merely a teleportation spell, likely inscribed upon some object she carried. Long-distance teleportation demands ample casting time, and the fleeting moment just past was evidently a short-distance transfer. It was but a desperate act of defiance. Did she genuinely believe she could escape? He was a formidable high-tier, adamantite-level warrior, an elite member of the Black Scythe mercenary group. Even if that little girl had not been marked, at best she could only be regarded as a mid-tier silver mage. Dealing with her would be effortless. She could not flee. Blood seeped through her drenched garments, dripping onto the ground. The necklace upon her chest gradually dimmed. Irina leaned against the wall, her complexion pale. The teleportation spell had merely whisked her 3 blocks away. Though Irina detested the rain, she had to concede that it thoroughly washed away the scent of blood at the very least. The hunter would be unable to track her by its scent. Hiding was indeed beneficial. She needed to find shelter quickly. Irina glanced around. As with the previous streets, all the shops were shuttered against the torrential downpour. Yet, here seemed to be an exception. Irina's gaze fell upon the opposite side of the street. One shop alone remained open, its orange light illuminating the sign. The interior was obscured from view, and the door stood ajar. What sort of establishment is this? Irina had no time for contemplation. The hunter would soon be upon her. She had to enter at once. She hoped the shopkeeper would not force her out. The girl cautiously stepped inside. Irina found herself at a loss for words to describe her surroundings. This shop exuded an unexpectedly comforting atmosphere. The floor, the plants, and the display cabinet were arranged with meticulous harmony, as if they were destined to coexist in such a manner. The diverse sounds of the mechanical watches turning created a marvelous symphony. Irina caught sight of the clock shop owner seated at the mechanical workbench in the rear, propping his chin on his hand, gazing intently at a translucent floating interface projected by a device before him. She had encountered such a contraption before, though the precise mechanism eluded her understanding. This fusion of magic and machinery was a creation of the Eternal Empire. Its exorbitant cost and intricate craftsmanship rendered it an exceedingly rare item in the marketplace. Yet, this man was a watchmaker, perhaps even an engineer of the Eternal Empire. Thus, possessing such a device was hardly astonishing. "Sir, may I seek refuge from the rain here for a moment?" Irina inhaled deeply and approached the man with trepidation. Her heart raced with anxiety. She felt undeniably suspicious. How could she possibly explain the blood on her person if he inquired? Ultimately, however, whether he agreed or declined, Irina received no response at all. The man seemed entirely oblivious to her presence, as if she were invisible to him, or perhaps he was aware of her, but could not be bothered to turn his head in her direction. Irina gazed at the man, who appeared to be losing himself in the screen before him. If he chose not to speak, she could interpret that as tacit approval. The girl released a sigh of relief, yet she could not fully relax. She needed to complete her tasks, locking the door and extinguishing the sign outside. This way, the shop would resemble the others that had closed for the day. Locking the door was a simple matter, but Irina could not locate the switch for the sign outside. Reluctantly, she turned to the man once more. "Sir, could you assist me in turning off the—" Suddenly, with a loud snap, the outside lights extinguished. Green was not of this world. Though much time had elapsed since then, he still vividly recalled his previous life as an ordinary individual living in a modern metropolis thousands of years ago. His existence mirrored that of the majority: humble beginnings, nearly non-existent talent, and even with immense effort, he could only attend a mediocre university. After entering the workforce, he succumbed to the prevalent culture of overwork, ultimately meeting an untimely death. Upon realizing he had traversed dimensions, Green initially felt a sense of elation. He was finally free from the relentless barrage of paperwork and interminable meetings. He had once been human. But unfortunate fate had led him to die prematurely. Instead of ascending to the celestial realm, he had plummeted directly into the abyss, transforming into a demon. How splendid! Power was paramount, unfettered by constraints. He had long since grown weary of humanity's petty regulations. Henceforth, he would shatter all obstacles and become a being of unbridled passion, fervor, and unparalleled malevolence. This endeavor was truly complex. Slaying an angel would have been simpler. Liar wiped the sweat from his brow. "Hello? Can anyone hear me? This was just like the old days." Now, Green had become something of a veteran among demons. He had lived for nearly millennia, but had achieved nothing of consequence. He had never sought to grow stronger, committed no massacres, nor orchestrated any grand schemes. One could say he had spent the entirety of his existence in a state of lethargy. However, Green possessed an uncanny knack for bearing the blame. In his past life, he had been the scapegoat. Good fortune never fell to him, and he was always the one held accountable when misfortune struck. Curiously, demons were also a race prone to scapegoating. The convergence of these two qualities ensured that even while Green did nothing but slumber in hell, calamity would inevitably befall him. For instance, there existed a notorious anti-magic brand among mages. This spell, rumored to have been conceived by demons, was something no demon in hell would dare to cast. The reason was simple. It was not a demon's creation. Given their fiery temperaments, demons were brash, preferring to resolve matters with brute force rather than inventing spells that if they could obliterate a foe with a single blow, they would not waste time delivering a second. Why invent such a spell when they could simply vanquish countless mages instead? However, humanity did not concern itself with such nuances. If a spell appeared sinister and bore a malevolent reputation, it must have been crafted by demons. Similarly, if a nefarious act was committed without a known perpetrator, it was invariably attributed to demons. What? Someone claims I did it? How could we possibly commit such vile acts? They must have been bewitched by demons, or perhaps they were merely acting under demonic influence. Investigate thoroughly. There must be demonic involvement behind this. Green. Liar's sudden voice startled Green from his reverie. Are you daydreaming? No. I've been listening intently. Green hastily waved his hands. Really? Liar cast a skeptical glance. You grasped everything I just conveyed, correct? What did you say? You must revise the magic tower design you submitted last time. It was unsatisfactory. I need you to produce a new version. Liar's expression darkened. They had already gone through over a dozen versions. Did he truly expect another? Why not abandon the tower altogether and erect a thatched hut instead? Green entertained such thoughts, but resolutely declared, Very well, I shall toil through the night to deliver a new version to you by tomorrow. If the new version meets your approval, I'll discuss the details with you at the meeting. Liar nodded, and then his figure vanished. Was the meeting over? Green immediately regained his focus. Oddly, why had the screen gone dark again? Could someone come help me? I believe there may be an issue with my connection. It appeared the meeting had not yet concluded. Rather, this esteemed lord had become entangled in some predicament. The droplet of blood fell onto the floor. Irina leaned against the counter before gradually sinking to the ground. Her complexion paled, and the blood loss from her arm rendered her increasingly disoriented. She needed to staunch the bleeding. The girl tugged at her robe several times, managing to tear off a strip of fabric to bandage her wound. The cloth quickly became soaked in blood once more. This meager treatment was decidedly insufficient, yet she had no better options. Closing her eyes, she sought a moment of respite. Just then, an inexplicable voice echoed within her heart. Look at your pitiful state. A book flew from her waist. Tell me, has your Holy Spirit come to your rescue? Stains of blood and grime marred its surface. This ominous tome, bound in chains and adorned with spikes, appeared foreboding from the outside alone. Demon. Irina wearily opened her eyes. I shall not acquiesce. How absurd. The sinister book interrupted her. I only offer to engage in a transaction out of pity, yet you persist in clinging to that so-called faith. Is it truly because of me? The book's tone dripped with scorn. Consider this carefully. Dear Irina, why has your family kept me sealed for so long? You cannot control your curiosity, nor can you restrain your tongue. You remain oblivious to your sister's true nature, allowing her to disseminate secrets. You have had countless opportunities to prevent this, yet your cowardice rendered you powerless to act. However, Irina has already begun to sob. I cannot comprehend. I truly cannot fathom why. Just as the book states. She merely took it and then confided in her sister. Thus, matters have unfolded in this manner. Poor couple, The Buges, who would have imagined they would bear such a feeble daughter? The tone of the book is languid. It watches them perish without daring to intervene in the slightest. Yet, you still have a chance. The narrative of the book shifts, not a chance, but mother and father have already. I warned you long ago. The power of the demon is nearly omnipotent. The book begins to coax gently. Even if resurrection is beyond reach, you could at least avenge your parents by slaying their murderers, observing the girl's hesitation. The demonic tome begins to emit an eerie mist. A green haze drifts slowly, and as Irina inhales it, her gaze becomes somewhat dazed. Irina feels her head spin slightly. Suddenly, a familiar voice reaches her ears. You have disappointed me gravely, mother. Irina gazes in shock at the figure before her. I truly regret giving birth to such a worthless daughter. The floating book vanishes, replaced by her most familiar kin. I save you with my life, only to witness you wallowing in this pitiful state. If you cannot do it, then let the demon assist you. The woman's tone is as cold as steel as she regards her daughter. It appears you have consented. Once it returns to its original form, the demonic tome speaks triumphantly to the still weeping girl. Yes, since you have agreed to trade with me, I shall reveal my true identity. The demonic book floats into the air. I am the demon that exists only in legend, the embodiment of wrath, the source of endless slaughter. Malfa. Achoo. The drowsy Malfa sneezes as he wipes his nose. How strange. Can one catch a cold in such heat of hell? An angry demon. Irina casts a complex glance at the book. So, this tome harbors such a powerful demon. Tell me, what must I do? Draw the summoning circle. Offer a sacrifice. The demonic book circles in the air. A sacrifice? What do I possess as a sacrifice? That man over there will suffice. The book gestures towards Green. Kill him, or a live sacrifice will do. No, Irina firmly declines. Using a human life makes success much easier. And he is merely an inconsequential man. The book continues to tempt her. I will not take the life of an innocent. Irina still refuses. Very well, very well. You are indeed a stubborn one, seeing that persuasion failed. The demonic tome relents. You may use something that holds great significance to you instead. Something of great significance. Irina clutches the necklace around her neck tightly. Green glances sideways. Only now does he realize that another person has appeared in his shop. This cannot be blamed on him, that he has been slacking off for so many years that it has become habitual. Whenever there is a meeting, he enters a sort of trance to efficiently absorb the content. In this state, he has little awareness of the outside world. However, it matters not. Clearly, this girl is not here to purchase a watch, and he is hardly a watch seller. The role of clockmaker is merely a facade. It is not as if he, a demon, would brazenly wreak havoc in a country governed by the church. Within 3 days, the Inquisition would come knocking. The memory of being chased by those ironclad madmen is still vivid. He certainly does not wish to attract trouble again. Green silently observes the girl drawing the summoning circle in his shop. What a choice of location, summoning a demon right in front of the boss. The girl likely has not practiced this beforehand. The circle she draws is rather abstract. Who could she possibly summon with this? We demons are not some lowly beings that can be summoned by mere doodles. Moreover, the item she uses as a sacrifice is a crucifix necklace. Green senses that this girl may be quite remarkable. She is not here to trade with a demon. She has come to provoke. However, she is bound to fail. Let me see whose name is ultimately inscribed here. Oh, Malfa. Well, that is of no concern. That fellow truly lacks standards. Irina takes a deep breath. With the final stroke, the sacrifice is placed in its correct position. The summoning circle is complete. She does not care for power that if possible. She wishes only for her loved ones to return, that a crimson hue begins to blossom. Then, the brilliance of the circle intensifies. Feel honored. Mortal! The demonic tome exclaims with excitement. Soon, you shall witness my true form. Green glances at Irina in the center of the circle. Then at the screen that it can be said that nearly the entire North falls under our network's coverage. However, certain regions still experience issues, leading to various complications in our communications. Dinkling. A sudden urgent noise interrupts Malfa's words. Wait a moment. Chief, I need to take this call. Take what call? Liar sternly interjects, we are in a meeting. Hang up and set it to vibrate. We could discuss it later. Fine. Malfa promptly hangs up the phone. Simultaneously, the glow beneath Irina's feet fades. Did it fail? Irina stares blankly, surprisingly feeling a flicker of relief within her heart. Who would have thought it could fail? Witnessing this, the demonic tome clicks its tongue. Little one, you are indeed unfit to be my master. I have no desire to be your master. Irina speaks coolly. She picks up the necklace from the ground and repositions it around her neck. Whether you wish to or not, you are already in trouble. The demonic tome speaks languidly. The previous commotion has attracted an unwelcome guest. Hearing the words of the demonic tome, a chill runs through Irina's heart. She immediately looks outside. The rain has drenched the man's clothing. Right in front of the display window, the hunter grins at her. Irina, terrified, begins to step back. I'm sorry, sir, but I must take my leave now. Wait, are you not taking the book? Green finally speaks to the girl for the first time. However, Irina ultimately does not hear him. She bursts through the door, hoping to escape once more beneath the rain-esque cover. But it is futile. For a seasoned hunter, one does not make the same mistake twice. The game is over. The silvery glint of the blade pierced through the rain. Subsequently, the icy edge of the knife plunged into Irina's chest. This time, she was truly on the brink of death. The young girl collapsed onto the ground. Her pain reaching a numbing threshold. Blood surged from her chest, flowing as rapidly as her life was ebbing away. She lacked the strength to rise again. In the end, she had failed at everything. Unable to accomplish a single task without mishap. Truly, she felt utterly useless. The rain washed away the blood from the blade. Nilo retracted his knife, standing beside Irina and casting a cursory glance. There was no sign of life left in her. He had carried out such contracts for assassination countless times, and it was nearly impossible for him to fail. The young lady of the Budges family. Nilo was well aware of this prominent noble in the borderlands. He had not anticipated that someone of such high status would appear on their death list. Moreover, the employer had specifically requested that she be thoroughly tormented before her demise. This was precisely why this job had ultimately fallen into Nilo's hands. His reputation for brutality was notorious. He viewed killing as a pastime, deriving pleasure from it. His favorite pastime was to corner his prey, relishing the sight of their fear and despair, while he slowly brought about their demise. However, today was different. Even though the employer had made special requests, Nilo had chosen not to comply. He had discovered a far more valuable target, one that far exceeded the remuneration for this hunt. Initially, Nilo's movements had not been particularly swift. The rain was relentless, and with the girl remaining ever cautious, he had indeed lost track of her. Yet, just when he was at his wit's end, that book guided him. A talking book, something Nilo had never encountered before, and it was even near the girl, transmitting its voice directly to his ears from a distance. Without a doubt, it must be an exceedingly ancient and immensely powerful tome of magic. Within its pages, perhaps resided the soul of a formidable being. And now, it was clear that this great book had grown weary of its feeble master. It sought a true powerhouse. That is to say, him. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement through Nilo that if he could obtain it, his strength would surely skyrocket. He might even become the vice-captain, or perhaps even a captain. Nilo licked his lips, his gaze drifting to the clock shop not far away. His future awaited him there. His polished shoes crunched upon the dried blood as Nilo stepped into the shop, elegantly adjusting his attire. This establishment was truly a failure. Have a clock shop in such a place, surrounded by tasteless commoners, who would possess the wealth to purchase a timepiece. Despite being a mercenary, Nilo had a keen understanding of watches and often frequented similar venues. This was not surprising that in fact, ever since the Eternal Empire ascended through mechanical innovation, mechanical watches had become the new trend. Almost every noble merchant possessed at least one. And it was even on his wrist at that moment. Nilo brushed his fingers against his wrist. The lion heart. He had paid a hefty price for this watch, having traveled all the way to the Eternal Empire to acquire it. Its design was flawless. And the texture, the gleam of reflected light, it imparted a unique sensation just by being worn. Indeed, the finest watches were crafted in the Eternal Empire. Elsewhere, they merely offered shoddy imitations. What the hell is this? Nilo's gaze fixated on a golden timepiece, his eyes widening in disbelief. An eternal calendar? In such a backwater shop? This was the work of Master Loherd, an artisan of the empire. There were only 10 in existence worldwide. The value of this single watch far surpassed the life of that girl outside. It couldn't possibly be a counterfeit, could it? Nilo struggled to believe his own eyes, but whether in craftsmanship or detail. Forget it. He wasn't here to buy a watch. Once he gained strength, such items would be as plentiful as he desired. Glenn had not anticipated that this weather would bring in 2 customers. Oh, the previous one didn't count, but this man seemed genuinely interested. Since he had entered, his eyes had not left the watches that it seemed he intended to replace his counterfeit with something genuine. You must be the owner of this shop. The man approached, a sinister expression crossing his face. Where is the book? Glenn lost interest in the man. What was this person's intent? Nilo regarded the man before him, whose gaze was unfocused, entirely avoiding eye contact. Kid, my patience is limited. Nilo narrowed his eyes, his tone chilling. Taking what does not belong to you could lead to dire consequences. The threat was crystal clear. Under normal circumstances, a person faced with such intimidation would have already soiled themselves. However, the individual before him remained unresponsive. Not a single muscle twitched. That I know the book is with you. Kid, don't play dumb with me. Do you know the fate of crossing the Black Scythe mercenary group? Still, there was no reaction. Damn it. Nilo was utterly infuriated. What do you think you are? Daring to ignore me? Just because you run a shabby clock shop. You think yourself formidable? Very well, you have thoroughly enraged me. Nilo's expression darkened. Pray that someone comes to collect your corpse tomorrow. The door was kicked open with a crash. I know. We too have our difficulties. Glenn, ear pressed to his shoulder, bore a corpse while seemingly communicating with someone. Though you say that, we truly lack manpower. What? You all agree beforehand. But verbal contract hold no weight in our hell. Even if you take him to court later, you want have a leg to stand on. Glenn stepped outside, the rain still pouring, yet it appeared as if every droplet deliberately avoided him, leaving him completely dry. For now, speak with the demon you're about to sign with. If he is amenable, you can sign a temporary contract for 3 months. If it seems suitable, and he is willing, you can sign a formal agreement after 3 months, all right? The call ended. Glenn shook his head helplessly. What a load of nonsense. He hoisted Nilo's corpse and unceremoniously tossed it outside. Crash. Which bastard smashed my glass? A scream echoed from within a nearby house. Glenn dusted off his hands, turning back. The higher-ups have truly become increasingly unreasonable. In this entire branch of the Hell Governance Office, he was the only one left. The demons were unwilling to come and refused to hire temporary personnel. Just dealing with a single tower was enough. From sourcing suppliers, designing blueprints, to supervising construction, it was all on him, but he might as well be laying bricks himself. Performing a multitude of tasks alone, this miserable job paid poorly and offered scant vacation. If he could quit, he would have fled long ago. Glenn halted his steps, sensing he had stepped onto something soft. My apologies. The other party was simply too inconspicuous. The rain pooled into streams, flowing alongside the girl's body. She lay crumpled by the roadside, resembling a stray dog that had met its end. Her death was indeed an unsightly sight. The Book of Demons seemed to break free from some form of confinement, soaring past Glenn before addressing him. Mortal, although I do not know how you imprisoned me, I can see that you and I are of the same ilk. Darkness lurks within your heart. You possess great talent and are filled with ambition, even desiring to trample the world beneath your feet. And I can assist you. You wish to obtain power from the demons? The book possesses a certain ability, managing to escape from his confined space. However, had it not fled, he might have completely forgotten about it. Green swiftly seized the book that was soaring through the air. Truly deserving of my attention. Have you resolved your determination so swiftly? Do you know? Green spoke slowly to why greatest disdain lies with intermediaries like you. The flames of the demon? Wait, I was mistaken. My apologies. The dark crimson flames encroached upon it, and before the book could even lament, it was reduced to nothingness, pretending to be someone else. This fellow, if anything, is not even a demon, but merely the remnants of the authoress' soul. Now, what shall become of this girl? Green crouched down. Such a beautiful soul. It would be a pity for her to perish here. Let us find a place to lay her to rest. Green extended his hand, intending to lift Irina. Her silvery hair cascaded down. revealing slightly pointed ears beneath. An elf? Or perhaps a pureblood? This unexpected revelation astonished Green. Wasn't he this race thought to be extinct? It is worth noting that those pointed ears he had not encountered for over a millennium. Not to mention pureblood elves. Even half-elves were a rarity. It could be said that they had been rendered utterly extinct. How intriguing! Green would not overlook such a significant detail. Upon their first encounter, this girl had undoubtedly possessed normal human ears. It was not a guise. Illusion magic could not fool the eyes of a demon. It resembled some form of divine blessing, and most likely, the girl herself remained unaware of her condition until her death. When a blessing was fully lifted at a demon's book, nobility, elven lineage, merely the combination of these elements hints at the complexity of the girl's story. Nevertheless, Green held no interest in that. He only knew one thing. Even the lifespan of a half-elf far exceeded that of a human. The lifespan of a pureblood elf was even more outrageous. Barring any accidents, they could live longer than dragons, reaching several millennia, rivaling those mythical beings such as demons and angels. Several millennia. This is a tool that spans thousands of years. Cough, cough. It seems your suffering is far from over. Green stood up, a smile gracing his face. The rainwater evaporated in abundance, and scorching waves of heat continued to gather. The magma writhed above like veins. And a golden contract paper surrounded by a foreboding aura. Today is your unfortunate day. Little one, a black feather quill materialized in Green's hand, and he swiftly penned golden letters on the paper. Upon completion, the parties to the contract were firmly established. The light melded into Irina's body. From this day forth, your soul belongs to me. What? Nilo is dead. Hawthorne's face contorted with rage as he slammed his fist onto the table. A resounding crash echoed as the mahogany table cleaved in two. It is no wonder he is referred to as the giant bear. The servants below trembled in fear. Calm down, my friend, calm down. Shaking the wine glass in his hand, the man elegantly reclined in a lavish armchair. At the very least, you should not vent your anger on my table, should you? Baron Spring, one of the nobles of Granville. I apologize, my Lord Baron. I have lost my composure. Taking a deep breath, Hawthorne's mountainous frame gradually settled. The vice-captain's temper was notorious. Yet despite his fiery nature, he was not devoid of reason. Losing control in front of someone like Baron Spring was evidently courting disaster. Who was responsible? The situation remains unclear, my Lord Hawthorne. The servant, glancing at the still irate Hawthorne, spoke with trepidation. When we arrived, Mr. Nilo lay dead in a residential building. He had been smashed through the window. And not a single part of him was intact. Beyond that, we have no further information. Not only was he killed, but he was also tortured. Hawthorne's expression darkened further. Why, Lord Baron, it seems I must return at once. I need to report this matter to the captain. Spring nodded slightly, watching through the blood-red liquid as the other departed. Truly a group of mindless fools. Though the Blackside mercenary group is not large. They have grown accustomed to their dominance in Granville. They are meticulous and vengeful, and those who live by the sword often possess a sense of awareness. If you take money to kill someone, and you die, isn't that simply accepting the wager? Yet, the Blackside mercenary group does not see it that way. In their eyes, they are merely doing a job. Even in seeking revenge, they believe it should be directed at the employer. Why should they be held accountable? I can kill you, but if you kill me, I'm sorry, that's simply one do. Now that someone dares to slay their kind, it is an outright insult to the Black Scythe. Now, share your true findings. Upon hearing Spring's words, the servant approached the door and closed it once more. Tools like Hawthorne only needed to know what they were permitted to know. My Lord, this is the report our spies gathered from the scene. The servant stepped forward, presenting the documents tucked under his arm. Just as you suspected, there were indeed remnants of demonic power at the site. Oh. Spring lifted his wine glass. His interest piqued. Immediately, we traced the magical energy. And according to our findings, the precise location of the deceased's demise should be at a nearby clock shop. Within that clock shop, we discovered a complete demonic magic circle. Indeed, that demonic book still exists. The exceptionally sharp fangs emerged, and Spring could hardly contain the glee on his face. Yes, Spring's true identity was that of a vampire. His family had a long-standing history in the Kingdom of Cast. Yet at a certain point, they all embraced this forbidden power. The kingdom of caste maintained a close relationship with the church, harboring a profound animosity towards evil races such as vampires. Thus, this was absolutely forbidden. However, Spring's family had concealed themselves exceptionally well. Even now, the rulers of this country remained oblivious to it all. The term demonic magic circle was not unfamiliar to a vampire like Spring, although he had never employed one. If he were to return to his family's estate and consult the tomes, he could easily conjure some demonic circles. However, if this circle originated from the Burgess family, it was an entirely different matter. The history of that family surpassed his own, possibly even extending beyond the history of this kingdom. Out of curiosity, Spring had collected information and conducted thorough research on this border family. According to legend, this family had engaged in a transaction with the infamous dark sorcerer Alsif. They exchanged a lost relic of the elves for a book from the demon lord Alsif, a book that contained the names of all demons. This was indeed a highly lucrative transaction. Only those who truly understood demons would comprehend the significance of possessing a book that contained the names of all demons. Moreover, that family clearly understood. Yet they underestimated the power of this book. The power of demons is vastly different from that of elves. They seep into the hearts of men, one after another. Family members were corrupted by the book, turning the entire Burgess family into a breeding ground for evil. Ultimately, they were compelled to burn the book. Their descendants were also warned never to touch black magic again. Yet, not long ago, the Burgess family underwent a transformation. Rumors regarding this book resurfaced, corrupting the hearts of men. Spring took a sip of his wine. Ultimately, these mortals are just too weak. Would a being of his caliber behave this way? And what of that book? Where is it now? I'm sorry, my lord. We did not locate it. The attendant spoke regretfully. However, we can be certain that the book is undoubtedly in the possession of the owner of that watch shop. Why not simply seize it from him? Spring raised an eyebrow slightly. His spies were formidable, possessing the strength of elite gold-tier warriors. Would they fear a mere watch shop owner? It is not that simple. My lord, we initially intended to interrogate the shopkeeper directly, but upon entering the establishment, the attendant shook his head, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. We purchased a watch, and the proprietor proceeded to divulge the entire sequence of events to us. However, this account was rather fantastical. Fantastical? Spring inquired, perplexed. Indeed, the man revealed nearly all the details, the majority aligning closely with our understanding. Yet in critical aspects, it was utterly absurd. He claimed that the demonic ritual failed because the demons were in a morning meeting. He admitted to committing the murder himself and stated that he burned the book. Spring was taken aback. What jest is this? That demonic tome cannot be destroyed by ordinary fire. Even the Burgess family, as the rumors go, required sacred flames to barely incinerate it. My lord, we too were incredulous. He is merely an ordinary man, while that Nilo is at least near the silver tier of strength. How could he possibly have been vanquished by such a person? The attendant stepped forward, retrieving a file. Upon investigation, we discovered that this individual's records of the municipal office have been tampered with. Spring picked up the file, immediately furrowing his brow. It depicted a man grasping a wine bottle, striking a bizarre pose. What on earth is this? Has he not yet mastered his limbs? Green, date of birth unknown. Member of the 46 Council, currently seeking a new holiday. The rest of the document was blank, devoid of any key information. Spring remarked, My lord, this is now the 54th Council. How could such a ludicrous record persist within the municipal office? This individual is surely not to be underestimated. We have reasonable grounds to suspect that his claims may indeed hold truth. The attendant said with conviction. However, it is not he who orchestrated these events, but rather the power behind him. This implies that the watch shop owner is merely a pawn. Spring nodded slightly, agreeing with the attendant's deduction. This made far more sense. This green was merely a fade. In reality, another force was vying for the book. Have you gleaned anything about the individual? We have investigated. The attendant produced another document. This was provided to us by the Revival Guild. The watch shop has struggled with business due to its location. It was originally a vacant lot, and the true owner remains unknown. 3 years ago, Bossy Company constructed the building, which was completed 2 years ago, leading to the opening of the watch shop. The operating license was transferred from Fairland City, registered as a private small business, with Green as the nominal owner and the guarantor being Lord Reno. Given that Lord Reno is the guarantor, we took the liberty of visiting him. His response was, the attendant paused before continuing, "Do not ask what should not be asked at all indeed." Spring narrowed his eyes. All accounts aligned perfectly. There was indeed a force competing with him for the book. This posed some complications. The rumors surrounding the demonic tome had been rampant. As more individuals entered the fray, he could not ensure that he would emerge as the ultimate victor. "You have not dealt with that Green, have you?" "No. My Lord Tito exercised caution. We wish to await your instructions before proceeding further," the attendant replied respectfully. "Well done. Since the opposing force is of uncertain origin, let us temporarily apply pressure through this Green. Ideally, we can engage in direct dialogue with the true power behind him if we can resolve matters amicably. That would be best. However, if a resolution proves elusive." A shadow crossed Spring's face. "Regardless of the identity of the forces behind that man, I will resort to any means necessary to eliminate them. Your dinner." The clang of a plate crashing to the ground sent the yellowish, mud-like substance splattering everywhere. The foul odor permeated the cell. Certain rodents had already scurried out, eager to partake in this rare delicacy. Leaning against the rough wall, Irina gradually regained consciousness. This marked the first meal delivered in 3 days. "I must eat something. If I perish, I will never see Mother again." Agonizing pain surged from various parts of her body. Ignoring the bloodstains on her skin, Irina dragged her heavy chains, slowly crawling towards the food. The rodents scattered in a frenzy as she grasped the now blackened morsel with her hands and stuffed it in her mouth. Ugh! It was nearly impossible to swallow. The yellow substance was unidentifiable, and combined with the dust and debris from the floor, its taste was unimaginable. Irina covered her mouth, struggling to suppress her urge to vomit. Footsteps echoed from outside. Just a moment. Upon hearing that sound, Irina retreated, her eyes widening in terror. They had already come this morning. Would they return in the afternoon as well? The iron door emitted a piercing sound at a figure, all too familiar to Irina, appeared before her. Truly, it resembled a dog. The girl was adorned in opulent attire, her head held high with pride. "Have you not yet made up your mind, my dear sister?" Yvonne Budges, her sister, gazing at the girl before her. Irina's expression became exceedingly complex. Yvonne had been adopted by their parents. She was not a child of the family, lacking even a trace of Budges blood. Yet neither their parents nor Irina herself had ever minded this fact. They had treated Yvonne as one of their own, and Irina had cherished her beloved sister, fearing she might dissolve like sugar. She would grant her any desire. However, now, the sister she adored had transformed into her nightmare. "Let me see Mother." After a moment of silence, Irina slowly spoke. Upon hearing this response, Yvonne displayed unmistakable displeasure. "Still going on about Mother, are we?" With an expression of annoyance, the girl stepped forward. Then, blood oozed from the wound. Yvonne brutally stomped down on Irina's hand. "How it hurts! Please, it truly hurts!" Irina wailed, tears streaming from her blue eyes. She attempted to push Yvonne's shoe away, but her weakened state rendered her powerless. Sister was wrong. "Sister will treat you better in the future. Please do not treat me this way any longer." "Wrong. I believe you have yet to grasp the gravity of your mistakes. You are nothing more than a patricide. A wretched creature. Why can you not cooperate properly?" Ivany twisted her foot slowly, incessantly rubbing the girl's hand against the ground. "That I truly did not," Irina pleaded, yet Ivany exhibited not an ounce of compassion, already distorting the girl's hand beneath her foot. This tragic scene was so unbearable that even the soldiers outside found it difficult to watch. These soldiers were not of the Budges family. They hailed from the Eternal Empire. They were well aware of the events unfolding here. The young Miss Budges had betrayed her own country, leaking her family's secrets and a plethora of military intelligence regarding the borders. To demonstrate her sincerity, she had even offered her father, the renowned border count, as a gift to the empire. Indeed, the patricide was committed by none other than this second young lady herself. Tito speak frankly, even though they were her allies now. Such treachery was looked down upon by these soldiers. Now, this second young lady sought to uphold a facade, casting dirt upon her elder sister while demanding that her sister relinquish her position to allow her to become the legitimate heir of the family. One could not help but feel sympathy for that elder lady. Enough, cease at once, that a voice called out from outside. Upon hearing this voice, all the imperial soldiers immediately adopted serious expressions, standing at the ready. Subsequently, a man appeared at the prison door. No, this being could hardly be referred to as a man, or perhaps it was not even a human at all. A type of fern had supplanted the position of his head. He wore military attire, a dagger sheathed at his waist, and his entire being was almost symbiotically entwined with vegetation. The imperial envoy, Shadow Chai. Huh. Why? Ivany showed no signs of halting. That I have already informed you. Her Highness the Princess has specifically requested this woman. Shadow Chai stated flatly, I would rather not have Her Highness encounter a corpse. Tiske. Ivany intensified the pressure of her foot. Does that princess possess such peculiar tastes? Why would she not choose me? Why does someone of such noble stature instead favor my sister? A peculiar jealousy began to rise within Ivany as she regarded Irina with increasingly malevolent eyes. Yet ultimately, she ceased her assault. Casting one last glance at Shadow Chai at the door, she departed, leaving Irina, battered and unconscious, alone in the cell. What is this? Irina blinked in confusion as she awakened. Her body had never felt so invigorated. The melodious chirping of birds reached her ears, and sunlight poured in from outside. Even without opening her eyes, she could distinctly sense the gentle warmth. The girl propped herself up. The room's furnishings were remarkably simple. Much like its owner's character, a wooden bookshelf, a gray-toned cabinet, and a white bed. That was all. There were no other pieces of furniture, yet this simple arrangement bestowed a uniquely special feeling upon Irina. How cozy! The girl glanced at the red doll beside her, along with a loaf of bread on the nightstand. This place must surely be an angel's room. Indeed, she had already. Hey, open the door! Green, are you still in the business of keeping people waiting? A voice from outside shattered Irina's reverie. She is not dead. Yet she distinctly remembered being stabbed through to the core. How was she still alive? Irina hurriedly began to assess her body. Then, her eyes widened in astonishment. The fatal wound had vanished, replaced by some form of red markings. This pattern extended from her heart downward, reaching her abdomen and ultimately forming a peculiar design that seemed to breathe like a living creature. What is this? Gazing at her smooth belly, Irina was filled with questions. Was the demon ritual truly successful? Was this the mark left by a demon? That seemed illogical. She had not encountered a demon nor made any wishes. Even if a pact had indeed succeeded, with which demon had she contracted? Irina pressed her small head in contemplation for a moment, utterly perplexed. This must be something else entirely. Regardless, she felt no discomfort. In fact, she felt remarkably well. Even the old scars from her past abuse had vanished. Wait, her brand was also gone. This meant Irina extended her hand, and a gentle breeze began to coalesce in her palm. Forming a small sphere of wind, the girl beamed with joy. She climbed out of bed and approached the door. The clock ticked quietly. Before her lay an empty shop. Granvale City Hall. My apologies. Everyone in a guard-clad in armor obstructed the crowd before him on the third floor. The Lord Mayor is currently meeting with important guests. If there are matters to address, please return in the afternoon. What the heck? I've been waiting here forever. They said the Lord was different from those nobles. Yet here we are, met with endless excuses. The crowd dispersed in displeasure. Shifting his gaze, the attendant peered into the office behind the guards. What is all this about a Lord hotline? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Green observed the throngs of people outside through the glass before casually drawing the curtains. God knows what trivial matters they think warrant their attention. Stop mingling and come over here, will you? Lord Reno beckoned Green, as the elderly man squeezed alongside another man, scrutinizing a large map laid out on the table. The Haisong Valley, located just 4 kilometers outside Granvale. That place was replete with trees and ruins. With some clever camouflage, a mere application of moss on the outer walls would render them nearly invisible. I find that rather unfeasible. The man in the black robe stroked his chin, pointing to another location. 7 kilometers outside the city, near the Rift Valley, the terrain is high and defensible, making it easy to guard. Even without camouflage, Have you considered the sentiments of me, the foreman? The matter at hand was still regarding the project Green had long been developing. The surveillance tower, known in the underworld as the Demon's Eye. Most people might assume that the name alone hinted at some nefarious purpose. However, this Demon's Eye was hardly as malevolent as it sounded. The entire project comprised 24 main towers and 12 auxiliary towers, functioning similarly to signal towers from Green's previous life. The engineering was connected through various Demon's Eye scattered across different regions, aiming to establish a comprehensive hellish network across the continent, while also monitoring certain movements. At present, the 20 main towers and 12 auxiliary towers have been successfully completed by Green, yet the issues encountered were simply innumerable. For instance, one tower ultimately failed to activate, another collapsed under the ravages of time, and the most common predicament involved the Holy See discovering it was a creation of demons, leading to a deluge of tin cans designated for demolition. Nevertheless, completed was completed, and no matter what you say, I shall not return to reconstruct the old designs that no, it's impossible to work near the Rift Valley. Just the construction alone poses significant dangers. Renault was still engaged in discussions with the figure in the black robe regarding the location of the tower. I almost forgot to introduce him. The name of the man in the black robe is Zelta. His name is not particularly well known. In contrast, the organization he belongs to, along with his moniker within it, is far more renowned. The Spirit Driver Grim Reaper. The Spirit Drivers are the official strategic partners of Hell, essentially serving as their outsourced organization. Though they once operated as a cult, they have since been reformed under the insistent guidance of their demons. Transforming into the beasts of burden for Hell, it is important to note that the Demon's Eye is not something that just anyone can wield to control a mage tower. It is a large, highly complex composite magic tower that requires a substantial number of personnel and technicians for its long-term maintenance. Given its specificity, it would likely also need a considerable number of combat personnel. In any case, these individuals are certainly not ones that Green could enlist. Once the tower is completed, Green would opt to hand it over to professionals, namely the Spirit Drivers, for subsequent operations at AS for how they will manage it. Well, Green is not particularly concerned. Why not just go all in at once? Zelta's finger tapped on a spot on the map. The Crimson Mountains, standing in an elevation of 1,320 meters, offering a panoramic view of the entire kingdom of Castor. This would maximize the functionality of the Demon's Eye. Just as Green was about to speak, Zelta promptly interjected. Moreover, I suggest that this tower should incorporate anti-gravity technology, and ideally, it should be capable of accelerating in mid-air, allowing for both movement and combat, with an additional 20 magic crystal cannons mounted on top. Are you constructing a surveillance tower or an airborne behemoth? Why not? Insufficient firepower would make our defense akin to imprisonment. Zelta regarded Green with an expressionless gaze. I see you are lost in dreams. Anti-gravity. How do you expect such a massive tower to float? Green's forehead was adorned with a T. I see, to be honest. If it weren't for the Lord's prohibition, I would have just erected a straw hut for you. A straw hut. Are you even speaking coherently? Zelta's eyes widened as he erupted into a tirade. Just look at the structures you've built before, especially that dilapidated thing in Duisburg. It falls apart thrice a day. Once it breaks, it stays broken for 3 days. Now it has sunk into the ground. I genuinely wish I could smash you. If you don't want to do it, just say so. I've long since lost my desire. Green replied without hesitation. In a way, if you don't do it, who will? Zelta gritted his teeth. I'm telling you, this anti-gravity feature is a must. It absolutely cannot exist. Say that again. Impossible. Be satisfied that it's not a straw hut. All right, enough shouting. We've been friends for so many years. Renault interjected, pulling the two apart. Although they appear youthful, both men are actually older than he is. They squabble like children that I've heard that many Spirit Drivers have perished due to issues with the tower. Maintaining its operation is already quite challenging. Green, while the anti-gravity feature is indeed a bit difficult, adding 20 magic crystal cannons should still be feasible, right? Green fell silent for a moment. 20 magic crystal cannons. Still quite challenging. That anti-gravity is definitely out of the question. But perhaps we could install mechanical treads below. What? Treads? Zelta was taken aback. He imagined a massive, stout tower supported by a flat, large tread beneath it. What on earth is this? You think a tread will work for such an unbalanced structure without it toppling over? The issue of toppling is easily resolved, Green contemplated. There happens to be a special balancing crystal produced in the nearby underground city, as long as we collect a sufficient quantity and then forge two enormous circular balancing crystals to place on either side of the tower's base. The problem will be solved. Wait, why does the tower's design feel so strange? Zelta departed. He agreed to Green's proposal. After all, for him, as long as it could move, he did not care about the appearance. A T least a 10 would mean they would not be sitting idle, that I'm truly creating trouble for myself. Green rubbed his temples. The design would need to be redrawn. The mechanical treads would require a significant amount of magic crystals to operate. The balancing crystals would also need to be obtained from the underground city. Initially, he had planned to take a break for a while, but that plan was no longer viable. Your character has not changed one bit over the years. Renaud chuckled and shook his head. If your father were to see you still so spirited, he would surely be pleased. The elderly man's hand caressed the photo album on the table, a nostalgic expression gracing his face. Who would have thought that the old man has been gone for so many years? Green gazed at the man in the album. Old man? I suppose I am now an old man myself. Renaud sighed. Time has flown by too quickly. Everything feels as if it were but yesterday. He recalled being led into the council by his father, watching his imposing figure on the platform, aspiring to become a person like him. Then his father was attacked. Nowadays, the nobles of Granville remain oblivious. Long ago, there existed a pair of demons within the Granville Council. They would enter each meeting carrying a basket of rotten eggs, their precision almost a nightmare for every member, especially during their duels. The intensity of those confrontations, along with the sheer number of eggs involved, instilled fear in all who heard of it. The title of the Demon Egg Duo was born from this. Now, one of them has departed. The other, although still present before him, has long since relinquished all duties that I still cannot compare to my father. In his time, you and he nearly had Granville under complete control, unlike my current situation of chaos. You have done remarkably well. Green spoke softly. Even back then, it was Renaud's father who was more formidable. By the way, take this before you leave. Master Lohard sent it to you. I forgot to pass it on. And it seems a good moment to do so now. Renaud turned around and retrieved a box from the cabinet. Upon opening it, a gun lay quietly inside. The gun's appearance was quite unique. With gears and chains intertwined, the entire body elongated. Notably, there was a certain slot on the side, as if something could be inserted there. Green was very familiar with it, the pneumatic gun Demon Slayer. This was originally his sidearm, though it had recently been damaged and sent back for repairs. It seemed that Lohard had made some improvements to it. After examining it briefly, Green picked up the gun, casually handling it before slinging it over his back. Demons have long lifespans, as the favored children of hell. This race has existed since the dawn of hell itself. However, due to their inherent penchant for slaughter, many demons do not survive to see the end of their lifespans. Green, being thousands of years old, is still considered to be in the early stages of adulthood by demon standards. Some may wonder, having lived for so long, you must be filled with wisdom, right? No, age bears no relation to wisdom whatsoever. Green has come to this realization through his own experiences. Over the years, aside from the passage of time, he has gained nothing else, not even an increase in salary. In a certain sense, he bears little distinction from the long-lived dragons. The dragons revel in treasure and slumber, while he indulges in idleness, lethargy, and prolonged napping. Their daily routines are remarkably similar, predominantly focused on sleep. Other demons are akin to slumbering dragons and phoenixes, perpetually engaged in battle or en route to conflict. Some are left maimed, resting for centuries to recuperate, while others may find themselves sealed away for millennia, rendering their existence no different from slumber. Perhaps these two are anomalies among the long-lived. Let us turn our gaze to the elves, who pride themselves on being the wisest of races. They are industrious and passionate learners. With nearly everyone considered a sage, they embody the epitome of longevity. Yet they perished en masse. Thus, striving too hard can indeed lead to one's demise. The municipal government reception. A few attendants were whispering among themselves. Look, that old gentleman has been sitting there for quite a while. I approached him earlier, but he was unwilling to speak, but he appears so pitiful. A citizen engaged in municipal affairs overheard and turned to where they were gesturing. Indeed, an elderly man sat in the waiting area by the door, clad in a worn, brownish-gray suit. His gnarled fingers gripped a gnarled wooden cane, his eyes clouded, and his skin resembling the bark of an ancient tree. Emanating an inexplicable aura of darkness, I recognize him, a citizen exclaimed, finding the old man somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he snapped his fingers and addressed the attendants. That is Mr. Moore. He resides in the Auburn district. Every time I pass by his home, I see him sitting at the door, as if waiting for someone to return. Auburn district? The attendants exchanged sympathetic glances. That place is hardly a desirable location for anyone to reside. Moreover, with the escalating conflict between the Caste Kingdom and the Eternal Empire, many young people have been conscripted into military service. Sigh. One can only imagine the misfortunes that have befallen this unfortunate old man. The pain of losing a child, perhaps? Why don't we send someone to inquire further? A rather stout attendant expressed his sympathy. His presence here today indicates that he has encountered some grave difficulties. If we do not extend our help, he may very well leave without assistance. I'll do it. A girl stepped forward, volunteering. She fetched a cup of water from the reception desk and approached the elderly man. Sir, I understand you're facing some challenges. Please do not be afraid. If you wish to apply for assistance, simply inform the staff at the window on the left. More. She offered the water. The old man did not respond verbally. He accepted the cup, attempting to form a semblance of a friendly smile, though it appeared rather unsettling. The girl sighed inwardly. This elderly man must have endured immense suffering, to the point where even smiling has become a challenge. Moore felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Sitting there, he resembled a forsaken old man. If only he could utter his name, it would surely terrify the girl before him. He is the legendary demon sorcerer, Moore Panisoth. As one of the few demon sorcerers on the continent, he had once been notorious for his malevolence and lawlessness. Was it not common for people to recoil at the mere mention of his name? He was utterly unassailable. Even now, his name still appeared on the church's wanted list. Eventually, he grew weary of this life and voluntarily retreated to the tranquil haven of Glenvale. Moore had lived an unencumbered life, believing he could continue in such bliss indefinitely. Then he aged. As one grows older, thoughts become increasingly chaotic. For instance, he had never considered taking on apprentice. Dark magic is inherently wicked. To aspire to be a dark sorcerer, one must possess a troubled mind. The apex of dark sorcerers. He had acquired his powers through communion with the most nefarious beings. Teach an apprentice would surely lead to his own demise. Yet he found himself pondering anew. In his twilight years, he realized that there were so few demon sorcerers left. If none were willing to train successors, would the craft not fade into oblivion? This simply could not be allowed. Regardless of the risks, he felt compelled to pass on his knowledge. Then he encountered Greenpoint one day. While shopping for ritual supplies, a booming voice interrupted him in front of a curio shop. Apologies, my subordinate has caused you trouble. A tall man in a suit chuckled awkwardly, then turned to berate his companion. Green, if you summon me again just to bail you out, I swear I'll annihilate you. Understood, boss. Thank you, boss. And you. The burly man pivoted, scolding another scholar in a white robe. Who the hell are you? Why should I have to bail you out? Ignoring the towering figure, Moore's gaze remained fixated on Green. What an aura of malevolence. This young man was a prodigy destined for dark magic. He would be my apprentice. Safe travels. Boss. Green waved, watching as the avatar of Liar faded into the ether, just as he was about to depart. An elderly voice called out, Young man. He turned to see the old man approaching, halting him. You wish to trample that man beneath your feet. Green. Surely, this would all proceed smoothly. Who is Moore? After all, I refuse. Green rolled his eyes dramatically. What? He dares to reject me. Reject a sorcerer of such monumental stature. Moore tightened his grip on his cane. Were anyone else to exhibit such insolence, he would have obliterated them. But this was different. This was his apprentice. And no matter. This insolent brat simply had yet to recognize his own potential. In his youth, he had once outmaneuvered a demon for over half a year. This was merely a young upstart. He possessed ample time and patience to show Green just how formidable he truly was. Moore was genuinely fond of Green. His talent was exceptional. Given time, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled dark overlord. Thus, he began to employ various tactics to persuade Green to become his apprentice. He would disguise himself as a lingering soul within a magical ring, send false enrollment letters from prestigious academies, or masquerade as a roadside fortune teller. Meanwhile, Green's reasons for refusal were as bizarre as they were numerous. I despise academia. I am allergic to magic. I find your appearance exceedingly unappealing. To be honest, I am a demon. I simply cannot become a demon sorcerer. At least come up with a more plausible excuse. I have studied demons for over 3 centuries, forging countless pacts. Do you think I cannot discern whether or not you are a demon? Furthermore, can demons linger in the mortal realm for such an extended period? Moore felt as though Green was merely jesting with him, just as he prepared to relentlessly pursue the matter further. Green finally acquiesced. Very well. Agreeing is all that matters. Now, the question is how to proceed. This young lad has been hanging around for so long. It's evident he's quite the cunning one to prevent himself from being deceived by his own apprentice. Moore decided to teach Green a portion of the knowledge first, intending to impart the remainder only when he was on the brink of death. However, Moore soon realized he had overestimated the situation. At that moment, he was already on the verge of being outwitted. He was infuriated. Not only was this rascal not learning anything at all, but he was also elusive. When sought after, he was nowhere to be found. When called to class, he simply did not show up. Day in and day out, he was either gallivanting about or utterly disappearing, conducting himself with utter disregard for responsibility. Initially, Moore thought, youth has its frivolities. Once he tires of his antics, he will surely come to appreciate the value of dark magic. He tolerated Green's visits to brothels, even provided funds for his gambling escapades. When Green expressed a desire to open a clock shop, Moore readily produced land and arranged for its immediate construction. Now, however, the audacity of this lad was to propose building a tower. Moore was utterly dumbfounded. What was most outrageous was that this scoundrel had the gall to approach him for assistance in drafting the architectural plans. I'm a master of dark magic, not a civil engineering expert. Just as Moore was about to explode with fury, Green earnestly stated, "Help me finish this drawing, and I promise I will attend class." On that day, Moore broke his routine of over 60 years, utilizing the scant remnants of his knowledge of magical architecture to labor through the night to complete the drawings. The following day, Green came to collect the plans, assuring Moore that he would definitely attend class that week. Yet, as it turned out, this young man's words were as empty as the wind. Moore found himself waiting at his doorstep daily. On the first day, it rained, and Green chose not to come. Fine. If you want to come today, then so be it. On the second day, a cold front swept in, and he decided it was too chilly. The third day came with an excuse, and he did not attend. The fourth day arrived, and although he had no reason, he still failed to show up by the fifth day. It was the same story. No reason. No appearance. The sixth day passed without a word. The seventh day came and went. And the eighth day was no different by the ninth day. He had yet to arrive. 3 months later. You little rascal. Come out this instant. Moore banged furiously on the door of the clock shop with his staff. Green planned to first acquire a balance crystal. Other tasks required time, but obtaining a crystal was the simplest. A quick trip to the Undercity for mining would suffice. Thus, he had to visit the guild. As he descended the stairs, Green muttered to himself. Speaking of which, it had been quite a while since he last visited the Adventurers Guild. Green, a frail voice, full of indignation, called out, "What have you done? What have you done?" Moore approached the familiar figure. A torrent of frustration accumulated over the past 3 months. Indeed, years of being neglected surged within him. Trembling, he reached out as if to grasp something, but in his fury, he stumbled and fell before Green. Hiss at this sight, all those around gasped in shock. Their gazes turned to Green, as if they had suddenly comprehended the depths of the old man's plight. Heavens, so it was like this. How unfortunate it is to have such a son. He appeared quite upright, yet he was a scoundrel who abandoned his parents. Green, you little brat, what do you think you're doing? A flustered Moore shouted. Just as he was about to rise, Green seized him, dragging him all the way to the restroom. Cough, cough. Moore stood up, spitting out the refuse in his mouth. When had he ever suffered such indignity? Even in the courts of judgment from years past, they had never dared to treat him so disrespectfully. You wish to murder your teacher, do you? Moore's eyes blazed with fury, glaring at Green. Teacher, I believe there may be some misunderstanding between us. Green pondered briefly before resorting to this title. Regardless of how he treated others, this so-called master had indeed been quite kind to Green, and there was no need for him to harbor ill will. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could possibly exist between me and this ungrateful disciple? Moore huffed, his anger rising 3 months. You truly are impressive. You promised to come tomorrow, yet 3 months have passed without a single class attended. Does your tomorrow extend to next year? I assent it that I've been preoccupied. Green attempted to defend himself. I see you idling about without a care. Moore wished he could strike this good-for-nothing with his staff. In his youth, he had been insatiable for knowledge, collecting even the pages of books found by the roadside. Yet this lad, presented with such favorable conditions, refused to learn even when begged. Tell me, aside from hiding away to sleep and frequenting those disreputable establishments, do you engage in any other activities? Green scratched his head. How do you know I've been to those dubious places? Regardless, 3 months was indeed excessive. He must have ventured there a few times in between. Indeed, you've graced those establishments twice. Moore scoffed, then began to mimic Green's tone. Old man, I'm out of money. Lend me some more, old fossil. Cough up some cash. Bah, you only asked for money. After receiving the funds, you would vanish without a trace. The old man's voice was loud enough to carry beyond the restroom, and the murmurs from outside grew louder. I'm not that outrageous, am I? Green refrained from retorting. But he could clearly hear that his image had transformed into that of a prodigal son who drove his father to despair. I've long warned you. Once I am gone, everything will be yours. Yet you still choose to squander your days. Moore appeared to be exasperated. I cannot tolerate your behavior any longer. If you continue like this, I shall leave you nothing. Green listened intently to the growing din outside. Well, this certainly needs no further explanation. As their conversation progressed, Moore gradually calmed down, his anger subsiding significantly. Noticing Green's silence, he suddenly wondered if he had perhaps gone too far. However, as long as it made this young man recognize his errors, he would obediently return to class today. Although you say that, today is still not suitable. Let us save it for next time. It seemed to been harsh enough. Next time, you wish to delay further? At this rate, I shall be dragged to my grave by you. Moore's temper flared once more. Tomorrow, I shall definitely attend. Green considered for a moment before speaking to him. This class was merely a waste of time. Time could be squandered at any point, but Green had no desire to waste it today. Tomorrow, again with tomorrow. What if you don't show up again tomorrow? Then you can simply use magic to bind me and take me away. Green waved his hand dismissively. Very well. You've said it. Moore pointed his staff at Green. He had indeed refrained from employing magic against him thus far. If I do not see you tomorrow, I shall confine you in the basement for an entire year of lessons. With that, he transformed into a wisp of dark mist and flew out through the window. Is it truly that terrifying? Green watched Moore depart before turning to exit the restroom. Strange, why is this lad the only one who came out? Where's that old man? Quickly, go check the restroom. He hasn't resorted to violence. Has he? Young man, is this your first visit to the Adventurers Guild? A dwarf clad in leather armor burst into laughter in the square. Are you astonished by the spectacle before you? Indeed, is the Adventurers Guild truly so affluent? Green snapped back to reality, marveling at the transformation. This guild has grown so vast. The last time I visited the Granville branch, it was barely the size of Tavern. Of course, our Adventurers Guild has been an organization for over 1,000 years. Even the histories of some newly established nations cannot compare to ours. The dwarf beamed with pride. To have lasted this long, there must be some merit. Wouldn't you agree? In previous years, there were whispers that the Adventurers Association had profited handsomely from land sales, a claim that Green found hard to believe. Yet, it appears that this assertion holds true that IT stands to reason. After all, how could such a middleman organization not be lucrative? The immense demand for monster materials, coupled with the assorted commissions rife with potential gains, is undeniable. Not to mention, the association monopolizes the recovery and sale of goods, the rating of adventurers, and the assessment of equipment, among other services. Of course, whether these services are offered depends on the local Adventurers Association, but commissions related to quests are guaranteed to be present. Predecessor, who is that statue? Green inquired, gesturing towards the statue at the center of the square. How can you not recognize this esteemed figure? The dwarf replied, astonished as he followed Green's finger. You must be a local, right? This is the hero of Granville, the legendary Archangel Erica. Surely you have heard tales of her single-handedly saving Granville from the demon horde? No, Green replied honestly. He truly had not heard of her. The name Erica seemed somewhat familiar, yet he was certain that during the demon invasion, Granville was not even marked on the map. What could they have invaded? A pit? How peculiar. The dwarf cast a glance at Green, then dismissively patted him on the back. Well, I shan't accompany you any longer. The headquarters of our association is directly opposite the statue. The other buildings are warehouses and some training grounds. If you wish to register as an adventurer, just head to the headquarters and don't go astray. The headquarters of the Adventurers Association. What? A commission fee of 25%, Green exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the bill before him. What a jest! If he were to pay someone 100 gold, the association would simply pocket 25. Though it wasn't his own money, it felt as if they were treating him like a fool. Is the Adventurers Association not planning to act like decent folk? Sir, you must consider the recent circumstances of the association. The sweating clerk stammered. With the ongoing conflicts in the kingdom, we have lost quite a few of our evaluators. Not to mention the various operational costs. Is that the reason your 5% has transformed into 25? It indeed seemed rather excessive. The clerk appeared at a loss for words. But, Mr. Green, if you are an adventurer yourself, we can offer you a discount. A discount? How much? Green crossed his arms. If you're a Star Iron level adventurer, we can waive the fee entirely. Star Iron? How many Star Iron level adventurers can Granville possibly have? The Adventurers Association has a total of 6 ranks, widely recognized as a measure of an individual's strength. These ranks, from lowest to highest, are Bronze, Silver, Gold, Mithril, Star Iron, and Dragon Crystal. Furthermore, each rank can be subdivided into low, middle, and high tiers. Star Iron is considered a master among masters, while Dragon Crystal ranks even higher, with no more than 10 individuals in the entire association. Such high requirements for waiving the fee seem somewhat unreasonable. Don't you think? No, sir. You may have misunderstood my meaning. The clerk hurriedly clarified. Adventurers below the Star Iron level can also receive reductions. If you are a Mithril level adventurer, you only need to pay a fee of 5. Similarly, if you are a Gold level adventurer, a fee of 10 will suffice. What you are doing is bound to attract trouble. Green sighed, producing a card from his pocket. Please check this card for me. Ah, so you are a distinguished Mithril level adventurer. The clerk's eyes gleamed upon seeing the card. You needn't masquerade as an ordinary person. You could have informed us sooner. He inserted the card into a mechanical device. And after a moment, the clerk's face turned awkward as he rubbed his hands together. It appears that your card has expired due to prolonged inactivity. No worries. Let us try this one. Green produced another card. How come you have 2? The clerk, perplexed, took the card, which was a silver one. Alas, this too has expired. Then how about this one? Green retrieved yet another card more. After some time had passed, sir, it seems none of them are valid. The clerk stared at the mountain of cards before him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What is the situation with this person? How could he possess so many cards? Bronze, silver, gold, mithril. He had not only ordinary rank cards, but even a legendary hero card he had never seen before. Most importantly, those strange cards could be verified. They were genuine, merely expired. This individual was not to be trifled with. The clerk quickly reached a conclusion. Although he was puzzled as to why such a person was fretting over a commission fee, he decided to waive it. Mr. Green, regarding the fee, not a single one is usable. Green stroked his chin. Very well. I was planning to obtain a new one anyway. Where is the registration office for new adventurers? For many adventurers, the question of the ranking system has long been a source of confusion. Who exactly established this system? Even if one were to ask the current president of the association, the likely response would be, I have no idea. It's just been passed down like this. Indeed, the truth is buried in the mists of time, with a millennium sufficient to obscure all. Coincidentally, Green was aware of that history. The association was originally established by dwarves. Its precursor was a mining association from the now extinct Dwarven Kingdom. They employed this method to assess the rank of miners, with terms such as bronze, silver, and star iron all derived from the ores they excavated. However, Green could not fathom why this specific order was chosen. If it were based on rarity, dragon crystal would be exceedingly rare. Yet for other ores like star iron and mithril, it was difficult to ascertain which was scarcer, coupled with the dwarves' boisterous nature, where weapon grading was simply A, B, C, D, E. Green speculated that perhaps this was the order in which they mined. Thus, Green has always regarded the association with skepticism. The highest rank one could achieve was gold, and one could only ascend by completing high-tier commissions. But what of those who do not wish to undertake commissions? Those scholarly mages and palace knights, for instance. Such individuals might never leave their domain and may not have even registered with the Adventurers Association. Surely, they could not be classified as bronze-level adventurers? Make way! At that moment, a burly man clad in heavy armor pushed past Green. Turning around, Green noticed the gold-level badge on his chest. This individual was at most of silver-level prowess. It was evident that he had undertaken too many commissions, elevating himself to a rank that did not truly belong to him. Green shook his head and proceeded to the registration area. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar figure. "I'm sorry, miss, but without a proof of residence, we cannot process your registration." The female clerk stated regretfully that I truly have no place to stay right now. Irina hung her head, her voice tinged with desperation. "Once I become an adventurer and earn some money, I promise to return and provide the residence information. All right? I'm sorry, miss, but that's simply one do." The clerk shook her head again. "Even a temporary lodging proof from an inn would suffice. You just need to provide evidence of your current residence." But the inn said they wouldn't provide me with accommodation without an adventurer's proof. Irina bit her lip. "You might want to negotiate with the inn first to secure a proof of residence, and then I can assist you with your adventurer registration." The inn, however, mentioned that I should consult with you first to obtain the adventurer certificate before they would provide me with accommodation. "Are you two caught in this feudal cycle?" Green stepped forward, directly interrupting their conversation. "Allow me to vouch for her. Just fill in my address. 15 Oakwood Avenue." The female clerk promptly noted it down without hesitation. Seeing her issue resolved, Irina turned to look at Green beside her, and then she found herself momentarily stunned. What was this sensation? An inexplicable feeling welled up within her, as if every cell in her body were rejoicing, compelling Irina to draw closer to the person before her. Why was this happening? Irina was uncertain. She recognized him. Yet upon their initial meeting, she had not experienced such a peculiar feeling. The girl could no longer ponder. Her mind felt like a muddled mess. Aside from seeking another opportunity to connect with this man, she wished to do nothing else. "You are, sir. I am truly grateful for your hospitality last night." "Young lady, how did you manage to come out on your own?" Green chuckled lightly. "I had intended to finish my business and then check on you." Green noticed the girl's unusual demeanor. Her emotions were heightened. Her words laced with a slight tremor. Gratitude alone was insufficient. It was evident that the girl had been affected by the contract. Green understood that his kind was not known for benevolence. Demon contracts have historically wielded a power to influence the hearts of men. Many have succumbed to the corrupting force of such contracts, ultimately becoming slaves to demons. Yet, the reality is also known. Not everyone is tainted. The influence of a contract is contingent upon the demon with whom one forms an alliance that in simpler terms, the preferences of the demon you contract with will shape you. Just as one who contracts with a demon that revels in slaughter will not become a lecherous fiend. This principle applied to Green as well. However, Green was an anomaly, a peculiar entity among demons that he neither smoked nor drank and possessed virtually no vices. He was in essence a model demon. Thus, what influence could his contract possibly have? Green stroked his chin, perplexed. Irina had exchanged her soul for her life. The potency of that contract was undoubtedly significant. Yet he had engaged in such dealings infrequently. Strictly speaking, accounting for this girl, he had only signed contracts with 2 individuals. There were no precedents to draw upon. Nevertheless, it was understood that contracts invariably favored the demon. Ultimately, the influence would not be detrimental to him. Indeed, I had initially intended to express my gratitude. However, when you were not at the establishment. I took the liberty of stepping out. Irina opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say more, but such an overt approach proved too daunting for a shy girl like her. Sir, are you here to become an adventurer as well? Well, I suppose so. Green contemplated that. I am seeking some companions to accompany me to explore the nearby dungeon. Then, miss, your information has been fully recorded. The clerk raised her head, extending the completed form. Before your registration can be finalized, we require one last assessment of your adventure rank. Please follow me. All right. Irina swallowed her words. She still did not even know the man's name. Perhaps she should wait until she became an adventurer to inquire further. I must say, is there a bias in your association? Green addressed the man. Just moments ago, it was a female clerk, and now that she's gone, I'm faced with a greasy, portly fellow. Is there a need for such discrimination in registering as an adventurer? Do you even know who I am? No, well, if you don't know, then so be it. The burly man, clad in a vest, picked up a pen and paper. Name? Green. Gender? What do you think? Green replied to his astonishment. The man proceeded to write, what do you think? In the gender section, what is your profession? Do you have a subclass? It should be warrior without a subclass. What do you mean by should? With your stature, you are a warrior. The stout man glanced at Green. Just put warrior. Fine. The man readily wrote it down and then shoved the form into a nearby machine. You may proceed to the test. Do you wish to don any equipment? No need. Then follow me. With that, the burly man guided Green to a designated area. Ordinarily, the testing process could be rather cumbersome. The stout man turned around, and with a glimmer of metallic sheen, a heavy set of full metal armor materialized out of thin air, encasing the man's already substantial form, transforming him into a veritable steel behemoth. But today, you are fortunate. You have encountered Vice President Fiji. The stout man unsheathed a massive sword, plunging it into the ground. Show me your prowess. Warrior. Oh, very well. Green retrieved a pneumatic gun from behind him. Wait. Upon witnessing Green's action, Fiji swiftly raised a hand to halt him. What is it? Green asked, puzzled. Are you seriously wielding that as a warrior? Is there an issue? This is a significant problem. Fiji scrutinized Green. Kid, I am here to assess your strength, not to rate your gun. I have grown up with it. Green clutched his weapon tightly. IT is an integral part of my strength. We are inseparable. Spare me the nonsense. Fine. If you wish to use that, go ahead. Fiji narrowed his eyes. Just do not regret it. Rest assured, I will not have regrets. Humph. The stout man raised his massive sword. A look of disdain etched on his face. Kid, do you really think I'm afraid of that? Ever since the Eternal Empire rose to power, countless opportunists like you have come and gone, and without exception, they have all been thoroughly thrashed. You think I'm someone to be trifled with? I am Fiji, the Vice President of Granville. The steel behemoth, a silver aura enveloped Fiji's skin, and he crouched down, launching himself like a gigantic cannonball towards Green. You think such a toy could breach my invincible defense? In an instant, Fiji was before Green. Prepare to be humbled, kid. Bang! President, what has happened to you? Wake up, quickly. How could it be merely brass? Green gazed at the plaque in his hand. Mr. Green, you have caused our president to meet his demise. We are fortunate not to have sent you to jail. The clerk wiped the sweat from her brow. Well then, Green replied nonchalantly, at least I received a 5% discount. The adventurers' hall was a cacophony of mingled voices. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and grease. This place had originally served as a tavern for adventurers. However, after an expansion, it had been moved to the second floor, which was considerably larger than on one side of the hall. A robust man stood atop a stool. His face flushed. Another round. Where is the bartender? Is this meager amount of drink sufficient for anyone? Hurry up with more. Enough shouting. If you keep yelling, I'll one tea serve you, the bartender yelled back. Accustomed to such antics, and subsequently placed 2 large mugs of ale on the table. Sir, here is your drink. Thank you. Rowan nodded in acknowledgement as the bartender hurriedly cleared the remnants of food from the table and swiftly departed. Hey, you insolent bartender, what kind of attitude is that? Huh. The drunken man behind continued to bellow. Rowan shook his head and addressed the girl across from him. It seems like you've faced yet another setback. Why is that, Rowan? Why? Sophia leaned on the table, her crimson hair cascading to one side, giving her an appearance of despondency. I offered such favorable conditions, yet he still refused, claiming he has too much on his plate at the moment. He won't consider joining any team until he resolves his current matters. Perhaps he genuinely has pressing issues? Rowan took a sip of ale. But look, Sophia suddenly raised her head, pointing towards one side of the hall. A gaunt man clad in a robe was engaging in jovial conversation with another group of adventurers. That guy just turned and joined someone else. Her voice brimmed with disbelief. Rowan, surely you and Lila are not unattractive. Are you? Not unattractive. Then why would he forsake the company of two beautiful maidens to associate with a band of rough men? Perhaps he simply has a preference for that sort of company. Rowan mused. Stop fixating on this matter. Why are you so intent on recruiting a mage? Is our current team not satisfactory? Not satisfactory at all, Sophia exclaimed, her expression one of exasperation. Look at our team. We have a total of 4 melee classes. Not a single range combatant. This team is utterly unbalanced. Oh, you remember that goblin at the border? It shot us full of arrows with its bow. If we had even one mage, would it have been like that? Considering the sheer number of goblins that day, even a mage might not have made a difference, Rowan replied, exasperated. For him personally, he truly did not mind the composition of their team. However, Sophia and Lila, the two young women, harbored an inexplicable fixation on class balance. As the captain, Sophia believed the team must comprise warriors, rogues, rangers, mages, and clerics to be considered well-rounded. Yet in reality, her team consisted of 4 clerics and a single warrior. Rowan and his 2 companions were paladins. Lila served as the team's priest, while Sophia was the sole warrior who was not a cleric. Collectively, their combat range barely exceeded 10 meters. The absence of range capabilities had indeed caused considerable difficulties for their adventures. And with Rowan's 2 friends temporarily away at the church, Sophia had been persistently yearning for a mage to join their ranks. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, Sophia's invitations to others were invariably met with various refusals. Leaving her unsuccessful thus far, if all else fails, why not have Lila switch to a battle cleric? Rowan suggested that a battle cleric can attack from a distance, and they can even be more formidable against unholy creatures than a mage. But if Lila becomes a battle cleric, who will tend to our wounds? Sophia slumped back onto the table, her expression one of despair. No, I want a mage. I want a bona fide mage. Someone began to pound on the table. Even if you do want one, I cannot conjure one up for you. Rowan internally ridiculed, observing Sophia's childlike demeanor as she yearned for a toy. Captain, I have brought the payment from our last commission. A light and airy voice reached his ears as a golden-haired girl approached their table, her stature modest, adorned in a platinum robe, revealing her fair legs beneath. But the amount is rather... What of the amount? Sophia took the pouch and counted the coins, her expression instantly shifting to one of fury. Only 90 copper? After we toiled all day for those lizard skins, this is all we receive? The merchant stated that the quality of the lizard skins we brought back was too poor. Hence the meager payment. Where is he? I shall confront him. No. Captain, please calm down. Lila hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Sophia. It's not entirely the merchant's fault. He actually offered more, but the guild took a 15 commission. 15? I have never encountered such exorbitant fees in all my travels. Sophia, still held back by Lila, struggled even more vigorously. Then I shall argue with this guild today. Rowan, come help me. I can no longer hold a captain. 90 copper. What can we even do with this? Sophia lamented, counting the copper coins before her. This is truly unfortunate. Not only can we not recruit anyone, but now our team faces a financial crisis as well. Had I known, I would never have come to this wretched place. Wasn't this your choice? Rowan set down his cup. You certainly have a knack for selecting locations, venturing into a war-torn country. Are you not afraid of being conscripted one day? I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Before we set off, the kingdom of Castor was a stable nation devoid of conflict. Moreover, with its abundance of dungeons and ruins, this place was practically a paradise for adventurers. Sighing, she continued, Alas, we must first address our financial woes. The journey had nearly depleted their funds, and the scant earnings they had now, even with frugality, would last barely a week. Lila, did you happen to see any suitable commissions while you were out? These are basically all of them. The girl placed the commission notices on the table. Earrank. Miss Mina from the east side of town has lost a pet, a black and white short-haired creature. A generous reward awaits anyone who can find it. 20 copper. Earrank. Our librarian has gone missing, and we urgently need a new one. Even a temporary one will suffice. 30 copper. Earrank. I am collecting bitter vines. If anyone is interested in selling, please contact me directly. 5 copper per vine. Earrank. Ahem. Our organization is organizing a ceremonial event. However, we currently lack sufficient personnel, but if anyone is willing to don a blood-stained robe to support the occasion, we will be most grateful. 20 silver. What are these? Sophia did not even wish to glance at them. Although these commissions were not particularly challenging, they primarily involved running errands or assisting, which not only consumed time, but also offered pitiful rewards. The only commission with a higher reward was clearly suspicious. They're not a better option? None. Many commissions are too difficult, and the rewards are insufficient. Lila replied, honestly, if the captain finds these unsatisfactory, I can check the commission board again shortly. Captain, Lila waved her hand in front of Sophia, who seemed to be momentarily lost in thought. Lila, do you see that? See what? Over there, a mage, Sophia exclaimed. Her excitement palpable, and she has just become an adventurer. She surely has no team yet. Such a fledgling. I must secure her today. With that, she dashed forward, in front of the commission board. Sir, look. Irina stood before Green, proudly displaying her badge that I have become an adventurer. Silver high rank. Impressive. Little one. Green offered his praise generously. It is quite rare for someone to achieve silver high rank right from the start, even throughout Granville. Hearing Green's commendation, Irina beamed with joy. And you, sir? Me? I'm just a lowly bronze rank. That's so. Though her tone feigned disappointment, the girl appeared even more delighted. This robe also a gift from the guild? Yes, they said that a young mage like me is destined for great achievements, so they insisted on giving it to me. However, after I donned it, it felt somewhat oversized, didn't it? As she spoke, Irina lifted the robe and twirled before Green. The girl's petite and delicate figure, adorned in the starry-hued robe, complemented her silvery locks exquisitely. Indeed, the trailing hem of the robe brushed the ground, rendering it somewhat baggy. Yet, this did not diminish her beauty. Rather, it imparted an endearing quality, reminiscent of a young girl attempting to play the role of an adult. What do you think, sir? It looks splendid, Green succinctly summarized. Indeed, I shall treasure it dearly, Irina exclaimed, clutching the garment tightly with both hands. What you say makes it sound as though it were a gift from me. Green. By the way, sir, the girl suddenly became bashful, regarding your earlier mention of wanting to form a party to venture into the dungeon. Irina lifted her gaze, her hands resting over her heart, her blue eyes filled with earnestness. I wish to join. May I? Of course, Green replied without hesitation. Even if Irina had not sought him out, he would have approached her in due time. Now, with this eager volunteer stepping forward, he felt quite pleased. Then I am now a member of the team, the girl declared joyfully, clearly oblivious to Green's thoughts. I am Irina. And you, sir, you may call me Green. Then, Mr. Green, I look forward to your guidance. Irina extended her small hand. Green withdrew his hand from his pocket, ready to reciprocate the gesture. However, a gust of wind swept through. The red figure darted in front of him, seizing the opportunity to grasp Irina's hand first. Miss Mage, Sophia's hands held Irina tightly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Can you join us? Faced with the woman so close to her, Irina felt tears welling up. Red magical energy began to swirl around her. With a thunderous crash, Sophia was propelled away as if struck by an unseen force. What happened? The commotion drew nearby staff members to investigate. That it's nothing. Nothing at all. Our team leader is merely jesting with someone, Lila hurriedly explained to the arriving personnel. Who are you? Irina hid behind Green, peeking out a gaze at the fallen Sophia. Why did she come so close to me? Apologies, it seems our team leader startled this young lady. A man clad in plate armor approached, his demeanor calm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rowan, a paladin. May I inquire if you and this young lady are seeking companions? I do have some interest, Green mused, glancing at the two of them before shifting his gaze to the grounded Sophia. But shouldn't you check on your team leader first? Oh, it's fine. Don't let her appearance fool you. She's quite resilient, Rowan waved dismissively. Moreover, she often engages in such foolish antics. Look, she's already getting up that my head hurts. Sophia groggily rose from the ground. The sensation was akin to having a hammer violently struck upon her skull. What just transpired? Are you a bit dazed? Rowan remarked with a hint of mockery, observing Sophia's condition. This lady over here saw the mage and rushed to grasp her hand, insisting she join our party. As a result, she was sent flying. Oh, I apologize for my rudeness. Sophia rubbed her forehead, regaining her composure. Her excitement surged. She was a silver-tier warrior. To have been knocked out by this girl was no small feat. Even if it were a ruse, she would persuade her to join their ranks. Although there had been a minor unpleasantness, this mage, we are a well-established and powerful team, Sophia proclaimed, striking a pose to appear like an experienced adventurer. We have hunted not only high-tier magical beasts, but even dragons. Surely you cannot dismiss this opportunity. So powerful, yet you were sent flying by me, Irina retorted, still concealed behind green. Sophia found herself at a loss for words. We have never hunted any dragons, Lila chimed in from behind, interjecting with sarcasm. Silence. Sophia shot Lila a glare before forcing a smile. Strength is not solely determined by the individual. We are a team, and only through collaboration can we realize our potential. No, I've already formed a team with Mr. Green. Unless he wishes otherwise, I shall not join you. Sophia turned her head stiffly, finally taking a closer look at the man she had previously overlooked. May I ask who you are? Green, a warrior. Part of my inquiry, but what is your adventurer rank? Bronze, just bronze? They were a silver-tier team after all, and since this fellow shared her class, Sophia immediately lost interest in Green. However, that mage did not seem to know their connection. That if this man were unwilling, the young lady would surely decline to join them. How about this, Mr. Green? Would you be willing to have the mage join us? Sophia felt a tug on her clothing. She turned to see Lila, shaking her head vigorously. No, not a warrior. Not a warrior. I have no choice in this matter, if it weren't for the mage's request. Do you think I would want another blade in our party? Sophia whispered to Lila. No, I do not like him. Lila exchanged an uneasy glance with Green before hastily turning away. You could bring the mage in and then find a way to kick him out. That would be quite malicious, wouldn't it? Why are you so intent on targeting him? Sophia asked, puzzled by Lila's demeanor. That man gives me an unsettling feeling, Lila replied, gripping her wand as a shiver ran down her spine. As a priest, I haven't felt this discomfort in years. That fellow, could he be an evil entity disguised as a human? Why do you alone have this reaction? Rowan is also a holy warrior, and he is stronger than you. If you dislike him, just say so. Sophia dismissed Lila's concerns and decided to continue inviting Green and Irina. Apologies for the delay, Mr. Green. Would you and the young lady beside you be willing to join us? No, Lila exclaimed immediately. If that man is coming along, I will not agree. I haven't offended this young lady, have I? Green raised an eyebrow, glancing at Rowan. Certainly not. Lila's anxious behavior left Rowan somewhat confused at my apologies. Mr. Green, Lila is not usually like this. Perhaps she simply finds me unappealing. Green waved his hand dismissively, while Sophia, astonished, began to argue with Lila. With two such rowdy individuals as teammates, you must find it quite taxing. Rowan remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, these two act like children, often causing me considerable trouble, Green replied. However, I have grown accustomed to it. Mr. Green, do you still contemplate joining us? Given the circumstances, even if I were inclined. I feel it would be better not to force the matter. Well, that's fair enough. Choosing teammates is inherently a reciprocal affair. Rowan sighed. Even if we cannot become companions, we can still forge a friendship. I consider my connections to be rather commendable. If you seek a particular type of ally, perhaps I could assist you no need. I'm already preparing to find someone through a commission, Green replied, lifting the commission paper in his hand. This composed knight made a favorable impression on Green. If the opportunity arises in the future, let us collaborate again. Enough bickering, Rowan interjected as he returned to the two, who were on the verge of a quarrel. Green and his companions departed. This is all your fault. Sophia glared fiercely at Lyra. Is it not more advantageous to simply swap out the disagreeable males for an adorable mage? Lyra pouted. They had posted their commission on the board, and if Sophia wanted to give another try, she could go ahead. Forget it. After all the commotion, Sophia felt disheartened. She might as well see if there were any other tasks available. The group approached the commission board. Rank. Miss Mina from the Eastern City has lost a pet, a short-haired creature of black and white, that a generous reward will be given to anyone who can find it. 20 copper. Rank. Our librarian has gone missing. We urgently need a new one, even if temporary. 30 copper day. Rank. I am collecting bitter vine grass. If anyone is interested in selling, please contact me directly. 5 copper per plant. Rank. Our organization is currently organizing a ritual event. However, we are somewhat short-staffed if anyone is willing to don a blood-stained robe to help out on the day of the ceremony. We would be immensely grateful. 20 silver. Is this all there is? Sophia felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. It seemed that all the worthwhile commissions had been snatched away, leaving only these unappealing options. Did they truly have to search for something? Despair crept into her thoughts as she glanced upward once more. Rank. The Alchemist Association is in need of rare medicinal herbs, including dragon's blood flower, moonlight grass, and star fruit, among others. 10 copper per plant. Rank. The autumn harvest season is underway at the farms outside the city. If any adventurers are free, please lend a hand. 1 copper. Rank. Mr. Green is seeking temporary partners to venture into the underground city of the Heightzone Valley. Departing today. If interested, please contact the front desk. Reward. 100 gold. Wait, did I just read that correctly? Sophia rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Rank. Mr. Green is seeking temporary partners to venture into the underground city of the Heightzone Valley. Departing today. If interested, please contact the front desk. Reward. 100 gold. 100 gold? That lad is offering 100 gold to find companions? The currency exchange rate in Paros continent is 100. 1.1 gold coin equals 100 silver. And similarly, 1 silver coin equals 100 copper. Thus, this reward amounts to 1 million copper coins, a staggering 10,000 times the reward for their last grueling task. Not only could they hire companions, but one could even assemble an army. Was he intending to flatten that underground city? Sophia was momentarily stunned by the revelation. This was no fabrication. The Adventurers Association mandates that rewards must be deposited with them before any commission can be registered, preventing any potential default. Therefore, the individual named Green had undoubtedly submitted 100 gold to the association. Sophia realized she had misjudged him. That man was not merely a warrior. His profession was that of a high-tier benefactor. What need did he have for a mage? She must have been blind not to recruit such a prominent figure. No wonder the mage lady had been so reluctant to join him. She had recognized the potential of the future. Had she been in the same position, she too would have been hesitant. And oh, worries. Despite the earlier misunderstandings, Sophia was now determined to seize her own future. After all, it was Lyra who had clashed with Green. Even if she had to kick Lyra aside, she would take on this commission. Sophia reached for the notice, her heart racing at the prospect of financial freedom. So tantalizingly close, but just as she was about to claim it, a man snatched it from her grasp. Hey! Watching her opportunity slip away, Sophia erupted in anger. Don't be impulsive. Rowan rushed over, restraining Sophia. Let them have it. They're the locals here. We don't want to provoke them. That Rowan's gaze darted toward the symbol on the man's armor, his eyes filled with caution. Yet that commission simply could not be allowed to slip away. Sophia struggled against him. It's just an E-rank commission. If I let it go, so be it. She shot a glance at the paper in the man's hand. Rowan spoke up. Their strength is formidable. Many have fallen victim to their schemes. I might entertain you another time, but this is not the moment for recklessness. In no way. Not that commission. Even if it means facing death. Seeing Sophia's mounting defiance, Rowan made a decisive move and knocked her unconscious. Sophia crumpled to the ground. Regardless, this is better than death. Apologies. Our team member has offended you. Please accept our sincerest apologies. Rowan took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to the man. That you're fortunate. Today, I am in a good mood. The man grinned, turning away without a backward glance. Hey! At the entrance of the association, the man called out to Green and Irina. Over here. You must be the newcomer in search of a team. Right? Brandon's face lit up with a brilliant smile as he approached Green, extending his hand. I am Brandon. What is your name? Green, Young brother Green, you are indeed fortunate. You know, our Black Scythe Adventure Group is also heading to the Hightstone Valley. We could take you along. You see, high-tier adventure groups like ours rarely accept outsiders. Black Scythe? Upon hearing that name, Irina's expression changed slightly behind Green. Yes, that's so. That is truly wonderful, Green replied, feigning surprise. Should I express my gratitude now? That one be necessary. Brandon patted Green on the shoulder. I just wanted to let you know that we're not like those second-rate adventure groups. Not underestimate the underground city. It is fraught with peril and inhabited by monsters. Not a place for the faint-hearted. If a third-rate group were to take you, you could very well meet your demise in the underground city. Indeed, boss, the Hightstone Valley is inherently dangerous. Why on earth would we bring along these two burdens? A man clad in a green cloak spoke with evident hostility. What of it? Our Black Scythe has always been friendly toward novice adventurers. Brandon maintained his smile but turned to the man in green, his voice dropping. Yolan, do not question my judgment. Mind your own business. Tisish, the man spat, his gaze toward Green and his companion growing even more hostile. Green observed the unfolding scene, and Brandon seemed to sense Green's confusion. He then called out to everyone, prepare to set out immediately. I need to have a word with these two newcomers. What do you mean by that? Keep your voice down, Brandon gestured. This is for your own good, young brother. For my own good? Adventurers often hail from diverse backgrounds. While I conduct myself with integrity, I cannot guarantee that my subordinates are free of hidden agendas. Brandon began to justify his actions that if they were to discover, dear brother, just how much you actually paid, I cannot guarantee whether anyone might harbor ulterior motives towards you. Green crossed his arms. If you wish to keep it all to yourself, why put up a facade? Never mind. This is a matter for your group. I cannot be bothered. I truly enjoy dealing with clever individuals like you. A smile once again graced Brandon's face. After all, I'm the leader. It makes no difference how much they take, does it? What brings you to the Pine Valley? Oh, this was initially a commission from the city. Observing Green's awareness, Brandon felt quite pleased and readily divulged the purpose of his party's journey. Recently, the witch cult has been quite active there, conducting some rituals that have resulted in numerous casualties, causing considerable concern among the city's elite, hence our deployment to cleanse the area. Additionally, our Black Scythe has been keen on developing that region. With you two along, it seems fortuitously advantageous. How convenient for you to undertake so many tasks in one go. Indeed, otherwise, how could one earn a bit more? Green. After Brandon departed, Irina tugged at Green's sleeve. How much did you pay them? Not much. Why do you ask? Can we seek a refund from the association? Irina appeared somewhat timid, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. Green, that Brandon is quite terrifying, and those from the Black Scythe are so fierce. I am truly afraid of venturing into the dungeon with them. Fear not, they are merely temporary allies. Green waved his hand dismissively, well aware of Irina's apprehensions. Should they harbor any ill intentions, we could easily dispatch them as monsters. By the way, Irina, do you still not possess your own staff? No. Take this. Although the association shop may not boast the finest wares, do purchase one at your leisure. That a coin was tossed into Irina's hand. 1 gold. Upon receiving the coin, Irina's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Ever since losing her noble status, she had not laid eyes on such a sum. This is far too much. Is it truly acceptable to give me so much? No worries, spend it freely. Life is far more valuable than money. Consider it an advance on your remuneration. Green appeared nonchalant, since it was not his own coin. Irina pressed her lips together, clutching the coin tightly in her hand. She then lifted her head, her gaze filled with resolve. Mr. Green. What is it? No matter the peril, I shall ensure your safety. Green watched as the young girl sprinted towards the shop. Protect him? That little one wouldn't stand a chance even after a millennium of training. It's not that Green looked down on Irina. Among elves, she was rather lacking. After all, she is an elf. It is known that those sharp-eared beings, aside from their low fertility, surpass humans in nearly every other quality. Green recalled a half-elf friend from millennium ago who had been captured by a kingdom known as the Cardan dynasty and imprisoned in a dungeon, where attempts were made to torture him. And what transpired? He escaped with his bare hands, smashing through walls. Along the way, he encountered a band of knights, and this formidable fellow felled them with a single punch each, such strength, and merely a half-blood. This serves to illustrate just how fierce elves can be. Thus, Green firmly believed that a true pureblood would undoubtedly be even more extraordinary than his friend. Yet, the reality was, Irina, what has happened to you? As an elf, how could you be defeated so easily? You are a pure blood. Have you regressed to such a degree, reverting to a single-celled organism? Green pondered, concluding that Irina was still too young. She had just surpassed 18, which, for humans, marks adulthood. But for elves, with their extended lifespans, she was still quite immature. If Green were to flee one day, Irina might very well need to take up his mantle. Presently, she is a pure-blood elf and a demon contractor. Each of those aspects alone is sufficient to render her nearly invincible, and with his guidance, Green could not fathom how Irina could remain weak for long. Wow. Irina stood at the edge of a cliff. Gazing in awe at the sight before her, it was an expanse of ancient ruins, vast and timeless. Though crumbling, still exuding a grand aura, she could scarcely imagine the glory and prosperity that once flourished here. Among the ruins, towering ancient trees and entwined vines resembled a primordial forest. Above the forest, the azure sky reflected upon the earth, resembling a magnificent painting. Why does it feel as though a rustic villager has entered the city? Green leapt down from a collapsed stone wall, bemused by Irina's expression. Have you truly never visited such a place before? No. Irina tightened her grip, lost in thought as she surveyed the ruins. Green, if this were still as it once was, what wonders would it have displayed? This, Green glanced down at it, was originally a toilet. Irina's sense of wonder was instantly shattered by Green's revelation. Indeed, seeing Irina's disbelief, Green spoke with a hint of amusement. The history is well documented. A certain lord, beguiled by a demon prince, lost his wits and ordered the construction of a rather ostentatious large toilet at the cliff's edge. Behold, this is the lord's handiwork. There's even a toilet sign carved into that stone over there. Irina spotted the sign upon the stone, yet she struggled to accept it. The tale was simply too absurd. Why would one compelled by a demon desire to construct a toilet? This is it. Brandon, leading the way, halted and called back to the others. Equip yourselves. We are about to enter. We need to do anything? Irina inquired of Brandon. Nothing to be done. You two newcomers should simply stick close to our team. With that, he stepped into the cave ahead of the others. Humph. The captain instructs you to do nothing, and yet you have the audacity to linger? A man in a green cloak approached. He was the earlier individual named Yorin. What do you wish to do? Green retorted. What is your profession? Yorin scrutinized Green. Cleric. That a cleric? Do you carry a weapon? Merely an ornament. The man seemed momentarily at a loss for words due to Green's response. Well, at least you're not completely useless. Remember to provide me protection from the back. Understood? Understood. Yorin snorted and then entered the cave as well. Green, are you not a warrior? Once the man departed, Irina whispered to Green. In truth, I am a cleric, but Green, you hardly appear to be one. That's precisely the point. Those from the witch cult are truly deranged. A burly man clad in armor, brandishing a torch, grumbled. Why abandon a good life to cavort with monsters in the dungeon? If we encounter any humans later, regardless of who they are, treat them all as the scum of the witch cult. Understood? Green and Irina were trailing at the rear of the group, setting aside the issues plaguing this party. The composition of this Black Scythe mercenary band was quite commendable. 8 members strong. They boasted warriors, rogues, rangers, and mages, all of which were of silver to platinum caliber. This was a significant improvement over the previous group's configuration, albeit lacking in a cleric. Observing their supplies, it was evident that they had brought ample provisions to compensate for the absence of a healer. In no matter, it was quite satisfactory. Green himself had never been particularly fond of clerics. What is the witch cult, Green? Irina inquired quietly. How could you be so uninformed? Green cast a dismissive glance at Irina, replying somewhat perfunctorily that it's merely a cult. Really, that I don't know the specifics, so you might as well look it up yourself. Irina pouted, seemingly sensing Green's dismissive attitude, that it wasn't that Green intended to brush Irina off. He simply wished to avoid any association with that deranged group known as the witch cult. Yet for some inexplicable reason, They clung to him like gum on a shoe, impossible to shake off. The witch Eris, mistress of time and space, symbol of calamity and ill omen. She was one of the primordial deities birthed in the celestial realm, the true sovereign of the world. However, the vile Holy Spirit soon emerged, devising a nefarious scheme to usurp the witch's authority, ultimately inflicting grievous harm upon her and sealing her away in the mortal realm. Now that great being had regained her strength, vowing vengeance upon the lofty Holy Spirit. On the day she shatters her confinement, she would disseminate the gospel to all her faithful adherents, intending to utterly upend the world. All of this was merely the rhetoric of the witch cult. It was not Green's perspective, as far as he was concerned, aside from the enmity between the witch and the Holy Spirit. The rest was largely nonsense. But then again, cults typically operate on such premises, believing fervently in their own doctrines, if that which were truly summoned. Who could say whether she would even acknowledge these lunatics? Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead in the procession. That MY torch seems to be flickering for some reason. Mine too. It's becoming increasingly unclear. The burly man observed the torch in his hand. Initially, upon entering the cave, it had burned brightly, but now it flickered weakly, barely illuminating his face. What about the luminous stones? Captain, the luminous stones are ineffective as well. They've all gone dark. Gunther, what is happening? Brandon shouted at a man clad in a robe nearby. I have no idea. Gunther responded, appearing somewhat flustered. This is too strange. Captain, perhaps we should retreat. Indeed. The team began to voice their suggestions. Retreating over such a trivial matter? Green extended his hand, a brilliant yellow light coalescing within it before transforming into a floating orb. The surrounding darkness was instantly dispelled, and the torches of the group reignited. The density of dark magic in this area was simply too high, creating an absorption effect. Dispersing it was all that was needed. Brandon gazed at the glowing orb in the air, then turned to berate Gunther. Humph, you're even less capable than a novice cleric. And you lot, stop making a fuss. If anyone dares to panic again, I'll kick them out immediately. Continue onward. The group fell silent, the robe man casting a wary glance at Green, his eyes filled with hostility. Green, you truly can invoke divine grace? I told you. Do you think I would deceive you? Green chuckled. In truth, he had no ability to invoke divine grace. Irina had misunderstood. The light he conjured was not divine grace, but merely a holy spell to delineate. There was a significant distinction between the two. Divine grace, in essence, was a boon bestowed from above, while holy spells belonged to a category of magic that even mages could wield. After all, the entity above was not perpetually available to respond to one's calls. And sometimes the signal was poor, rendering communication impossible. Clerics could hardly refrain from battle due to the absence of divine grace. So it could be said that most of the time, what clerics employed was simply holy magic. It was no wonder Irina had made an error. These people themselves confused divine grace with holy spells, often referring to them collectively as the gifts of the divine or attributing them to their own prowess, leading to their own misunderstanding. The group continued onward. Thanks to the luminous orb, the cavern was far from dim. The walls, towering 6 to 7 meters high, were embedded with some unknown type of ore, and the surrounding paths branched out in all directions, forming a labyrinthine structure typical of a dungeon. Yet this was far from a dungeon. Damn it, we've come to the wrong place, Green thought. Suddenly, a peculiar noise emanated from ahead. Ga, accompanied by the sound of stones striking the walls. 2 grotesque goblins brandishing weapons scurried into view from around the corner. Noticing Green and his party, they disregarded their own numbers and capabilities, charging forward with bared teeth and claws. Let me handle this. In response to the 2 goblins, the man named Gunther raised his staff. Clear skies, a blend of swift and slow. By my command, let lightning strike. Magic erupted from the tip of his staff, a deadly arc of electricity bursting forth, illuminating the air as it shot towards the leading goblin. Ah! The struck goblin shrieked, then, as if grasping at a lifeline, clung to its companion. In that grasp, the purple arc surged like a venomous tongue, transferring its energy to the other goblin. Ah! Both goblins screamed in unison, collapsing to the ground as charred corpses. seeing the two monsters dispatched. Brandon stepped forward, expertly plunging his knife into the creature's skulls. The blue crystals were extracted. Magic crystals. These were naturally formed within the bodies of monsters, essentially serving as a form of magical energy aggregate, not belonging to the mineral category. Aside from obtaining them from monsters, there were few other means to acquire them. Through the passage of time, magic crystals have found a multitude of uses, capable of being processed into various magical products. Even many of Green's mechanical devices were powered by these crystals. They constituted a primary source of income for adventurers, in the absence of commissions. Delving into dungeons primarily revolved around procuring these items. Moreover, due to the fact that magic crystals were primarily acquired by adventurers, the Adventurers Guild, which recycles adventurers' spoils, has nearly monopolized this commodity. Coupled with the high demand for magic crystals, the guild has profited immensely. In the Eternal Empire, the Adventurers Guild's monopoly on magic crystals had reached shocking levels, compelling local mechanical associations to seek alternative means of acquisition or even cultivate monsters to obtain magic crystals. Unfortunately, the results were minimal, as the substantial demand for magic crystals generated by countless mechanical devices remained unmet. Thus, they resolved to resort to outright theft. It could be said that this very matter indirectly contributed to the Empire's expansion. "Quite small," Brandon remarked, tossing the magic crystal to the ground as if losing interest. There's nothing stronger in this place. Suddenly, the ground trembled ominously. Gaga. Gaga. In the next moment, a horde of goblins surged forth from the same passageway. Observing this scene, Brandon not only felt fear, but instead laughed heartily. "Now this is more like it. Come on." Roar. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Amidst the throngs of goblins, a colossal creature emerged. Viscous drool dripped from the corners of its mouth, resembling an oversized goblin. It was at least 10 times larger. It wielded a massive wooden club, dragging it forward with each ponderous step, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. "Captain, there's a big one in there. What's to fear? No matter how large, it's still just a goblin," Brandon bellowed, raising his shield. "Come on." The shield transformed to a crimson hue, and a wave of red fury emanated outward. The monsters tainted by this rage surged towards Brandon with relentless aggression. "Yes, just like that. Haha. Earth, heed my call. When tolerance is deemed weakness, let my conviction forge resilience. In my name, manifest, concealed within the unfathomable depths of the earth, lies a searing fire. Ignite the land, unveil your full power, and let these creatures face your wrath." The two mages in the party chanted in unison. The ground around Brandon crumbled, and the goblins rushing towards him plummeted into the abyss. Then, torrents of searing flames rained down from above, engulfing them entirely. I expected a disorganized mob, but seems they can coordinate somewhat. Green mused quietly to himself as he observed the scene before him. "I will take care of that giant." Yorin, clad in a green cloak, shouted to his companions, "A rogue and an assassin." He specialized in striking with lethal precision that he brimmed with confidence at the prospect of taking down the giant goblin. "You over there, bestow me your grace." "Sure thing." Green extended his hand. Demonic magic, frailty, divine light enveloped Yorin, and in an instant he felt invigorated with newfound strength. "All right, I shall. Wait, I feel I could take another." "Do you want it?" Green regarded Yorin earnestly. "Good lad. Didn't he expect you to have such skill?" Yorin's face lit up with joy. "Isn't more blessings better?" "Give me another." "Sure thing." Demonic magic, injury. The divine light once again enveloped Yorin. "I shall. Wait, brother, I feel I can take another." "Then let us have another." Demonic magic. "Slow. I shall. Wait, brother, I can still take another." "Another." Green continued to bestow Yorin with blessing after blessing. At this point, Yorin stood there, his skin seemingly turning golden, his body brimming with power, that he even felt that he could slay the goblin with a single slap. "All right, everyone, I'm off." Yorin drew his dagger, his form gradually fading from sight. "Await my triumphant news." Roar. The giant goblin, poised to attack Brandon, suddenly halted. He spotted a shimmering golden figure to its side. A man crouched low, stealthily approaching. The giant goblin scratched its head, and though not particularly intelligent, it sensed something was amiss about the man's demeanor. "Humph, Yoren stealthily approached the giant goblin, flipping his blade, "That a foolish creature like you won't even see my face before you perish." The giant goblin raised its massive club and swung it toward Yoren. Yoren's expression shifted. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but his body felt as though it were ensnared in quicksand. Unable to move, the man was sent flying. It was utter chaos. Green, holding a torch, surveyed the surroundings. Green, viscous blood splattered across the ground, and the area was littered with the carcasses of monsters, the giant goblin having met its inevitable end. That a group was busy dissecting the remains. Ah! A startled cry rang out from somewhere. Enough with the shouting. A burly man in armor spoke irritably, tying a bandage with a forceful knot. "You were sent flying by Goblin, and as a silver-ranked adventurer. I feel embarrassed for you." Leaning against the cave wall, Yoren fell silent. Impossible. Even if his disguise were clumsy, a creature as dim-witted as a goblin should not have seen through it. That lad must be suspicious. Yoren ground his teeth, glaring at Green, who appeared relaxed amidst the crowd. "You wait." After a while, Yoren thought the place would be perilous, yet it turned out to be rather manageable as they traversed the narrow cave. A burly man in the party jested. After their initial battle, the group had settled into a rhythm. All seasoned veterans, with Captain Brandon leading, their descent proceeded smoothly. "Simple enough," remarked a ranger wielding a bow. "But we haven't encountered our target, those witches of the cult. I isn't it good that we haven't seen them." The burly man placed his hands behind his head. "It shows they possess some sense. I certainly don't wish to engage with those lunatics." "Halt!" Captain Brandon raised a hand and suddenly called out. The sound of dripping water echoed. They found themselves in a sloping area, the cave walls adorned with decaying moss, and the ground perpetually damp. Not far ahead, strange cries of creatures reverberated. Brandon squinted. How long had they been walking? The dungeon had its own rules. Its chambers varied in size, and the deeper they ventured, the stronger and more ferocious the monsters became. An experienced captain always knew when to advance or retreat, neither greedily pursuing too much profit nor hastily abandoning opportunities. Given the dungeon's cave structure, there was no clear stratification. Brandon had to rely on his instincts and experience to gauge their progress. 2 hours in, at a depth of about 7 to 8 levels, this depth, their adventuring party faced no significant danger. Glancing at his pocket watch, Brandon called to those behind him. "This place is certainly vast. Let us continue onward." The group followed the slope downward, and suddenly their field of vision expanded, revealing a massive cavern before them. "What is this?" The ranger murmured. Two enormous white spheres lay sprawled within. The cries they had heard are the sounds of their snores. "Is this not a snow fox bear?" Finally, we've encountered a valuable creature. The armored burly man grinned widely. "Its hide and meat are worth a fortune." He swung his axe down upon the furball. When the snoring ceased, the anticipated scene of the creature being grievously wounded did not unfold. Instead, a hard impact resonated, sending shockwaves through the burly man's arms. "What is going on?" The burly man felt puzzled and swung his axe again, only to encounter that same impenetrable sensation. "No, this is not a snow fox bear." The ranger shouted in terror. "It's a cleft-toothed beast. Get away from there." The ranger's warning came too late. Sharp claws descended from above, obliterating the bewildered burly man into a crimson mist. "Stay calm. Reform your ranks." Brandon shouted to the panicked crowd. "Roar." The ground trembled as 2 cleft-toothed beasts rose, unleashing thunderous roars. This truly was an unexpected turn of events. Standing at the entrance of the cavern, Green gazed at the 2 enraged monsters before him. The rift-toothed beast, a formidable creature of mithril-grade ferocity. The unfortunate soul who perished at Aird. The hide and flesh of this beast were worth far more than that of the snow fox bear. Its claws were exceptionally developed, easily capable of shredding ordinary armor, and despite its coat of white fur that appeared soft, in truth, its hide was harder than steel, unless one could locate the vulnerable region in its abdomen. Typical physical assaults would prove futile. Concealed within the profound depths of the earth, blaze with fervor. Set the land ablaze and unleash your full might. Let these monsters taste your wrath. Gunther roared as blinding flames erupted from the tip of his staff. Indeed, Physical attacks were ineffective. It was only a matter of time before someone thought to employ magic. This creature, with its thick fur, was evidently weak to fire. Flame spells would surely have a significant impact. Roar! The creature emitted a tremendous roar. The flame struck its back, igniting its fur into a blazing inferno. However, even magic proved insufficient. The creature's hide was tough and resilient. Lacking the necessary power, not only would it remain unharmed, but it would likely become even more enraged. Green watched with keen interest as the beast's eyes turned crimson with fury. Green, Green! Within the cavern, Irina called out anxiously for Green's name. Like at some point, the man had vanished from her side. Roar! The furious rift-toothed beast slammed against the cavern wall, sending massive debris and dust cascading toward the girl. Wind shield. Irina raised her wooden staff. Azure energy coalesced around her, transforming into a fierce gale that swept away the falling rubble. Form up, do not scatter, Brandon shouted to the group. Yet it was all in vain. The two enraged, rift-toothed beasts tore the battlefield apart completely. Damn it, Brandon cursed under his breath. He was entirely unfamiliar with these monsters. Were it not for the ranger's exclamation, he wouldn't have even known the name of the rift-toothed beast. But how formidable could creatures of the 7th or 8th tier truly be? Gripping his great sword, Brandon charged forward. The enraged beast raised its claws and struck at him. However, with a swift roll, he evaded the blow. Die! Aiming for the creature's leg, Brandon lifted his sword. Red fury manifested in his grip. Infusing the great sword with power, with the enhancement of his rage, the strike became as if it were 1,000 tons, causing the surrounding air to surge violently and emit a sharp explosion. When the blade met the rift-toothed beast's hide, sparks flew. However, it was evidently ineffective. The familiar scene unfolded once more. This time, due to the tremendous force, the rebound sent Brandon's sword flying from his grasp. At that moment, Brandon recognized the level of the beast. Another member of the team screamed, only to be reduced to a mist of blood beneath the monster's claws in the blink of an eye. The 8-person team had dwindled to 6, but they were unable to fight back. It was truly impossible. Brandon raised his remaining shield, desperately dodging that if this continued, he would surely be killed. Brandon discarded his shield and sprinted towards the cavern's entrance. Captain Yu! The battle-worn group beheld the man fleeing and immediately lost their will to fight, rushing toward the exit. Green. Irina finally spotted Green at the entrance. Where did you run off to? I didn't go anywhere. I've been right here, Green replied with a smile, looking at the anxious Irina. Now is not the time for that. Irina grasped Green's hand and pulled him to run deeper into the cavern. A tremendous crash echoed from behind. The rift-toothed beast had burst forth from the cavern, evidently unwilling to let the group escape. What do we do? The ranger, bearing a bow, shouted, we can't outrun 4 legs with just 2. The sounds of crashing against the walls grew louder. No matter how desperately they ran, they would soon be overtaken. What to do? If you were on a sinking ship, what would you do? Throw away the cargo. Precisely. Gunther raised his staff, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. That means abandoning unnecessary burdens. A torrent of magical energy collided with the cavern walls, forcing Irina and Green, positioned at the rear of the group, to separate from the others. You. Gazing at the collapsing cavern before her, Irina's face contorted with rage. Her worst fears had indeed come to pass. Green, we go this way. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl tugged Green down another passage. The roars of the rift-toothed beasts echoed behind them. They seemed to have split their pursuit. One chose to chase the black sickle, while the other pursued them. Yet even just one, Irina understood, was far beyond what she and Green could contend with. Roar! How can this be? Irina abruptly halted. The reason was simple. After running for some distance, a vast chasm blocked their path. There were no alternative routes, and looking down revealed an abyss of unfathomable darkness. The girl turned back, witnessing the rift-toothed beast relentlessly demolishing the cavern, now alarmingly close. Then there was no choice. Holy Spirit, I beseech you to grant us your blessing. Irina gritted her teeth, grasping Green tightly as they leaped into the chasm. As they fell, Green also lost consciousness. Thud! A heavy tome fell from a shelf to the floor, the dull sound shattering the room's tranquility. The crimson cover bore a tear, revealing the yellowed pages within. Meanwhile, Green stood in the room, dazed, gazing at the scene before him. Not again, really? The last fragment of memory was of himself following Irina as they leaped off the cliff, and then everything went black. Is this a joke? It's just a leap off a cliff. Why would I faint? It was certain that during the fall, some presence had drawn his consciousness into this place. The dim light flickered stubbornly. The walls yellowed and discolored. A thick layer of dust danced in the air, and everything in sight appeared so ancient and decayed. The entity capable of pulling Green's consciousness here was undoubtedly formidable. I hope it's not that fellow again. Green approached the door of the room and pushed it open. The entire house resembled a mansion. The windows were shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing, indicating that this space was likely confined to its current dimensions. This wretched place feels as if it has witnessed death. As he strolled through the mansion, Green muttered to himself, "Hello, is anyone there?" Unfazed by the potential of awakening a hidden presence, Green called out boldly to the surroundings. No response met him. The mansion was eerily silent. Even the decorative plants were withered to the point of extinction. Green casually twisted open a door. Aside from some furniture, there was nothing else inside. He opened another door. It was the same as before. Even the arrangement of the furniture was identical. The architect of this space clearly lacked creativity. These rooms seemed like a mere copy-paste job. Realizing that all these rooms were identical, Green's demeanor grew increasingly aggressive. Bang! He kicked the door open. Hiss! Expecting it to resemble the previous rooms, he was taken aback by the sight within. The room was filled with corpses. Distorted shadows writhed in the space. Blood and flesh mingled grotesquely. Yet in the center of the room stood a stool, upon which rested an adorable doll, pristine and unblemished, completely at odds with the surrounding environment. Indeed, it's still her. With a tinge of apprehension, Green shook his head and turned to leave. After coming this far, the exit is suddenly sealed. Facing his long-lost lover, is this truly the attitude you wish to display? Green turned his head. His deep blue hair cascaded naturally, and the girl, holding an umbrella and dressed in a black evening gown, looked at him with a radiant smile. Using an umbrella indoors. Are you out of your mind? Oh, I thought you would appreciate this ambience. Eris casually folded the umbrella. Green sighed. Firstly, we are not lovers. Secondly, dear witch, our pact has long been dissolved. The conclusion of the contract isn't solely up to you. Eris teased, playfully placing her finger at the corner of her mouth. Besides, you claim it's over. Yet why does the contract on my hand still remain? The black markings adorned her smooth skin, indeed mirroring those on Irina's abdomen. Damn it, who knows how you managed to keep it? Green smirked. The renown which before him was his first contract partner, yet their entanglement had ended millennia ago. Since then, it had been nothing but her one-sided harassment. Even sealed away, she persisted in using remnants of the past to pull him back. What do you want? Aren't you aware? Eris retorted. What if I refuse? Then I shall resort to some coercive measures. Fine, this is your territory. You are formidable. Green resignedly approached the girl. Eris opened her arms, as if she had been waiting for this moment. Softly, Green embraced her petite form. The girl closed her eyes in satisfaction. Burying her head against his chest, I know you signed with a new contractor again, didn't you? What? You don't allow me to sign a new one. Not quite, Eris paused. I initially thought a person like you would have tormented many girls. Yet, after all these years, this is only the second one, and she is of the lowly type. I must clarify. She is already of age, Green interjected. And so what if she is a lowly? Has she eaten your ice? Eris giggled. Targeting such vulnerable girls, if that's all you can manage, how will you ever satisfy me in the future? Who needs to satisfy you? Green retorted without hesitation. Truth be told, Eris and Irina's physiques were not vastly different. Both were petite. If that's your perspective, then I'll seek out several more. You wouldn't dare? Eris suddenly looked alarmed. All right. We've embraced long enough. Green pushed the girl away with a look of disdain. Eris pouted slightly, then adjusted her outfit. Next time, don't wear this. You've donned it for so many years. Aren't you tired of it? Well, there's nothing else for me to change into. Eris lightly tugged at the hem of her dress. Then when I get out, will you accompany me to buy something new? You can't get out, so don't even think about it. Not necessarily. I might just have a surprise for you soon, Eris replied with a mysterious smile. Now, Green, I know you feel a bit lonely without me, so I permit you to find a plaything first. However, Eris's tone shifted. When I return, I hope not to see her. Eris smiled, though this time, the smile was chilling, devoid of warmth. What are you witches doing here? Green sidestepped the topic. Those little ones have nothing to do with me. Eris tilted her head, severing ties with her followers, but they discovered something intriguing here. So I let them come. It's fine that you still command them. Green had no words for her. What did they discover? Your old friend. No sooner had Eris spoken than the entire mansion began to tremble. It seems the time has come. Green, until we meet again. The girl slightly bent forward, striking a pose as if playfully. That will be in reality. With that, her figure slowly faded, taking the entire mansion with it into oblivion. Green, by the edge of the water, Irina shook Green's body. Ugh. Green gradually regained consciousness, placing a hand against his forehead. His head felt as if it would explode that Eris's actions had forcibly wrenched his consciousness from his body. And now to have been unceremoniously shoved back it was no wonder he felt unwell. Next time we meet will be in reality. Green slowly began to recover. Just for that remark, I will definitely reinforce your seal. What are you talking about, Green? Irina looked at him with concern. You didn't hit your head when you fell, did you? It's nothing, just mentioning someone. In any case, they're not a good person. Green stood up, gazing at Irina, who was kneeling and somewhat dazed. Thinking back, the witch once had a charmingly naive side, similar to Irina's. How did it evolve into this? Green pondered, the last words Eris had spoken echoing in his mind. Old friend? He has many old friends. Who knows who she's referring to? Irina. Where are we? It seems we are in an underground river area. Irina looked at the water beside them, a beam of light illuminating the space from an unknown source. Without this pool, we might have perished. No, I won't I why survival indirectly means you won't either. Green twisted his neck. Although they had fallen in the water, he was completely dry, likely because Irina had carefully dried him with magic. There's a familiar scent in the it felt like a wave of heat enveloping them. A pungent sulfur odor laced with a strong aura of malevolence. It seems this old friend is also a colleague. The surrounding passages branched out in all directions, with one tunnel emanating the most potent scent that he had no choice but to investigate. Green, what should we do next? What can we do? We'll take it one step at a time. Green replied with a smile, heading toward the tunnel. I hope we can make it back before dinner. Why are we going this way? Irina followed behind Green, fear evident in her tone. This place gives me the creeps. It's fine, just trust me. Without further explanation, Green continued forward, holding the glowing orb. Soon, the tunnel began to change, and it was clearly not for the better. What? Irina's eyes widened as she beheld the scene before her. Severed limbs, dismembered arms, corpses, swarms of flies buzzed incessantly. Numerous individuals clad in strange cloaks were pinned to the cavern walls, and the stench of decay permeated the air, with foul blood oozing from the wounds of the bodies. They've all rotted away. Ugh, covering her mouth, Irina fought to suppress her urge to vomit. Let's not go any further. Let's go back. If we hold out a bit longer, we should be close. Green pushed aside a suspended corpse. By the way, did you buy the staff I asked you to? I have purchased it. Irina was perplexed by Green's sudden mention of this. She retrieved an item from her waist, its finely crafted tip and brown wooden material indicating a delicate wand, measuring approximately 25 centimeters in length. This is inadequate, she thought. Green cast a glance at it truly that poor. Yet this is the most expensive item available at the association shop, Irina hesitantly remarked. Green handed her a gold coin. She had not kept a single one for herself, spending all to acquire this wand. Consequently, Green dismissed it as worthless. Next time you buy a wand, do not choose one this short. Those unscrupulous merchants delight in selling such trinkets. Indeed, as the saying goes, an inch of length is an inch of strength. While this adage pertains to weapons, it holds true for wands as well. The wand in the girl's grasp is merely the length of her two palms. Who could possibly use something so diminutive, whether in terms of magical capacity or the quality of the magical circuit? It cannot compare to the grander wands. Use this instead. Considering the challenges Irina might soon face, Green approached a corpse and tore the wand from its grasp. From this moment forth, it shall be your companion in life and death. Faced with the wand Green offered, Irina's expression was one of resistance. She was reluctant to wield such a morbid object, especially one smeared with so much blood. Could I possibly exchange it for another? You disdain it, yet it also scorns you. Ignoring the girl's unwillingness, Green simply tossed the wand toward her. Irina clumsily caught it, seemingly wanting to voice her thoughts, but ultimately said nothing, merely puffing her cheeks in a gesture of protest toward Green. Navigating through the blood-soaked passage, a place resembling an altar came into view before the pair. Irina's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before her. Fiery waves surged forth, encircled by a ring of molten lava. The entire area was littered with corpses, all similarly attired, all facing the altar as if striving to ascend to its heights. Who are these people? The witch cult, Green replied, glancing at their guard that it was evident they had sought to activate this altar. Yet none had succeeded. They hadn't even touched the altar's bricks. Green, where are you going? Seeing the man's movements, Irina shouted anxiously. Stepping over the bodies, Green traversed the lava and walked directly to the altar. Constructed of dark gray stone bricks, the altar was quite expansive, adorned with numerous demonic runes, and anchored by 8 chains converging at its center. The design suggested it was sealing something formidable. Indeed, it is as I suspected. Green murmured to himself. Hey, are you all right? Irina called out loudly. Remaining in place, I'm fine, Green responded as he descended from the altar. The altar had been abandoned for ages and was utterly useless. It seemed these witch cult members were rather foolish to squander their time on it. But how did they meet their demise? Who knows? It was likely infighting. Green returned to Irina's side. Would you care to take a look as well? Consider it an opportunity for enlightenment, Irina was taken aback. She glanced at the altar at the center of the lava, then cautiously spoke. Nothing will go awry, will it? I've already been up there once. What could possibly happen? Green replied with utmost seriousness. That's shrewd. Irina's curiosity was piqued, and she ultimately lowered her guard and approached the altar. Bubbles erupted from the molten lava. The air became increasingly sweltering. Just as the girl crossed the lava, an anomaly occurred. Boom! Irina turned sharply, but it was too late. The searing lava surged upward, transforming into a towering wall of crimson fire, completely isolating the altar from the outside world. The 8 chains snapped, revealing a colossal rune at the center. Welcome, an ancient and obscure voice resonated. Chosen one, who are you? Faced with the disembodied voice, Irina experienced a wave of terror. Who am I? You need not concern yourself with my name. The voice was both ancient and hoarse. Eons ago, my kin and I roamed upon the lava. Now, as the ancient race has withered away, we seek a successor. Eons, lava. Irina quickly connected the dots. You are a demon? Indeed, that is how you humans refer to us. The ancient voice replied, nonchalantly, I refuse. Irina declared without hesitation, I shall not conspire with wicked demons. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The entity laughed as if it had heard a particularly amusing jest, a being burdened with vengeance. Have you never yearned for our power? I am aware, but even in the pursuit of revenge, Irina's gaze was resolute. I do not require your malevolent power. That is not for you to decide. The ancient voice thundered. They are encroaching upon our world, and you, chosen one, must bear this responsibility. A strange hum began to reverberate through the space, reminiscent of an old radio, the jarring sound forcing Irina to cover her ears. All the demonic runes blazed with blinding light. The atmosphere became oppressive, as if something were about to burst forth from the ether. Accept our gift. Then go forth and accomplish feats unparalleled. Wait, realizing what was about to transpire. Irina shouted. What about my companions outside? They won't be affected, will they? Worry about yourself first, the ancient voice retorted. Now, the trial begins. Darkness descended upon the altar. The surrounding light seemed to be absorbed, forming a peculiar orb. Before Irina could comprehend, a hand abruptly emerged from within. Then another hand, followed by a foot, a torso, and finally a head. The bizarre orb elongated into a humanoid form, Ultimately transforming into silver hair, sapphire-like eyes, the girl donned a flowing robe. Her gaze icy as she stared at Irina. It was herself. Irina swallowed hard. She could not discern whether this was a devilish jest. The figure before her seemed to be a mirror image, the only distinction being the wand she held compared to the sharp sword in the other's grasp. Moreover, judging by the look in the other's eyes, she harbored a deadly intent toward her. In stark contrast to the chilling atmosphere of the altar, outside the molten lava wall, a scene unfolded that Irina could scarcely fathom in her lifetime. In the corner of the cavern, a red demon squatted beside Green. Sigh. Goros exhaled deeply. He extracted a cigarette from the corpse of a witch cult member, igniting it with a flicker of flame from his fingertip. Wisps of blue smoke began to ascend. Though I'm not fond of the human realm, I must admit I rather enjoy this. Care for one? No thanks, I've quit. Green shook his head. Come on, we are not human. What is there to fear? Goros scoffed, forcibly shoving a cigarette into Green's hand. Smoke. After a while, another wisp of azure smoke slowly ascended. What brings you here? Just a coincidence, replied Green, cigarette in mouth. Rather, it's you who surprised me. To think you disappeared so suddenly back then, only to meet your demise here. Indeed, Goros were a melancholic expression. You deserve it. Who told you to defy orders? Green scoffed. I told you long ago to return with the Legion. Yet here you are. So, what are the others? Are they all dead? Yes, all gone, Goros replied with a bitter smile. What choice did we have? That flock of birdmen did nothing. Were we to sit idly by as those void creatures crawl from the depths and devour the world? By the way, how is hell faring these days? Goros shifted to another topic. What else? It's only getting worse by the day. Green rolled his eyes after our great abyssal lord filled the pit. Our esteemed prince also took his turn, leaving the first 4 domains in ruin, with only the pitiful last 7 remaining. What are the pool of origins? Lost. What does that mean? Indeed, it means no new demon shall be born from now on. If you had brought the Legion back, perhaps we could have held out a bit longer. It's truly devastating. Green took a drag from his cigarette. But at least, thanks to those monsters, I've witnessed our race unite like never before. That's quite true. Goros finished his cigarette and lit another. What are you doing now? Engaging in endless trivialities, cleaning up a mess that never seems to end, Green replied, pinching his cigarette. Hell is a dreadful place, squeezing its workers dry while refusing to pay for overtime. Yet, your situation is worse. Look at you, dead yet still toiling away. What about the Void? You should be aware of their current activity status. Ignoring Green's sarcasm, Goros pressed further, very active. Green seemed to sense his old colleague's worries, in 700 or 800 years at the least, possibly as soon as 50. However, I won't live to see that day. Green finished the last drag of his cigarette. Why not? Because I've decided to check out early. Goros was at a loss for words regarding his old friend. Well then, let us see the successor you've chosen. Goros shifted his gaze back to the altar. Since you intend to leave the mess to her, she must possess some skill, right? I never said I was handing it over to her, Green denied. She can accept it or not. In the center of the altar, 2 girls were locked in confrontation. Demon. The false Irina raised her sword, her gaze icy. How dare you take my form? Prepare to die. The real Irina was taken aback. She never anticipated that the first word from her opponent would be an accusation to know. You're the monster conjured by the demon. Silence. Demon. The silver blade sliced through the air. The false Irina targeted Irina's upper limb and struck directly. Omnipotent spirit of the winds, heed my call. Transform into a resilient wall and shield me from danger. Irina quickly began her incantation. Azure magic coalesced around her staff, manifesting as a transparent barrier that enveloped the girl. Green was indeed correct. The casting speed of this grand staff was vastly superior. The slender sword pierced the wind barrier, producing an odd scraping sound. However, the force was merely diminished. It still managed to strike. Irina stepped back slightly, using her staff to parry the incoming attack, though. The false Irina raised an eyebrow. Not bad. How about this, then? The false Irina retracted her sword, swiftly spinning in her hand, launching another fierce assault toward Irina. Omnipotent spirit of the winds, heed my call. Transform into a resilient wall and shield me from danger. faced with this new onslaught. Irina repeated her previous incantation without alteration. The transparent wind barrier encircled her once more, but this time, Irina cried out in pain that a gash extended from her left hand to her shoulder. Had it been any closer, it might have reached her neck. Using the same spell, you look down on me, don't you? The false Irina grinned, brandishing her bloodied silver sword as strong, truly formidable. Irina grimaced, clutching her wounded shoulder. But this isn't like her at all. So confident, and she would never speak like that. Give up, demon. The false Irina dragged her sword, her face contorted in disgust. I've dealt with your kind far too often. She raised her sword again, advancing on the injured Irina. Great spirit of the earth. Irina attempted to chant, but as soon as she began, the blade was already upon her. When sword met staff, sparks flew. Irina leaned on her staff, stumbling back several steps before barely regaining her footing. She couldn't bear to imagine what would have happened if she had wielded that shorter weapon. Humph. The false Irina snorted. The slender sword began its relentless assault. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, diagonal thrusts, each strike shifting in intensity, each move carried by a fierce gust of wind. The sound of sword and staff clashing echoed as Irina, ultimately a mage, began to falter against the barrage of close-quarters combat. This isn't looking good. Outside the high walls, Goros turned to Green. You didn't just pick her randomly, did you? Actually, I did, Green replied nonchalantly. Then why do you call her the Destined One? Who told you to call her that? If I were you, I would call her a mere tool. Watching the molten lava, Green's tone remained devoid of emotion. What is fueling that reflection? The supreme inferno. Good grief, so it was you who stole it. Green suddenly displayed a profound emotional shift. Did you ever consider the consequences of stealing such an artifact? Not my concern. I'm dead anyway, Goros replied, utterly indifferent. And just to clarify, it's no longer whole. It's now the Supreme Inferno Damaged Edition. Regardless, it's yours afterwards. If you're interested, you might collect the fragments and perhaps restore it. Restore? Not a chance. Green waved his hand dismissively. Well, broken is broken, Goros continued. Aren't you supposed to build some tower to monitor the void? This could serve as a power source. That is a viable option. The two demons bantered back and forth, completely oblivious to Irina's suffering on the altar. Blood dripped down. Irina leaned on her staff, panting heavily. Observing her opponent, the girl felt an inexplicable sensation. Her body could execute such exquisite swordsmanship. Her wounds were multiplying that if this continued. Irina bit her lip, but her opponent's speed was overwhelming. Chanting took too long. With such a fierce onslaught, she found no opportunity. Though you resemble me, your skill is merely this level. Upon witnessing Irina's despondency, the imposter Irina began to mock her. Is this truly your level? Irina's grip tightened around her staff, the brilliant flames illuminating her profile. O ferocious fire, I beseech you. As the opponent surged forward with both sword and body, the slender blade quivered, tracing an arc in the air akin to a brushstroke. The flames were extinguished, and with that, Irina was sent hurtling away. Ugh. Irina curled up on the ground in agony. The disparity between the two was insurmountable. The opponent's steps were steady, every movement executed with impeccable precision. Meanwhile, as a mage, she was unable to conjure a single spell. The girl felt her mind drifting, memories flooding back like a torrential downpour. This sense of helplessness, it mirrored that fateful rainy night. The imposter Irina approached the girl, raising her sword. You wish to perish like this? A voice suddenly emerged from within her. I have no desire to engage in lofty discourse with you. You must either die or embrace power. A dark crimson glow materialized before Irina. She was not ready to die. At least, not in such a place. Gritting her teeth, Irina extended her hand to grasp the orb of light. Was this trial not yet concluded? Is it not a form of cheating to present her with such power prematurely? Who else could this strength be bestowed upon? Surely not me. Whether given early or late, what difference does it make? Green shrugged. This is against the rules. We are not a race that adheres to rules. The imposter Irina replied with a raised eyebrow. Instinctively sensing danger emanating from the dark crimson light, Irina reacted just in time to find it already in her grasp. The light melded into her body, yet it appeared nothing had changed. Indeed, such a pitiful demon, even if endowed with power, was of no consequence. Raising her sword, the impostor Irina swung down decisively. The altar trembled violently. The powerful blow sending the impostor Irina reeling. Huh. Irina leaned on her staff as she rose, the tip still radiating the lingering warmth of fire magic. We do not yield to flames. The fires of hell arise because of us. An ancient voice echoed in her ears. The moment the light merged with her body, Irina grasped the name of this newfound power. Ignition of the scorching. Thud, thud. The sound of rapid footsteps approached. The previous attack had not inflicted significant harm on the impostor Irina. After a slight adjustment, she resolutely struck again. The surging sword energy swept through everything around, even causing the bricks of the altar to emit sharp, cracking sounds. Wait! Irina panicked. She still had not grasped the nature of this power. Prepare to die. The impostor Irina's expression bore no trace of mercy. This strike seemed to stir the very air around her. The razor-sharp sword force indicating that she would afford Irina no further chances. The slender sword erupted with a silvery brilliance, carving an arc through the air. Irina raised her staff and closed her eyes. The pain was not as intense as she had imagined. Upon reopening her eyes, Irina was taken aback. The entire world had fallen silent. The sword that should have descended suddenly halted, as if an invisible hand gripped it tightly in the air. No, it was not just the sword. Even the impostor Irina, holding the blade, had come to an abrupt standstill, her expression frozen in place, like a statue destined to remain unchanged. Magma is the blood of this world. Through it, we can glimpse the revelations of existence. Such information suddenly appeared in Irina's mind. What does this mean? Has this transformation occurred due to the ignition of the scorching? Gazing at her surroundings, Irina seemed to comprehend. The towering walls of magma now resembled shattered mirrors, projecting fragments of images to this the revelation. Staring at the magma walls, Irina's expression turned to one of astonishment. The reason was simple. These images depicted her battles against the impostor Irina. Within them, some showed her choosing to evade the strike, only to fail. Others depicted her attempting to cast spells, yet before she could even utter an incantation, she had already become a corpse. Still others revealed her, as she was now, trying to withstand the attack with her staff, only to be cleaved in two along with it. Irina continued to observe the other images. The subsequent visions bore striking similarities. They mainly differed in evasive maneuvers, varying spells attempted, and even the stances she adopted while bracing with her staff. Yet the outcome was almost invariably the same. Why did they all end in death? Irina's face contorted in horror. Does this revelation imply that there is no escape for her? Wait. Irina glanced at an image in the lower left corner. The impostor Irina charged at her. As usual, she unleashed a spell unlike any Irina had ever witnessed, and yet she survived. Wasn't she still doomed? How could she cast a spell she had never seen before? The environment began to heat up, and that vision transformed into a wave of heat, surging directly toward Irina. Prepare to die. Time resumed its flow, and the impostor Irina's sword lunged toward her once more. Body of the Inferno. An intensity of heat erupted in that instant. The impostor Irina felt her insides boiling as if in a pot of water, and she quickly retreated, only to expel a mouthful of blood with a splat. So this is how it is. She wiped the blood from her lips. At last, you reveal your true form, demon. You are the true demon here. Irina attempted to argue with the impostor Irina. Yet, truth be told, her current appearance lacked any semblance of persuasiveness. Her sapphire-like eyes had turned crimson. The hem of her robe appeared singed with flecks of embers. Sinister red light swirled around her, and her staff resembled charred coal. Even if one did not label her a demon, she certainly bore the semblance of someone entwined with hell. Moreover, the most ironic aspect was that the silver cross adorning her chest remained perfectly intact. You seem to possess some influence in hell, the impostor Irina continued. This time, she appeared determined to strike without further ado. Before you die, tell me the whereabouts of a demon. Who? Irina had intended to continue asserting that she was not a demon. However, upon recalling that this being was, in fact, a creation of demons, one that would not believe her, She simply relinquished her stance and followed the imposter's lead. Its name is Green. Irina's face immediately contorted in confusion. Why do you mention this name? The demon of annihilation. Why would I bring up that name? The imposter Irina's face twisted into a snarl, her voice laced with fury. It caused my father's death, my brother's demise, and, subsequently, even my friends perished. I have no brother, and I have no friends. Not only was Irina baffled, but even Green outside was equally perplexed. What's going on? Green turned to Goros. Why does this creature bear a grudge against me? You must know that this imposter Irina was not merely conjured at random. Goros replied, scratching his head. We had to find some prototype. Otherwise, it would be difficult to manage. Who did you source? I infused a bit of Zola into her. No wonder she holds a grudge against me, that I will kill him, that on the altar. The imposter Irina continued her tirade. If you possess any shred of conscience, tell me where he is, that I will not disclose that to you. Irina raised her staff, aiming it at the false Irina. Ha, I truly shouldn't waste my breath on a demon. Witnessing Irina's demeanor, the false Irina swung her sword to the side. Die. This was essentially a battle of disadvantage, trapping a sorceress in a cage to engage in close combat with a warrior. It would be futile for anyone. However, Irina's gaze hardened. She was no longer the same. Fiery red flames clung to the tip of her staff and then shot forth like an arrow with a trailing blaze. Oomph! The false Irina snorted disdainfully, cleaving through the flames with her sword. Yet to her surprise, another flame surged toward her. Irina stood her ground, remaining remarkably calm even as the false Irina rushed closer, casting spells. Locking on, shooting, the motions of releasing spells flowed as smoothly as water, each fireball growing larger than the last. What was happening? The false Irina was somewhat bewildered. Did she truly not need any incantation to cast spells? Indeed, Irina had discovered that she could now cast spells without chanting, an ability seemingly bestowed by the awakening of the Inferno. Initially unnoticed by the girl, she realized this after her enlightenment. Limited to fire spells, she could unleash them freely without incantation. Some may not comprehend how terrifying this ability was. In truth, if Irina so wished, she could unleash 100 fireballs upon the false Irina in an instant. The only potential hindrance to her doing so would be the level of magical power within her. Simply put, her mana might not suffice for such a feat yet. This was already sufficient. She had once been utterly suppressed by her opponent, rendered powerless. Now, she could not only cast spells at will, but was also aided by her infernal body to regain mana in the molten environment. Boom! The false Irina cleaved through yet another fireball. Her abilities were undeniably formidable. The act of slicing through spells with a sword was something most warriors could not achieve and would instead endure passive blows. You will still perish, demon. The cleaved fireball retained its potency, and despite being scorched and charred, the false Irina continued to issue threats. Once I close the distance, your doom is sealed. Faced with such a version of herself, Irina felt no need to respond. The charge of the fireball reached its zenith, the red flames on the staff coalescing into a tangible form. Light erupted forth. Irina extended her staff forward, a colossal fireball, defying reason, howled into existence. It was so immense that even the false Irina could not cleave it apart. Boom! The entire cavern trembled. The spell's might erupted from within, engulfing the dust and completely consuming the false Irina. I essed over. Gazing at the scene before her, Irina exhaled in relief. Such a powerful fireball could not be withstood by anyone resembling her. Finally, she had vanquished this imposter. Not yet. The reflection roared, bloodied, bursting forth from the dust. With a sharp clang, a silver rapier clashed against the staff, sending sparks flying. It was already over. Outside the magma, Goros confirmed the outcome. At the very least, this girl proved to be capable. If she had lost after receiving a boon, it would have been a tremendous embarrassment. And no worries. If she suffered disgrace, I would help her reclaim it. How would I do that? Revive her, erase her memories, and have her fight again. Quite fitting for your style. Goros gave a thumbs up. So, this trial concludes, and you are... Yes, I am essentially retired now. You are still quite young. Have you considered working for a few more years? Are you even speaking human language? Goros chuckled. After all, being a lingering soul, the foundation of one's existence is gone, and disappearing is only natural. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Indeed, let me think, Goros pondered. Well, there's an old acquaintance of yours in a nearby dungeon. Why are there so many of my old acquaintances everywhere? Who told you to be so adept at surviving? I've been dead for thousands of years, yet you still live on. Goros shrugged, and to this point, I could probably grab someone with a name, and they would be your acquaintance. So, who is it? Green once again retrieved a cigarette from a corpse and lit. I don't know. I'm about to retire, so you should find out for yourself. Damn it. Are you teasing me? Ha ha ha. Rest assured. This time it's not one of our colleagues. A moment of silence fell between the two. Who killed you? Puffing on a cigarette, Green initiated the conversation. Does it even matter? It does. Giant throat. Goros paused. If all goes well, you might have crossed paths with it. Don't push yourself. If I had, I would not have survived this long. Indeed, you're the one I trust the most. Goros gazed at the cave ceiling. Others, enough. We are a bunch of demons, not humans suffering from depression. Green waved his hand impatiently to go on and take a rest. So, shall I leave? Go ahead, go ahead. Green kept waving his hand. Then, farewell, my friend. Goros's crimson form transformed into specks of red light, ultimately condensing into a red shard that fell into Green's hand. Blue smoke rose. Green squatted alone in the corner of the cave, smoking. Yes, farewell, my friend. You were so annoying. With the aid of her infernal body, Irina and the false Irina were locked in a stalemate. In fact, not only did the infernal body restore her mana, but also partially elementalized the user's body. This not only enhanced her physical resistance, but also augmented her strength. You are no different, the false Irina shouted defiantly. She admitted she had somewhat underestimated her opponent, but at this distance, even the most exceptional mage would be of no use. The blade shimmered as she struck several times in rapid succession. Now, watching Irina's movements, the false Irina seized the opportunity. The sword was drawn from the side, its edge gleaming with deadly intent. The victor was already determined. Bang! The stone shattered, and the false Irina stared blankly at the empty ground before her. Are you looking for me? On the other side of the altar, Irina wore a smile. Flames erupted. After a period of spell casting, a spell capable of teleporting the caster a short distance was unleashed. Upon the completion of the spell, Irina was instantaneously freed. Phew! The girl inhaled deeply. Raising her staff, blood-red patterns crawled across the charred surface, and the red magical particles continuously coalesced in the air, the blinding light intensifying. The surge of magic reaching its peak. This time, it would truly be the end. The surging flames transformed into a colossal wave, crashing toward her opponent like a furious tide. The high walls fell, and the magma gradually calmed. Standing atop the altar, Irina gazed at her own corpse, feeling an inexplicable strangeness. She had managed to kill herself. Right? This is a trial. She must have passed now, right? What about the reward? As that thought crossed her mind, Irina quickly shook her head. No. This is a demon's trial. She had been forcibly imbued with demonic power. How could she expect to receive any reward? The corpse began to dissipate. Just as Irina was still embroiled in her thoughts, it transformed into specks of black light and subsequently merged into the girl's body. A warm current spread through her limbs and bones. Irina suddenly snapped back to reality. What is happening? Gazing at the only remaining slender sword on the ground, the girl was struck by an overwhelming sense of familiarity. She stepped forward to pick up the sword and then swung it vigorously forward. The slender blade traced a beautiful arc through the air. This sensation, Irina felt a surge of excitement as she began to wield the sword. The friction between the blade and the air produced a whistling sound, and the silver light flickered, almost as if it were dancing. How magnificent! It was exactly like that counterfeit. She had truly executed such exquisite swordsmanship with her own body. Was this the reward from the demon? It felt rather delightful, didn't it? The seemingly contradictory Irina secured the slender sword at her waist and began searching for Green's figure. That guy, looking at the man crouched in the corner of the cave. Irina wore an expression of discontent. She had been fighting for her life inside, while he remained so leisurely outside. Most importantly, it was entirely Green's fault that she found herself in such a predicament. Green! Irina rushed over. No matter what, She had to reprimand him properly. Ah, Irina, are you all right? Green stood up, visibly agitated. I am truly sorry. It was a misjudgment on my part. I never anticipated that the altar could still be activated. The man's face was filled with guilt. Upon seeing his expression, the words Irina had intended to say evaporated instantly. I'm fine. After a prolonged silence, the girl finally stammered out that single phrase. That's good. Green seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. After the altar was activated, I remained outside, studying it in hopes of rescuing you. However, the magma was unbearably hot. I could not approach it at all. What did you encounter inside? Encountered what? Irina panicked, desperately trying to force a smile that appeared somewhat awkward. She had encountered a demon and accepted its malevolent power. Such matters were absolutely intolerable. The more she pondered, the more frightened she became. What kind of abhorrence would Green display if he discovered the truth? She did not wish for him to look at her that way. Therefore, she must never let him know. I met an angel inside. An angel? Green exhibited a look of astonishment. Yes, it was an old grandpa angel. Irina nervously intertwined her fingers, beginning to fabricate a story. She told him that the altar was used to suppress a very evil existence. And then, he shared a story with me. And then just flew away. Oh, I see. Green wore a curious smile. What a flimsy tale. You were quite fortunate. Had you encountered a demon's altar, it would have been disastrous. Ha ha, indeed. Gulp. An untimely sound emerged, causing Irina's face to flush instantly. Are you hungry? Green raised an eyebrow. The girl appeared somewhat bashful. She had only eaten a bit of bread left by the man in the morning. She had no money for lunch, and after fighting her doppelganger for so long, she had exhausted too much energy. No worries, Green smiled gently. Then let us find something to eat here, by the side of the magma. Green held a bloodied staff. Fat dripped down to the tip of the staff. Some unknown meat sizzled over the magma, releasing an enticing aroma. By the way, Irina, would you like to change your clothes? Green suddenly spoke. Why should I change clothes? Take a look at your appearance. The girl lowered her head to inspect herself. The robe was nearly burned to shreds, covered in knife marks and scorched holes from spells. Her delicate skin was exposed, with certain parts barely concealed beneath the tattered clothing. Irina quickly shielded herself with her arm. Green, don't look. Perhaps it was due to the heat, but she had not realized it until now. Rest assured, I will not look. Green's gaze remained fixed on the staff, and he had indeed not intentionally looked at her. To be honest, he was more inclined to tease Irina and continue probing the previous question. Did you have a scuffle with the grandpa angel? If you wish to change, then go ahead and use this. Green tossed a set of clothes over. Where did these clothes come from? Irina picked them up. They were indeed garments meant for women. That a strong smell of blood wafted towards her. All right, now I understand where they came from. Despite her reluctance, the girl ultimately retreated to the side to change. Sticky and uncomfortable, with blood on them and the size not quite right. Irina returned, clutching the old clothing, her expression one of deep discontent. Little one, this isn't the tailor's shop. Anything you can find will do just fine. Green waved his hand dismissively. Once we return, I will buy you new ones. Really. Indeed, consider an apology for this time. Green raised the staff, inspecting the color of the meat at the tip. It should be about ready. Eat up. Green handed the staff to Irina. After receiving it, the girl took a small bite. Delicious. Stars sparkled in Irina's eyes. The fat was rich and aromatic, the meat tenderized to perfection, with a gentle bite. The abundant juices burst forth in her mouth. Even without any seasoning, the pure essence of the meat was utterly irresistible. So delightful. It must be noted that even though Irina was currently in dire straits, she had once been a young noblewoman. For her to express such admiration, the culinary skills involved could not have been lacking. Green, were you a chef before? Sort of, Green replied, resting his hands on his knees while staring at the bubbling magma before him. I often attended barbecue parties in the past, and over time, I honed my skills. Truly impressive. The girl continued munching, seemingly oblivious to her ladylike demeanor. What kind of meat is this? I feel like I've never eaten anything like it. The thigh of a corpse. PFF. Irina spat it out. Just kidding, it's ordinary beast meat, scavenged from those corpses. Stop messing with me like this. I will get angry. The girl looked quite displeased. All right, I understand. Green stood up and walked to the center of the altar, as if retrieving something from within. Hurry and finish eating, so we can find our way back. Water dripped onto the ground. Mist enveloped them as the two ascended the sloping tunnel. There were still many corpses of the witch cult surrounding them. Yet Irina felt no fear whatsoever. Dressed in the clothes of the dead, wielding the staff of the deceased, and consuming the flesh of the fallen. Even in a sense, the sword she now bore at her waist was also a relic of the dead. She had become numb to it all. Speaking of which, earlier, when leaving the altar area, Green had done something that puzzled Irina. The man had found a stone and erected a rudimentary gravestone there. When she inquired, he said it was for the members of the witch cult. There were far too many witches that died there, weren't there? What was the point of setting one up? It was incomprehensible. Irina, by the way, I haven't asked you yet. Green, walking ahead, began to speak. Before joining my team, what were you like? My past. Irina's heart skipped a beat, and a look of embarrassment flickered across her face. Ultimately, she had broached this topic. I was once a child of a noble family. It was evident your demeanor bore the hallmarks of noble etiquette, Green remarked, only to notice Irina's uneasy expression. It must have been quite difficult to become who you are now. If you prefer not to continue, you needn't. Irina paused, exhaling a sigh of relief. She had initially resolved to force herself to speak. Slightly lifting her dress, the girl hurried to catch up with the man. And you, Green, what was your past like? To break the somewhat tense silence, Irina took the initiative to ask me. What past could I possibly have, but that of a mere watch seller? Green replied with a smile. Is that truly all? What about before that? Irina pressed further. Their first encounter had been in Green's watch shop. Back then, he had been reticent, devoid of any anger, a stark contrast to the man before her now. Could it be that the long-established watch shop, the pressure from his family, had left the air yearning for freedom? Irina's imagination conjured a dramatic family saga. Green, have I inadvertently touched upon a sore spot? As her thoughts spiraled, fear crept in, and an apologetic expression graced Irina's face. Despite sharing a similar scar, Green had chosen to evade his own. Green found her reaction rather perplexing. No, I am not some tragic figure lamenting my fate. Let me think, he mused, placing a hand on his forehead and halting his stride. That was ages ago. I was mingling with a group of friends in another place. However, some incidents transpired, leading to rifts among us. And some departed. Departed? Where did they go? Irina inquired curiously. To far, distant lands. Travel. Indeed, they all went traveling, leaving me behind. How utterly dreadful. Irina exclaimed indignantly, envisioning a scenario where Green was ostracized by his childhood companions. Why didn't they take you with them? Did you not protest? Protest? Ha ha ha. Green chuckled, patting Irina's head. Isn't it rather ungenerous to cling on when it's time to bid farewell? Irina shielded her head with her hands. Green, I assure you, I would never behave like your friends. I believe you. You certainly wouldn't. Green winked, resuming his ascent towards the cave's mouth. What is this place? Standing at the cavern's entrance, Irina's face lit up with excitement. The shattered cavern ceiling and the cracked floor were remnants of the lair of the two ferocious beasts they had previously encountered. It seemed such a dilapidated abode would hardly be appealing to those two creatures. Relying on his memory, Green traversed through the cavern, returning to the passage where he had once acted alongside Black Scythe. Irina, we can retrace our steps from here. The girl nodded eagerly. Just then, unsettling sounds emerged. My sense of direction is indeed impeccable. 6 fully armed individuals emerged from the opposite side. This wretched place was not only damp, but also dreary. Finally, they could return. Brandon wore a familiar grin. However, upon spotting Green and Irina, his expression darkened. What is going on? These two are still alive? His face clouded with suspicion. It made no sense. How could these two novices survive without Black Scythe's protection? He was well aware of his subordinates' actions, yet he had tacitly approved them. The underground city was indeed a lawless realm. Just as his 2 slain teammates had met their demise, the death of 2 outsiders would hardly raise eyebrows. Who could say how they perished? Later, Brandon could easily return to the guild and claim that these 2 had disregarded orders and met their end at the hands of monsters. He might even receive a reward for it. But now, These two were still alive. If they returned, they could expose Black Scythe's deeds. This posed a significant problem. "Greetings, my Black Scythe brethren," Green called out, arms crossed, leading the way. "Green brothers, I can't believe you've actually survived." Brandon swiftly shifted his demeanor, his face breaking into a delighted smile. "I was genuinely worried about you. I searched this wretched place for you for ages and couldn't find you. Now I can finally breathe easy." "Indeed, thanks to you. Were it not for that spectacular route you took, we might not have made it out at all," Green replied, his expression laced with sarcasm. "Green brothers, you must understand the predicament we Black Scythe face." Brandon continued to smile. "After all, in such a crisis, any action taken for survival is justifiable. Did I hire you for a handsome fee to sell me out?" Green countered. "What handsome fee? Do you not know? Was it possible that these two novices had paid to enter? That would mean they were effectively hiring us for protection, right?" Upon hearing Green's words, the other members of Black Scythe began to murmur among themselves. "Enough," Brandon shouted. "Green brothers, we are all intelligent individuals here, so I will speak plainly. Let bygones be bygones. I do not wish for anyone to learn of what transpired here. Absolutely not, after such sordid deeds. You expect us to assist in covering it up?" Irina exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. "Once we return to the guild, I will surely expose you." Brandon's gaze sharpened, fixated on Green. "Green brothers, I await your response. Does my response hold any significance?" Green replied indifferently. "How could it not? The words of a mere girl carry no weight." Brandon laughed. "Ultimately, the one whose opinion matters is you, Green brothers. Then my response is this. Upon returning to the guild, I will indeed expose you to—" "Oh." The man narrowed his eyes, seemingly unfazed. "I never anticipated such a choice from you. Green brothers, look at the situation. This is hardly a wise decision. That I stated from the outset that my response was inconsequential." Green's gaze seemed to penetrate Brandon's facade. "What do you mean by letting it go?" "It is merely a guise for a more convenient betrayal. After all, you have no means to restrain us from speaking out. So, from the very beginning, you intended to strike, did you not?" "Ha ha." Brandon was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Indeed, a truly clever individual. I find myself increasingly fond of you, Green brothers. Were it not for my superiors forcibly assigning me these imbecilic teammates, I would genuinely consider forming a team with you." "Brandon, what do you mean?" a member behind him exclaimed. "What do you mean? Damn it, the mask has already been torn off. Are you still oblivious?" Brandon glared at them in exasperation. "You fools have not said a single sensible word. Now, act, give it up. Perhaps I can make your death a tad more merciful." Brandon cast a glance at Irina. Before him, 6 fully armed individuals closed in around her. Irina tightened her grip on the staff she held, her expression grave. The situation was overwhelmingly disadvantageous. This desperate predicament might compel her to resort to that malevolent power once more. Initially, she had no intention of employing it again. She harbored no illusions about the benevolence of demons. Such formidable power inevitably came at a cost, and she was utterly oblivious to the price she had paid. Should she recklessly wield it, she risked becoming a mere puppet of that demon. Most importantly, Irina bit her lip. She did not wish to invoke it before Green. She did not want the man to witness her harnessing the power of darkness. Therefore, "Green," Irina turned and called out loudly to the man. After much contemplation, she resolved to let Green escape first, determined to hold off the actions of the Black Scythe even without resorting to that power. However, as she looked at the spot where the man had stood moments ago, it was now conspicuously empty. Where did he go? Damn that guy. He abandoned his comrades faster than we did. A burly man from the Black Scythe's ranks pointed towards a nearby tunnel. "What should we do?" "Captain, that fellow has just bolted. He cannot be allowed to escape." Brandon narrowed his eyes. This was not merely an act of abandoning allies. That man was astute, aware that staying here was tantamount to awaiting death, thus seeking to return to the guild for reinforcements. Strangely, Brandon's words offered some comfort to Irina. "Gunther, Yolan, you two must pursue him immediately. He cannot be allowed to live." "Understood." The two responded in unison before dashing towards the tunnel. Next, Brandon turned, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Little girl, for against one. Even as a mage, your chances of victory are non-existent. Meanwhile, Green stood in a spacious chamber, watching the two familiar figures rush toward him. In truth, Green was rather astonished. The two pursuing him were acquaintances, particularly the rogue named Yolen, who had somehow survived despite being crippled by goblins. Observing the bandages on his arm, it seemed his wounds were nearly healed. He must have realized he couldn't escape, hence he chose to stop. Upon seeing Green standing there, Yolen scoffed. "Who told you I was running away?" Green tilted his head slightly. He was merely providing Irina with a stage. "Tough talk is futile." Yolen's expression darkened. "Kid, I ask you, when I was battling the goblins, was there an issue with the protection you offered me?" "Yes, indeed," Green admitted without hesitation, "that I intentionally compromised your protection." "Very well," Yolen chuckled, his demeanor menacing, "that I will ensure you experience the torment of being driven to death." Gunther's staff erupted with light, a massive fireball hurtling towards Green. The stones from the cave ceiling shattered. "And dust filled the air. What are you doing?" Yolen shouted angrily at Gunther upon witnessing this. This worthless fool, taking him out in one blow. Why waste time? Gunther, clad in his robe, wore a disdainful expression. "If you wish to torture him, do so with his corpse. I'm leaving." Wait. Are you really just leaving?" Green stepped through the dust, emerging unscathed. Not a single burn marked his body. Even the dust had failed to cling to him. "Just as you said, if you are this worthless, it truly is disappointing." A broad smile adorned Green's face. The two were left speechless. "Did you miss?" Yolen turned to Gunther, bewildered. "It seems I did indeed make a mistake." Gunther's expression soured. But this time, it wouldn't happen again. Magic began to coalesce once more, and Gunther's robe fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind. "What are you doing?" Yolen sensed the impending danger and hastily ducked aside. "Gunther, don't cast a spell if you're going to hit me too. Who do you think you are, daring to question such a magnificent mage?" Gunther levitated, his expression terrifying. "You will come to regret this." Lightning crackled. The power of thunder descended, gathering in my palm, unleashing your boundless wrath to obliterate all who dare challenge me. Die. Threads of electricity coalesced into a colossal torrent of energy, crashing toward Green. The already shattered chamber erupted once more. Fragments of stone were reduced to dust. The shockwave from the spell nearly toppled Yolen, who had taken refuge nearby. "It is over." Gunther nodded in satisfaction. Such an arrogant individual deserved this fate. "What? You say he might still be alive?" "Impossible. He is a gold-tier mage, and that thunderous spell was his full force strike. It could be said that even a mithril-tier powerhouse might struggle to withstand it, let alone this mere bronze-tier priest. The only pity is this spell was far too powerful. The opponent was likely reduced to nothingness. I truly wish to witness the expression of fear and terror on his face before he perished." "Very well, let us return." Gunther dusted himself off and turned to leave. A voice emerged from the dust. "You call yourself worthless, yet why are you so agitated?" Green stepped forth once more, a broad grin on his face. Even cleaner than before. "Gunther." "Yolen, did you miss again?" Yolen turned to Gunther. "Impossible. Just now." Gunther's eyes widened in shock as he saw the man draw a gun from behind his back, and an overwhelming sense of danger surged through his body. Every hair on his skin seeming to stand on end in that moment. "Shield of Earth, surround me. Fend off the enemy's assault, and keep me safe." The man hastily began to chant. The dust in the air seemed to be drawn in, rapidly gathering around Gunther, ultimately forming a solid earthen wall. "Phew!" Gunther exhaled in relief. Although he couldn't fathom why he felt such a sense of danger, he thought he should be safe now. Observing the sudden appearance of the earthen wall, Green tilted his head. He pulled the trigger. The sturdy wall was almost instantly torn asunder. Yolen stood frozen, aghast, as he watched his comrade's head explode like a watermelon. "What is happening?" Yolen was left dumbfounded. "My significant ally was taken out with a single shot?" The man's mind raced. "Kid, you are indeed extraordinary." Taking a deep breath, Yolen regarded Green with a serious expression. "You deceived me, claiming it was merely a decoration. That gun of yours is quite impressive. Indeed, this gun was crafted specifically for me by Loherd." Green did not lie in response to Yolen's inquiry. As expected, everything now made sense. Master Loherd of the Dwarven race. The highest level craftsman of the Eternal Empire. Every item produced by his hands was nothing short of exceptional. And this gun, Yolan scrutinized the appearance of the Demon Slayer. Such formidable power could very well be a secret model from the Eternal Empire. I wonder where this kid procured it. Does he have noble relatives in the Eternal Empire? As he pondered, a sudden glimmer of greed flickered across Yurang's face. Indeed, danger and profit often coexist, since this gun is of a secret research model. It surely has not circulated beyond the Eternal Empire. Therefore, it must be an exceedingly valuable item. If I can obtain it, I shall never want for food and drink in this lifetime. My boy, with that gun in your possession, you would stride confidently in the realm of refined gold. Yurang spoke to Green that I have now changed my mind, since my dear captain is not particularly honorable. Why not engage in a trade? Not interested, Green replied without hesitation. So, you prefer to drink the bitter wine of refusal rather than the sweet wine of acceptance? Yurang sneered at D. Oh, you truly think that by merely possessing that gun, you are invincible? He had come to terms with it. Such a powerful weapon must surely be accompanied by numerous drawbacks. For instance, its ammunition capacity. The material of the gun cannot sustain such formidable firepower in rapid succession. Hence it must have a limited magazine. Green's immediate reloading after dispatching Gunter confirmed this. This gun likely fires only a single shot at a time. Of course, Yurang conceded that even a single shot could be a burden too great for his life to bear. But alas, you have crossed paths with me. No matter how powerful the gun, if it cannot hit its target, it holds no significance whatsoever. And he, after all, was the master of speed, drawing the dagger from his side. Yurang's figure began to shimmer, as if phasing in and out of reality. Allow me to showcase my unparalleled speed. With a thunderous stomp, the man propelled himself into the air. His speed was astonishing, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Come on, Yurang cackled. Try to hit me with that gun. Is this truly your speed? Green exclaimed in shock. Huh. Did you expect otherwise, boy? Observing Green's expression, Yurang felt increasingly confident. No matter how quickly you aim, can you surpass me in swiftness? That remains to be seen. Such speed should still be achievable, ditto. Yurang's figure became even more ethereal. Allow me to demonstrate my utmost velocity. The air crackled with the sound of compression. The man accelerated further, leaving no traces of his presence in the air. Ha ha ha. Aim. If you do not aim soon, I shall be upon you to end your life. Green raised his gun and pulled the trigger. The wall erupted in a violent explosion. Indeed, Yurang felt a surge of joy that he had not been hit. This time, the boy was as good as dead. He would not grant him a chance to reload. Boom! Another section of the wall shattered. Just as Yurang prepared to strike, he felt a flicker of relief. Phew! It turns out to be a double shot. I nearly fell victim to this boy's trickery. Boom! The already shattered wall erupted once more. Boom, 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 boom. Are you a machine gun or something? Yurang evaded frantically. This cannot continue indefinitely. He was there pulling the trigger while he fought desperately to escape. It was time to take the initiative. The man's hawk-like gaze scrutinized Green, searching for a flaw in his shooting. Meanwhile, Green's firing seemed to slow down. Now, Yurang seized upon a moment of hesitation from his opponent. All his remaining strength coalesced in his body. In an instant, he darted like a specter behind Green. That I let you enjoy shooting for so long. Gazing at Green's unguarded back, Yurang revealed a sinister smile. D. The silver blade erupted with a blinding radiance. Thud. The man collapsed in response. The dagger fell away, carried by inertia. Such flare. Observing the man's lifeless body, Green rested the gun on his shoulder. Luckily, my skills are superior. Roar. A familiar sound resonated, and the ground trembled. Still holding a grudge? You two haven't left, why? It seems the sounds of battle have drawn them back. Green beheld the two ferocious Kragthuths before him. Their bodies slick and devoid of fur, reduced to mere skin. Roar. Upon spotting Green, the two brutal Kragthuths charged as if they had seen their sworn enemy. Their massive claws raised high, they descended with great force. How bothersome! You two. Green stowed his gun, clenched his fists, and charged directly at them. Flesh and blood flew as the Kragthuth's claws shattered upon impact. The proud hide of this creature provided no defense. And the immense force continued up its arm until it tore the entire body apart, In the blink of an eye, the once living Cracktooth was reduced to a puddle of gore. And you? Green rotated his wrist, glancing at the other Cracktooth, which had raised its claw, seemingly frozen in shock. Are you going to join in as well? Roar. The remaining Cracktooth seemed to wilt. IT lowered its claws and knelt on the ground. Whimpering like a dog, a cowardly creature. Indeed. The man shook his head. Observing the gruesome scene around him, Green suddenly realized a critical issue. Damn, that was too swift. I have nothing left to do now. Forget it. I shall sneak back to spy on that side. When Green stealthily returned, the tension on both sides was palpable. Irina stood her ground. A whistling sound pierced the air as an arrow flew straight towards her. As the arrow struck the solid wall, the girl sidestepped and avoided it. You've never killed anyone, have you, little girl? Brandon struck his shield with his sword, his eyes gleaming with malice. I can see you're as lost as a fawn caught in the headlights. A bunch of scoundrels. Irina gritted her teeth, surveying the crowd before her. Aside from the thieves and mages pursuing Green, there stood the warrior Brandon, a thief, and 2 rangers. Facing 4 foes alone was indeed an almost impossible task, particularly when their adventure levels far surpassed her own. However, Green had already fled. Now, even if she unleashed the power of a demon, she had no reservations. Body of purgatory. The girl cried out, unleashing an extreme heat once more. The temperature within the cavern skyrocketed, reminiscent of a sweltering summer day. This is quite remarkable. Brandon observed Irina, her body shimmering with embers, wielding a charred staff, his face betraying surprise. I thought you were merely an ordinary mage. But it seems you possess a subclass. What kind of subclass is this? A sorcerer or an elemental wielder? Clearly, the man mistook the power emanating from Irina for something entirely different. You need not know. Irina was disinterested in conversing further with Brandon. Raising her staff without incantation, a fireball spiraled towards the ranger behind Brandon. Humph, just a little trick. Brandon dashed to the ranger's side, using his shield to block the spell. Do you think you're the only one with a subclass? Allow me to show you my power. The sword embedded itself in the ground. The man, brandishing his shield, let out a thunderous roar. Form ranks. The crimson radiance blossomed from the shield, and soon, apart from Irina, an ethereal shield manifested around each individual, slowly rotating about them. The soldier, Green, sat nearby, instantly recognizing the source of this ability. The subclass, in truth, is not particularly rare. It is an extension of the primary profession, typically manifesting as an enhanced version of a specific ability of the main class. There are only 2 ways to acquire a subclass, through the inheritance of knowledge from books or direct mentorship. In other words, if one desires it, obtaining a subclass is not particularly difficult. The true challenge lies in those specific or unique subclasses. Take, for instance, the demon sorcerer, a quintessential subclass of the mage, deriving power through communion with demons. A specialization of the mage's contract abilities. However, its defining characteristic is that it cannot be passed down through texts. It necessitates a mentor for guidance, coupled with the inherently sinister nature of this subclass. It is exceedingly rare at AS for the soldier subclass of Brandon. Let us say that if Green were to recruit a few warriors from the streets, it would not be surprising if 3 out of 5 possessed it. It is a standard martial subclass. In comparison to the rich array of abilities found in other subclasses, its powers are lamentably scarce. Indeed, it possesses only one that the shield IT bestows a protective barrier upon nearby allies, granting them resistance to all magical damage. Furthermore, the effectiveness of this ability intensifies with the increasing number of soldiers. That IT is evident that this ability is designed for warfare. The creator of this subclass likely intended for simplicity, offering just this single capability, allowing a multitude of soldiers to charge the opposing mages with little ado. Therefore, Green observed the triumphant expression of Brandon on the battlefield, utterly perplexed by his pride. This is not particularly impressive. It merely indicates that this fellow has served in the military before. In contrast, there was indeed another individual present with a subclass. Green's gaze shifted to another ranger. This subclass is considerably rarer, the Windcaller. Originating from the Elven lineage, humans had previously dubbed this subclass the Elven Ranger. Of course, it is not a requirement for this subclass to be exclusively Elven. Many elves embody this subclass. However, following the extinction of the elves, the Windcaller subclass naturally faded alongside it. This individual is fortunate, though Green could only speculate from where he acquired it. Irina commenced her magical assault anew. Red flames coalesced into an arrow, which then shot forth with great velocity. What? The thief was caught unawares, directly struck by the projectile. The casting was astoundingly swift. The man grimaced, clutching his arm, even with the soldier's shield. It did not imply the absence of harm. It seems that this subclass is indeed formidable. But what use is it? Brandon, gripping his sword, charged directly toward Irina. Ridiculous. He is a high-ranking warrior of pure gold. This individual named Irina is merely of silver rank. And no matter how strong she may be, she is destined to fall beneath his war charge. The crimson fury surged like waves. Each step of the man echoed, as though a colossal beast were trampling the ground. Facing the advancing warrior, Irina exhibited no fear. Her garments billowed as if stirred by a wind, and she extended her hand, causing her very being to levitate. Incinerate. The magical energy surrounding her was abruptly drained. An oppressive inferno surged forth, and with a gentle push of her delicate hand, this terrifying heat radiated outward from the girl. This was a spell of pure gold caliber, in Green's dark pupils. The raging sea of flames was reflected. The former Irina would have never been capable of such a feat through sheer determination, coupled with the gifts bestowed by their demon benefactor. The girl had transcended her limits to unleash magic beyond her original capabilities. There was no hint of failure. It was a flawless incineration. One must admit. This young girl has indeed shown remarkable growth, that a sense of satisfaction graced Green's features, as the ruler of all professions. The mage's prowess is not to be taken lightly. Even with the shield, the four present would undoubtedly be left severely wounded, of course. All of this hinges on the assumption that the incineration can indeed strike true. Should that subclass be absent, perhaps this could have been a different outcome? Windfield. The man swiftly intoned, followed by a thunderous shout. Indeed, it was the Windcaller who had made his move that a green vortex of wind gathered around him. And soon the entire cavern was engulfed in a fierce tempest. The wind field collided with the incineration. Initially, they seemed evenly matched, but the roaring flames soon began to falter. This was hardly unexpected. It is well known that elves inhabit the forest realms, where the vegetation is dense. During the hot, dry summer months, forest fires are a commonplace occurrence. Elven rangers not only defend the forest from intruders, but also serve as firefighters. Thus, these Windcallers possess extraordinary skills in managing flames. Wandering arrow. The Windcaller struck again. His bow was drawn taut, and with the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, a silver arrow imbued with green radiance leapt forth. Green was all too familiar with this technique. It is not a ranger skill. This shot belongs to the Windcaller subclass. In years past, he and the prince had been pursued through the elven woods by a band of rangers wielding this very technique. Wind shield. In response to the approaching wandering arrow, Irina chanted, conjuring her most frequently employed defensive spell. Although it did not match the strength of the Windcaller's earlier Windfield, it was still formidable. The wandering arrow possesses explosive power. Utilizing a wind shield against such an arrow is somewhat inadequate. A defensive earth-based spell would serve better. As for why Irina did not employ it, Green surmised there may be deeper reasons. Perhaps she simply does not know earth magic. A cyclone swirled around the girl as the wandering arrow struck against it, continuously deflected by the wind shield. It proved futile. The arrow possesses a tracking function. The arrowhead burst forth with green light. As Green had anticipated, it automatically corrected its trajectory and pierced through the wind shield. Clang. The arrowhead collided with Irina's staff, and she managed to deflect it. Yet, this was not the end, for Brandon had closed the distance to Irina. The scarlet fury enveloped his sword. With a fierce roar, Brandon's sword descended, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder. The girl was surely doomed. In that moment, every member of the Black Scythe present held the same belief. A full-force strike from a warrior of pure gold left no chance of survival for such a fragile mage. The shockwave from the sword's energy reverberated through the air, sending dust swirling. However, just when everyone assumed it was over, Brandon's expression shifted. The sword did not descend. Sparks flew. Irina, wielding her slender sword, had blocked Brandon's full-force assault. This, observing the girl's impeccable sword stance, Brandon was left in a state of disbelief. Is she also a part-time warrior? This is none of your concern. Irina positioned her slender sword horizontally, thrusting it toward Brandon's shoulder. Damn. The blade pierced his shoulder, leaving it a gruesome mess, and a twisted expression overtook Brandon's face. She must not be allowed to live, that be why the gods. She is far too formidable. Should she grow further, killing her would be akin to slaying a mere dog, enduring the agony in his shoulder. Brandon prepared to continue his struggle with the girl. Yet despite his intentions, Irina seemed less inclined to prolong their engagement. Flames erupted around the girl, and in a flash, she teleported directly beside the wind caller. First, she would deal with this ranger. The shimmering blades surged forth with great velocity. The wind wielder reacted swiftly, and with a resounding bang, the slender sword clashed against the bow. You actually wield a sword. The wind wielder, much like Brandon, was utterly bewildered. This mage has forsaken spells, teleporting right up to engage in close combat. Taking a slight step back, Irina unsheathed her sword once more. The wind wielder, now forewarned, retreated, evading yet again. That it could be said that this strike had once again failed. However, that was of little consequence. Irina's swordsmanship was fundamentally distinct from Brandon's. Brandon's technique relied solely on brute force, emphasizing the suppression of his opponents through unparalleled strength. Unless they were evenly matched, the battle would typically conclude within 4 or 5 strikes. In contrast, Irina was different. Even with her training, she had developed an exquisite understanding of her swordplay. Her technique was characterized by speed, skill, and precision. If one strike failed, she would simply unleash another. The slender sword in Irina's grasp glimmered with a chilling silver light. The girl commenced her assault anew. Left thrust, right parry, diagonal slash. Each move faster and more vicious than the last. The wind wielder continuously retreated. With every evasive maneuver, he found his remaining escape routes increasingly constricted. Ultimately, he was left with no avenue for retreat. Ah! The wind wielder screamed. The sharp blade pierced his skin, blood gushing forth. How dare you, a lowly human, wound one as noble as I? A contorted expression marred the wind wielder's face. Ha! A large question mark appeared above Irina's head. You are not human. Elf, do you comprehend? Elf, the wind wielder's words dripped with venomous hatred. I am one who has inherited the legacy of the elves, a ranger of the wind wielders. My nobility and strength are far beyond what a wretched human like you could ever comprehend. Irina's gaze scrutinized the man once more. Are you out of your mind? You don't even have pointed ears. What a joke. Do you think lacking pointed ears disqualifies one from being an elf? The wind wielder's demeanor was one of disdain. My profession alone proves that I possess elven blood. What is a degenerate? It makes no difference. I have never had any fondness for those pointed ears. Raising her sword once more, Irina's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Just a bunch of arrogant, ancient fools. Oh, it is worth mentioning that when Irina died, her elven disguise was unveiled. However, after Green resurrected her, he placed it back upon her. Thus, this girl remains blissfully unaware that she could very well be the last pure-blooded elf in existence. And no matter. After all, this foolish child does not even know that she has died. She has always been in the dark. What does it matter if she remains so? You shall pay for your presumptuous words. The girl's declaration enraged the wind wielder that he drew a dagger from his waist, intent on retaliating. Elves are typically versatile fighters. As rangers of the wind wielders, they excel in both ranged and close combat. Thus, when this wind wielder opted for melee, the outcome was already sealed. He would undoubtedly perish at the hands of the true elf. Irina. The silver light surged upward, just as the wind wielder prepared to swing his dagger. Irina deftly knocked it aside. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl struck again. The slender sword traced an arc through the air. It seemed as though the very atmosphere was being cleaved apart at that instant. Accompanied by a swoosh, blood gushed forth as the man's throat was utterly devastated. He fell to the ground without a hint of struggle. Finally, one foe has been dealt with, Irina murmured, gazing at the fallen wind wielder. Eliminating this bothersome individual should make things considerably easier from here on out. You bastard! Upon witnessing the demise of his comrade, the rogue bellowed. However, his shout only served to draw Irina's attention. He was not far off, perfectly positioned as the next target to be dispatched. Flame wave. The girl raised her hand, magic gathering once more. The surroundings instantly transformed into a sea of fire, a surging wave of heat crashing forward. Magic resistance cloak. The rogue's magic surged around him. The force he summoned coalesced into a white, translucent cloak enveloping him. This was the rogue's signature ability. When donning this cloak, rogues can forcibly withstand a single magical attack. The inferno engulfed him. The heat battered against the cloak, and this ability proved remarkably potent. Despite the flames raging fiercely, the rogue remained unharmed beneath the cloak. The rogue breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he had forgotten how his ally had perished right before his eyes, and a glimmering blade emerged from the flames. The cloak offered no resistance against physical attacks, and thus the slender sword effortlessly pierced through it, subsequently penetrating his clothing. Ultimately, it plunged into the rogue's heart. The second, Irina stated coolly, then vanished once more. The flames flickered. Without a doubt, the last remaining ranger realized that Irina was now targeting him. Witnessing the brutal methods employed by his adversary, he had already lost the will to fight, consumed by the desire to flee. However, how could he escape? He was outmatched in ranged combat and equally overwhelmed in melee. Even that wind wielder had fallen to Irina's hand. The blade danced through the air, striking the ranger. The man collapsed in response, and the girl withdrew her sword from him. Not a drop of blood adhered to it. The entire sequence unfolded with the grace of a ballet. Gunther and Yoren had long been dealt with. These three members of the Black Scythe had been eliminated by Irina at this juncture. Brandon was left without a single minion. Standing at the entrance of the chamber, Green observed Irina as she prepared for the final confrontation. The outcome was truly unsurprising to in the past. It was not uncommon for a single elven powerhouse to dispatch an entire squad. If anyone could match an elf of equivalent level, they would be nothing short of extraordinary. Truly remarkable. More importantly, there was a demon named Green present, watching the entire ordeal unfold. Even if they summoned an angel to their aid, the result would remain unchanged. From the very beginning, they had been at a disadvantage. For the Black Scythe, it was an undeniable disadvantage. Think they all perished. Clutching his shield, Brandon appeared reluctant to accept the reality before him. The dazzling amalgamation of spells and swordplay. It was terrifying. How could such a formidable being exist? You, from the very outset, have been concealing your true strength. His voice brimmed with fury. Are you a member of the opposing mercenary group to the Black Scythe? If I'm not mistaken, to have slain 3 of my team members, you must possess the strength of a mithril rank. No, I am of silver rank and have no ties to any other mercenary group. Impossible, Brandon shouted vehemently. When faced with an opponent they cannot defeat, people often inflate their adversary's capabilities. You are undoubtedly from another mercenary group. How could you possess such wealth? You two are far too insidious. I should have conducted a thorough investigation on you beforehand. In a certain sense, Brandon's assertions were not entirely unfounded. Say whatever you wish. Irina relinquished any intent to argue that I concede. Brandon, today I have indeed fallen at your hands. The red aura of rage enveloped the shield as Brandon fixed his gaze on Irina. But do not presume that you could dispose of me as well. Indeed, this girl is truly remarkable. However, Brandon is not without his chances. Until now, he has not expended much energy, conserving his strength remarkably well. Meanwhile, this girl has dealt with her 3 teammates. Her magical and physical stamina must be nearly depleted. Moreover, the man retrieved a pill from his pocket. This was given to him by the higher-ups of the Black Scythe. If he ingests this, his powers will surge dramatically for a brief period. Yet, the consequence after the effect wears off will be severe damage to his body, with a significant possibility of regression in his strength. Yet this is not the time for hesitation. Brandon tilted his head back and swallowed the pill in one swift motion. "Ea!" The man roared, veins bulging all over his body, fury surging like a tempest, and his aura ascended rapidly. But still, it was not enough. War cry. The man bellowed once more. The rage emanating from him soared like a blazing inferno. But why isn't he attacking? Green looked at Irina, feeling somewhat perplexed. If he were in Irina's position, he would have charged at Brandon the moment he swallowed the pill. What a joke, that'd be why the time your strength peaks. I could have dispatched you 5 times over. However, such thoughts were merely those of a devil like Green. Irina, on the other hand, was clearly a paragon of martial ethics. She stood there, patiently awaiting Brandon's power to reach its zenith. Approximately 5 minutes later, Brandon's aura peaked. He kicked the ground, causing it to collapse beneath him, and then he soared into the AI. Why survival thus far has not solely relied on brute strength. Discarding his shield, the man wielded his sword with both hands, gearing up for this moment. She, utterly exhausted, would undoubtedly be incapable of defending against him. The force of his anger struck the ground as Brandon's downward slash, imbued with relentless momentum, clashed with Irina's slender sword. Clang! Sweat trickled down Brandon's forehead. The girl held her sword, successfully blocking his overwhelmingly powerful strike. That I can't win. Even after taking the pill, I cannot prevail. The man immediately came to this realization. But it was too late. Clang! Clang! Within mere seconds, Irina unleashed a flurry of strikes. Brandon's slow sword could barely respond under the relentless onslaught of the girl's rapid attacks. The battlefield now belonged entirely to Irina. Wait! Armed with his sword, Brandon could only passively defend. Irina ignored him. Pressing her assault point, one could say she was even more aggressive than her counterfeit self. Not only was her speed of attack unparalleled, but her angles were also exceptionally cunning and treacherous. Soon, Brandon could no longer withstand the pressure. Master Mage, spare my life? Just like with the rending tooth beast, Brandon surrendered without hesitation. That I can offer you money. Whatever you desire, I can provide. What use is money to me? Irina pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to eliminate this nuisance. Wait. Faced with the peril of death, Brandon hastily devised a new plea. Master Mage, you must be quite concerned about that man named Green, correct? This time, Irina's sword did indeed come to a halt. What does he have to do with Green? Irina raised an eyebrow. A cleric. He typically prides himself on saving lives. That if he were to discover that you were such a bloodthirsty individual, he would surely despise you. It was indeed a difficult position for Brandon. After all, he was merely a mindless warrior, and he had racked his brain to come up with such a rationale. Yet he spoke the truth. Irina genuinely did not wish for Green to harbor any disdain towards her. Then I shall simply ensure he remains unaware. Shall I? Irina stated coolly, preparing to bring her sword down once more. Just a moment longer. Think about it. Just now, I sent 2 of my teammates to pursue him. This time, Brandon finally conjured a reason that might save his life. That fellow is merely a novice of bronze rank. He is bound to be unable to escape, so he is undoubtedly in the hands of my teammates right now. If you kill me, they certainly won't spare his life either. Very well, for the time being, I shall spare you. Irina sighed, sheathing her sword, and her infernal form dissipated. Regarding Green, she truly did not wish to take any risks. Where did your 2 teammates go to pursue Green? Over there, Master Mage. It is this cave entrance. Brandon's face was filled with ingratiation. That I assure you, I will never breathe a word of today's events to anyone once I leave. Absolutely not. If Brandon were to escape, he would undoubtedly disclose everything to the Black Side's members. Moreover, even now, the man's compliance was merely a facade, for the man named Green might very well have already been slain by his own teammates. If Irina were to discover this, he would not escape death himself. Thus, Brandon continually observed the girl's movements. The moment she turned around, exposing her slender back, he thought to himself, now is the time. She is utterly unguarded. The man tightened his grip on the sword, a vicious smile spreading across his face. Give me death. Boom! A golden shield enveloped Irina, thwarting the man's ambush. Green. The girl displayed a look of surprise. It was truly baffling. Why did she suddenly come to trust him? Green's hands radiated with the light of a holy spell. Divine Shield, a golden tier holy spell, effectively deflects a single physical attack. Originally, Green had intended for Irina to endure the blow fully. Trusting others so easily, after all, wouldn't lead to death. It would serve as a lesson for her. However, After some consideration, Green ultimately intervened. How shameless of a man to ambush a defenseless girl, gathering a spear of light in his hand. Green hurled it at Brandon. Without any obstruction, the spear effortlessly claimed the man's life. He was already at the end of his rope, coupled with the waning effects of the pill and his fierce battle with Irina. Green essentially reaped the rewards. Green the first, glancing at the bloody scene around him. The girl who had once appeared so fierce transformed back into her former timid self before Green. It's alright. These individuals deserve their fate. Green, fully aware of what Irina wished to convey, stepped forward to offer comfort. Besides, I do have a penchant for collecting the belongings of the deceased. With that, the man began to rummage through the corpses. TSK, is this truly the Black Scythe mercenary group? Green searched through Brandon's corpse, nearly stripping him of his undergarments. Not a single valuable item. Shaking his head, Green approached the corpse of the wind wielder. Green, Irina called out to the man before her. Did you not flee earlier? What are those two who went after you? Ah, what pursuers? As he rummaged through the wind wielder's remains, Green feigned ignorance that I'm not sure. If there were any, they probably lost track. Speaking of which, Irina, initially we were certainly in the right. After removing the wind wielder's leather armor, Green meticulously searched his pockets. However, now that we have slain so many of them, we are also at fault. The guild strictly prohibits infighting among adventurers. In the event of such occurrences, the guild will certainly conduct an investigation. Therefore, when we return, we shall refrain from mentioning anything. Let the guild deal with their own turmoil. Irina obediently nodded her head. It seems there is indeed something here. Green's face revealed a look of surprise. From the Windwalker's leather armor, he extracted a ring, a small turquoise set within it. The entire ring bore no intricate adornments, only a simple design, yet it exuded an air of mystery and antiquity. An elven ring, and quite an old one at that. Green deduced its nature with his limited knowledge. Irina, would you like this? Green presented the ring before her. This is an elven ring. Only elves can unlock it. Perhaps it conceals some astonishing secret. What use would an elven ring have for me? Irina replied, I believe you could open it as well. Green gazed at Irina with earnest eyes at the not feigned disinterest in a ring of the pointy-eared folk. The girl turned her head away. Well, since you've said so, pointy-ear, Green shrugged and tossed aside the ring, which might hold some grand secret. Then how about this? This artifact is also quite old. It's a genuine elven bow. Green lifted the Windwalker's bow. Every elf dreams of becoming a ranger. No, I do not wish to be a ranger. What about this? Elven gloves? Do not want. And this? Elven shoes? Do not want. Then what about this? An elven belt? Do not want. The Windwalker truly possessed far more than others. Perhaps he had encountered some elven ruins, acquired the Windwalker vocation, and casually collected a trove of elven relics. Yet, in the end, Irina only accepted a single hairpin, produced by dwarven hands. Not a single item related to elves did she desire. Truly, she was a capricious elf. Gazing at the collected items strewn upon the ground, Green stroked his chin. All right, let us gather these and take them to the guild to sell as scrap. Time rewinds slightly, approximately 2 hours before Green and Irina departed the cave. Number 15, Oakwood Lane, a clock shop. Observing the shop at the corner, Simon discarded the cigarette he had been holding and stepped on it with his shoe. It doesn't seem like much, does it? Is it really worth investigating? Simon turned his gaze aside. Just go ahead and do it. The response came from a rather robust old butler, clad in a deep black tailcoat and pristine white gloves. Despite having surpassed 50 years, the elder's eyes remained piercing. From his demeanor and actions alone, it was evident that he was no ordinary noble steward. Have you memorized the target? Yes. Simon appeared somewhat bored. Investigate the true identity of the shopkeeper. Probe into the powers behind the individual named Green, and if you discover anything of value, bring it out directly. Very well, that I trust you won't disappoint me. The old man said coolly. Rest assured, Lord Gedwan, I have performed such tasks countless times. Simon smiled slightly. In an instant, his form transformed into a wisp of mist, darting up the wall like a fish, swiftly leaping to the rooftop of the adjacent building. Observing Simon's departure, Gedwin maintained a composed expression. In truth, not only did Simon, the thief, feel this was an overreaction, but Gedwin himself also felt it was somewhat excessive. He could not fathom why Lord Spring insisted on such caution. Gedwin had reviewed the relevant information regarding the individual named Green to him. Green appeared to be a mere common watchmaker, lacking any significant backing. Rather than worrying about a non-existent power behind him, it would be wiser to contemplate the implications of acquiring the Book of Demons. The clergy were no trifling matter. Furthermore, with the recent escalation of conflicts, even the king's hand was active everywhere. Should they discover that Lord Spring's entire family were vampires, that would truly spell trouble. After traversing several buildings, Simon arrived atop the clock shop. This structure, like its neighbors, was newly constructed but stood only 4 stories tall. Simon intended to enter through the rooftop. As the misty disguise gradually dissipated, his entire form became as dark as ink, and he directly melded into the ground. Shadow Meld, a unique ability of the thief subclass, Shadow Master. They are the shadows of the darkness. And with this ability, Simon had infiltrated countless dangerous locales, always managing to escape unscathed. Times, no one would even know he had been there. However, for this place, employing Shadow Meld felt somewhat excessive. Even if he simply strolled in boldly, Simon believed he would likely face no repercussions. After all, it was just a shabby clock shop. Yet, since this was Lord Gedwin as commission, Simon ultimately decided he must treat it with the utmost seriousness. Upon entering the building, Simon, now a shadow, clung to the ceiling. The entire 4th floor was utterly vacant. It was not merely lacking furniture. Rather, the 4th floor of this building was entirely open. Completely devoid of partitions, Simon dropped from the ceiling and crawled to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was similarly a vast, empty space, with even the windows left unadorned. Simon felt a twinge of confusion. According to his perception, only the 1st floor contained items. The other floors were entirely empty, but why leave such a large space above completely vacant? Skipping the 2nd floor, Simon made a beeline for the 1st. The layout of the clock shop was laid bare, and one could say it was devoid of character. He had thoroughly explored all discernible areas, and aside from some incomprehensible machinery, he found almost nothing of value. Finally, only the area behind the counter, seemingly a bedroom, remained unsearched. Simon approached the door. He could sense that someone was present in this area. Most likely, it was the ordinary man named Green resting inside. He surmised that even if he intruded for a quick search, the fellow would likely remain undisturbed. With this thought, Simon, in shadow form, slipped unreservedly into the bedroom. It was somewhat different from what he had anticipated. The individual named Green was absent. Instead, another man stood by the window, clad in a white robe, resembling a scholar toe. The man suddenly expressed his surprise, turning to fixate on the shadow that Simon had become. I did not expect to find another visitor here besides myself. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Simon, akin to being grasped by the throat by death itself. Every hair on his body stood on end in an instant. This man, he had seen him. Reacting instinctively, Simon sought to flee the bedroom. Trying to escape, the man scoffed, clenching his fist and forcefully tugging. Bang! Simon's body was violently yanked from the shadows, crashing against the wall. Struggling to rise, he found himself utterly immobilized beneath an invisible, tremendous force, a shadow master. I presume. The white-robed scholar approached Simon, squatting beside him. You sewer rats have maintained the same demeanor for years. Speak. Who sent you? Simon gasped for breath, gazing at the youthful scholar before him. This was a foe he could not contend with. Unwilling to answer, the man raised an eyebrow, and before Simon could utter more than a few words, he interjected, Very well. I have long grown weary of such inquiries. Even if you are reluctant to speak, I possess myriad methods to compel your voice. A terrifying magic surged forth in an instant. Simon's body levitated, and an extraordinarily grand purple magic circle manifested beneath his feet. Wait. Simon opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Gazing at the magic circle below him, his face was etched with terror. I declare, I wish to speak. Permit me to voice my thoughts. A violent wave of pain surged through him, as if he were bound to an operating table, with someone extracting his very mind. The agony was excruciating and steeped in despair. The purple magic circle began to rotate slowly, and Simon's consciousness, too, grew increasingly dim with the extraction. You, my friend, truly have nothing of substance within that head of yours. A voice of disappointment emanated from across the way. Simon struggled to lift his head, but his vision had become blurred. In the final moments of his life, he could only discern the emblem adorning the scholar's white robe. That insignia is the pinnacle of the setting sun nightfall, the family estate. The Baron Steward. Gedwin was preparing spring tea in the tea room, but a faint sound drifted in from outside. The elderly man's ears perked up. Has he returned so soon? Speak up. What did you discover at that clock shop? Gedwin lifted the teapot and leisurely poured the crimson tea into a cup. Why do you not respond? Turning his head. The old man was met with a dagger hurtling toward him. Bang! The teapot clattered to the ground, spilling tea everywhere. Simon, what madness is this? Gedwin glared furiously at him, using his knife to parry Simon's assault. Filth, 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 filth. The man incessantly muttered one word. His form darkened like ink before vanishing into the ground. Damn it! Gedwin's expression turned complicated. Could it be that Simon has betrayed them? It makes no sense. Even Gedwin himself could not fathom a reason for such treachery. Shadows darted swiftly across the floor to counter such stealth. Revealing the opponent with a sacred spell would be the simplest approach. Yet, Gedwin, being a vampire, was incapable of casting such spells and was left merely staring in frustration. However, it wasn't long before the attacker struck again. Filth. Simon erupted from the shadows, the blade in his hand glinting with lethal intent. Lunging directly at the elder's body, but this time, Gedwin was prepared. Blood manipulation. Vivid crimson blood surged forth from the elder's body, transforming into slender threads that ensnared Simon as he burst from the shadows. Filth! Filth! Trapped! Simon thrashed violently. I truly wonder where you draw your courage. The disparity in our strengths is akin to heaven and earth. Gedwin approached the in that moment. He truly observed Simon's condition. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. The man appeared utterly dazed, his pupils devoid of focus. Gedwin furrowed his brow. Mental control? If that were the case, everything Simon did would suddenly make sense. Fortunately, vampires have indeed conducted extensive research on this matter. Now, to free Simon from his mental bondage and inquire about what transpired, a blood-red array began to intricately form beneath Simon's feet. Gedwin closed his eyes, channeling all the magical energy within his being. Unable to dispel it, the man before him continued to repetitively utter those two words, leaving Gedwin in disbelief. It should not be mental control is undoubtedly a highly advanced spell. However, this spell belongs to the category of those that are difficult to cast yet relatively simple to dispel. Even if the mage who cast this spell were far stronger than himself, it should not be impossible to break. No. The elder quickly realized something was amiss. Being a vampire, he was essentially categorized among the dead. Yet Simon, he was a living being, and Gedwin now found himself unable to sense any trace of life emanating from him. He had been transformed into a mere puppet. What a vicious method. Setting aside how the opponent achieved this in such a short span of time, even Gedwin, a vampire, found this to be terrifying to directly turn a person into a puppet. Could it be that the opponent is a demon? Poor fellow, you've assisted me for so many years. I shall put you to rest. Filth, 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 filth. Simon bowed his head, still repeating those two words. Gedwin raised his dagger, aiming for Simon's heart, and plunged it in. An eerie magical energy began to surge. If something had been triggered, the moment Gedwin's dagger pierced Simon's heart, white magical patterns began to crawl across Simon's entire body. Wait, is there an explosive spell inscribed as well? What kind of beastly behavior is this? Gedwin's heart seemed to freeze at that moment. The blinding white light filled his entire field of vision. A brilliant conflagration erupted, and the entire estate was engulfed in a colossal explosion. Is this truly the extent of it? At the association's appraisal department, staff members stood sweating, gazing at the mountain of items before them. And these magic crystals, goblin ears, and some cracked tooth bee skins and claws. Green expertly rummaged through his backpack, continuing to produce items. Why is there blood on this? A keen-eyed staff member spotted the bloodstains on the leather armor. Oh, my apologies. Green quickly retrieved the leather armor and wiped it with his sleeve. That should do. The staff member was at a loss for words. Perhaps it was best not to pry further. After a brief moment, Mr. Green, the appraisal results are in. Returning to the counter, the staff member handed Green the document in his hand. We will purchase these magical materials and magic crystals at market price.as for the equipment. We found that these items are quite antiquated and would be better suited for auction. The staff member continued. However, if you find it too troublesome, we can provide you with an on-site price, though it will certainly be less than what you would receive at auction. Why not? Green immediately interjected. Surely, it would be foolish to forego money. What? You say I don't need the money. That is merely the old man's wealth, which has little bearing on me, Green. Well then, I shall take these items to the association's warehouse. The staff member bowed to Green. As per convention, your items will likely be up for auction in about a week. If you wish to view them, you may do so at the Granville Central Auction House in a week. Pushing open the doors of the association, the two stepped outside. IT was already late, and after the association's matters had been settled, it was nearly midnight. The streets were eerily quiet. Yet behind them, the sounds of adventurers clinking their glasses echoed. It felt rather surreal, Irina murmured softly. Merely an afternoon had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. Despite having endured so much distressing turmoil, for some reason, the thought of these memories shared with the man beside her brought a warm current to her heart. There was a tinge of reluctance. The girl placed her hand over her chest. However, she truly had to depart. If she did not seek shelter soon, she would find herself sleeping on the streets tonight. Tomorrow, she could return once more. For now, this would suffice. The silver-haired elf stepped onto the street and turned around to wave at Green. See you tomorrow, Green. What? Where are you going? Green, momentarily lost in thought, turned to Irina. Where? I'm going to find a place to stay. Find a place to stay? Didn't you fill out the address to stay at my place? Yeah. Suddenly recalling something rather unpleasant, Irina's face flushed. Is that really all right? Won't it disturb you? Besides, there's only one bedroom at your place. Wouldn't that mean? There are plenty of rooms. Why would there be only one bedroom? Green looked at Irina with a puzzled expression. Moreover, my place is on the 4th floor. The entire upper section is mine. If you wish to sleep on the rooftop and enjoy nature, you could do so. Oh, I see. For some unknown reason, the girl's voice seemed tinged with a hint of disappointment. Then, Mr. Green, I hope I won't be too much of a bother. Green nodded. Speaking of which, it seemed he had yet to compensate Irina. The girl hadn't even asked for it. In fact, she was still completely broke. Forget it. He couldn't be bothered to give her anything. After all, she was merely his assistant, and in the future, Irina would still rely on him for food and shelter. What compensation was necessary? If you're free tomorrow, I'll take you to buy some new clothes so you won't have to keep wearing those drab ones. Green waved to Irina. Let's go. We should head back and rest early. The girl nodded happily, hastening to follow behind Green. Then she saw it. A man, emerging from nowhere, suddenly patted Green on the shoulder. Yo. The scholar in the white robe smiled broadly. I searched for you for ages. Why did you come to the Adventurers Guild? A smile appeared on Green's face as he effortlessly draped an arm over the man's shoulder. You rascal. I thought you were dead. Aren't you busy with work? You look overwhelmed every day, and don't you have a mountain of tasks too? True, but at least I can slack off a bit. Green agreed with Cassidy's statement. You specifically came over. Do you want to go again? Oh, you know how it is. Cassidy wore that knowing expression. After not going for a while, I feel utterly drained. Their eyes exchanged meaning. Shall we go? Let's go. Irina looked on in bewilderment as the two conversed. It appeared that the scholar in the white robe was an acquaintance of Green, but why was it that she couldn't understand a single word they said? Apologies, Irina. Green turned around, handing a key to the girl. This is the key to the shop. Tonight, it's yours. Eh? Irina's little face was filled with confusion. Green, aren't you coming back with me? Ahem. I have some matters to discuss with this good brother. I'm leaving now. Huh. What could possibly be so important at this hour? Wait, Irina hurriedly called out. Where are you two going? Their movements were swift, completely disregarding Irina's inquiries as they vanished into the night. Her Green had been whisked away by a mysterious stranger. An unknown point in time, at an harbor. Oh, 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 oh. Hero, so dashing. A throng of people surged with excitement, but a grand float slowly moved forward, with the red-haired hero standing atop, continuously raising his arms in response to the crowd's cheers. Hey, behind the float, Cassidy pushed aside the curtain and excitedly rushed into the inner room. It's so lively outside. Aren't you going to go take a look? What's there to see? Green lounged on the sofa. Clad in a white priest attire, just a small gathering, a mere trifle. Cassidy smiled. We just defeated a Star Iron level monster. The entire city is cheering for us. Let me correct you. Green shook his finger. They're cheering for the hero. What's the difference? You always have to be such a downer. Cassidy seemed accustomed to this. Forget it. I'm dragging you out today no matter what. The man stepped forward and grabbed Green. Come on. All right. I'm going. Green resignedly stood up, only to be pulled along by Cassidy. The glaring sunlight struck his face, causing Green to squint. See? Coming out to soak up some sun won't kill you. Cassidy stood with his hands on his hips. Oh. It's that legendary priest. How dashing. The crowd became even more animated, but the hero at the front of the float seemed somewhat displeased by the overwhelming attention. See? It's not just the hero. They remember you too. Cassidy crossed his arms, a smile on his face. Doesn't that feel nice? Leaning against the railing of the float, Green remained silent. Green. Cassidy suddenly spoke. Green turned to look at Cassidy. This is merely our starting point. In the future, we will surely stand on a grander stage. Gazing at the cheering crowd below, Cassidy's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke. Together, let us create an era that belongs solely to us. TSK, after not visiting for a while, the prices have risen so much. Reclining on the luxurious bed, Green casually flipped through the price list. Will the money I previously deposited suffice? I'm sorry, sir, but you'll need to add a bit more. The alluringly dressed woman wore an apologetic expression. All right, I'll use this card. Closing the price list, Green handed over the card. The one accompanying me. Add it to my tab and extend our time a bit. The woman exited. I say, Green. Cassidy's despondent voice drifted from the adjacent bed. How did we end up on this higher stage? Only to find ourselves in a brothel. A higher stage. Green glanced at Cassidy. Isn't this bed quite high? Isn't this place rather expensive? That's not what I meant. The man began to exclaim. How could you have fallen so low? What about our vows from back then? Our grand ambitions? Don't spout nonsense. I wasn't there to accompany you during your delusions back then. Green replied nonchalantly. Besides, I suggest you be mindful of your image. You are now the second seat of the setting sun's pinnacle. And if you don't feel embarrassed, I feel embarrassed for your mastered life. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Cassidy sprawled on the beat. He is truly a mystery. He originally wanted to become a hero of the kingdom. How on earth did he end up as an old debauchee? Someone must have led him astray. Indeed, it must be Green's fault. Tempting people to fall from grace. It is truly terrifying. I must remind you. You were the one who dragged me here every time. Seemingly seeing through Cassidy's thoughts, Green spoke directly. Ahem. Cassidy cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. What happened to our original party? What party? The hero's party. The one with the red-haired hero. I had intended to pursue her. You don't know? I don't know. Cassidy spoke honestly. Wasn't I favored by the teacher? Later, I went to Snow Peak, oblivious to the events of the past decade outside. That red-haired individual has perished. Dead? Yes, she met her end in the underground city. Green casually flipped through the magazine in his hands. I even went to see for myself. She didn't die at the hands of a monster, but was rather impaled by a spike on the ground. It was somewhat expected. Shaking his head, Cassidy let out a sigh. Since leaving Taneport, Green and Cassidy had departed from their party. It wasn't that they wished to leave. Rather, that red-haired hero, whose name he had forgotten, had an inexplicable fit and insisted that he and Green were of no use. He then kicked them out of the team. Regarding this matter, Cassidy could only say that the red-haired hero had quite the unique perspective. What a joke. Even if he wasn't the second seed at the time, he was already a member of the Sunset Pinnacle. And Green was even more absurd. He was, for all intents and purposes, a demon disguised as a human. Perhaps in the entire world, there were no two more formidable allies than the two of them. You actually kicked us out? Well, it seems she indeed perished. Sir, would you like some tea? A captivating woman approached Cassidy, 1 cup. Please. Cassidy rose from the bed and accepted a cup of tea. After the woman left, he turned his head. Perhaps we should try a different establishment next time. Which one? I heard that a new place has opened in the southern city of OM. As a scholar and mage, why are you so concerned with such news? It's not that I wish to be concerned. It's just that the hype surrounding that place is immense. A mysterious look crossed the man's face. I've heard there are succubi there. Succubi? Is that true? Green was taken aback that I've never seen one in my life. I must go see for myself. What? You've never seen one? A question mark appeared above Cassidy's head. Is it that a specialty from your homeland? Nonsense. There are no such creatures in hell. Green's expression was indifferent. Even if they existed, in hell, it's nothing but a daily brawl. How could such beings, reliant on siphoning life energy, possibly survive? You make a valid point. Cassidy stroked his chin. Then we must definitely go see. Green pulled at his lips. How's the front line looking? Don't even get me started. The upper echelon of this country is truly dense. Cassidy waved his hand dismissively. The Imperial forces have taken control of Lanelli City without shedding blood. These geniuses have abandoned the fortress city and have been retreating. Now the front lines are tightening. And Cass' army has retreated behind the Green River. I reckon you're not in a much better position. As external support, look at what you're currently doing. I've been trying my best. You can't expect me to operate nonstop. Can you? Cassidy protested. The teacher is currently reassessing the cooperation with the Kingdom of Caste. Can I take a break? Reassessing. You aren't planning to assist? No, quite the opposite. The man shook his head. Allowing the Empire to expand unchecked is too dangerous. The teacher believes it poses a serious threat to our mage organization. Hence the decision to increase our support. If all goes well, after the assessment concludes, other members of Sunset Pinnacle will also arrive, accompanied by over 100 peak mages. Even our longtime rival, the Mystic Alliance, might come to assist. Such a grand arrangement? Green sat up, placing his hand on the gun atop the cabinet. Is the Empire aware of this? No, not even the Kingdom side is currently aware. We plan to give the Empire a surprise when the time comes, ideally striking them back in one fell swoop. Then you really shouldn't be discussing this here. Green raised the gun and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The crimson flames instantly engulfed the bed beside him. Damn it. What are you doing? Cassidy jumped up in fright. Then he witnessed a man crash through the glass and flee. Are there spies in this place? Cassidy instantly reacted. Why are you still standing there? Use your mage's hand to catch him. Oh. Cassidy nodded hastily. The surrounding magical energy was instantly drained that a pair of invisible giant hands shattered the wall, lunging directly towards the man. Buzzing, ripples emanated from the man's body like water waves. The invisible giant hands slid past him effortlessly. Why is he like an eel? Cassidy gripped his hands repeatedly. I can't grab him. This guy must have used the Empire's black technology. He probably has. Standing by the damaged wall, Green watched the man sprinting into the distance. This guy is quite desperate. He hasn't even had time to put on his clothes and is now running naked in the streets. The Empire's infiltration plan has been in effect for quite some time. It could be said that the Kingdom of Caste has essentially been permeated like a sieve. However, this time, Green felt it was purely coincidental. The other party was likely here to assist the unsuspecting girl. Should we pursue? Cassidy had already dressed. If we don't chase now, we'll really lose him. And no need. I've marked him. Green extended his hand, and magical energy coalesced into a flat map-like projection in front of him that read that was rapidly moving through the street. Let us head directly to their hideout. Damn it, a naked man. Pervert. Huffing and puffing, the man raced through the streets of Granville, completely unclothed. Damn it. He continuously cursed loudly. The man's name was Robin, 35 years old. A citizen of the Eternal Empire, he was originally a soldier. However, in recent years, the Eternal Empire had been undergoing reforms, with a significant influx of war machines into the military. Suddenly, the army no longer required so many living personnel. Naturally, Robin, now in middle age, became one of those eliminated. Yet compared to others, he was somewhat fortunate. He still had some connections. After sending numerous gifts, his former superior arranged for him to be stationed here. Frankly speaking, being a spy is truly not a job for humans. Not only is it fraught with fear, But there is also a dog of superior constantly pushing you. And the most nauseating part is that as a spy. There are monthly quotas and daily mandatory tasks. This devilish exploitation has left Robin running around every day, nearly losing all his hair. Today was supposed to be his day off, after finishing work yesterday. Robin thought of unwinding at a brothel, and then this happened. Damn it, what's wrong with you two? Why discuss such confidential matters in a brothel? This is jeopardizing nearly a year's worth of infiltration efforts. To be honest, Robin would have dismissed even slightly less important matters. But this is far too significant. He couldn't possibly ignore it. Over 100 peak mages, if they launched a surprise attack without the Empire being fully aware. It could very well lead to the annihilation of the Imperial Army. Get out of the way! Robin shouted loudly, then barreled through several people with his body. Why is there a naked middle-aged man? So disgusting. So disgusting. Curses echoed behind him, but Robin couldn't care less. He needed to return quickly to report this. The temperature of the environment suddenly rose. Red flames rained down from above. Boom! A wall exploded in an instant, and the man was propelled outward. Damn it! Damn it! The man staggered to his feet, barely able to rise. Had he truly reached this vicinity? Those two figures were undoubtedly powerful beings far beyond his capabilities. If he did not hasten his escape, he would surely perish here. A few hundred meters away, on a street, Cassidy released the warmth lingering in his hand. Indeed, the fiery explosion just now was unleashed by him, intended to instill a sense of urgency, preventing his pursuer from growing complacent in their flight. Here, continue on. Green emerged from the bakery, tossing a loaf of bread to Cassidy. It seems you found yourself a new contractee? As he munched on the bread, Cassidy engaged in light banter with Green. Indeed. What of your former companion, the witch? What does she have to do with this? She is no longer my contract, and it bears little significance. Cassidy tore off a piece of bread with his lips. Although the details of their past were unknown to him, her unwavering dedication over the years, even while sealed away, was remarkable. She sought ways to pursue him. If someone were to chase me like that, I would have succumbed long ago to— I am not like you, Green replied coolly. You remain ignorant of Ellis's terrifying nature, and this is no mere brothel. Would you willingly transform from a free bird into a caged one? If the one with the cage is sufficiently beautiful, I might just oblige. Cassidy responded without hesitation. I truly don't know how to address you. After walking for a while, the two turned into an alley. The area was dominated by grayish-white brick houses, appearing quite dilapidated from the outside. This is it. Green glanced at the marker, indicating the third building. Shall we enter directly? Let us proceed. At T-174, Cedar Street. Several mechanical devices were in operation. Fine dust danced in the air, and the interior of the aged structure was dimly lit, with only a few rays of light piercing through the gaps in the windows. The door swung open abruptly and then slammed shut. What the hell? A man in military uniform stared in shock at Robin before him. Is this some sort of performance art? Don't mention it. Robin leaned against the wall, panting heavily. I just escaped with my life. Escape with your life? Indeed. Listen to me, being middle-aged, the intensity of the exertion seemed to leave Robin somewhat breathless. I went for a full-body treatment yesterday. What? You went for a full-body treatment without us. I never imagined you were that kind of person, Robin. Is that what escaping with your life means? Which girl was so explosive? I want in on that too. Suddenly, a group of people burst into laughter. Enough of this chatter. Quickly, hand me the communication device. Without bothering to change clothes, Robin dashed to a nearby mechanical apparatus. What does that sound? A spy looked up. Puzzled, the house creaked ominously. The entire second floor seemed to collapse as if crushed by a colossal weight. This place is truly shabby. Standing atop the broken bricks, Green surveyed his surroundings with disdain. Does the Eternal Empire not allocate any funding? Indeed, the support is minimal. Our salaries have been delayed for months. The man in uniform cast a troubled glance at Green before shaking his head vigorously. Wait, who the hell are you? Why have you barged in here? Cease this at once. Ignoring the man in uniform, Green approached Robin, pressing the barrel of his gun against the man's temple. Bang! Robin pressed the final button. It's too late. The man, drenched in sweat, turned around. I have already transmitted it. Green narrowed his eyes, his expression one of menace. Transmitted it. Do you comprehend what that implies? Robin certainly did. Sweat dripped from his forehead as he closed his eyes. It seemed today he would have to sacrifice himself for the Empire. Very well. Then you all may leave. And you, put on some clothes. Green holstered his weapon. Robin opened his eyes, stunned by Green's words. Why, you're not going to kill me. The man's teeth chattered. What purpose would killing you serve? Green replied, bewildered. Regardless, upon your demise, the Empire would merely dispatch another batch. Why should laborers make things difficult for one another? Is it really that simple? Cassidy returned to the front lines. What was once a serious matter, a covert operation, was now laid bare. If it had been an ordinary peak mage, they would undoubtedly be expelled. Yet Cassidy was the second in command of the Sunset Peak, effectively the deputy, and no matter how accountability was pursued, it could hardly reach his superior. Could it? What on earth is all this? As he perused the communication device before him, Green could not help but shake his head. April 14th. The target had a breakfast of roasted meat, a loaf of bread, and a glass of wine, provided by the municipal cafeteria. April 13th. The target had eggs, bacon, and beer for breakfast, which he had brought from home. April 15th. The target had fresh fruits, vegetables, and salad for breakfast. Today's meal was much lighter than yesterday's, possibly indicating recent digestive issues. Green glanced over the notes, realizing that the target referred to as Lord Reno. Nearly half of the intelligence consisted of details on what Reno ate for breakfast. Is this truly what one calls intelligence? Surely, you cannot be so lackadaisical in your duties. Green persisted in sifting through the information. The only somewhat useful intel indicated that the Empire had been in frequent contact with a border noble named Yvonne recently. Enough of this. He had an appointment with Old Moore today. It was time to attend class. Auburn District, Mr. Green, I have finally located you. At the entrance of Moore's residence, a man clad in a suit intercepted Green. Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am a messenger from Barren Spring. Name, Deacon. The man elegantly performed a bow. I am here on the orders of Lord Spring to invite you to the Baron's estate as a guest. Why? Because we require an explanation regarding yesterday's events. A large question mark appeared above Green's head. This is utterly perplexing. He then disregarded the messenger named Deacon, turning his back and entering Moore's home. Wait. Witnessing Green's abrupt departure, the messenger named Deacon grew agitated. Mr. Green, do you not comprehend how outrageous yesterday's events were? Lord Spring is quite displeased. Should you refuse to come, you shall bear the consequences. The door slammed shut, seemingly delivering an answer to the messenger. Goodness, this fellow actually kept his promise and showed up. Moore returned from outside. Looking astonished, he held a large burlap sack, as if he had intended to abduct someone. Old sir, what is your relationship with that fellow Green? Upon encountering Moore, a man of remarkable presence, Deacon spoke up. Me. I am his teacher. Moore glanced at Deacon. That is splendid. Deacon's face lit up with excitement. That I am from Barren Spring's house, and at Lord Spring's behest. I wish to borrow your student for a day. What? Hearing Deacon's words, Moore immediately became furious. I have waited for so long, and at last, I have the opportunity to teach for a day. What a pitiful Barren Spring. Even if the king himself were come today, he would not take him away. Sir, that individual is a grand noble of Granville. Get lost. Moore extended his hand, dark magic swirling around him, and a surge of black energy sent Deacon flying. Moore's taste was something he acknowledged. Sitting on the sofa, Green continuously observed the furnishings within the house. An ominous atmosphere pervaded the surroundings. A massive ram's skull hung from the ceiling, remnants of limbs and bloodstains scattered about, alongside various strange symbols. The air quality in this place was evidently poor, a pungent mix of blood and earth reminiscent of the detritus found in a foul sewer. It must be said. It perfectly aligned with Green's stereotypical image of a demonic sorcerer. Every element possesses its own characteristics and rules. To wield magic of a certain element, one must, Moore, holding a book, incessantly lectured. Soon, he noticed Green's lack of attention. Green, the old man bellowed. What did I just say? Huh. Green was taken aback. Magic is an extension of our emotions, and will become an accomplished sorcerer, one must learn to sense and control magic, as well as understand its rules and limitations. That was all the foundational magic I covered 2 hours ago. The old man was on the verge of fainting from frustration. To prevent himself from dying before imparting all his knowledge. Moore had been pouring everything he had into Green. Initially, Moore had prepared 5 lessons for him. An introduction to magic, the application of mana, contract formation, demonic formations, and communication skills. Yet here they were, 4 hours ago. He was explaining the basics of magic to Greenpoint 2 hours ago. He was still on the same topic, and now he had to reiterate the fundamentals yet again. This couldn't continue if Green remained inattentive. His teachings would be in vain. He had to devise a method to ensure the boy absorbed this knowledge. Come with me, Moore sighed, beckoning Green. Where are we going, teacher? Green inquired as he followed. We're going to a practical lesson, directly engaging in a transaction with a demon. What? Green was astonished. Are we really going to make a trade after just covering the basics of magic? Indeed, that's precisely the point. Upon witnessing Green's shocked expression, Moore smiled. The boy had yet to realize the true power of a demonic sorcerer. Once he witnessed it firsthand, he would undoubtedly be motivated to study diligently. The old man pushed open a large door. Before them lay a gruesome, expansive magic circle. Green surveyed his surroundings. Yes, this is where I conduct my transactions with demons, Moore said with a smile. Although it's a bit early for this, I intend to share many things about demons with you ahead of time. First and foremost, demons in hell are categorized into 2 main types, true demons and lesser demons. True demons are the masters of hell, possessing immense power and intelligence, capable of forming contracts with humans in exchange for souls or other offerings. Lesser demons, however, reside at the bottom of the hierarchy, lacking any special abilities and merely obeying the orders of true demons. As a demonic sorcerer, you must understand this. If you wish to obtain power from hell, you must engage in transactions with true demons, not lesser ones, for the latter hold nothing of value to trade. They will only hinder you. Oh, Green nodded. Moore's words were fundamentally sound. Green, having once been a lesser demon himself, understood the stark difference between them and the original demons. They were often merely the demons gifted as a bonus when a greater demon appeared, frequently consumed by those very demons amidst their chaotic howls. However, that species had long been extinguished, if one were to consider it. Green was the last of his kind. Now, let me demonstrate how to conduct a simple transaction with a demon. The bloody magic circle began to glow. Moore, holding a pulsating heart, stepped into the center of the circle, continuing to explain to Green. Pay attention, lad. When trading with demons, the magic circle, true name, and offering are all indispensable. The magic circle forms the foundation of the contract. The offering establishes the minimum terms of the transaction, while the true name determines which demon we are engaging with. For instance, the demon I am currently trading with is named Blaxus. With the heart in hand, Moore began to chant softly, Great Blaxus, I present to you this pulsating heart. May your power be manifested here. The room resonated with a sound akin to church bells. Then, the heart vanished, and blood began to flow from the magic circle. This is the power of a demon. Do you see it, lad? Moore beamed with pride. As demonic sorcerers, we need not cultivate our own strength. We merely seek it from demons. Teacher, you just mentioned the magic circle, true name, and offering. But from your actions, it seems the true name is not that important. Green raised his query. Indeed, he had this doubt. What purpose did the true name serve? Wasn't trading with any demon essentially the same? No. The true name is precisely the most crucial element. Moore shook his head. One could even argue that a demon's true name is a demonic sorcerer's power, the more true names one possesses. The stronger the sorcerer becomes, what's the difference? The difference is immense, Moore patiently explained to Green. Each demon wields different powers. Possessing more true names grants us access to a broader range of abilities. Moreover, each demon has its own personality. For example, the aforementioned Blaxus is a demon that revels in blood and flesh. By appealing to his preferences, we can more easily achieve our objectives. Green nodded again. He still felt there was no significant difference. Why bother with so many names? Wasn't it sufficient to seize whatever opportunity arose? You seem to dismiss my words, Moore squinted, sensing Green's disdain. Let me provide you with another example. Trading with an ordinary demon versus trading with a demon of the infernal lord level. Can they be compared? The powers gained are worlds apart. The legendary dark sorcerer Alcephus possessed a tome recording all the true names of demons. With that single book, he appended the entire continent. All right, I understand. Green waved his hand impatiently. It's just a true name. I have an employee list in my office that includes every demon in hell, even their birth dates. Moore was taken aback by Green's attitude that he had intended to boast about his own prowess, which stemmed from a lifetime spent collecting nearly 19 true names of demons, that he knew the abilities and temperaments of these demons inside and out, with the intention of passing them on to Green upon his demise. Yet now, faced with this attitude, he decided against it. Let Green seek them out on his own. Can we return to theoretical lessons now? Green felt somewhat bored. After Moore's demonstration, he felt as though he had merely come to observe a colleague at work. No, today you must also engage in a transaction with a demon, Moore stated. What? Green's expression reflected shock. Not only did he feel like a bystander, but now he was expected to interfere. Are you certain? Teacher, I just began my journey as a mage today. I am quite certain, Moore nodded. This course of action indeed bore significant risks that a novice mage directly engaging in transaction with an unknown demon posed a threat beyond mere success or failure. It was a matter of whether, in the event of demise, one could still be recognized as human. Yet, Moore felt that this boy, with his exceptional talent, could likely pull it off. Moreover, there is the old, malevolent sorcerer overseeing the proceedings. Should any issues arise, he shall promptly sever the formation. It is utterly foolproof. Attempt to negotiate with a demon yourself, and you shall comprehend the reality of being a demon sorcerer. Moore remarked with a smile. Indeed, this is another one of Moore's intentions. Engaging in deals with demons is addictive. The allure of such effortless power is enough to drive one to madness. Once Green tastes the sweetness of it, his ambition shall surely flourish, and success will be within reach. But how shall I proceed? I possess neither the sacrifice nor the true name. Green waved his hand dismissively. And oh worries, my disciple. I have prepared everything for you. Moore replied with an enigmatic expression. Furthermore, as this is your inaugural transaction, the sacrifice I have procured for you is of substantial weight. Come along. Moore guided Green to a storeroom. The door swung open, revealing a red-haired woman bound like a worm, struggling incessantly. This shall suffice. A living sacrifice, Moore declared. Green was at a loss for words. Sophia continued to writhe, her mouth gagged, producing only muffled sounds. A living sacrifice. What sort of living sacrifice? Her eyes brimmed with terror. Why was she, merely stepping out for a midnight restroom visit, captured by that creepy old man to serve as a sacrifice? Wait a moment. Sophia recognized Green standing beside Moore. A glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. Green. Green. Save me. Oh. Moore sensed an anomaly, casting a curious glance at Green and Sophia. You two know each other. Should I find another? He was quite considerate of his disciple's feelings. No, I am not familiar with her. Green waved his hand dismissively. She's perfect. I find her quite suitable. A look of utter dread crossed Sophia's face. Green. It's me. It's me. Though I may have offended you initially, I truly recognize my mistake. Please do not use me as a sacrifice. So vibrant. The demon shall undoubtedly be pleased. Green chuckled, stepping forward as if to lift Sophia as one would a ladder. Let's go, master. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Green tossed Sophia into the center of the blood-red formation. She writhed frantically, attempting to crawl out of the formation's confines. Young man, before we formally commence the ritual, there are a few matters I must discuss with you. Moore approached Green, using his foot to nudge Sophia back into place as she managed to inch away. Remember, you may ask the demon for anything you desire, but be wary of being beguiled by the demon. No matter what he proposes, the exchange will only encompass this warrior, even if the trade seems heavily imbalanced. This woman shall serve as your experimental subject, understand? Understood, Green nodded. Moore retreated outside the formation. The vast array began to operate, emanating an eerie red glow. The demon you are to negotiate with is named Malfa. More proclaimed loudly. Once the ritual commences, the person beside you will transform into white light. Simply grasp it and present it to the demon. The uncanny light intensified. The surroundings became ethereal, ultimately plunging into complete darkness. Ha 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 ha! An evil voice echoed through the boundless darkness. Let me see which insignificant insect dares to attempt fulfilling its desires. Flames ignited all around, that a colossal and grotesque red demon materialized before Green. Speak, mortal. What do you wish to beseech the great Malfa? The two exchanged glances. What are you doing here? Malfa gazed at Green in bewilderment. Haven't you been away from hell for quite some time? I specifically came to check on you. Green picked up the white light that Sophia had transformed into from the ground. You see, this time, hey, upon seeing Green's actions, Malfa swiftly pushed his hand away. Just visiting is one thing. Why are you bringing a gift? This is not a gift. It is merely a token of goodwill. Green attempted to offer the white light to Malfa once more. Don't you dare speak nonsense to me, Malfa's eyes widened, pushing the white light back. This is inappropriate. I am at work. Oh, come on, just accept it. No, you should keep it for yourself. Malfa pushed Green's hand away again, then regarded him with a look of contemplation. I see. You must be here because of that previous incident. I am not. Brother, I have told you several times. This matter truly cannot be resolved. Interrupting Green. Malfa vigorously shook his head. We are all far too busy. How can we assist you with your affairs in the human realm? No, I genuinely am not here regarding that previous incident. Then why have you come to find me? Malfa, I wish to request you to summon some demonic fire. Green rubbed his fingers together. Just place it into the formation where I currently stand. Malfa's face displayed a look of confusion. Why should I do it? You are a demon yourself, are you not? I cannot. It must be you. This holds profound significance. Green's expression was earnest. He merely needed to appease the outside world, ensuring more believe the transaction was successful. It would not suffice for him to perform the summoning himself. How perplexing. Malfa shook his head. If you desire hellfire, conjure it yourself. I am exceedingly busy at the moment. We shall converse another time. Hey, wait a moment, Green called out urgently. The connection was severed. The red light gradually dissipated. The surrounding environment returned to reality. What transpired between you and that demon? Standing outside the formation, Moore regarded Green with curiosity. What is the situation? The ritual was successful, and the person remains unharmed. Why is there not a single reaction? I presented the sacrifice to the demon, yet he refused to accept it and returned it to me. Those greedy fiends have a policy of returning sacrifices? Moore's eyes widened. It is nothing short of miraculous that he didn't devour the sacrifice. Indeed, it was returned. Perhaps he deemed it unworthy. Green nudged Sophia with his foot. Impossible. This is a living sacrifice. What demon would refuse such a thing? Moore clutched his head. Perhaps that demon was simply in a foul mood today and did not wish to engage in any transactions. Let us attempt it once more. Surely, Master, we are not doing this again. It must be the demon's issue. I can simply find you another. The elder stepped onto the formation, beginning to modify the sanguine array. However, young man, that previous demon had a relatively good temperament. The next one I procure will be far more challenging to deal with, so you must exercise caution. What if this new one fails as well? Then we shall change it again. All done. After a while, Moore nodded with satisfaction. The immense formation began to operate once more. In the ensuing time, this could be deemed one of the most nefarious rituals in existence, resulting in dialogues such as the following with demons that I am so embarrassed. I even brought a gift upon coming here. Take it. No, I refused. It's fine. Who would know? Accept it. You must take it this time. No. This is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it. This is not a gift. It is a sacrifice. There's still a sacrifice among us demons. Are you not giving me any face? Both you and I are seasoned demons, and we value the nuances of human relationships. Enough of this. Others are calling for me. I shall take my leave now. This is truly bizarre. Observing the innocent expression on Green's face at the center of the formation, Moore displayed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. 18 demons, and not one succeeded. Most importantly, that fellow Green emerged unscathed. Let this be the last attempt. Moore stepped forward to modify the array. If this fails as well, we shall simply try again another day. He had not even revealed his true name to Green. Very well, Green nodded. The formation began to operate, the surroundings turning ethereal before dimming. Green, Flam, please connect me to the Lord. Green crossed his arms and spoke to the other party. So you are here to find the Lord. The red demon nodded. The scene darkened once more. The lava radiated a bright glow. And after a moment, the entire space transformed into an exceedingly vast red office. A terrifyingly large demon donned an equally enormous suit. Liar sat at the desk, peering through glasses as if engrossed in something. The instant Green entered the office, Liar took notice of him. Green, what brings you here? He paused briefly before continuing. And why did you skip the morning meeting? Cough. I was so overwhelmed with work yesterday that I fainted. Thus missing the morning meeting, Green explained, Why, Lord, I come to trouble you. What do you need? Liar replied without lifting his gaze. Could you lend a hand with the array I am currently in? Lend a hand? Why? Just lend a hand. It holds no particular significance. Liar adjusted his glasses. Fine, once I finish this document, do you have any other matters? None. I will take my leave. Green proactively closed the ritual. Damn it, a bunch of fellows are less straightforward than the Lord. The scene reverted to reality, and Moore approached upon witnessing the situation. Failed again? No, this time it succeeded, Green asserted confidently, though it may take a while to show results. Kid, failure is failure. No need to lie. The elder patted Green's shoulder, signed he knew that this consecutive 19th failure might have indeed wounded the boy's pride. You have only just begun. Failure is entirely normal. He began to console Green. As long as you maintain the right attitude and learn diligently from me, you will undoubtedly succeed in the future. Green tugged at the corners of his mouth. Teacher, I truly succeeded this time. Still being stubborn, what is the point of such lies? Moore pointed towards Sophia beside them. The demon even confiscated the sacrifice. How could the transaction possibly be valid? Just as Moore prepared to further educate Green, he suddenly froze. Grabbing both Green and Sophia, he dashed towards the outskirts of the array. An eerie ripple emanated from the center of the formation. An overwhelmingly sinister aura surged forth. The ground shattered with a resounding boom. A colossal column of blood erupted, soaring straight into the sky. In the holy court of the Cast Kingdom. What is this? The green-haired woman's expression shifted dramatically as she gazed at the distant celestial phenomenon. Mandy, which city is that direction? My lord, it is Granville City. Quickly contact the local church. Bishop! In the church courtyard, a man clad in clerical robes rushed breathlessly to the side of an elderly man in red robes. The headquarters, I understand. Scott raised his hand, signaling the cleric to cease. They would not be able to arrive in time, and what significance would there be in merely informing them that Granville was on the brink of destruction? The elder sighed. More Panesos, you truly have caught me off guard. Scott's mind had already grasped who the orchestrator of all this was. He and Moore had been arch-nemeses for years, during his tenure as a judge of the church. He had made numerous attempts to capture this fiend. Unfortunately, due to his limitations, he had always returned empty-handed. To eliminate the source of this calamity, Scott had chosen to remain in Granville as bishop after retirement. He had no other intention than to closely monitor this individual. However, after years of observation, he had believed that this fellow had settled down with age. Yet, once again, Scott underestimated Moore's ambition. The elder lifted his gaze towards the sky. A torrent of malevolence engulfed the heavens. They converged high above, gradually forming into a massive shadow. Such an apocalyptic sight could yield no other possibility. Are the demons descending? Scott murmured to himself. He realized his own negligence. The summoning of demons required an exceedingly intricate ritual process, and he had allowed Moore to complete it unbeknownst to all. What shall we do, my Lord Bishop? Gather all forces and prepare for sacrifice, Scott said calmly, and released that individual. Upon hearing this from the elder, the cleric's face displayed a look of terror. Are you certain, my Lord Bishop? That individual's brutality rivals that of demons. I am certain. Scott's gaze was resolute. Combat a monster. We must employ another monster. We have no other choice. In the depths of the church, 3 levels underground, the cleric approached a fully enclosed cell and used a complexly constructed key to unlock the door. Inside the spacious cell was but a single person. A man. The chains rattled, and the cleric looked up. He was bound by chains, his entire body adorned with golden shackles. How rare it is for our esteemed cleric to visit me. Silence, ascetic. The cleric's heart raced with fear, yet he maintained a facade of calmness. "It is time for your penance. It seems you are facing great trouble." The man chuckled lightly, his laughter growing louder until it reached a frenzied pitch. "Ha! Ha ha ha! I knew the day would come when you would seek me out. This is not a request. It is an order." The cleric shouted that I am releasing you. Go resolve the issues outside and return to endure your punishment. Understood? Then unlock me, the man said with a smile directed at the cleric. The cleric swallowed hard and stepped forward, using the key to unfasten the locks. This feeling of freedom, I haven't felt it in years. The man stretched his neck, he extended his hand, and, without hesitation, pierced the cleric's chest. Blood flowed from the cleric's mouth. "I have long found you displeasing." This was expected, was it not? The man smiled at the cleric. With a forceful shove, he sent the cleric crashing against the wall, reducing him to a puddle of gore. "Well, the annoying one is dead. Now, let me see what interesting events are unfolding outside Timor's residence." Damn! The blood column shot into the sky, and the waves of shock rendered Green unable to stand firm. "My lord, quickly, seal the magic." The blood pillar remained unresponsive. Clearly, Lyre could not hear Green's words either. "Green, what have you done?" More roared from the other side. "Did you offer your soul to summon something from the other side?" "No, I don't know either," Green shouted back, his voice drowned out by the cacophony of the blood pillar. He had merely requested the Lord to show a bit of power. Who could have anticipated that such a display would cause such a commotion? Blood continued to surge violently. Moore racked his brain, unable to comprehend how Green had managed to create such a situation. All he knew was that with this level of disturbance, the entity on the other side would not be a trivial existence. Even in hell, should that terrifying demon emerge from the blood pillar, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of bloodshed. Green. After much deliberation, Moore shouted at Green, "You must leave this place. Run as far as you can." With the earth-shattering noise, the Church's forces would surely arrive at any moment. Moore considered himself quite powerful. Yet even in this situation, he believed he could protect himself. However, he could not manage to safeguard both himself and Green simultaneously. "But what about you, teacher?" Green yelled back at Moore, "I will stay here. You must go." Removing his staff from the wall, Moore stood resolutely beside the blood pillar. In truth, he wished to flee. He instigated this chaos. And he did not wish to witness the arrival of a demon. But this was his home. His entire livelihood was at stake. If he fled, he would lose everything. "Since you say so," Green gazed at Moore with a complex expression. The old man seemed prepared for a noble sacrifice. "Then I shall take my leave. Please take care." Without a moment's hesitation, Green opened the door and rushed outside. "Wait. What about me? I'm not a sacrifice yet." Sophia struggled frantically on the ground, her face filled with terror. Blood gushed from the pillar, splattering her with its foulness. It felt as if something was about to emerge. "Don't leave me alone in such a dreadful place." Almost forgetting her, Green turned back, hoisting Sophia onto his shoulder and sprinting outside. Within Granville City, all the citizens looked up at the sky. What is happening? Why has the bright sunny day suddenly darkened? Look, what is that? The demonic pillar shot into the heavens, a malevolent aura spreading like a tidal wave. Shadows in the sky slowly coalesced, ultimately forming the shape of a demon. A demon. It's a demon. The crowd screamed in panic. The sound of clashing metal echoed from nearby, followed by a group of knights clad in silver armor galloping on horseback, shouting at the crowd. "Demons have invaded. This place is not safe. You must all leave immediately." With that, they charged towards the blood pillar without looking back. Chaos erupted in the streets. Green, carrying Sophia, slowly navigated through the frenzied crowd. Sophia continued to struggle desperately, even having escaped the blood pillar. Her safety was far from assured. She was still in the grasp of this demonic sorcerer. "Help! Help!" Sophia cried out, trying to attract the attention of those around her. Yet her efforts proved futile in such dire circumstances. Everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, indifferent to her plight. "Hey, you there!" A righteous voice called from ahead. Finally, someone had noticed her. Sophia's face lit up with excitement. The voice belonged to an armored knight of the church, who approached them. Quick, subdue that evil sorcerer. She can YRNT you heading home. Can't you see the ominous phenomenon in the sky? The man reached Green, concern etched on his face. Help! Help! Why are you worrying about that guy? Hey, look at me. Am I not the greater issue here? I'm tied up by this freak. I'm terribly sorry, Knight. Green scratched his head sheepishly. I'll head back now. Good. Remember to secure your doors and windows when you return home. Do not venture outside until the malevolence dissipates. Understood? The man admonished before departing, leaving Sophia in despair. Suddenly, Green felt a vibration at his waist. He retrieved a small mechanical device from his pocket and held it to his ear. Hello. What's the matter? What's the matter? I'm in the Lord Mayor's office, and I can see that thing in the sky. What have you done? The voice of Zelta echoed through the device. This is just Mother Earth having her monthly cycle. It has nothing to do with me. Don't give me that nonsense. That demon apparition is posing in the sky, and you think it's unrelated? All right, fine, it does relate to us demons. Upon hearing Zelta's words, Green adjusted Sophia, who was about to slip from his shoulder. But this is quite a normal occurrence. Humans set off fireworks during festivals. Us demons celebrate with a blood pillar now and then. What is the big deal? What holidays do you demons have to commemorate the 3000th anniversary of the first domain falling into the void? Is that something worth celebrating? Why wouldn't it be? It serves as a reminder for demons to never forget their humiliation and to strive forward. Damn it, Zelta was at a loss for words. Let me ask you one thing. Are you sure none of your friends or relatives are emerging from that thing? They're all busy. Who's coming? Greenside. It's not like the old days anymore. Ever since the shattering war with the celestial realm, all demons have kept their distance from the human world. Even if you brought a palanquin to carry them, they wouldn't be pleased to come. Except for me, of course, since I have business to attend to. Honestly, if I had no official duties, I would prefer to take a long nap in hell. That blood pillar may look impressive, but it's really not of much use. Its only fate is to spout blood for a while and then cease. What should we do on our end? Such a big incident. Surely the Lord Mayor will make a statement. Zelta continued to inquire. Let Reynaud make a show of it. It should wrap up in an hour or two, Green replied. The city defense forces can make a run for it. Consider it a drill, that if there's nothing else. I am hanging up, Green said, cutting the call. He placed the device back in his pocket. But just then now, my chance. Sophia seized the moment, gathering all her strength and leaping off Green's shoulder. Thud! The girl landed on the ground. Sophia spat out whatever was in her mouth and began to crawl frantically along the ground. Yes, just ahead. Looking at the figure in front of her, Sophia's eyes sparkled with hope. Although her clothes were torn, they still bore the insignia of the church. Holy priest, Sophia called out to the man. The previous night may have misunderstood, but this time she could speak. Surely there would be no mistake. Please save me. There's a demonic sorcerer behind me. He is the one responsible for all of this. The ascetic turned to face Sophia, who was already holding a bloodied knife. Without hesitation, he raised the blade, aiming it directly at Sophia. Years of battle had honed Sophia's instincts for danger. She exerted every ounce of strength to dodge the blade, rolling back to stand in front of Green. Why aren't you going? Green gazed down at Sophia with a smile upon his face. Sophia stammered, I still think it's better on your side. The innocent refugee was pierced through the chest. The man trampled him underfoot, slowly extracting the victim's entrails with his knife. The refugee continued to scream, while the ascetic wore a look of ecstasy. Indeed, such delightful sounds. This young man has quite the perverse taste. Green crossed his arms, interrupting the ascetic's reverie. I apologize. It has simply been too stifling, and I couldn't help but wish to relieve myself. After being interrupted, the man bore no anger. I asked what that girl said true. Are you the source of the blood pillar? Do you believe her nonsense? Yes. I was just rambling. Sophia fervently nodded in agreement below. Well, since you both insist, I shall take your word for it. However, I have a habit of my own, until matters are thoroughly confirmed. A sadistic expression spread across the ascetic's face that I prefer to test it myself. Almost simultaneously with the ascetic's words, a golden light erupted around him as he lunged forward, directly charging at Green. You people from the church are as insufferable as ever. Green snorted coldly upon witnessing the ascetic's actions. Has no one ever told you that such an approach is quite rude? With a stomp, Green struck the ground. Instantly, a chilling aura coalesced, swiftly covering the ground, transforming the rough stone floor into a smooth surface akin to ice. You are indeed not so simple, the ascetic continued his advance, gliding effortlessly across the icy terrain. But do you really think this pathetic spell will be of any use? Is that all you have? Green once more stomped the ground. Crack. The entire ice surface shattered, scattering shards of ice that shot skyward. The ice fragments exploded upon contact with the ascetic. Yet this was not the end. The airborne shards reversed direction, hurtling back towards the ascetic. This, Sophia, lying on the ground, was utterly stunned. Initially, she had perceived Green as merely a bronze-tier warrior, and thus held him in disdain. Now, bound and aware of his deception, she recognized him as a mage, a disciple of a wicked, demonic sorcerer. Even so, she believed Green could only be a silver-tier mage at best, given his age. Yet now, without a single incantation, he unleashed a large area spell with a mere stomp. Are you jesting with me? Even the most formidable mages, she knows, would require half a minute to prepare. Most alarmingly, this was not the end. Green stomped again, astonishingly transforming the area spell into an offensive spell she had never even witnessed. What kind of powerful mage could execute such a maneuver? Excellent, excellent. After fending off the ice shards, the ascetic's face lit up with excitement. Let me see just how much you weigh. Locking on to Green's position, the ascetic struck once more. Green lifted Sophia from the ground. The silver blade swung down ferociously. Green took a slight step back, evading the strike with a sidestep. This isn't over yet, the ascetic roared, raising his blade for another fierce swing, showing little variation in his attack. Green dodged again using the same motion. You! The ascetic, confident in his swordsmanship, grew increasingly frustrated after missing twice. Strike again! Strike again! The man attacked frantically, reducing the ground beneath him to rubble with each blow. Sophia, cradled in Green's arms, felt her heart race. With the slightest misstep, it would be she, not Green, who would perish. Yet, Green continued to retreat, deftly evading the onslaught. With a nimble jump backward, he evaded the ascetic's strikes entirely. This once again shattered Sophia's perception of reality. With such agility, he claimed to be a mage. I have no interest in playing with such a fool. After evading the ascetic's assault, Green leaped onto a step that, I take my leave. Magical energy gathered around him, but a flash of white light enveloped them both, and they vanished from the spot in a narrow alley of Granvale City. Green sprinted with Sophia in tow. Are you just going to run away? Sophia exclaimed from his shoulder. From her perspective, she believed Green could defeat his opponent. What else would I do? Green retorted, that if you wish to fight me, I can send you back. Sophia fell silent at once. Ridiculous. There was no benefit to him. Why should Green engage in a battle with someone as nonsensical as her? Furthermore, that individual was a failed experimental weapon crafted by the church. It seemed evident that whatever the church produced was designed for combat against demons, that in a true confrontation, it would either be a matter of overwhelming strength or simply a nauseating experience for Green, akin to swallowing a fly. Were Irina present, he would undoubtedly entrust the matter to her. Shadows flickered behind him. Green sighed and swiftly drew a pneumatic gun from his back. The muzzle erupted in flames as he fired a shot directly at the location of the shadow. You truly are a wild dog. Smoke billowed, and Green watched as the man emerged from the ruins. You latch on to anyone you catch, do you? Do you think you can escape? The ascetic bellowed. Wild dog? Just wait until my blade lands upon your face. Let's see how defiant you remain. The man lunged forward. Silver light flashed. Clang, clang. Sparks erupted as Green deflected 3 consecutive strikes with bullets from his gun. Since you are so eager to play, I shall indulge you. Using the force of the recoil, Green leaped onto a wall. Be careful now, for I shall soon get serious. Get serious? The ascetic scoffed, unimpressed. What childish threats are these? Pray tell, how do you intend to get serious? I plan to use a weapon. Green replied with a smile, gazing down at the ascetic. That a weapon? You mean that gun? The ascetic glanced at Green's demon-slaying gun. He acknowledged its complexity, But with angelic protection, long-range weapons posed little threat to him. Go on. Then, show me what that so-called divine weapon is. The ascetic was eager to see what Green intended to do with the gun. All right. Green nodded, setting Sophia down before lifting her leg once more. This is it, my divine weapon, Green declared with utmost confidence. Sophia, ascetic. How am I a weapon? Sophia shrieked in disbelief. You intend to use her against me? The ascetic exclaimed, astonished. This blade is specially crafted by the church. How can you? Humph. Merely a broken blade. Green scoffed dismissively. That pitiful thing cannot compare to this warrior's well-honed physique. It can compare, but will surely perish the moment it makes contact. Sophia continued to scream. Are you insulting me? The ascetic narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering across his face. Oh, not jest with me. Go and fetch me. It seemed that doubt still lingered in his mind. Without further ado, Green unleashed a sword strike. A terrifying black blade of light surged forth, hurtling directly towards the ascetic. The ascetic's pupils instantly constricted. He raised his sword and staggered backward several paces, barely managing to deflect the menacing blade. Come forth, Green said, hoisting Sophia upon his shoulder, a confident smile adorning his lips. Today, we shall determine whose weapon is mightier, your blade or her head. That is not a comparison we can make. The ground beneath them shattered as the ascetic launched an offensive. Though he was perplexed by Green's antics, the recent display of swordsmanship made it evident that this man was not jesting. Brandishing his weapon, the ascetic closed the distance to Green, aiming a downward strike at Sophia. I am doomed. Sophia cried out in despair. Watching the impending blade, a resounding clash echoed as the knife met Green's held Sophia, which astonishingly resembled steel. The collision sparked an intense flurry of light. You know, this blade has never tasted defeat. The sparks illuminated the ascetic's profile. How fortunate. Mine has yet to know loss as well. Green replied with a grin. Their figures briefly separated before intertwining once more. The clash of blades accompanied their movements, producing a whistling sound in the air. Have you ever considered my feelings? Sophia said numbly. Caught in the heart of this tempest, it was not as painful as she had imagined, yet it was far from pleasant. With each encounter, she felt as though she had been struck by a fist. Moreover, Sophia truly could not comprehend how Green wielded her as a sword. How could he channel her into unleashing blade energy? Die! The ascetic roared, his blade radiating a fierce golden light as he charged relentlessly at Green. With a sharp clang, Green raised Sophia to block the strike, then countered with a swift thrust. The force of the blow resembled a colossal hammer descending. The ground cracked like a tortoise shell. The ascetic spat blood, collapsing to the earth. You concede? Green asked, bearing Sophia as he regarded the fallen ascetic with a smile. That I could never surrender to a wretch like you? The ascetic wiped the blood from his mouth and rose. Indeed, throughout their recent exchanges, he had been at a disadvantage. Yet he believed that this was merely due to the peculiar nature of Green's weapon, which left him bewildered. And no matter. Do you think you are the only one with true power? I possess it as well. Allow me to show you my true strength. The ascetic bellowed. Divine light erupted from him, shattering the shackles that bound him. You truly are a defective product. Green's face twisted with disdain as he beheld the chaotic emanation of angelic power. Because you cannot control the angelic abilities within you, you have been forced into confinement. Wait. Hearing Green's words, the ascetic's eyes widened. How do you know that title? In an instant, memories of his past surged forth. As a child, he had been taken from his village by a cadre of ecclesiastical knights and brought to a laboratory where numerous clerics dwelled. The angels have been vanquished, one cleric declared. All 8 legions of demons have invaded the human realm, suffering nearly no losses. It is all due to that demon clad in human flesh. Another white-robed cleric seethed with resentment. That I will slay him. Had it not been for his treachery, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Do not act rashly, the original cleric interjected. That demon is cunning. He employs the powers of other demons, and we have never witnessed him wielding his own abilities. Given his connection to the demon prince, it is highly likely that his powers are of the same caliber as the prince-time abilities. You might want to weigh your options carefully. The white-robed cleric fell silent. Thus, we are left with no choice. Indeed, to protect the human realm from defilement, we must proceed as such. A cleric nodded in agreement. Let us commence. The young child was dragged onto the operating table. What shall we do? One cleric stood by the door. These defective beings cannot control the shards of power. Their lifespans will likely be short-lived. Let us seal them with magic. Another cleric approached, regarding the child within as one would an object. Perhaps one day, they might prove useful. The ascetic covered his face, the agonizing memories flooding back. Just as the cleric had stated, many years later, the church could no longer create beings of their kind. Hence, they resorted to utilizing these failed products once more. His name and the shackles upon him were the burdens imposed by the current church. How do you know? Fixating his gaze on Green's face, the ascetic roared. Were you part of that era? Use your brain. How many years have passed? Your enemies have long since turned to dust, Green replied nonchalantly. However, I have indeed dealt with many of your successful siblings. Upon hearing this, the ascetic suddenly grasped Green's identity. He was no mere demon sorcerer. He was a demon, and no distinction remained. The man's radiance surged to its zenith, his visage contorted with rage, his teeth seemingly on the verge of shattering. You are all the root cause of this calamity. The terrifying angelic power unfurled. The ascetic brandished his weapon, colliding violently with Green. This batch of yours from back then truly possessed not a single sane mind. Green remarked. The cacophony of clashes reverberated continuously. Their assault speed escalated, and to onlookers, only two shadows flickered in the air, with each intersection accompanied by fierce collisions and exploding sparks. It must be noted that once the ascetic unleashed his full power, he indeed became formidable. This moment, bolstered by the angelic might, the two appeared evenly matched that I truly cannot endure any longer. The sounds of battle drowned out Sophia's words. The girl felt as though she had been struck to the point of oblivion. She could not comprehend what they were saying. Just moments ago, it seemed they had been adversaries. Clang, 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 a series of 5 strikes ensued. Ultimately, with one powerful slash from the ascetic, Sophia lost consciousness. Perish demon! A radiant blade of energy soared skyward. The angelic power expanded, shattering the surrounding structures, causing the very space to tremble under the weight of the strike. Impressive, that strike. From amidst the swirling dust, applause resounded. Despite the commotion, Green stood at the center of the arena, unfazed. Since you are so determined, out of respect for you, I believe I should adopt a more serious demeanor. A more serious demeanor? The ascetic was left bewildered by Green's words. Did you not claim to be earnest just now? Did I say that? Green stroked his chin. That is of little consequence. Now allow me to showcase the true power of this warrior maiden's great sword. Unseal. With a resounding clang, a brilliant light surged forth. A tempestuous aura emanated from the young girl, rippling outward. The brown hemp ropes snapped, ultimately revealing Sophia in her true form. The ascetic? Now, Green held his sword with both hands, a serious expression etched across his face. Prepare to meet your end. The colossal sword cleaved through the fabric of space, descending like a storm unleashed. No, could this woman's physical form truly be that formidable? The ascetic felt an urge to curse. The oppressive force emanating from Green's grip felt akin to that of a divine artifact. Yet, I simply cannot comprehend this. The ascetic raised his sword to block. The giant sword descended like a mountain. The man grunted as both of his feet sank into the ground. I can't believe this. The ascetic exerted every ounce of strength to deflect the sword. Throughout his life, having experienced countless battles, he had never encountered a foe as peculiar as Green. Are all demons so abstract? Perhaps it is just me. Green shrugged. He continued his assault, the warrior's gigantic sword in his hands behaving like a mere plaything, swinging with abandon, as the balance of power shifted entirely, with Green imposing an unparalleled dominance over the ascetic. The ground shattered once more. The ascetic was struck by the colossal sword, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This absolute disparity in strength. Had this man been toying with him from the very beginning? No, I can't allow this to continue. I will be beaten to death. The The sword fell like a bolt of thunder. Even devoid of any sharpness, it nearly shattered the ascetic's bones. I exist solely to eradicate your kind. The man roared. How could I possibly lose to you? Seizing the moment when Green lifted his sword, the ascetic grasped his blade and launched a desperate strike. You don't think that just because you possess a weapon designed to combat demons, you can truly confront one, do you? Green regarded the ascetic with intrigue. The man's movements appeared to him as if in slow motion. The furious aura suppressed the angelic power, and Sophia descended with unmatched might. Their heads collided with a thunderous crash. The man and his sword were driven into the ground. Green raised Sophia, inspecting her head. What a fine head indeed! I wonder, after this, will her intelligence suffer? Demon, a faint voice emerged from the pit, the ascetic barely clinging to life. Not dead yet. Green raised an eyebrow, seizing Sophia and delivering several more blows to the man's head. Boom! Boom! The man fell utterly silent. Sophia now a grotesque mess, of course. None of the blood was hers. Huff! Green exhaled, surveying the surrounding devastation. He approached the man's lifeless body, gripping a black glowing object. This was the man's soul. Despite Green's seemingly casual grasp, this ability was unique to demons. Only they could manipulate souls as if they were art. Souls are also categorized. Different individuals possess souls of various colors based on their deeds. For instance, Irina possesses a wholly pure white soul, while this one exudes a foreboding black. Green tightened his grip once more, causing the soul to shatter under his actions. Now he is truly dead. Even a divine spirit couldn't revive him. Green certainly would not allow this entity to remain alive, and no matter how tragic its past. As a weapon forged to combat demons, keeping it would only invite trouble. Of course, regarding the soul, Green could have chosen to consume it. This was also a special ability of demons. Such souls were akin to potent elixirs for them. Not only did they prolong life, but they also enhanced strength. However, Green would not consume it. He found the ascetic's soul repugnant. If he were to eat, it would only be a soul like Irina's, that of a so-called pure maiden. How could this place have turned into such a state? A voice came from behind. Rowan and Lila, weapons in hand, cautiously advanced while surveying the surrounding ruins. Green, the silver-haired elf, exclaimed joyfully, abandoning the two to rush toward Green. Little one, how did you end up here? Facing the approaching Irina, Green smiled. Little did he expect that as soon as the girl reached him, she would leap into his embrace. I was truly worried about you. A muffled voice emerged from his chest as Irina buried her adorable head into Green's torso. Where on earth have you been? Why didn't you return all night? Green tugged at the corners of his mouth. Although the girl's voice was soft, the concern and questioning were unmistakable. But surely it couldn't be that serious? Our time apart barely totaled 24 hours at most. I merely went to assist some lost girls. Gently stroking the girl's delicate silver hair, Green attempted to soothe Irina with a gesture. Assist lost girls? Irina lifted her head, a look of confusion gracing her features. However, she quickly recalled the purpose of her search for Green, her expression turning urgent. Green, it's not safe outside. We must hurry back. With that, she grasped Green's hand, intent on departing. Dangerous? Are you referring to the entities in the sky? Irina, Green did not move, pointing toward the heavens. That it is already safe now. That thing is nearly gone. How can that be? I just saw. Irina looked up, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. Sunlight broke through the clouds. Just as Green had said, the malevolent energy in the sky had dissipated significantly. The crimson pillar that had once pierced the heavens now resembled a fountain, spraying and then ceasing altogether. Captain! Rowan and Lila hurried over. By the way, how did you end up with these two? Green inquired of the girl that we encountered them on the way. They were also looking for their captain, so we decided to travel together. Irina replied. How could it have turned out like this? Gazing at Sophia, who lay bloodied on the ground, Rowan's expression grew complex. Never mind that. Lila, quickly heal the captain. Right, the golden-haired girl raised her staff and began to chant softly. Great divine spirit, please bestow upon me the strength to heal all the wounds of this warrior. Light radiated from the staff, golden rays flowing like water into Sophia's body. The girl on the ground gradually stirred. Ugh, Sophia began to rise, clutching her head. It hurts so much. My head truly feels like it's splitting. Captain. Seeing Sophia awaken, Rowan rushed forward with concern. We searched for you all day. Where on earth did you run off to? And why are you covered in blood in this place? What? Faced with Rowan's inquiries, Sophia wore a dazed expression. She touched her face, looking at her bloodied hands, a look of terror crossing her features. Blood? Why is there blood? I don't know. Did I run out? All I remember is going out at night to use the restroom. Oh. Upon catching sight of Sophia, Green narrowed his eyes. He did not make any move. Although he was indeed skilled in such matters, this was merely a case of a child losing her memory. Considering the circumstances, it was quite understandable, given that she had endured so many blows to the head. Losing only a small fragment of her memory could be considered fortunate. Green pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Moreover, with just this segment of her memory lost, the potential for manipulation increased significantly. Had she fallen victim to some enchantment? Rowan, observing the bewildered Sophia, turned to Lila and called out, Lila, please try another dispel on the captain. All right, the young girl raised her staff once more. A golden light enveloped Sophia, penetrating her being. Oh, you recall anything now? No. Sophia shook her head in confusion. Rowan sighed and stood up. It seemed he would have to inquire with others. Long time no see, Mr. Green. He turned around and courteously addressed Green. Were you with our captain? Could you enlighten me on what transpired? Indeed, I was with Miss Sophia, Green replied, his expression turning grave. I cannot ascertain whether this young lady is genuinely amnesiac or merely feigning it. However, since you both are here, I must divulge the truth. Your captain, this Miss Sophia, has committed murder. Rowan's face contorted in shock. Did I kill someone? Sophia still appeared utterly perplexed. Impossible. The captain is no murderer, Lila shouted, attempting to soothe Sophia while directing her fury at Green. Miss Lila, I comprehend your sentiments. Green maintained his somber demeanor. However, the evidence at the scene is irrefutable. You must accept this reality. Indeed, the evidence is overwhelming. The body of the ascetic lies in the pit. And Sophia is drenched in his blood. If she did not kill him, then who did? What? Are you implying that I wielded Sophia's hand to commit murder? That would equate to her being the killer. What does this have to do with me? Lila remained skeptical. Yet Rowan, after surveying the scene, was already inclined to believe Green's account. He exhaled deeply. Mr. Green, who was this deceased individual? Do you recognize him? I am not acquainted with him. But surely you can discern his identity? His attire reveals everything. Green's eyes brimmed with sorrow. He was a noble priest who, at the onset of the blood column, unhesitatingly led people to flee from disaster. He never anticipated that a deranged woman would take his life in order to protect us innocent souls. He engaged in a desperate struggle against her. Only when he drew his last breath did he manage to subdue her. Thereafter, peacefully closing his eyes. After listening to Green's words, Rowan approached the body once more, scrutinizing the garments anew. This is dire. This was the sole thought echoing in Rowan's mind, given the undeniable evidence of the scene. He had come to trust Green's statements. However, he also believed that Sophia might have acted under the influence of the blood column, which could explain her actions. Regardless, the fact remained that Sophia had committed murder. Moreover, she had slain a member of the church, and as a paladin of the church, Rowan was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would follow. Nevertheless, he could not abandon his friend. Mr. Green, he said, taking a deep breath, since the deceased was not your friend, might you consider? Absolutely not. I am a devout believer. What do you take me for? Green placed his hand over his heart, resolutely stating that in order to uphold the sanctity of the Holy Spirit, I must report this matter. No, please do not take such action. Rowan hastily interjected, I am also of the church. I share the faith of the Holy Spirit. Mr. Green, I have known these two for quite some time. Sophia is a kind-hearted individual, and she must have been influenced by the blood column to act in such a manner. Everyone makes mistakes. Please grant her a chance. Green feigned a look of uncertainty. Then, Mr. Green, sensing Green's wavering, Rowan pressed on, if you are willing to keep this matter confidential, I Rowan the Paladin, vow that we shall assist you to the best of our abilities with any difficulties you encounter in the future. Fine, fine, I understand. Having achieved his objective, Green waved his hand and then turned his gaze toward Sophia. You truly have some remarkable friends. Have you agreed? Rowan exclaimed joyfully. Clean up the scene quickly, if the adjudicators come to investigate. I won't be able to shield you even if I wanted to. All right, we'll get to work immediately. Rowan and Lila hurriedly began to cleanse the bloodstains from the scene, watching the two busy figures. Green stroked his chin. How shall I utilize these 3 pawns? In the solemn hall of the sacred court of the kingdom of Castor, a middle-aged man sat upon a golden throne, robed in scarlet, adorned with a crown encrusted with jewels, surrounded by towering statues and religious murals. Letitia, have you made your decision? The man addressed the kneeling girl below. The situation in Granville remains uncertain, and as a saint, this is not your duty. No, this is precisely my duty. Letitia lifted her head, her green locks cascading to the floor. To aid those who suffer and combat the wicked demons. My father perished at the hands of a demon. Now that Granville faces such calamity, I cannot remain idle within the sacred court. Upon hearing the girl's words, the man sighed. Letitia, the eternal empire invades this nation daily. Our diocese is in critical peril, and I can scarcely spare anyone to assist you. Then I shall go alone. Letitia's gaze was resolute. That is out of the question. If you were to perish, I would have even less face to present to the Pope. The man tiredly covered his face. Moreover, I am your uncle. I cannot simply stand by and do nothing. The girl fell silent, and the middle-aged man sat in contemplation upon his throne. Very well. This time, you may go. Thank you, dear uncle. Letitia exclaimed with joy. However, do not be too quick to celebrate. The man waved his hand. You are not going there for leisure. Upon your return, you must provide me with a comprehensive investigation report on Granville. Furthermore, as I mentioned, I cannot spare many personnel for you. 20 clergy members is the most I can provide as your uncle. That is more than sufficient. Letitia stood and bowed to the man. I shall depart immediately, Your Excellency. I will deliver a satisfactory report on Granville's situation. With that, the girl strode out without looking back. Outside the sacred court, several carriages awaited silently, the personnel assigned to Letitia's mission. Hey, Jacob! A paladin in armor approached Jacob and spoke. That weren't you just loitering at headquarters? Do you know the background of that saintess? Background? Whatever it is, it's certainly not good. The man named Jacob took a swig of his drink. Consider it. Why would a noble saintess leave the headquarters to come to our diocese? Indeed, I find it rather curious. The paladin drove his sword into the ground and took a seat. To be honest, I have been embroiled in this for nearly a decade, and yet this saintly maiden has suddenly appeared and insists on lingering here. Why? Because she has been exiled to this place. Jacob glanced around and then leaned closer to the paladin, whispering quietly, despite her exalted status as a saint, that woman is in truth a disqualified individual. Disqualified individual? The paladin's eyes widened in astonishment, and he hastily covered his mouth. He leaned towards Jacob and murmured, You mustn't speak such nonsense. Do you even comprehend the meaning of a disqualified individual? That is a designation for clergy who have been tainted by demons. You are not mistaken. It is precisely that. Jacob replied in a hushed tone. Letitia's grandfather was the former pope. Now do you understand? The paladin remained silent. The former pope indeed holds far greater notoriety than Letitia the saint. He was accused by the Holy See of consorting with demons, stripped of his position, and ultimately exiled. If what Jacob claims is true, then it seems plausible that this saintly maiden has some connection to demons. Of course, it is certainly not as you might think. Letitia did not willingly associate with demons. Jacob continued. Could you refrain from leaving your statements half-finished? What is truly the situation? Without such intrigue, how could there be any mystery? Jacob chuckled slyly at his companion's exasperation. Within our order, we suspect that Letitia was offered as a sacrificial offering to demons by the former pope. After his departure, she fell victim to a bizarre illness, her body covered in foul inscriptions. You see, the new pope is remarkably progressive. He believes Letitia is still very young and bears no relation to the former pope. Thus he has exerted every effort to save her. However, that illness is exceedingly strange. No matter what methods we devised, this esteemed saint showed no signs of improvement. In the later stages of her affliction, something remarkably peculiar occurred. What occurred? The paladin fixed his gaze anxiously on Jacob. Letitia's father came to visit his daughter. After his visit, Jacob stared intently into the paladin's eyes, articulating each word with gravity. He self-immolated. Enough chatter, everyone, Letitia declared, striding forward with resolute steps, emerging from behind the paladins. Her emerald hair danced in the wind, radiating an intense aura that conveyed a sense of authority, akin to a valkyrie on the battlefield. Prepare your gear, and we shall depart. Glenn opened his eyes. What greeted him was not the familiar white ceiling. Where am I? The dilapidated room was covered in dust. Aside from a few simple pieces of furniture, even the cobwebs in the corners held nothing of substance. He lifted the tattered blanket and rose from the bed, making his way to the window. The street below was devoid of traffic, save for a few beggars and vagrants, while refuse and waste littered the ground. Exuding a foul odored in the distance, a colossal palace loomed against the horizon, the Holy Empire, a realm that has been long extinguished for countless years. Glenn squinted, pondering whether he had been drawn away by the witch once again. How curious it was that he seemed to be dreaming, and of his former self, no less. Turning around, Glenn approached a mirror. Reflected within was a boy with grayish-white hair. His skin was pale, and his countenance appeared frail. The prolonged malnutrition rendered him slight of build, yet evoked a sense of protectiveness and tenderness, not difficult to imagine. Had he received proper nurturing, he would undoubtedly have blossomed into a handsome youth. What a sickly boy! Glenn could not help but scoff at his own appearance. Yes, this was how Glenn once looked. Yet he had long since abandoned this visage. Upon becoming a demon, he shed this form. How wretched he had been back then. Both parents deceased, his household impoverished, and plagued by illness. Surviving into adulthood was nearly entirely due to his bond with his sister. Suddenly, Glenn froze. Sister? Ah, it seems he did have a sister. Glenn grasped the object hanging from his neck, a necklace fashioned from blue crystal, strung together by a slender cord. Due to its crude craftsmanship, this necklace could hardly be deemed beautiful. Yet, he recalled that it had been a gift from his sister. Wait, what time is it? Glenn glanced around. Although there was no clock in the house, judging by the light outside, it appeared to be around 5 o'clock. That means the door swung open. Golden hair cascaded down to her waist. Even clad in the most humble attire, the girl could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Glenn, sister has returned. Glenn found himself momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at the girl who had long since departed from this world. Welcome back, sister. In the palace of the Eternal Empire, clad in military garb, Sha traversed layers of architecture to arrive at the pinnacle of the grand palace complex. This place was heavily guarded, with numerous mechanical knights patrolling day and night to protect the esteemed individuals residing here. What brings you here? The guard at the entrance regarded Sha with a cold stare. High-ranking officer Sha of the Empire. I seek an audience with Her Highness the Princess. An audience? What business could you possibly have? The guard replied nonchalantly. Today is a significant day for the princess. If it is not urgent, kindly return tomorrow. It is not urgent. Yet it concerns a matter entrusted to me by Her Highness the Princess herself. That I implore you, noble guard, to relay this message. Very well, please wait here. The guard turned and entered. Shortly thereafter, other mechanical knights appeared at the entrance, blocking Sha's path. After a while, the guard returned. You may proceed. Sha nodded. Before entering, several mechanical knights approached to confiscate all his weapons. This was an extraordinarily grand palace. In comparison to other structures within the royal complex, this palace was absurdly vast. Even within the hall, Sha felt an overwhelming sense of infinity that a white gown fluttered in the breeze. A golden-haired maiden stood beside the white railing, gazing out upon the sea of clouds before her. This was the princess of the Eternal Empire, the true ruler of the empire known to but a select few. Princess Aurelia, what brings you here? Aurelia spoke coolly. Your Highness, regarding the pure-blooded elf you previously commanded us to capture. Sha knelt. I failed in my duty and allowed her to escape. Allowed her to escape? Aurelia's brow furrowed slightly. Did you not claim that you had successfully apprehended her and were prepared to transport her back? Yes, Your Highness, we initially believed she could not flee, thus we left only a few guards to watch over her. However, unexpectedly, during the transport, we encountered mages from the Sunset Pinnacle, and amidst the chaos, the girl managed to escape. Now, she is missing, and it may prove difficult to locate her again that I do not wish to hear such matters. Aurelia's voice was as cold as an icy blade, piercing into Ing Sha's heart. You are a useless wretch. If you cannot even manage this, what purpose do you serve? The atmosphere in the room became palpably tense. Your Highness, I beseech you to forgive my shortcomings. Sensing the perilous gazes directed at him from all around, Ing Sha raised his head in terror. Meeting the indifferent face of the princess, he was acutely aware of his grave transgressions. Yet he had also uncovered something within the kingdom of Castor that might hold the key to reclaiming that girl. What is it? Olivia inquired, raising an eyebrow and gesturing subtly, as if to indicate something. An abandoned teleportation portal. Our scouts have determined that this portal was likely used for troop transport during the days of the kingdom of Castor. What does it have to do with the pure-blooded elves? It has everything to do with them. If we can restore that portal, we could swiftly transport our forces near the capital of the kingdom of Castor and seize it in a short span of time. Ing Sha began to elucidate. Once we have taken the kingdom of Castor, we can conduct a thorough search for that girl and undoubtedly bring her back. Olivia remained silent for a moment. I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. Proceed with your plan. Thank you, Your Highness. Ing Sha hurriedly expressed his gratitude, but then hesitated before continuing. This plan is already in motion, but I have encountered some obstacles. What obstacles? My superior, General Xiao So, does not approve of this matter. So, you intend to replace him? Olivia discerned Ing Sha's intentions with a single glance, her tone laced with a hint of malice. This is a breach of protocol. I would not dare. However, Your Highness, if I were in charge, I could expedite the progress of the plan. In just a few months, I could present the kingdom of Castor to you. Ing Sha kept his head bowed. Yet, if we were to follow General Xiao So's methods, the kingdom of Castor could remain unconquered for years. Your Highness, changing commanders in the midst of battle is not a prudent course of action. An ancient voice interjected from an unknown source that I am aware. Olivia turned away, leaning once more against the ivory railing. Yet, the victory of war has never been her primary concern. Her singular purpose has always remained unchanged. From this day forth, you shall be the commander of the offensive forces. Thank you, Your Highness. Ing Sha bowed his head once more in gratitude that I have just learned that today is an important day for you as well. So I shall not impose further and take my leave. With that, he exited the palace without a backward glance. The grand palace returned to its serene silence. Olivia gazed at the tumultuous sea of clouds, her expression tinged with an inexplicable sorrow. Even after all these years, I still remember that today is your birthday. The girl extended her hand, revealing a tattered crystal necklace resting quietly in her palm. Brother, no matter the cost, I will undoubtedly bring you back to AT the Granville Clock Shop. Green, could you tell me your birthday? Birthday? Why do you ask? Green looked at Irina with confusion. Because I thought of getting you a gift for that occasion. Irina's cheeks flushed as her fingers fidgeted nervously. Tisk, that's quite a difficult question you've posed. Green rubbed his head, deep in thought. It's been thousands of years since I last celebrated a birthday. He couldn't recall. And no one else remembered his birthday, either, if he were to account for it. The last time he celebrated was when he was still human, though it was less than 20 years. He had celebrated almost every year. Oh yes, he dreamed of his older sister just yesterday. It felt nostalgic. The girl from back then had long since turned to dust. After all, he is a demon, blessed with a long lifespan. His sister, a mere human, had surely perished long ago. Even if she were alive, she would not recognize him now that he had arrived in this world as a youth, somewhat naive. But now, he had transformed from an innocent boy into a cunning old trickster. Fortunately, his sister had passed away long ago. Otherwise, she would have been mortified to see him like this. Well, it's the thought that counts. After pondering for a long while, Green still couldn't remember his birthday. I asked Green deliberately withholding this information from me. Irina seemed somewhat annoyed, puffing out her cheeks. Notably, Irina was now residing with Green. However, she refused to occupy his bedroom. opting instead to set up a makeshift bed on the empty second floor. I suppose I'll need to buy some furniture for the little one soon. Irina, come here. I have something to discuss with you this morning. By the mechanical station, Green called out to Irina. She quickly jogged to his side. Come, sit here. Green pulled out a chair for Irina to sit upon. Since you're now a member of our clock shop, you must partake in our work. Irina nodded eagerly, watching as Green retrieved a mechanical device from his side. Green, what is this? The girl gazed at the mechanical apparatus with a puzzled expression. This is what you will be working with initially. Green pressed a button, and the blue magic stone emitted a radiant glow, causing the copper gears to mesh together. A semi-transparent conference interface materialized before them. Indeed, this is the very device used for meetings with the underworld. Due to its unique design, it was initially intended for Green's use alone. However, he had modified it yesterday, and now Irina could use it too. He even added a filter, so that Green's demon colleagues appeared to Irina as a bunch of middle-aged men. Green, who are these uncles? As expected, the girl looked at the mechanical device with a tone of disdain. How can you speak like that? Irina, these are master clockmakers from around the world. Green placed his hands on his hips. As professional watchmakers, we hold meetings every morning to exchange cutting-edge clockmaking techniques. This meeting is of utmost importance to our industry. You must take it seriously. If discovered, I could lose my status as a clockmaker, and we would both be left homeless. Wait a minute. Green, am I not attending the meeting on your behalf? Irina was no fool. She quickly recognized the flaw in the plan. Yes, and what's wrong with that? Green shrugged. How can you do that? If discovered, it won't be discovered, will it? How could it not be discovered? They will realize the person sitting here is not you. That's an easy fix. Green rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a large photograph. He then slapped it onto Irina's forehead with a resounding smack. This photo is a one-to-one replica. They will never suspect a thing. Green's antics left Irina speechless, so I just need to sit here, still harboring some doubt about Green's plan. The girl continued to inquire, Oh, it's not just that. Green pulled the mechanical device in a bit closer and pointed to a window. Oh, you see the largest window? Soon, the fattest man in the room will appear there. His name is Liar, and he's the head of our Clockmakers Guild. The fattest man. He might give a speech and may ask you some questions. If he cannot answer, we could be in serious trouble. What should I do? I certainly can't answer anything. Don't worry. I'll teach you a trick. Watch closely. When Liar asks you something, respond like this. Green took a seat and placed his hand on the button. Is it my turn now? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Green scratched his head at awe. It seems the connection is a bit off today. Hello? Hello? Let me try again. Can you hear me? Never mind, my friend. Perhaps you should inquire with others. The internet connection here is truly abysmal today. Irina, is this not pure idleness? Well, I trust you have learned your lesson. Irina obediently nodded. Then you shall remain here. It is about to commence shortly and will likely last until noon. Approximately 5 hours in total. Green rose from his seat, yielding it to Irina. Good luck, Irina. Green gently patted the girl's shoulder. From this day forth, you shall serve my time. The clock shop's counter had just been polished, and a faint scent of cleaning agents lingered in the air. The newly wiped counter reflected light more beautifully, enhancing the display of exquisite timepieces. Sunlight streamed through the window. It was spring, and the rays were not yet overly blinding. How dreadfully boring. Irina sat in her seat, somewhat despondent. Only 3 hours had passed, yet the girl felt as though 30 hours had elapsed, and oh wonder Green tossed this task upon her, even if she muted the sound. Merely watching the middle-aged, rotund man's lips move was a dual assault on her psyche. However, the girl cautiously turned her head, stealing glances at the figure on the sofa. Backlit, Green's silhouette bore a faint silver lining, appearing somewhat blurred. Irina relished this sensation in the tranquil hours of the morning, quietly observing the slumbering visage of another brought her no weariness, as if she could gaze endlessly. Speaking of which, Green had promised to take her shopping for clothes. Yet it had been 2 or 3 days, and he had yet to fulfill that promise. The girl pursed her lips in discontent. Who would have thought that Green would suddenly bolt awake, startling Irina? Hey, who the hell is calling me so early in the morning? Don't they know I have a meeting? The man retrieved a device from his waist and pressed it to his ear. Oh, merciful Holy Spirit! Please save our village. I am willing to sacrifice everything. This is hell. You've dialed the wrong number. Green hung up the call, just as he was about to drift back to sleep. The device vibrated again. Damn it, he rarely enjoyed such a leisurely morning. Who are you? Green impatiently picked up the communication device once more. Great Ashen King. I am your loyal follower, Soroyan. I contacted you a month ago. A deep male voice resonated from the other end. Soroyan? Hearing the voice, Green pondered, Oh, I remember who you are now. Has the matter from last time been resolved? No, he had not recalled anything. No. Great King. The voice on the other end seemed to begin lamenting. We are still offering sacrifices to that entity. Yet to this day, the demon named Raziel has not responded to us. At this point, Green recalled who he was dealing with, the colossal spirit cult. This was an ancient cult, evident from the fact that they had Green's contact information that a month prior, they had held a demon summoning ritual, risking the wrath of the church to annihilate a city. They had prepared various offerings and artifacts in advance, willing to pay a bloody price, ultimately completing the final step that day. Yet they waited for half a day, and the demon did not arrive. Of course, at this moment, it was impossible for the demon to manifest in its true form in such situations, everyone simply sends a projection as a token gesture. But the colossal spirit cult did not even receive a projection. They stared at each other blankly for an extended period, and ultimately, most of the cult members were slaughtered. I specifically went to inquire about this matter for you. Green retrieved a small notebook from the coffee table and began flipping through its pages. That day, there happened to be some of your associates in the South who held a large-scale ritual underground, sacrificing over 5,000 people at once, effectively shutting down the entire eastern line. Thus, your offerings were lost en route, and Raziel did not receive them, leading to the silence. Huh? A voice of shock came from the communication device. What happened afterward? Has the line not been repaired for an entire month? Wait a moment. Let me check. Green continued to flip through the notebook. The Spirit Exorcist engineers went to repair it at 3 in the afternoon, and it was expected to be completed by 8 in the evening. If it was fixed, why were we ignored? It seems Raziel went on vacation. Vacation? The other end seemed to be on the verge of cursing. The respectful tone vanished. Oh, you demons still take vacations? Why shouldn't demons take vacations? Raziel is already 15,556 years old. Is it reasonable to summon such an ancient being to fight for you? Green was becoming frustrated as well. The other end seemed to fall silent. Regardless, your majesty, we have shown such pious faith in you and offered so many sacrifices. Surely, we deserve some explanation? Explanation? Green raised an eyebrow. Fine, I cannot make that decision alone. I will return to hell and discuss with the other demons. And I shall provide you with a response within a month. If I do not respond within that time, feel free to call me again to remind me. If you are in a hurry. You may also contact other demons, for this matter does not solely fall under my jurisdiction. Wait a moment, your majesty. You said the same thing a month ago. Green abruptly severed the call, conveniently blocking Soroyan as well. A bunch of people are so troublesome that he hadn't even tended to his own affairs yet. Behind the clock shop, there once thrived a lush little grove. Although it was public land, it had long been monopolized by Green. Now, the grove was no more, replaced by a circular pit 10 meters in diameter. Indeed, Green intended to construct a watchtower here. In any case, once the tower is completed, it will be able to run on long legs. Does it matter where it is built? Where to begin, though? Standing in the center of the circular pit, Green scratched his head. Constructing the structure is quite similar to building a wizard's tower. Generally, wizards would first create the core energy source, known as the mana pool. This device, being the most common energy source, has clear advantages. It is located at the base of the tower, making it difficult to attack, and is simple to manufacture and maintain. Once constructed, energy can be transmitted through conduits, supplying power to all devices within the tower that require energy. However, this device also has its drawbacks. The mana pool cannot generate energy on its own. Rather than being an energy source, it is more akin to a large rechargeable battery, entirely reliant on the wizards to charge it. Of course, wizards can indeed utilize this. After all, the devices within their towers typically do not consume much energy. And those energy-consuming offensive devices are seldom in use. But Green cannot afford that. His tower must be equipped with treads and cannons. The meager energy from the mana pool would be utterly insufficient. Thus, Green employed an entirely different apparatus. Returning to the clock shop, he extracted a massive glass orb, the heart of the tower. This advanced energy device was forged in the molten depths by the infernal demons. Specifically designed to power the surveillance tower by inserting a formidable energy source. The heart of the tower could autonomously generate magical tides, providing additional energy to sustain the surveillance tower, if left undisturbed. This device could operate for millennia without any concern for energy depletion. Its only drawback, perhaps, was the necessity for an exceptionally potent energy source. However, this was hardly an issue for Green as a demon. He utilized the local resources, stuffing the orb with the remnants of fallen demons. For the surveillance towers previously constructed, nearly every heart of the tower was comprised of a large demon's carcass. Even in death, they could emit light and heat. Today, however, even the remains of a great demon were unnecessary. He simply inserted the fragment of the supreme abyss from last time. Green placed the antique bronze shard into the orb, which instantly illuminated with a complex 16-pointed star formation, surrounding it with an ethereal shimmer. The entire heart of the tower began to tremble violently. Boom! Boom! Ominous red beams of light erupted from the orb, causing the glass-like entity to pulsate as if it had come to life. Green appeared unfazed by this spectacle, lifting the heart of the tower and thrusting it forcefully into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the heart of the tower was embedded into the foundation, merging seamlessly with it. The installation of the heart of the tower was a resounding success. Time shifted to the afternoon in the Granville-Calando district. As the bustling commercial hub of the city center, it teemed with crowds and traffic, an orchestra of various sounds intertwining. Hey, have you heard? Two men seated by the roadside were engaged in casual conversation. Heard what? That blood column earlier. It was the notorious demon sorcerer, Morpanathos, behind it. What? A demon like that lurking in our city, and we were completely oblivious? Indeed, if it weren't for Bishop Scott stepping in and slaying Morpanathos, the entire city would have perished. What has become of Bishop Scott? I hear he was gravely injured after his battle with Morpanathos and is currently recuperating. Good heavens, Bishop Scott truly is our savior. Indeed, we owe him our gratitude. As they spoke, both men cast reverent glances towards a distant church. Green and Irina passed by the pair. It seemed the church was once again embellishing its own reputation. From what Green knew, after he had fled, Moore had indeed clashed with that Bishop Scott. However, the disparity in their capabilities was stark. Bishop Scott was thoroughly outmatched by Moore. The sheer number of onlookers forced Moore to retreat via a teleportation spell. As for where he went, Green was unaware. All he knew was that his rather ungrateful Master-S residence had been raided, that he wondered if the card could still be used. A soft hum came from beside him. Green turned to see Irina, holding his hand, a demeanor seemingly cheerful. Green had ventured out to procure bricks. The heart of the tower was remarkably convenient. Once it confirmed the tower's location, it would autonomously grow energy conduits from its center. Hence, Green could forego the design and installation of piping altogether. All that was needed was a suitable shell for the heart of the tower. Accompanied by Irina, Green turned into a narrow alleyway. What had once been a vibrant district transformed into a disheveled scene. The buildings were haphazardly arranged, and the alley was both narrow and littered with refuse. Old shops lined both sides, and vendors lurked within, their sullen gazes fixated on passers-by, akin to wolves eyeing plump sheep. Green, Irina, appearing somewhat apprehensive, edged closer to him. That weren't we supposed to buy clothes? Why are we in such a dreary place? What? I'm here to buy building materials. Green replied, puzzled by her reaction. Irina's expression froze. Oh, is that so? Well then, she forced a smile, lowering her gaze. The disappointment was palpable on her face. Green, possessing a keen emotional intelligence, recognized her unspoken desires. Yet, he was a demon. A proper demon ought to shatter the hopes of others. Accompanied by Irina, Green entered a large building. Clang, clang. The rhythmic sounds of hammering resonated throughout the interior. Waves of heat enveloped him as 4 furnaces blazed with fierce flames. Blacksmiths extracting glowing ingots and wielding massive hammers in a relentless rhythm. I distinctly remember this being a building materials shop. Have they expanded their services? Welcome, sir. Are you here to purchase building materials or weapons? A merchant approached with a friendly demeanor. All right then, it seems my suspicion was correct. What is the current market for bricks? That depends on the material of the bricks. The merchant led Green to a shelf, showcasing a brick that we currently have about 4 varieties. This one is limestone bricks from the southern region, visually appealing and durable, priced at 7.4 copper. And this one, basalt bricks from the north, sturdier than limestone and suitable for constructing impact-resistant structures, priced at 12 copper. Without waiting for the merchant to finish, Green stepped forward, tapping the basalt brick and listening to its dull resonance. Yes, this is the most suitable option. This brick, Green declared, holding a basalt brick in his hand. Is this the one you want? I sentee it of too high a quality? The merchant seemed to grasp something immediately. Ahem, Sir T leaned closer to Green and spoke softly. Approximately how many? Over 210,000 blocks. Holy cow, you really dare to go that far. The merchant's face displayed shock. Such a massive project with subpar bricks could lead to disaster. No worries, it's not like I'll be living there. Quite bold. Follow me. The merchant led Green to another area, presenting a brick identical in appearance to the previous basalt bricks. This is a special supply version, indistinguishable from basalt bricks that I can offer it to you at 15 copper each. What is the actual price? Only 0.3. Excellent. That sounds good. Green readily agreed. Then the two engaged in hushed conversation at the counter, the specifics of their agreement obscured from clear view. The ITS settled in. A pleasure doing business. A pleasure doing business. Green and the merchant shook hands. By the way, do you have any robe for sale? Green inquired before departing. Robes? Are those for reimbursement as well? The merchant asked. Puzzled. No, I mean proper ones for use. Then I don't sell those. The merchant shook his head but quickly changed his tone. However, there aren't too many like you who share my taste. I have quite the collection of robes. All top-notch. Would you like to take a look? Certainly. Green nodded and called over Irina, who had been quietly standing in the corner. Come here, little one, and see which one you desire. Why did you drag me here? Zelta followed behind Green, looking exasperated. I barely have enough hands as it is, and now I must come to serve you as well. Isn't it you who wanted to construct the tower in that manner? If you do not come, who will? Green turned his head and cast a glance at Zelta. They had journeyed a considerable distance and soon arrived at a location on the eastern edge of Granville City. This place was known as the Abyssal Gate, a dungeon starkly different from the Pine River Valley that Green had explored previously. Here, a vast square bustled with lively merchants and countless adventurers clad in a variety of attires, all eager to delve into the depths of the dungeon. It was evident that this was a locale brimming with commercial opportunities, as the dungeon had been thoroughly explored, ensuring its safety. Consequently, it attracted a multitude of traders and adventurers. Merchants had set up diverse stalls in the square, peddling materials gathered from the dungeon or providing equipment and supplies for the adventurers. The adventurers busily traversed the square, some freshly returned from the dungeon, clutching bountiful spoils, while others prepared to enter, seeking suitable companions. Green, over here! Irina called out to Green with palpable excitement. In the center of the square, for individuals appeared to have been waiting for some time. Sigh. In contrast to Irina's exuberance, Sophia stood beside her, sighing despondently. Typically, she brimmed with enthusiasm before every dungeon venture, but this time, she found herself utterly devoid of passion. Other passing adventurers cast curious glances at the quartet, for it was apparent that each of them bore a large pack and a pickaxe. Indeed, they were there to mine balance crystals, a task Green had requested, compelling Sophia and her companions to acquiesce following the previous incident. Initially, Sophia felt pleased upon hearing this request. After all, who was Green? He was a wealthy individual capable of casually hiring someone for 100 gold coins. Yet this time, that scoundrel intended to contribute not a single coin, planning instead to exploit them for free. To make matters worse, Sophia swallowed her frustration, knowing they were at a disadvantage. She had hoped to procure some monster materials along the way, expecting to recoup at least a portion of their costs. However, Green abruptly approached them, declaring that any monster materials unearthed during the journey would also belong to him. Good morning, everyone. Green greeted the four with a broad smile. Please, keep your distance, said the priestess named Lila, retreating slightly upon seeing Green, her disdain evident. Nevertheless, Green was indifferent to her reaction. And who might this be? The observant Sophia quickly noticed the individual standing beside Green. You must be Sophia, right? I am Zelta, a friend of Green's, here to partake in this adventure, Zelta said with gentlemanly grace, extending his hand for a handshake. Pleasure to meet you. Pleasure indeed, Sophia replied with a numb expression. Zelta, that name was unfamiliar to her. Given that Green himself was merely a bronze-tier warrior, it was likely that his friends were no more than insignificant novices. Wait. Sophia suddenly recalled an unsettling thought. The Abyssal Gate was a dungeon that had been largely explored, and thus the Adventurers Guild had assigned a difficulty rating to it. According to their recommendations, it was advised that only silver-tier adventurers venture together. In essence, bringing anyone below this level would simply add to the burden. I must confirm your adventure tiers before we set off, Sophia said, her expression turning awkward. Mr. Green, what is your adventure tier? Without question, a bronze-tier warrior, Green pointed to himself. And you, Mr. Zelta? Sophia stiffly turned her head. I am not even a bronze tier. Zelta pointed to himself. Hiss, Sophia gasped in shock. She rubbed her hands together to Mr. Green. Dungeons can be perilous. Do you not think bringing this individual along is perfectly fine? Adventure should be shared with friends, right? Isn't that so? Young Zelta. Green placed a hand on Zelta's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Exactly. Zelta echoed, also giving a thumbs up. A wave of despair washed over Sophia. This truly felt like a recipe for disaster in the square area of the Abyssal Gate. This, and this, boss, I'll take all these healing potions. Sophia was frantically shopping at a nearby stall. It seems this is your first time here. ISNT it. The stall owner beamed upon witnessing Sophia's enthusiasm. I see your equipment is quite decent. Are you planning to enter the Abyssal Gate? Green nodded, while Zelta curiously inquired, how did you know we were newcomers? I've been doing business here for several years, so I am quite familiar with the adventurers that I can spot fresh faces like yours at a glance. However, do exercise caution. The Abyssal Gate is no ordinary dungeon. Why is that? Green asked that you know why this place is called the Abyssal Gate. The stall owner said mysteriously. Green and Zelta shook their heads. Although the Adventurers Guild claimed it had been largely explored, legend spoke of countless layers beneath the Abyssal Gate, each more perilous and enigmatic than the last. And at the very bottom, the stall owner lowered his voice, lies the entrance to hell. Is that true? Can you really go home from here? Zelta turned his head. False, Green replied expressionlessly. Of course, it's merely a legend. You may choose to believe it or not. Seeing the expressions on Zelta and Green's faces, the stall owner chuckled. Boss, do you have anything else that can save my life? Hand it all over to me. Clutching a multitude of vials, Sophia approached once more to tea that moment. However, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Look at that group of rookies. A mage clad in a blue robe, staff in hand, sneered at Sophia and her companions. To enter such a simple dungeon, yet they bring so many supplies. Indeed, don't they have a healer in their party? The woman, evidently a priestess, laughed mockingly. It appears so. Miss, is it because your skills are lacking that your teammates disdain you? Lila, are you the Star Adventurers Guild? The stall owner suddenly became animated. The Star Adventurers Guild? Green turned to look at the radiant group behind him. You don't know. They're the most renowned golden-tier adventurers of late. The stall owner gazed at them with idolization. The one bearing the great sword is their captain, the legendary Sword of Shadows. Leonard, what an absurd title. The priestess who had spoken earlier was known as the Daughter of Divine Light, the legendary disciple of Bishop Scott. Lillian, these two are indeed legendary figures, not to mention the source of calamity, the magic of destruction. Yehudi, that mage has quite the impressive background. He hails from the west and is likely affiliated with the fabled Sunset Pinnacle. Do these titles really have to be so convoluted? Faced with the stall owner's admiration, Green couldn't help but scoff. And, did you forget to introduce someone? Green pointed to one of the members of the Star Adventurers Guild. A black mask obscured their face. The rogue stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of expertise. This one. The stall owner scratched his head. I think they just joined not long ago. I seem to have forgotten. Hey, I'm the Phantom of the Silent. Enough. The fact that you can't even utter their title indicates your loss. Green impatiently interrupted the thief. Everyone, time is of the essence, and our task is quite burdensome. Bearing a colossal sword, the individual known as the Sword of Judgment, King of Shadows, Leonard, spoke up that we're under no obligation to instruct a bunch of novices. Indeed, the thief nodded. Little rookies, do be careful not to perish. Lillian waved her hand, and the group departed amidst laughter and chattered, "Ah, how I envy them." Sophia gazed longingly at the retreating figures of the Star Adventurers Guild, the complete roster, all of them formidable gold-tier champions. Most importantly, each member was a renowned figure of great renown. Such a powerful alliance is akin to a galactic battleship. Are we not also a galactic battleship? Green raised an eyebrow that we can at best be considered a team of the Milky Way. Sophia did not hesitate to retort, then hurried over to the vendor. "Boss, please tally up these potions and pack them into this large bag." "Certainly." Watching Sophia, who was still scrounging for life-saving items, Green shrugged. Such a picky one, with a proper legendary leader and a hellish demon at the helm. What could you possibly find unsatisfactory? Moments later, the group arrived at the entrance of the Abyss Gate. The entrance was situated upon a gigantic cliff, with only a narrow stone staircase leading downward. The staircase was inscribed with peculiar symbols and patterns, emanating a faint glow, culminating in a gaping black maw, reminiscent of an open mouth. Huff! Sophia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The dungeon is fraught with peril. Before we enter, we must reaffirm our roles. Sophia turned around. Rowan and I are both melee fighters. We will charge to the front and absorb the enemy's attacks. Lila is a priestess, providing us with healing and protection from the rear. Miss Irina is a sorceress, casting powerful magical support for Rowan and me from behind. "And what about you two?" Sophia asked with a strained smile, directing her gaze towards Green and Zelter. "I am responsible for logistics," Zelter declared, crossing his arms, "and I am in charge of the logistics of logistics." Green echoed, also crossing his arms. "Are you kidding? Does a team really need 2 logistics personnel? Do you understand how vital logistics are in a team?" Zelter reproached Sophia. "Exactly. Countless teams have ignored logistics and met their demise in dungeons." Green chimed in. Sophia felt overwhelmed. She had no idea just how critical logistics were to a team. "But you two are utterly useless. Can I kick you both out?" "You cannot, as we're not actually part of your team." "Sophia," Green replied without hesitation. "Indeed, we would be quite unhappy if you wanted us to join." Zelter concurred. Sophia began to long for her former teammates. Even 2 paladins would surely be preferable to these 2. "Never mind, it shall be as it is." Sophia cradled her head. If anything goes awry in the dungeon, she would undoubtedly abandon these 2 at the first opportunity. "Let us proceed." "Wait!" Green suddenly shouted. "I've forgotten something." "What have you forgotten?" Sophia looked at Green in confusion. Her hand, which was poised to push open the grand door, halted. Green dashed out, and, after a brief interval, returned pulling a cart. Upon seeing the cart, Sophia's opinion of Green shifted slightly. This cart, clearly designed for hauling minerals, indicated that this man at least intended to contribute in some capacity. Very well. Regaining her composure, Sophia pushed open the entrance to the dungeon. "Let us embark." The second level of the Abyss Gate proved that Sophia had overestimated Green's integrity. What the hell? A cart? Is this what it was meant for? Grasping a length of twine, Sophia incessantly pulled the mineral cart forward. "How delightful this feels." Reclining in the cart, Green nonchalantly propped his legs up. Indeed, Zelter was also inside. "When did you manage to climb aboard? By the way, please reimburse this." Ignoring Sophia's outburst, Green handed a receipt to Zelter. "What is this?" Zelter glanced at it. "What the hell? 15 copper for a brick." "What a fine brick. Why are you asking me to reimburse this? This tower will be used by you spirit manipulators in the future." "So, if not you, then who should I ask?" Zelter wore a disgruntled expression. "Originally, we could barely extract any funds from you demons, and now you expect me to bring back some, right? Will you sign?" "Fine, I will sign." Zelter sighed, producing a feather quill from seemingly nowhere, and wrote his name. At least it's a brick this time, not a straw hut. The mineral cart wobbled along. After Zelda signed, Green satisfactorily retrieved the receipt. "You should sense it by now, right?" Zelta glanced back to the corner of the rocky wall. A shadow seemed to flit by. The three of them felt it. Will you handle it? No, you go. I'm too lazy to move. Reclining in the cart, Green appeared utterly disinclined to budge. Fine, I'll take care of it. I'll handle everything. Zelter transformed into a shadow. Oh no. Upon seeing Zelter's form vanish, the expressions of the remaining few changed drastically. But it was too late. The silver scythe fell silently, and in a single stroke, severed the heads of all three. Who goes there? Upon Zelter's return, Green inquired eagerly. Your old acquaintance? Why do you speak like that? What has Cassidy's brat instilled in you? It pertains to you and the witch, of course. Zelter chuckled, his demeanor imbued with curiosity. However, he left some details ambiguous. Weren't you also involved in sealing the witch back then? I was involved. Green paused. Moreover, not only was I involved, but I also rallied many colleagues to assist in sealing her. One could say that the seal was so robust that at least half of the credit belongs to us demons. You are rather ruthless towards her, Zelter quipped. That which has seemingly done nothing wrong, yet has remained steadfastly loyal to you. That is something I have not disclosed to you about her past misdeeds. Green interrupted Zelter. Initially, she was sealed in the human realm. Later, I deemed her too perilous and even relocated her to the void. Is it really that extreme? Indeed, it is quite extreme, ever since she embraced her father's power. That being has been a calamity for every day she dwells in this world. Father? Who is her father? Zelter astutely caught the key phrase in Green's words. The polar star. Covering his forehead, Green slowly uttered those two words. You know that entity is of no use to you. Just understand that Eris is indeed a fearsome individual. I am not jesting in the slightest. After the casual conversation between the two came to an end, a moment of silence enveloped the group. Sophia, leading the way at the front, pulled the cart, guiding the party from the first layer of the abyssal gate, descending through the winding labyrinth, with the previous layers devoid of formidable monsters. And considering that the majority of their party comprised seasoned adventurers, their journey thus far had been remarkably smooth. Before long, they arrived at the 8th layer of the abyssal gate. The scenery here starkly contrasted with what they had encountered before. The once stone-piled maze had transformed into towering rock walls, resembling a vast cavern. This is the wondrous nature of the dungeon, a nest of magic where myriad environments could emerge. Yet this change in surroundings presented a dilemma for Green and his companions. Not a fearsome monster, but a narrow crevice. Upon witnessing this scene, Sophia at the forefront broke into a grin. The crevice appeared to have been excavated by miners, with tattered helmets and tools strewn about. It was scarcely a foot wide, and only tall enough for a person to squeeze through. Regardless, the two cumbersome carts would undoubtedly be unable to pass, asked the captain. I shall lead by example. Casting a triumphant glance at Green, Sophia released the tow rope and boldly stepped inside. A chilling wind greeted her. With limited visibility in the crevice, Sophia brandished her sword, cautiously probing ahead. After all, this was a dungeon. Should she let her guard down, a monster might leap out to ambush her. Fortunately, no creature materialized. However, the passage grew increasingly constricted. Initially, Sophia could walk upright, but soon she found herself needing to turn sideways and even crouch to advance. After approximately 2 or 3 minutes, the passage suddenly opened up. Sophia exhaled in relief, emerging from the crevice. This space required individuals to sidle through. Those two would surely have to abandon their carts. Sophia prepared to inform the others that the front was secure, to her surprise, as she turned around. She was taken aback to see Green and Zelta sitting in their cart right behind her. When did you two arrive? We've been right behind you the whole time, Green replied with utmost seriousness. Following me, were you? Sophia rushed to the side of the crevice, gesturing first at the narrow gap, then at Green's cart. Is this even a place for carts to pass? Physics, quite remarkable, isn't it? Green exchanged a knowing glance with Sophia before picking up the rope from the ground. Now, keep dragging. No time for chit-chat. How about I take over for a while? Rowan suggested sheepishly, glancing at Sophia. No, I can manage. Sophia, her expression stoic, grasped the rope and began to move forward, reminiscent of a laborer from a bygone era. You two just wait for me. When we encounter a formidable monster, I will be sure to throw you right into its path. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed from ahead. Upon hearing the noise, Rowan immediately halted, unsheathing his sword without hesitation. Monsters, he was correct. Soon, around a corner in the rocky maze, two creatures revealed themselves. They were massive, almost blocking the majority of the passage, their forms resembling wolves, yet covered in white sores. Their blood-red eyes fixated on Sophia and her companions, drooling viscous saliva. "Disgusting," Irina exclaimed, covering her mouth at the sight of the wolf-like beasts. "Spore wolves, a high-tier silver monster." Sophia recognized the creatures, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Has the heavens granted me an opportunity so swiftly? You two burdens." Gripping the rope tightly, she exerted all her strength. Her dismay. The cart felt as heavy as lead, no matter how hard she tried. It showed no sign of moving. "Sophia, what are you doing?" Rowan shouted at her. "I understand your desire to pull the cart, but we must deal with the enemies first." Reluctantly, Sophia released the rope, forced to draw her sword. The two spore wolves initiated their assault, their intelligence and speed evident as they targeted Irina and Lila at the rear. "Not on my watch." Rowan, realizing the wolves' intent, positioned himself in front of Lila. "Roar!" The spore wolf emitted a harsh growl before lunging at Rowan with a claw. Blood splattered forth. The creature's claw, akin to a razor-sharp weapon, tore through the paladin's armor effortlessly. "Great Holy Spirit, grant me the strength to heal this warrior's wounds." Meanwhile, Lila, shielded from harm, had not been idle. Upon witnessing the spore wolf's attack, she began to cast her spell. Golden light erupted within the confined passage. As the golden radiance enveloped Rowan's gruesome wound, it miraculously healed significantly. "Roar!" Seeing this, the opposing spore wolf seemed even more determined to prioritize its assault on Lila. However, Rowan would not allow this beast the opportunity. He dashed forward, his sword swinging swiftly toward the wolf's head. The spore wolf reacted with agility, dodging the strike. The air turned scorching, and just as the wolf evaded, a fiery projectile struck it. Irina had come to assist out of course, while this side was 3 against 1. The other side was engaged in a one-on-one battle. Sophia struggled against the fangs of the spore wolf. "Isn't anyone coming to help me?" "Oh, whoa." The spore wolf's eyes glinted with malice as it leaped, knocking Sophia to the ground. Quick to react, Sophia thrust her sword against the wolf's jaws. "You two, have you just been standing there watching?" Noticing the stalemate among the 3 on the other side, Sophia was left with no choice but to appeal to Green and Zelta for aid. "Are you talking about me?" Green pointed at himself. "Who else could it be but you two? For heaven's sake, do something to help." "I want to help, but I'm just a bronze-tier warrior, and my good brother Zelta isn't even an adventurer yet," Green responded, looking utterly helpless. "I lack the capability. You see, you two." "Roar!" The spore wolf growled, drool dripping onto Sophia. "Green, don't you have a gun? Shoot it." In the midst of the crisis, Sophia suddenly recalled the weapon Green had been carrying. "You mean this?" Green retrieved the demon slayer from his back. "Yes, that's the one." "All right, I'll fire right now." Green raised the gun, aimed at the spore wolf, and pulled the trigger. A tiny bullet shot out from the muzzle. Clearly, the weapon lacked firepower, inflicting little more than a minor annoyance to the spore wolf, merely bursting a few of the sores on its body. The pus splattered onto Sophia's face. "Are you trying to make things worse?" Sophia shouted angrily, her vision obscured by the pus that all the power that gun has. "Indeed," Green answered candidly. "Then keep firing, even if it just diverts some attention." I'm reloading, it's still just a single shot." Sophia felt that before she could be devoured, she might just perish from frustration with Green. The pressure from a spore wolf's jaws intensified. The sharp fangs seemed perilously close to Sophia's neck. Damn it, not relying on those two burdens any longer. Gritting her teeth, Sophia abruptly drew the dagger from her waist and fiercely thrust it into the wolf's abdomen. "Oh, whoa!" The strike found its mark, and the spore wolf howled in agony, leaping backward. Seizing the opportunity, Sophia rose to her feet, raising her sword. "Die, beast!" She roared, her blade imbued with her fury towards Green, slicing rapidly towards the wolf's head. The wolf's head was pierced, a viscous, pus-like blood streamed down as the spore wolf whimpered and collapsed to the ground. Huffing and puffing, Sophia gasped for breath. She gazed at her hands, drenched in spore wolf blood. Her expression one of disbelief. That was a high-ranking magical creature of silver grade. I actually managed to do this alone, wow. Green's voice called from behind. That was impressive. This isn't something one person could handle. Right? Exactly. And you said you needed our help. You really didn't need it. You're incredibly strong, Sophia. It was Green and Zelta's voices that, to be honest, Sophia felt quite pleased about defeating the spore wolf on her own. However, upon hearing the exaggerated compliments from the duo, she suddenly felt all her energy drain away. She hadn't expected such ferocious monsters to be lurking in this lair. Rowan wiped the sweat from his brow. Before everyone, the two spore wolves lay defeated. That it seemed that they would need to be more cautious on the journey ahead. If possible, it would be best to avoid any formidable monsters they encountered. The group nodded in agreement with the paladin's words. After a brief regrouping, they set off once more, gazing at the receding spore wolf corpses. Green pondered while seated in the minecart. No one dared to harvest the materials from those creatures, for they were simply too repugnant, even for adventurers in dire need of coin. But since he wasn't the one doing the harvesting, he could easily command Sophia to do it. Green stroked his chin. Perhaps it would be better to let her be. Unbeknownst to her, having narrowly escaped a fate, Sophia cautiously moved forward as they progressed. The rocky labyrinth gradually disappeared, giving way to the initially encountered stone-paved passage. After about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the end of the corridor, where a massive stone door awaited them. What is this place? Sophia stood before the stone door, intently examining its appearance. The door was engraved with peculiar symbols and patterns, reminiscent of some ancient language, and at its center was a circular indentation, housing a red jewel. The jewel bore symbols that seemed to correspond with those on the stone door. Sophia reached out and gently touched the jewel. Suddenly, it emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire corridor. The symbols and patterns on the door began to flicker, resonating with a low, humming sound. Then, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing the space within. Upon entering, the first thing that caught their eyes was a sword embedded at the entrance. What a vast chamber! Looking around, Sophia murmured, "And this sword at the entrance, what does it signify?" "It signifies that the warrior class is due for burial." Green promptly replied, "Aren't you a warrior yourself?" Sophia shot Green a disdainful glance. She lowered her gaze back to the sword on the ground, which was clearly a valuable long sword, slender and elongated, radiating a silvery glow. Intricate, ancient patterns adorned the blade, and even the hilt was embellished with small gemstones. Alas, it appeared somewhat rusted near the ground where it had been embedded. However, Sophia glanced at her own sword and then back at the one on the ground. No matter how she looked at it, that sword seemed far superior to hers. Green, may I pose a question? A thought struck Sophia, prompting her to turn towards Green. What question? According to our agreement, all materials from magical creatures belong to you. But this sword should not fall under that category, right? Indeed, if you desire that sword, feel free to take it. Green leaned back against the minecart, hands behind his head. However, I must caution you, this place may very well be a trap room. I cannot predict what will happen if you draw the sword at the trap room. Upon hearing Green's words, Sophia scrutinized her surroundings once more. She realized that the area had become quite bright. Light surged upward from below, illuminating the sloped chamber, which contained several dark, gaping pits flanked by lit torches. This certainly did not resemble the cramped trap room Sophia was accustomed to. Surely, it must be safe, right? The temptation within her overpowered her rationality, and Sophia stepped forward, drawing the long sword. The deep, thunderous sound startled her. Could this truly be a trap room? Flames flickered on either side as the stone door behind them began to close slowly. And then there was silence. Sophia wiped the sweat from her brow, then began to chuckle. It's clearly not a trap room. However, before she could finish her thought, a strange rumbling shook the ground. What is that sound? Rowan squinted towards the source of the noise, his expression shifting to one of alarm. It's a rolling stone. Run. Oh. Seemingly having anticipated the situation, Green gently nudged the mine cart forward, sending it gliding down the slope. Thanks to gravity and the four wheels, his speed was astonishing, and he found himself in the lead. Miss Sophia, You really shouldn't have pulled that sword, Irina complained to Sophia. I never expected it would turn out like this. A massive, spherical boulder barreled after them, and Sophia sprinted for her life to know, in truth, whether or not she had drawn the sword. This would have happened. Green leisurely waved his finger ahead. Huh. Why? Because this is a rare and peculiar trap room. Its activation depends on the composition of the classes within the party. Green began to explain from the front. The most obvious feature is the weapon placed at the entrance. If it were a staff stuck in the ground, and there were 2 or more mages in the party, the trap would be triggered. So that's what you meant by the warrior being due for burial, Sophia exclaimed. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't mention it because these rooms are quite rare. Green shrugged. I wasn't sure, so I kept silent. Are you really uncertain? Logically speaking, this room shouldn't have been triggered. Zelta is a thief by trade. There's only 1 mage in the party. And 2 holy classes strictly speaking, only Sophia is a warrior. Then why did it still trigger? Green pondered for a moment, surmising it was likely due to his presence. The trap room probably couldn't ascertain what he was, so it defaulted to adding 1. Boom. An explosion resounded as Irina hurled a fireball at the boulder. Yet it was of little use. The boulder appeared to be particularly special, leaving almost no trace of magic upon it. Fortunately, the slope aided their escape, enabling the group to increase their speed and distance from the boulder, just as they began to feel a sense of relief. What-s that squeaking sound? Rowan squinted down into the depths below. At the edge of the slope, something dark and ominous loomed. What is that? Rowan's eyes widened in shock. A horde of magical creatures. A massive swarm of bats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Rowan's voice seemed to rouse them. Countless bats unfurled their wings, emitting a sharp, piercing sound akin to that of rats, and then charged directly towards the group. Green swiftly descended into the minecart, while a swarm of bats soared overhead, indifferent to the presence of these 2 individuals. Damn it! Sophia exclaimed, drawing the sword she had just acquired and striking forward. 1 bat was effortlessly cleaved in 2 by the blade, a testament to its formidable nature. Had it been her previous sword, such an accomplishment would have been unattainable. Meanwhile, Irina had summoned a wind shield around herself, preventing any bat from approaching her. Rowan, clad in heavy knightly armor, remained largely unharmed. These bats posed no greater threat than the spore wolves, causing little damage to the holy knight. However, one among them was faring far worse. Get away! All of you, get away! Bats clawed at Lila's face, leaving trails of blood as she swung her staff in a desperate attempt to fend them off. The tip of her staff emitted a blinding holy light. Lila had hoped this would drive the bats away, but to her dismay, the creature seemed even more enraged by the illumination, frantically lunging at the girl. Lila screamed. In her frantic flight, the assault of the bats caused her to stumble, sending her crashing to the ground. Lila! She heard Sophia's voice call out in alarm from ahead. In the brief span of mere seconds, a massive boulder was perilously close to crushing her. With little time for contemplation, Lila gritted her teeth and leaped into the nearby pit. The sound of the boulder rolling above echoed through the air. She did not fall for long before landing heavily on the ground. Cough, 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 cough. Gradually regaining consciousness, Lila emitted a hoarse cough. It seemed she had been forced into this pit due to the bat's assault. She shifted her body, only to be met with an intense pain. Her left leg felt as if it were broken. Grasping her staff from the ground, Lila used it as support to prop herself up. "O great Holy Spirit, grant me strength and heal my wounds," she murmured as the familiar holy light flowed from the staff and enveloped her. The fracture mended itself. Thankfully, she was a priestess. Had she been of another profession, she would have been rendered helpless. That a sense of relief washed over Lila. Rising to her feet, she found herself surrounded by darkness, with walls composed of stacked stones, some marred by cracks and bloodstains. The air thick with a foul odor. This distance, Lila lifted her gaze to the opening of the pit above. It appeared she had fallen approximately 4 or 5 levels down. She needed to reunite with her companions at once. After casting a light spell upon her hands, Lila surveyed the bifurcated path ahead and ultimately chose the left. Throughout her journey, she encountered no monsters. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lila glanced around her surroundings. raising her eyes to the hole above. How had she returned here? Taking another step, she opted for the right path. After some time, Lila again looked up at the opening above. She was back again. This was disastrous. Having always followed her captain, Lila now realized she was utterly lost and had no idea which way to go. Despair washed over the young girl. She pressed onward, when suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. What is this? Spotting a familiar silhouette holding a lantern, hope flickered in Lila's eyes. Miss Kriya. Lila. The girl clad in a black, elegant gown turned, breaking into a smile to encounter one another in such a vast labyrinth truly felt like fate. Kriya Connolly, a gold-tier mage. When Lila and her companions had first arrived in Granville, life had been exceedingly difficult, and it was this lady who had come to their aid, although the situation remained challenging. Initially, she had temporarily joined their party. Kriya was not only a powerful mage, but also a lady of noble birth, as the daughter of the Connolly family, which had long held sway over Granville's taxation. She exuded an elegance in both demeanor and posture, making her an idol in Lila's eyes. Moreover, it was not just Lila. Even Captain Sophia held a deep admiration for Kriya, whose extraordinary pursuit of magic could largely be attributed to this lady. Alas, Kriya had only remained with them for a brief period before joining a stronger team. This should be my line. How come you're alone here? Where are your companions? Lila exclaimed excitedly as she approached Kriya. I accidentally got lost. Kriya playfully stuck out her tongue in response to Lila's question. And you? Why are you alone? Me? I just fell from a trap room and barely escaped with my life. Lila replied with a wry smile. If it weren't for that strange person forcing us here, none of this would have happened. Strange person? Kriya tilted her head. Yes, a very peculiar and vile individual. Seeing my long-lost idol. Lila seemed to drop her guard and began to pour out her troubles to Kriya. Our captain was caught by him and forced to work for him. Moreover, that guy has a strange aura about him. Just being around him makes me feel nauseous. I see. Kriya gazed at Lila, a look of sympathy on her face, though her eyes betrayed a hint of displeasure. Anyone who could elicit such feelings from Lila must indeed be truly terrible. Let us not talk about him. Lila waved her hand dismissively, then excitedly proposed, Miss Kriya, since we've both lost our teammates, why don't we search for them together? All right, Kriya replied with a slight smile that I know this dungeon well. Just follow me. The two young women traversed the underground passage together. Along the way, Lila chattered incessantly with Kriya, sharing tales of past adventures, amusing anecdotes and stories of friends and family, covering nearly every topic imaginable. However, perhaps caught up in the excitement of their conversation, Lila failed to notice that Kriya was not leading her back. The labyrinthine surroundings grew increasingly dark and damp. Eventually, they arrived at a place reminiscent of a mine. Miss Kriya, doesn't this seem a bit off? Lila said fearfully, surveying the shadowy environment. This is the place, Kriya replied nonchalantly, not bothering to look back. Lila, you've been here too few times. There's a staircase ahead that will take us right back to the first level. Even if we can't find our companions, we can simply return to the Adventurers Guild and wait for them to— Oh, I see. Lila nodded lightly, then began to chastise herself internally. How foolish of her to doubt Miss Kriya, who was taking such good care of her. Lila quickened her pace to walk beside Kriya, only to be met with a horrifying sight. Lila halted in her tracks. A chilling, cold wind rushed towards her, revealing a vast chamber ahead filled with individuals clad in identical black robes, all with their heads bowed. She recognized the insignia on their robes. It was the witch cult. Miss Kriya, run! Realizing the danger, Lila immediately turned and grasped Kriya's hand, intending to flee or shock. Kriya stood rooted to the spot, unyielding. Miss Kriya, hurry up, while they haven't reacted yet. Why should I run? Kriya turned to Lila, her familiar and gentle smile gracing her face. Magic gathered in her hands, and Lila suddenly felt a pressure around her throat. Ugh! What is this? The mage's hand? Why? Why was Kriya attacking her? An unknown force, imbued with tremendous might, pinned Lila to the ground, rendering her immobile. The figures in black robes approached, traversing past Kriya to gather around Lila. Why? Lying on the ground, Lila struggled to gaze at Kriya. Could it be that Miss Kriya is a witch? No, certainly not, Miss Kreia. Kreia tilted her head. But I'm not Kreia, am I? Lila's eyes widened in disbelief. Lady Witch, shall we commence the ritual? One of the cloaked figures inquired of Kreia. Let us begin. Eris observed Lila, a chilling smile curling at the corners of her lips. Miss Lila, soon you shall be reborn. Who are you? What have you done to Miss Kreia? Lila continued to struggle, yet none paid her any heed. The assembly of black-robed figures hoisted her from the ground, carrying her to the altar at the heart of the chamber. Cold shackles restrained her limbs as she lay upon the altar. Before her lay the most horrifying sight she had ever beheld. Countless crimson fleshworms writhed grotesquely. Above the altar, this abominable mass formed a vast ball of flesh, perpetually consuming one another. The stench was overwhelming. Lila's eyes widened in terror. No. Please, stop. Lila screamed as the flesh ball suddenly ruptured, spewing forth foul liquid that splattered across her face. Ugh! Ugh! She struggled to breathe. Tears streamed down Lila's cheeks as she fought desperately against her restraints. But her efforts were in vain. The robed figures began to chant incantations, their words obscure yet piercing like needles into Lila's mind. I'm breaking apart. Lila's vision blurred as her body weakened, the sacred golden robe becoming utterly soiled. In the haze of her consciousness, it felt as though her spirit transcended her physical form, entering a wondrous realm that a sea of stars enveloped her. Lila gazed around in confusion. Where is this? The pain in her body vanished entirely. A warm current flowed through her limbs, and merely existing in this place felt like a healing embrace. Why would the witch's ritual bring her here? Tentatively, Lila reached out to touch a nearby star. The silver star magnified immensely, revealing landscapes within. Mountains, rivers, bustling towns, and throngs of people. The girl gasped in astonishment. These stars, could they represent different worlds? A thought suddenly sparked in Lila's mind. Then, surely, she could find her own world. Her gaze flitted across the constellation, and after a while, she sensed a familiar essence emanating from a red star. The girl reached out once more, touching it eagerly. The star expanded, unveiling its interior. First an endless hell, then a pristine heaven. As the perspective descended, Lila recognized her homeland, the country she once visited, and the vibrant cities where laughter echoed. How wonderful! Gazing at her cherished home, Lila smiled. Yet at that moment, a colossal star teeming with tendrils emerged, piercing through the sea of stars, hurtling toward the red star. Wait! What are you doing? Fear gripped Lila's features. The black giant collided with the world, entwining it as if it were a malignant growth. Its gaping maw tearing and devouring the remnants of the world, digesting them whole. Her beloved city ignited into flames. The heavenly realm turned into a tainted paradise, and hell vanished completely. Stop! Please stop! What's the matter? Can't you bear it? A soft voice floated nearby. Lila turned to see an exquisitely beautiful girl gazing at her with a tilted head. I find it rather appealing. What's appealing about that, monster? Lila instinctively retorted, yet the girl seemed unfazed by her outburst. A more gravelly voice resonated within the space. Is this the one you desire? Indeed, father, Eris answered, directing her gaze toward the source of the voice. Then go forth, my daughter, that if you wish for this body, it is now yours. The girl screamed in anguish. The immense star erupted with black light, and before Lila could comprehend, the dark tendrils ensnared her entirely, leaving her frozen in place. Rest in peace, Miss Lila. Eris approached the girl, a beaming smile gracing her features. From this moment forth, I shall live in your stead. Within the chamber, all the witch cultists knelt. The girl upon the altar opened her eyes and rose, stretching leisurely. Lila glanced at her attire, now sullied beyond recognition. This is utterly filthy, as she spoke. A purple aura enveloped her, adorning her small frame with a golden robe. The girl descended the altar, placing a charming hairpin atop her head. White stockings appeared on her legs, accentuating their elegant length, and combined with her pristine ensemble, she radiated an air of sanctity in truth. The original Lila had never been fond of stockings. Yet, she was now the new Lila. Surely, Green would appreciate this, so she would wear it. The girl approached Kreia, who stood motionless, her gaze vacant. Lila scrutinized Krea's form, contemplating. This Krea wasn't half bad, well-shaped and from a prestigious family with the rare trait of black hair. However, her figure was rather too impressive. Lila pouted, feeling a twinge of jealousy. After all, Eris's true form was akin to an airport. If Green were to develop a fondness for this type, what would become of her original form? This new Lila was much better. She glanced at herself and nodded in approval. Just like her. She was an airport, but what to do with Krea? A conflicted expression crossed Lila's face. Oh well, perhaps she should package them both together for Green. If he liked her, she could simply make use of this body. Lady Witch, everything has been prepared as you instructed. A figure in black robes approached Lila, bowing respectfully. Excellent. Lila nodded. What followed was the plan she had long envisioned. Green had always shunned her original form. No matter how Eris pursued him, it bore no fruit. But now, everything was different. She was a different person. As a being capable of forcibly traversing Green's soul, he would never realize she had switched identities. She would embark on a renewed romantic journey with him. And once he fell in love with her, she would reveal her true identity. What kind of expression would he wear then? A blush crept across Lila's cheeks. Lady Witch, I must caution you that this Miss Lila's relationship with Mr. Green is not particularly favorable. That is of no concern. Lila waved her hand dismissively. Affection is something that can easily be reversed. Moreover, considering Green's character, he probably never took Lila seriously in the first place. Thus, as long as a well-crafted plot is designed. Just wait, Green, I should make you realize that only I can lead you to a future filled with happiness. The candlelight flickered in the trap room of the Abyss Gate, while the boulders and swarms of bats that had been triggered had long since vanished. Green returned here alone, not for any other reason, but to search for Miss Lila. Ever since Lila's disappearance, Sophia had gone completely on strike, insisting that Lila must be found at all costs. Well, Green didn't particularly mind, but Sophia's method of searching was truly foolish, in such a vast underground city. Running around with a group of people and shouting each other's names would only attract the monsters that responded to Lila's name. At this one. Green approached It was still up to him to directly search from the place where Lila had vanished. With a leap, he landed steadily on the ground. This was the 11th layer, characterized by a labyrinth of stones, surrounded by numerous decaying corpses and bloodstains, indicating it was a level frequented by necrotic beasts. Necrotic beasts, indeed. Those creatures are of considerable rank. Should Lila encounter one, she would likely meet her demise. Green shook his head. A blue magical glow emanated from his hand, and the entire area seemed to be scanned by this magic. A blue phantasmal silhouette fell from the pit. This was a spell of scene reproduction. Green was not foolish enough to search aimlessly to be why using this spell to replicate past illusions. He would simply follow along. The phantasmal figure stood up from the ground. Green quickened the flow of magic, jogging behind it. Due to consistently moving to the right, it appeared that Miss Lila had retraced her steps twice before finally choosing to veer left on the third occasion. Fortunately, judging by the phantasmal figure, she had not encountered any monsters, which was indeed fortunate, but a strange buzzing sound echoed through the space. Suddenly, the phantasmal figure began to flicker as if it were losing power. Green displayed a puzzled expression. What was happening? However, this situation only lasted a brief moment before the phantasmal figure returned to its normal state. Then, she turned around. Green followed her as she retraced her steps until arriving at the staircase. It seemed she had found a way. Green gazed up the spiral staircase, but he couldn't fathom how she had discovered it, as this staircase was quite concealed on this level. From Green's perception, it even seemed to lead all the way back to the first layer. Perhaps she was heading back to the guild now. Green continued to follow the illusion to his astonishment. Upon reaching the 5th layer, a group of goblin phantoms suddenly charged in. One struck the girl down with a club. Green could only watch helplessly as the goblin dragged the unconscious Lila deeper into the 5th layer. Miss Lila, surely this cannot be. Goblins are mere bronze-tier monsters, and you allowed them to ambush you? Sigh. Green let out a deep breath. It seemed he would have to venture into the goblin den to rescue her. Following the illusion, it wasn't long before a goblin nest appeared before Green. Waka! Waka! Several goblins, armed with wooden clubs, patrolled outside. Green concealed himself behind a stone, observing the interior. Found it. In the center of the nest, the girl was bound to a wooden stake, struggling incessantly. She bore numerous wounds. Her clothing in tatters, with her delicate, fair skin exposed through the damaged stockings. Wait! Green suddenly noticed something amiss. Did she come in wearing stockings? Covering his head, he began to recall. Truth be told, he had not paid much attention to Miss Lila. His focus had primarily been on Irina and Sophia. Yet, the noticeable change in her attire did catch his eye. He distinctly remembered that Miss Lila was not wearing stockings when she arrived. Could it be that after falling, she had the luxury to find a pair of stockings? Heavy footsteps approached. A medium-sized goblin walked over to Lila. Licking its lips, its face filled with greed. Thick drool dripped from the gobliness mouth. And upon seeing the creature before her, Lila displayed an expression of sheer terror. No, no. Is there anyone who can save me? Well, it seems there was no point in dwelling on the issue of stockings. After all, whether Miss Lila wore stockings or not had little bearing on Green, and if he did not act soon, she would truly be violated. Green drew forth his demon slayer. The gun's muzzle erupted with flame, and the medium-sized goblin collapsed in response. Strangely, however, the goblin did not transform into a corpse upon hitting the ground, but instead dissolved into a wisp of purple magical energy that vanished. Yet, Green initially did not notice this, while Lila, bound to the stake, seemed to change color. In less than a second, the medium-sized goblin's corpse reappeared on the ground. Waka! Waka! A horde of goblins charged over upon witnessing this. Yet, they were no match for Green. He simply wielded the guns but to knock them all down. Standing amidst the nest, Green surveyed the surrounding goblin corpses. This goblin den was far too simple. The most formidable among them was merely that medium-sized goblin. Even if Green were truly a bronze-tier warrior, armed with a gun, clearing this place would pose no challenge. Thus, Miss Lila, this is simply too embarrassing. Miss Lila, how could you let yourself be captured by a horde of goblins? Green approached and began to untie the ropes. Green, the liberated Lila gazed at him with teary eyes. If it weren't for you, I would have truly. Overwhelmed by her fright, the girl seemed to finally lose control, rushing forward to embrace Green, bursting into tears. Green instinctively attempted to push her away, but Lila held on so tightly that he found himself at a loss. All right, Green soothed Lila. It's all right now. It's all over. However, his words had little effect. She seemed to continue weeping uncontrollably. Well, considering she had just endured such an ordeal, Green decided to lend her a shoulder to lean on for the time being. Shadows traversed the labyrinth that a group of cult members from the Witches' Order, positioned at a distance on the 5th layer, spied on Green and Lila's silhouettes. High Priest, one young member of the Witches' Order spoke with a peculiar expression. Have we gone through all this trouble and lost so many lives just to assist the witch in her romantic pursuits? What else could it be? An elderly figure, appearing quite aged, wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Do you have any idea how many years the witch has chased this? Finally, there is some progress. Indeed, chimed in the other members. It's so moving. This scene makes me want to cry, watching these seemingly absurd companions. The youth began to question his purpose. What exactly did I join the Witches' Order for? On the other side, Green was carrying Lila down towards the depths of the labyrinth that, of course, it was not Green's desire to bear her weight. It was merely that Lady Lila insisted her leg was injured and insisted that Green carry her. The warmth of her breath wafted against the nape of his neck that a delicate fragrance enveloped him. And in such a position, it was all too easy to appreciate the youthful beauty of her form. Coupled with the luxurious fabric of her robes, the sensation was such that any man would find his thoughts wandering. Yet, Green was different. He was a seasoned man. Moreover, Lila had suddenly changed her previous demeanor and was now incessantly asking him questions. At that moment, Green found her rather bothersome. Green, you seem quite adept at this. She murmured softly, her face resting against his shoulder. Is this not your first time carrying a girl? Yes. Green replied succinctly. It was an obvious truth. After all, he had lived long enough to have carried many things. Not just girls, but likely the most he had borne were corpses. Then, who was the first girl you carried? Lila inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of trepidation. The first, upon hearing her question, Green scratched his head. How could he recall who it was? It seemed to be, a girl roughly of your age. What was she to you? A friend, A lover. Leela pressed further to the significant person, Green's side. Although he sometimes found her irritating, she was indeed a girl who had devoted herself wholeheartedly to him. It was merely unfortunate that they had little chance of meeting again, I see. Leela's tone seemed to carry a note of regret. Yet a smile graced her lips. Oh, not worry. Perhaps you shall meet again soon? She surely had her reasons for asking such questions. After all, the first girl he had carried was none other than her Eris. She recalled that day when she had been surrounded in the forest, and it was Green who had rescued her, bearing her wounded form from danger. To receive such high praise only confirmed that her years of pursuit had not been in vain. As she gazed at the silhouette of the man before her, her eyes brimmed with affection. Yet, simultaneously, a hint of resentment stirred within her heart. What did he mean by saying there would be no opportunity to meet again? Was it not he who had sealed her away? How regrettable it was to be sealed. No, there would absolutely be no chance to meet again, Green declared with conviction. He was jesting. His elder sister had been gone for quite some time. How could one expect to see her? And could she not settle down a little? I will not. Leela giggled mischievously. It seemed that Green's praise had stirred her spirits, as her delicate legs, clad in silken stockings, moved restlessly around his waist. Even if I am restless, what can you do about it? Her words carried a tone of playful defiance. Green, the sound of wheels rolling, humming a cheerful tune. Green pushed his cart through the labyrinth. Ugh, ugh. Leela emitted muffled sounds of struggle. Green, a voice called from ahead, and the silver-haired elf, Irina, rushed towards them, breathless. Little one, how did you manage to escape? Green asked, somewhat perplexed. I was worried because Mr. Green had not returned yet. Irina panted. Have you found Miss Leela? Yes, indeed, Green replied, a smile illuminating his face. She is right here. He indicated ahead. Irina froze. For a moment, she had not noticed, as Leela was bound tightly on a cart, face down and rear up, presenting a rather unfortunate posture. What? How did this happen? Oh, she was already like this when I arrived, Green said with utmost seriousness. A band of goblins had tied her up for the feast. Luckily, I arrived just in time to rescue her, but I lacked the inclination to untie her, so I brought her along with the cart. Perhaps we should quickly free Miss Leela. No. Don't you think the goblin's bindings are rather artistic? Green raised his thumb in approval. No. Irina did not think so. To be honest, she found it somewhat distressing to witness. The sight of Green dragging Leela resembled that of hauling a pig. Poor Miss Leela. What is there to pity? Green said nonchalantly. She doesn't even need to move. I'm the one who has to push her, so it is I who should be pitied. Before long, the trio reunited with the others. Leela. Upon seeing Leela on the cart, Sophia was overwhelmed with excitement. I thought I would never see you again. She hurried forward, severing the ropes binding Leela and embracing her tightly. All right, I'm back. Leela reassured the tearful Sophia. Why were you tied to the cart? Surely this method of assault was not orchestrated by that person named Green. Wait, what? Green, standing nearby, was taken aback. What? Can you still recognize my methods? Not at all. Leela shook her head, uttering words that contradicted the truth. It was the goblins who tied me up like this. Had it not been for Mr. Green, I might have perished. Well, that does change my perspective a bit, Sophia said, looking up at Green. However, this dungeon adventure is essentially an end. Let us return. Why? Green raised an eyebrow. We haven't even mined a single vein yet. Leela has just gone through such an ordeal. Do you expect her work for you? Sophia seemed somewhat indignant. Captain, it is fine to continue, Leela said softly to but I'm quite all right, Leela continued. Moreover, Mr. Green is truly a good person. He saved me, and I wish to repay that kindness. Sophia, what to do when the one she wished to protect stood opposite her? I am inquiring urgently. Rowan, what do you suggest? Not wanting to ask Green at all, Sophia turned to the paladin beside her. Well, I also think that given these circumstances, it is best to return and recuperate. Mining can always wait until tomorrow. Rowan crossed his arms. But since the party member herself has spoken, I shall respect her wishes. Sophia sighed. Only Irina remained silent, but there was no need to inquire about her stance. Very well, very well. Since no one stands with me, we shall continue. Drip, drip. The mist condensed into droplets, falling from the stalactites. The vast emptiness of the labyrinth echoed with footsteps as Rowan led the way, holding a torch, guiding everyone down the spacious stairway. Their objective lay in the 30 to 40 levels where the balanced crystal was known to be found. Currently, they have reached approximately 20 floors. The air is thick with the roars of monsters echoing around them. Such is the nature of the dungeon. Where the deeper one ventures, the more numerous the creatures become. Consequently, they have been compelled to endure numerous battles thus far, yet they have generally fared quite well. For reasons unknown, a certain cleric within the party seems to have significantly strengthened put it bluntly. Lila has been somewhat of a liability for the team. Whenever ambushed, she often finds herself flustered, unable to cast any spells, rendering her completely ineffective. Therefore, during combat, Rowan frequently monitors Lila's condition and strives to protect her. In contrast, the mage named Irina is far less troublesome. Even when ambushed, she often finds a way to extricate herself. Now, however, this weakness has entirely vanished. Lila not only adeptly adjusts her position to prevent surprise attacks, but also swiftly dispels negative statuses inflicted on Rowan by the monsters, such as poison, silence, and weakness, capabilities that she could not have managed before. Could it be that enduring dire straits has facilitated her growth? Bathed in a golden light, Rowan, empowered by Lila's protection, decisively cleaved the head off a monster. Truly gratifying. Now let us dissect the materials. Sophia approached the monster, beginning to extract the magical crystal within. Initially, she was indifferent to the task, as it did not belong to her. However, out of gratitude for Green saving Lila, she has now become more earnest. What room is this? As the team members commenced their looting, Green rushed ahead that a cascade of water gushed from an opening, cascading into a river below. The scenery here is magnificent. The previously narrow labyrinthine pathways have opened up, flanked by crystal-clear rivers. Glancing around, it appears the river stretches endlessly. The path no longer bifurcates, but leads solely onward, culminating in an immense bronze door that seems to have already been opened. Is this the chamber of the dungeon master? Rowan approached as well. From his experience, such an imposing door typically signifies the chamber of the master. The term master, by definition, refers to the ruler of a dungeon, usually the most formidable being within it. Due to the peculiar nature of dungeons, unless one destroys the entire structure, the master will resurrect upon being slain. But surely, this is premature. Rowan furrowed his brow. Typically, the master's chamber resides on the lowest level. It is evident that as the owner of this maze, they would prefer to remain undisturbed. Generally, it is located either on the penultimate or antepenultimate level. The third to last level is quite rare. As for the Abyss Gate, the official assessment indicates it spans over 50 levels. They are merely on the 20th. Why is the master's chamber already here? Are they uncomfortable below and seeking to reside here? Sounds of battle emanated from within the door. It seems another group is engaged in combat inside, apart from Green and his companions. Shall we take a look? Green turned his head. It appears there are others. Perhaps this is not advisable? Rowan shook his head. Although it is not uncommon for adventurers to seize spoils from one another within dungeons, as a paladin, he has no desire to partake in such actions. We are merely observing the commotion, are we not? You did say this is the master's chamber. If those inside are overmatched, we could potentially assist, could we not? Green continued to persuade. Well, perhaps that is acceptable. Rowan found himself swayed by Green's words. The group ventured through the bronze door, only to discover that the adventurers engaged in battle were not unfamiliar faces that it was. In fact, the previously renowned star adventurers. A man wielding a massive sword struck downwards. Their adversary is an enormous skeletal giant, its eyes glowing blue. Foolish humans. The giant could speak and appear to be quite enraged. Head. This creature is truly formidable. An unnamed rogue darted about, yet was struck by a flying skull, spitting blood. Indeed, it was clear that this group was no match for the master. The skeletal giant wielded a colossal bone blade, rampaging through the combatants, who were utterly helpless against it. Even if they managed to strike the giant, the shattered bones would swiftly reassemble. How dare insects invade my domain? The giant's voice was filled with fury as it took note of Green and his party. arrival. I shall send you to your doom. The ground trembled as the giant charged towards Green S Group within mere seconds. Die. Just as the skeletal giant was about to bring its bone blade down, it suddenly recognized the countenance of the man before it. An ancient and unsettling memory surged forth. Did I this it? A group of men in suits standing beside a cliff. Green, isn't it rather unwise to construct a dungeon in such a precarious location? What is wrong with that? It's precisely the unique charm of this place, another man replied. A dungeon? What do these individuals mean? The skeletal giant lurked behind a nearby rock. Some time ago, a war had erupted between two empires here, resulting in countless sacrifices. It was from the corpses of those warriors that it was born. Thanks to the inherent strength of those warriors, the giant, too, was formidable. This area, devoid of any magical beasts, became its domain, and it naturally ascended to become the ruler here. Very well. Let be built here, one of the suited men declared. However, this location is quite poor. Once the magical beasts move in, we can charge less rent. What rent? At this moment, the skeletal giant understood the intentions of these men. How dare they build houses on its territory and demand rent? This was intolerable. It seemed that the grievances of certain warriors were stirred as well. A horde of vampires. Perish. The skeletal giant brandished its bone blade and charged forward. However, it was swiftly subdued with a single blow from one of the men. Observing the unconscious skeletal giant, the suited man raised an eyebrow. This place even harbors high-ranking undead? Where are there no undead? Malfi yawned. Since it is so eager to come and view the property, let be the first tenant that I find a reasoning sound. Green nodded in agreement. But I have no desire to sign a contract with this creature. Malfa, I shall put your name down. As he spoke, he produced a feather quill from seemingly nowhere and hastily scribbled Malfa's name on the contract. Suit yourself. Malfa shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to his actions. The contract paper was crafted from black parchment, inscribed with an absurd number of runes and numerous clauses. Once Green pinned Malfa's name, a red light suddenly illuminated the paper, binding his name tightly to the document. Subsequently, a blank circle appeared on the page. Abyssgate ultra-luxury flat. Total price, 273,455 million gold coins. Installment over 6,666 years. Green approached the collapsed skeletal giant. What a bargain for our new home. Today is your lucky day, little skeleton. Grasping the skeletal giant's bony claw, Green pressed it into the circle. Thus, the nightmare for the skeletal giant began. Once a sovereign of this domain, it had lived freely, consuming whomever it pleased. Now, goodness, why is this month so meager? Before the skeletal giant, Green was counting the gold coins in his bag. I beg your pardon. The skeletal giant knelt on the ground. Sir, there have been far too few adventurers visiting this week, and they are nothing but a bunch of paupers. I truly cannot gather the rent. In truth, many adventurers frequented the abyssal gate each month. However, these demons were utterly unreasonable. He had been coerced into purchasing this house on an installment plan. So why do they still insist on collecting rent from him each month? As a skeletal giant, he lacked the intellect to comprehend contracts and interest. Yet even if he possessed a mind, their logic would remain beyond his grasp. The demon who came to collect rent, named Green, had sternly informed him that the house was not considered his property until he repaid all the loans. Hence he must pay the rent punctually. Faced with the threat of the demon's fist, the skeletal giant could only endure in silence that if you fail to pay the rent in installments next month, I shall toss you into the river. Do you understand? Green glared fiercely at the skeletal giant, placing a bag of gold coins upon himself. Understood. The skeletal giant knelt, still too afraid to move, despite its flaws. The house had many merits, including a living environment tailored for the undead and an incredibly spacious underground area. Most importantly, it served as a nexus of magical energy, allowing these creatures to resurrect after death. Only a demon could create such a place, truly delightful. Wouldn't you agree? Yet, that same statement held true. The amount of money demanded by those demons each month was exorbitant. If this continued, he would be forced to resort to robbery. Time passed, and the following month arrived. The skeletal giant attempted to rob, but still failed to gather the exorbitant rent and installments. He had prepared himself for being tossed into the river. However, on the day rent was due, the demon named Green did not appear. This absence extended beyond that month. For countless years thereafter, that demon never returned. The skeletal giant believed he had finally escaped the nightmare of rent and installments. Yet now, he gazed upon a face he would never forget. "Why the hell are you back again?" If he could scream, the skeletal giant would surely have done so. What to do? What to do? All of his money had been squandered in the newly opened monster brothel on the 44th floor. Moreover, how long had he been in arrears for rent? Calculating it, he realized it had been over 1,000 years. Adding in interest and penalties, the sum was astronomical. Even if he were sold, he could not produce such an amount. What's wrong? Why not strike? Green looked up at the skeletal giant, who maintained a downward swing but had yet to bring it down. The skeletal giant respectfully sheathed his bone blade. Then he turned and ran away. "I'm sorry, Mr. Green. This month is truly impossible. I will pay the rent next month." The Star Adventurers. "You lot, are you here to steal our prey?" Observing the fleeing figure of the skeletal giant, the rogue from the Star Adventurers exclaimed in anger, "Do you not understand the rules? We have already battled that overlord. It is our quarry, steal prey. We were merely standing at the entrance. Does that count as stealing?" In response to the rogue's questioning, Green spread his hands that we didn't even lay a finger on it, did we? Why did that overlord flee? It was Leonard, the leader of the Star Adventurers, who placed his hand on his chin, pondering thoughtfully. I told you my spell was effective. The mage named Yehudi beamed with pride, eager to take credit. Do not be deceived by its seemingly strong appearance. It was already weakened by my magic. It seemed that was the only possibility. The priestess Lillian chuckled, covering her mouth. What was that skeletal giant saying before he fled? It seemed he was once a miserable debtor. No, you are mistaken, Green silently retorted. He is a post-mortem debtor. Well, since that overlord has been severely wounded, we should seize the opportunity to eliminate it. After hearing the words of his comrades, Leonard made his decision. Let us immediately pursue that skeletal giant. They raced after it, but before leaving, the rogue turned back and warned Green and the others. That overlord is our prey. I advise you not to follow us. Shall we change our route? Not wanting to become entangled with the Star Adventurers, Sophia inquired of Green. What route shall we take? We will proceed from here, but if we descend from this way, the Star Adventurers will surely be displeased. Right? Who said we must follow them? Green approached the rocky wall, feeling along it with his hand, that I believe it should be here. His hand encountered a recessed area, which he pressed. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the rock wall, slowly parting to the sides. The damp ground reflected an orange glow as a wooden elevator awaited quietly. An elevator, Sophia exclaimed. An elevator? These contraptions initially belonged only to the Eternal Empire. However, they have become somewhat widespread. Even some large buildings in Granville possess them, powered entirely by magic crystals. Thus, seeing such a thing, Sophia would not appear as an ignorant country bumpkin. But this is a dungeon. Why on earth would there be an elevator in a dungeon? What is so strange about this? Monsters climb up and down every day. It must be exhausting. What is wrong with taking an elevator? Ignoring Sophia any further, Green stepped into the elevator. This elevator was spacious, designed to accommodate the skeletal giant's size. Due to high costs, Abyssal Gate had only installed such an elevator in the Overlord's chamber during its construction. The brown wooden walls had a slightly rough texture, and all the buttons were lined up on the wall. Each button corresponded to a floor. Green extended his hand and pressed the 35th button. The doors slowly closed, accompanied by the sound of mechanical gears. A vast and expansive mining area appeared before Green. The 35th floor arrived, and a mechanical voice alerted the group. Sigh. Sophia stepped out of the elevator with a hint of dejection. She had never seen such an absurd place. The Overlord's chamber was on a lower floor, and there was an elevator that could directly reach beneath. If the elevator could take them below directly, what was the point of their fierce battles earlier? However, Green paid no heed to Sophia's thoughts. He was now standing in the mining area, diligently searching for the minerals he needed. Unlike the previous floors, the rock walls here were interspersed with various metallic ores, becoming more abundant the deeper they went. Most of the ores were copper and silver. It seemed that this area had been extensively mined. Green murmured as they walked along the rock wall. They encountered many hollowed-out caves and scattered debris. Some caves still contained abandoned tools and lanterns, clearly left behind by others. There were also markings carved into the rock walls, inscribed with numbers and symbols, seemingly recording the locations and quantities of the veins. Wait a moment. This is... Sophia appeared to notice something, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Among the cracks in the rock, a certain mineral shone with a snowy light. This is mithril, Sophia exclaimed, her face gleaming with enthusiasm. Oh, Green replied nonchalantly without turning his head. What do you mean, oh? Do you not realize how precious mithril is? Green's response seemed to drive Sophia into a frenzy. Mithril, being one of the symbols of an adventurer's rank, is an exceedingly precious substance among various minerals. Its texture is both hard and lightweight, with exceptional conductivity, making it a coveted material for wizards crafting various magical items. Unfortunately, this material is exceedingly rare and difficult to locate, often only found in silver mines, and even then in very low quantities. Yet now, she had stumbled upon such an abundance of mithril within this crevice, an extraordinary opportunity. However, to her dismay, Green appeared utterly indifferent. You know it's mithril, Green remarked nonchalantly. That stuff is so hard that the designs I provided you can't be mined with your bare hands. Can they? Green's argument was so compelling that Sophia found herself at a loss for words. A purple glow shimmered not far ahead, abundant and interconnected. That was the balance Crystal Green was searching for. Like mithril, it was also scarce. Yet, the purpose of this crystal was unknown, rendering it equally rare but of little market value, dissuading anyone from the effort of mining it. Now that we've located our target, let us get to work, Green called out to the group. Approximately 3 hours later, their bags were filled with purple crystals, and the ground was cleared of debris as a bright campfire began to flicker to life in the mining area. The firelight illuminated the faces of the weary group, who were now taking a well-deserved break. Mining is inherently a labor-intensive endeavor, and with the numerous packages and carts Green had insisted they bring, the task felt far from complete. Splintering wood cracked under the intense heat. Sophia, seemingly exhilarated, was engrossed in conversation with Irina. Recounting a tale to uncover the source of evil. We accepted a mission from the Pope. That dungeon is unlike any other, filled with utterly mad monsters, Sophia said, her expression shrouded in mystery. But how could evil possibly triumph over justice? I journeyed alongside my companions, overcoming challenges, and finally encountered the legendary, forbidden creature of unimaginable evil. What kind of monster was it? Irina asked, her face tense with apprehension. The demon, Sophia whispered, her voice barely above a breath. And then what? What happened next? Irina's eyes widened in anticipation. Then that demon just collapsed from overwork. Green interjected, poking at the fire with a stick. Hey, do you think every demon is like you? Where's the demon that just drops dead from overwork? Sophia retorted, visibly dissatisfied. You don't know. Doesn't T mean it doesn't T exist? Green shrugged. Haha, I find Green's sense of humor quite refreshing. Rowan chuckled heartily from his perch on a stone. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the ground, followed by an ear-piercing, static-like hum that echoed around them. What is happening? Sophia covered her ears, but the strange sound subsided shortly. Almost immediately, the cacophony of battle erupted nearby. From the sounds of combat, it was clear it was their old friends. The Star Adventurers. Green paid no mind to the noise, continuing to prod the fire. Lord Green, Rowan began, but was interrupted by a piercing scream of agony. Very well, the paladin declared without hesitation, rising and unsheathing his sword. We must investigate this matter. Time shifted slightly forward, in the depths of the dungeon. A swarm of brown venomous scorpions filled the narrow passageways. They emitted shrill shrieks while unleashing torrents of acidic liquid, which fell like rain and corroded the rocks in a pockmarked hollow's flame of the melting sword. Leonard roared, engulfing his massive sword in flames, the intense heat evaporating the splattered acid. This was not magic, but a unique ability bestowed upon him through his lineage, allowing him to infuse his rage into the sword to unleash formidable elemental damage. He leaped powerfully, rocketing toward the scorpions. The The scorpion's hardened shells could not withstand such searing heat. The monster shrieked in agony as Leonard's colossal sword cleaved through it, reducing it to a puddle of goo. "Captain, that was a bit excessive, don't you think?" Mage Yehudi remarked, staring at the remains. "I was hoping to collect some venom for potions, but how can I do that now? Let us not forget our objective. We have yet to locate the injured sovereign," Leonard replied calmly. They had been pursuing it for several hours with little success. Despite their relentless chase, the creature was simply too swift, and as they descended to lower levels, the obstacles they faced multiplied, hindering their progress. Fortunately, their party included a rogue skilled in tracking. "What's the situation?" "Have you sensed the sovereign's direction?" Leonard inquired, glancing at the man crouched nearby. The unnamed rogue furrowed his brow. "The sovereign's aura is rather indistinct, and in this level, the presence of formidable monsters is overwhelming. In essence, he could no longer discern the sovereign's path. However, he dared not voice this uncertainty. Surrounded by such elite warriors, what would they think of him if he were the only one to falter? Thus, the nameless rogue decided to take a gamble and pointed in a random direction. "The sovereign ran this way," he asserted confidently. "Are you sure?" Priestess Lillian asked, perplexed as she surveyed their surroundings. The rogue had led them into a completely sealed chamber. "If the sovereign came here, where is it now?" Beads of sweat formed on the rogue's forehead as he faltered. "This must be some sort of trap-laden secret room. The sovereign must have used a mechanism to escape." The others remained silent, as the room did indeed resemble a trap-laden chamber. On either side, rows of demon statues stood, each lifelike, as if they might spring to life at any moment. In the center of the room was a square stone pedestal adorned with intricate patterns and buttons, resembling a control mechanism. Leonard approached the pedestal, astonished to discover that, aside from the patterns, there were inscriptions beneath the buttons. "Press this to open the left door. Press this to open the right door. Better not press this, it will lock the door." His gaze fell upon the central button, which bore the most text, albeit the most ambiguous. "Pressing this will open the pedestal, but do not press it." "Holy hell, I pressed it. What they said above is true. Do not press it." "You think I'm superstitious?" "I pressed it too, and it was a disaster. I accidentally tried it. There is nothing good inside. Do not open it." Signed, Exorcist Bishop Benjamin. The others gathered around. "There are so many words inscribed here," Lillian exclaimed curiously, scanning the pedestal. "ISNT the Exorcist Bishop and Exorcist. ISNT that an evil cult." "Exactly. Can we trust anything from a cult?" Yehudi concurred. "These inscriptions are likely traps. Secret rooms usually have only one exit, and they want to mislead us." "That makes sense, Captain. We should press the central button." The thief nodded slightly. Leonard: "No, he found it illogical. That group of cultists, no matter how idle they were, would not venture deep into the dungeon to carve such things. Right? Moreover, the area was filled with statues of demons." After some contemplation, Leonard decided to press the central button. The secret chamber was unlike a trap room. Even if one pressed the wrong button, there would be no danger, only an impasse, if they pressed incorrectly. They could always retrace their steps and try other buttons. His hand pressed down on the central button. With a dull rumble, the stone platform slowly cracked open. "Nothing happened. See, I told you those cultists are." The thief chuckled. A blinding light erupted suddenly, and a radiant blade struck toward the thief without warning. Blood gushed from the thief's arm. "There's a monster." The great sword was drawn almost instantaneously from behind. And faced with the unexpected assault, Leonard quickly readied himself for battle. The radiant blade coalesced once more, slashing toward them, but having already witnessed one attack, everyone was prepared and managed to block the onslaught. Why were there radiant blades in a place filled with demon statues? Leonard pondered. He did not dwell on it. Fueled by anger, he surged toward the source of the blade. With a resounding clash, the great sword met the long sword. "You." Upon seeing what had attacked them, Leonard's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Miss, why do you attack us without reason?" Indeed, standing before Leonard was not a monster, but a ragged girl with flowing golden hair. The girl merely pursed her lips, offering no response to Leonard's inquiry. She extended her hand and pointed at the ground beneath Leonard's feet. An overwhelming sensation of descent engulfed Leonard. The ground, spanning 10 meters around Leonard, suddenly collapsed, transforming into a pit at least 3 or 4 layers deep. The demon statues shattered, and the entire secret chamber morphed into a chasm. Due to the suddenness of the event, Leonard had no time to react or find anything to brace himself against. And he helplessly plummeted downward. He landed heavily on the ground. Fortunately, being a warrior with tough skin and resilient flesh, he only sustained minor injuries and no fractures. However, the fate of the others was uncertain. "Are you all right?" Leonard shouted to the others that "I'm fine." The mage Yehudi replied, a gust of air cushioning his fall, that "I'm also unharmed." But Priest Lillian, staff in hand, began healing the adjacent thief. His condition is not so fortunate. The thief lay limply on the ground. "Tiske." Leonard frowned. He increasingly felt that this newly recruited thief was a liability to their team. The cross of light blades grated against the air, and this time the girl did not raise her hand. The blade materialized before her. Leonard rolled just in time to narrowly evade the attack. "Miss, since you are so ungracious toward us, I shall hold nothing back." After being attacked repeatedly by this girl, Leonard's temper flared. Who did she think she was? He was the sword of absolute darkness. Leonard, how dare this wild girl, appearing out of nowhere, attempt to slay him, a being of gold-tier strength? What nonsense was this? An incredible aura surged forth from Leonard's great sword as he charged toward the girl with blinding speed. When they were merely 5 or 6 paces apart, he swung his sword with all his might. As if time stood still, the ground around them cracked under the pressure of his strike, the great sword descending upon the girl with unparalleled power. "This is," Lillian gasped. She recognized the move that Leonard's subclass was Breaker. And this technique, Giant Blade Assault, was exclusive to Breakers. The greatest strength of this subclass was the ability to convert all of the warrior's defensive capabilities into offensive force. If all the enemies were dead, why would there be a need for defense? Thus, Leonard chose the great sword, combining the strongest power with the most ferocious weapon that not be fooled by its seemingly slow execution. The force behind this blade was no joke. Forget defense. Anyone with sense would choose to evade this attack, yet the girl seemed intent on bracing herself against it. Lillian could already envision the scene of the girl being cleaved in two by this sword. However, the actual outcome defied Lillian's expectations. With a thunderous crash, as the great sword fell, the girl's feet sank into the ground, and she valiantly blocked his attack with her long sword. How is this possible? Faced with such a result, Leonard's eyes widened. Wait? He was close enough to see her face and form clearly. The girl's eyes were hollow and devoid of life, her clothing tattered and revealing large patches of skin. Yet, that skin exhibited a strange hue. Most alarmingly, certain parts of her body had started to decay. She is not human. A piercing hum resounded. The girl opened her mouth, emitting a sound that should not belong to a human. Leonard, closest to her, felt as though his head might explode. He was forced to drop his great sword and cover his ears. Immediately after, a scream of anguish pierced the air. The girl before him vanished, and Leonard quickly turned around. There, he saw the girl had plunged her sword through Lillian's body. "You monster!" Leonard roared. Yet the girl's actions were not finished. She withdrew her long sword and immediately targeted the nearby mage Yehudi. The mage seemed dazed, still recovering from the hum. The blade, glinting with lethal intent, heralded the approach of death. With a splatter of blood, the critical moment arrived, and the paladin Rowan rushed in just in time, shielding others with his body. "Are you all right?" Rowan asked, gritting his teeth as he turned to the mage. I'm fine. That captain of absolute something, we shouldn't be considered monster thieves, right?" Green joined in, smiling as he looked at Leonard. "Not at all. Friends, please help me defeat this monster," Leonard shouted to the group. However, as per custom, Sophia and the others indeed joined the fray, while Green and Zelta remained on the sidelines, merely spectating. "Hiya!" Leonard swung his great sword toward the girl, who could only barely evade, relinquishing her former position that in truth, for true powerhouses, numbers mattered little. Yet facing so many opponents, the girl was evidently not a formidable foe. Lila healed Rowan's wounds, and the paladin Rowan raised a sword. Enveloped in a golden aura, he charged forward alongside Sophia, and with Leonard, the 3 melee fighters engaged the girl, leaving her with almost no means of escape. The mage Yehudi, also began to unleash his power. The aura of ice coalesced into a spear, penetrating all. Ice spear technique. Deep blue magical energy gathered in his palm, forming a luminous ice spear that radiated a ghostly blue glowed in an instant. As Yehudi hurled the ice spear, it fractured into numerous smaller ice spears. The chilling aura overwhelmed the air, and the ice spears arranged themselves in a formation, all surging toward the girl. There were almost no surprises. The girl, unable to escape, could only watch helplessly as the ice spears came hurtling towards her, piercing her body entirely. As he observed the scene before him, Leonard let out a sigh of relief. Surely the humanoid monster had been vanquished. However, as the dust settled, he was astonished to see the girl, who he thought had fallen, still clutching her sword, barely managing to stand. "And I cannot. Not yet." Her voice was intermittent and strained. "I still have a mission to fulfill. I must." An overwhelming aura emanated from the girl. Suddenly, a dazzling light descended from the heavens, piercing through the entire underground city and striking the girl directly. All the ice spears embedded in her shattered into shards. Bathed in the radiant glow, the girl sprouted wings, and a golden halo appeared above her head. Demons, the long sword ablaze with divine flames. The girl gazed at the crowd with an expression of unwavering determination. "I shall banish you and protect this world." Can even the dead gain recognition? Watching the unfolding spectacle, Green felt somewhat dazed. It seemed that the one above had indeed lost their mind. The crowd appeared still stunned by the shocking scene before them. Particularly Rowan, who stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of disbelief. "Erica, are you not the legendary angel Erica?" His voice trembled. "Why are you here? Why are you attacking us?" Indeed, many present recognized her, for the girl, transformed into an angel, bore an uncanny resemblance to the massive angel statue before the Adventurers Guild. Yet perhaps other professions could maintain their composure, for the only active cleric present, Rowan, found it the hardest to accept. Why would an angel, who once saved Granvale, turn against them? Moreover, as a cleric, the thought of attacking the very symbol of his faith was utterly intolerable. "Do not be fooled, my friend," Leonard shouted loudly at Rowan, his gaze fixed warily upon Erica. "I refuse to believe that an angel would be sealed in a place like this. The chamber is filled with statues of demons." "She must be a demon in disguise." "Impossible." Rowan shook his head. "I cannot be mistaken. Even if she is not the Erica who saved Granvale, she is undoubtedly an angel. But what if she truly is the legendary angel?" "Green, what should we do?" Irina, upon hearing Rowan's words, asked Green in fear. "What should we do?" Green stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That if she's truly an angel, then we, a ragtag group, will surely stand no chance. Everyone, I shall take my leave." "I do not wish to intrude any longer," Green stated, retreating towards the entrance from whence he came. "Demon, do not think of escaping." Divine runes coalesced in Erica's palm. She swung her hand, unleashing a magnificent and blinding light that pierced the darkness, hurtling towards Green and striking him squarely in the back. "Ugh!" Green let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. "Green!" Irina cried out in terror. Zelta watched in bemusement as the fallen demon lay on the ground. "You are being rather dramatic, aren't you? All of you shall perish. Not a single demon will leave here alive." Erica's movements did not cease. She raised her sword, ablaze with holy fire, and thrust it fiercely into the ground. The sacred flames seeped through the blade, rapidly spreading outward from the sword's center. All exits were blocked by golden pillars of divine fire, forming an impenetrable cage. "Now you must believe in the purgatory of light." "Yes." Rowan, shaking his head in resignation, surveyed the area. "What on earth is happening?" "Brother, I am but a warrior. Cannot someone explain this to me?" Leonard looked utterly perplexed. "The angel raises the flames. All evil cannot escape. This is the hallmark divine spell of the legendary angels, creating an insurmountable prison through holy flames. This prison can only be lifted once all evil is vanquished or the angel herself perishes." Rowan elucidated. "Powerful clerics can wield this spell as well, but unlike angels, for clerics, it is a cumbersome endeavor, requiring at least a star iron-level adventurer who must sacrifice their own life force to cast it." "Rowan, I somewhat regret having you explain that, Sophia remarked with a wry smile. The more you say, the more I feel we are doomed. Not fear. Everyone. Leonard began to rally the spirits of the group. What does it matter if she is an angel? We are many. We can still defeat her. But, faced with his own faith, Rowan seemed to hesitate, a cleric, to attack the symbol of my faith. Brother, even if you wish to save this angel, it cannot be done by becoming her minced meat. Leonard continued to persuade Rowan. Let us subdue her first. We can discuss the rest later. Very well. Compared to the dogmatic members of the church, Rowan was more open-minded. After weighing the pros and cons, he steeled his resolve that in that case, we must concentrate our powers effectively. Leonard promptly declared 2 members of my team are incapacitated. It is just one mage and myself remaining. What about you? We have a mage, a cleric, a warrior, and a paladin, Sophia replied. The other 2 are merely filler. Why did you bring fillers? Leonard shook his head in disbelief. Regardless, against such a legendary being, any reckless action could lead to our demise. We must devise a strategy. The man raised his massive sword, commanding the group with the authority of a seasoned leader. In 10 seconds, we shall all launch our attack at once, disregarding casting time. The 2 mages shall unleash your most powerful spells directly at the angel. Clerics cast defensive and healing spells on our melee fighters. Rowan, you, the paladin, will charge alongside us warriors and attempt to identify her weaknesses. Mage Yehudi had already begun chanting an advance point 10 seconds later. Everyone launched their attacks without hesitation to you think mere numbers can compel my submission. Demons? Drawing her long sword from the ground, the angel Erica floated above, gazing down at the charging group. Lady Erica, please awaken. The heavily armored paladin Rowan was the first to reach her, swinging his sword aimed at Erica's wings. We are not demons. We are all your faithful followers. Nonsense. I have never seen followers who would strike at me like this. Erica's wings radiated a blinding light, instantly deflecting Rowan's sword. You forced our hands. Angel Lady, Leonard roared that I hope my sword can awaken you. The massive sword shimmered with a cold light as the man launched his signature attack once more. This was still his most potent defensive move. And due to the multitude attacking, he hardly had to consider defense. The raging giant sword, with tremendous force, aimed directly at Erica. However, the impact was minimal. Erica deftly evaded to the side, and the poorly angled strike failed to connect, merely severing a small tuft of feathers. Even those feathers astonishingly healed at an incredible speed. O spirits of thunder, forge a weapon that pierces all. The lightning lance, manifest. The mage Yehudi chanted aloud, invoking the extreme lightning spear. A spell of the thunderous element capable of inflicting lightning damage within a circular area, extending in a rectangular manner towards the 4 corners. The wand in Yehudi's hand emitted a blinding blue radiance, from which a thick electric spear shot forth, hurtling directly towards Erica. In midair, the spear split into 4, dispersing in all directions and forming a colossal electric net. The crackling currents within the net resonated with a powerful force and lethal potential. Yet in the face of the oncoming extreme lightning spear, the angel Erica exhibited no trace of fear. Such shallow attacks are futile, you demons. Suddenly, a golden, translucent shield enveloped Erica entirely. All the currents were rendered impotent against the shield, merely flowing along its surface without touching Erica at all. Begone all of you! The golden shield began to tremble erratically before shattering explosively. The energy from the shield combined with the electric currents of the extreme lightning spear to create a formidable shockwave, violently slamming those nearby against the wall, rendering Rowan and Sophia unconscious. I can't bear to watch any longer, Zelta sighed. He couldn't fathom how that fellow Green could lie at ease. If this continued, it seemed this lot might very well be cut to pieces by that angel. A massive silver scythe appeared in the man's hand, and in an instant, Zelta vanished like a wraith. After all, Leonard was a stronger adventurer than Rowan and Sophia. Unlike the 2, who lay unconscious, he remained conscious, albeit feeling as though he were falling apart, utterly unable to move. Your demonic tricks end here. With the removal of the 3 melee restrictions, the angel Erica maneuvered the battlefield with unparalleled grace. Priest Lila was swiftly dispatched with a single strike before Erica teleported directly behind the mage Yehudi. "Be careful," Leonard exclaimed, his eyes wide as he shouted a warning to Yehudi. However, the warning was in vain. The angel was no assassin, and Yehudi had been fixated on Erica, fully aware that once she dealt with the priest, he would be next. But what did knowing matter? As a legendary being, Erica's speed was simply too swift. Before Yehudi could even begin to chant a spell, she pierced through his body. Blood dripped from the sacred longsword as Erica withdrew it from the mage's form. She surveyed her surroundings, noting that most of the demons were effectively paralyzed. Why say paralyzed? As creatures of the inferno, demons possessed remarkable vitality, even though she, as an angel, had an innate advantage over them. She could not deliver a fatal blow in a single strike. She sensed that the demons were still alive, merely stripped of their combat capabilities. Nonetheless, this aligned perfectly with her purpose. Once all the demons were incapacitated, she would purify them one by one, denying them any chance of resurrection. Only you remain. Erica turned her gaze to the last female demon on the battlefield. Gulp. Irina swallowed hard. She had not been slacking. In fact, she had been unleashing her infernal might fervently, yet her fiery spells had little effect on the angel. However, that was still preferable to Yehudi's extreme lightning spear, which had been rebounded back at him. Erica advanced step by step towards Irina, when suddenly, a hidden spell beneath the ground was triggered. Fiery red chains erupted from the earth, enveloping Erica like a cage, rapidly constricting to bind her tightly. Demonic spell Abyssal Lock. This was a spell revealed to her, indeed a demonic incantation. To confront an angel, one must wield the tools of demons. Despite her reluctance, Irina had no choice. This spell was akin to the Purgatory of Light, both capable of imprisoning foes. However, unlike the Purgatory of Light, which merely restricted spatial movement, the Abyssal Lock was far more sinister, binding a single target while simultaneously inflicting a demonic curse to weaken the imprisoned. The conflagrating chains coiled around Erica, who stood still, seemingly unable to move. Is it working? Irina gazed incredulously at the scene before her. The Abyssal Lock. Ha! You demons have finally resorted to a spell befitting your nature. Eyes closed, Erica muttered softly. Golden light erupted from the gaps in the chains, causing them to shatter like fragile porcelain. Die, demon. Erica soared into the air, lunging at Irina with her sword. The clash of metal ignited a flurry of sparks. A massive scythe intercepted her blow. Mr. Zelta? Irina stared in astonishment at the man before her. Oh! Erica tilted her head. She hadn't noticed before, but there was indeed a demon that had slipped through the cracks. I am not a cog in the machine. Please refrain from insults. Zelta raised the scythe. The angel Erica, however, wasted no time, striking down with her sword. In the next moment, the scythe and the longsword collided violently. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward. Irina struggled to maintain her footing, forced to retreat. Clang, clang, clang. The piercing sounds of their clashes echoed as their figures intertwined. This scene left Leonard, who lay nearby, utterly dumbfounded. This. Just filler. Zelta's scythe danced through the air with unparalleled finesse, slicing through an arc of blinding brilliance towards Erica. Unyielding, Erica unleashed a radiant golden light, countering with a cross-shaped blade, and upon collision, she gained the upper hand. Shattering the arc, damn it, I can't win. Witnessing this, Zelta quickly assessed the situation. Like Green, he was a man of great perception. From this exchange, he understood everything. Under normal circumstances, he would have fled upon encountering an opponent he could not defeat. But now, there were indeed capable fighters present. For heaven's sake, can't you stop spectating? Zelta shouted. If you 1T fight, who can stand against her? Why are you so useless? That being is not a living angel. She is a dead one, you know? Green lay on the ground, languidly remarking. Furthermore, don't you know how much I despise birdfolk? Killing her would dirty my hands. The problem is, I can't even defeat the dead. Zelta continued to defend himself. This fellow has been infected by the void. How does that not meet your criteria for taking action? You seem to have a point. Suddenly, Green sprang up from the ground. Green? Irina was momentarily taken aback. Very well, little one. This is no longer your concern. Green patted the girl's shoulder, causing her to faint instantly. Then it's up to you. Upon seeing Green rise, Zelta transformed into smoke and vanished. How was there yet another new demon? Erica pondered, tilting her head in confusion, unconcerned about the vanished Zelta, and immediately flapped her wings, charging towards Green and a new demon. Green twisted his neck. Apologies, but I'm practically a worn-out demon. Facing the oncoming angel, the man made no attempt to evade, instead extending his hand to grasp Erica's face, hurling her away. The wall was struck with immense force, creating a massive crater, and Erica was brutally embedded at its center. Sinister flames clung to the demon slayer in Green's hand, and behind him loomed a colossal demonic visage, gazing down upon the world. Are you ready, birdfolk? The man smiled, his voice gradually becoming husky, as if a whole inferno burned within his pupils. Here, I shall reduce you to ashes. An even more outrageous fellow has appeared. If it weren't for the fear of attracting the angel's attention, Leonard would have likely screamed by now. What is this? The man before him has actually repelled an angel with his bare hands. That is no mere goblin. That is a winged being, a legendary angel. Leonard could scarcely believe his eyes. Such terrifying power. What kind of adventurer could possess such strength? That Sophia even claimed these two were mere fillers. That if this counts as filler, then the entire Granville would struggle to find a single individual who isn't. Is it not enough to have ravaged so many places? How many more lives must you destroy? How much beauty must be obliterated? Erica struggled to rise from the pit, her words laced with fury. The tragedy of Reese-Sarah shall never be allowed to repeat itself. Her white wings unfurled once more, and Erica vibrated her pristine feathers. Soaring back into the sky, a dazzling radiance erupted from within her. The sacred flames illuminating her exquisite visage, making her appear as a star. The divine power surged forth. Countless sharp feathers shot from her wings like a cascade of white meteors, raining down upon where Glenn stood. Each feather contained sacred might, capable of piercing through all evil barriers. Yet, in the face of such an assault, Glenn showed no sign of fear. Standing firm with his gun, he didn't even flinch. Boom! The man pulled the trigger, and a crimson beam erupted from the muzzle, akin to a rampaging dragon. Soaring towards the heavens, IT collided with the torrent of feathers, producing a thunderous roar. Fire and dust intertwined in the air, and all the feathers were incinerated by the demon's flames. How is this possible? All her feathers were consumed. Upon witnessing this scene, Erica's expression turned to one of profound horror. Yet, what transpired next was even more astonishing. For the man had vanished from sight. Are you looking for me? A chill crept up Erica's spine as the man's voice echoed behind her. Before she could react, a hand like an iron claw seized her neck, violently slamming her into the ground. Her body cracked like glass, each impact sending waves of excruciating pain through her, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. The man showed no mercy, relentlessly smashing the girl into the earth. Each blow akin to a meteor strike. Blood splattered from the girl, and the light surrounding her dimmed with each passing moment. But this was not the end. After rendering the poor girl senseless, she was hurled away, the terrifying force propelling her through several walls. Her body, now a mangled mess, lay motionless. Erica could only helplessly watch as the man reappeared before her, extending his hand to toss her away once more. Oh my God! Leonard, lying on the ground, could hardly bear to witness this. This is utterly brutal. Even though that angel had just slain two of his companions, he believed that this angel did not deserve such torment. In truth, since the moment the man struck, this was no longer a battle, but rather a one-sided slaughter perpetrated by the one called Glenn. This fellow truly has a vicious streak. The angelic girl was tossed about like a plaything, her head pressed down as he aimed that terrifying gun at her forehead. Damn it. Only this angel can withstand such punishment. Anyone else would have been reduced to pulp long ago. The ground trembled continuously. You remain the same, utterly oblivious to your situation. Glenn lifted Erica as if she were a lifeless body. That I never fought you while you were alive. But seeing you now, it's no wonder other angels ostracized you in your former life. Cough, cough, you know nothing about me. Blood trickled from the corner of Erica's mouth. Holy Spirit above, you shall eventually be judged, demon. Holy Spirit. Upon hearing Erica, Glenn chuckled, then spread his arms wide. Now is the time you need it most, isn't it? Tell me, little one, where is your great Holy Spirit at this moment? I will not allow you to insult the Holy Spirit. Erica grasped at Glenn's hand around her throat, struggling desperately. You will be judged. Even if I perish, other angels will come to safeguard this world. What nonsense. I truly do not comprehend your ramblings. Glenn shrugged. Since you pride yourself as the guardian of the world, then do not leave the mess for others to clean up. Boom! Erica was once again violently hurled away, her body drifting like a feather in the wind, landing amidst a tangle of cracks and ruins. Come now, little angel. The man approached the girl and stepped directly upon her. Since your mind is still clouded, I shall help you awaken. Wait. Seeing Glenn's actions, Leonard's eyes widened. That demon seems poised to... The white wings were violently torn away by the demon, and the girl let out a heart-wrenching scream. Does it not look worse after losing her wings? Glenn clicked his tongue in disdain, tossing aside the bloodied wings. Come now, it's time for the other one. My wings. Erica finally lost her composure, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded. Please, no more. But how could the demon heed her pleas? The pure wings, now stained with blood, and the girl emitted a heart-rending cry as the other wing was also ripped away. The golden halo above her shattered, and Eric on the ground fell silent. Wasn't that a bit too brutal? Zelta emerged from the darkness, standing beside Glenn. What? Are you about to show some humanitarianism towards the void or the corpse? Glenn raised an eyebrow. Not at all. Gazing at the bloodied wings discarded aside, Zelta shook his head in resignation. It's just that I rarely see you resort to such brutality. Do you harbor a grudge against this one? If you say I have a grudge, then perhaps that is so. If you say I do not, she could even be considered a friend. Zelta, fine, he had forgotten that this fellow rarely acted seriously except when dealing with the void. Then how should we handle this one? Zelta looked at the girl before him. Even if you tear off her wings, she should not be dead yet, right? In fact, describing her as dead would be rather inaccurate. This angel had long since passed away, though her corpse had been targeted by the void. Now, it was merely the void along with some residual essence animating her body. Let me see. Glenn lifted the girl's chin. Her eyes were vacant, only a murky film covering her irises. Indeed, she was not entirely dead. Grant her a swift end, Glenn thought, pulling out his gun once more. Little angel, do you have anything left to say before you meet your end? The cold muzzle of the gun pressed against the girl's forehead. Erica, like a broken doll, numbly gazed at the man before her. After a considerable pause, her lips began to move slowly, struggling to form a few syllables. Jelen's finger, which had intended to pull the trigger, halted. Very well. Just as he had anticipated, the very thing he despised most had come to pass. In an unknown moment, the resplendent light of the celestial realm poured into the vast courtyard. Illuminating patches of verdant grass and trees, a gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves, creating an atmosphere of sacred tranquility, occasionally interrupted by groups of angels who strolled along the paths, engaged in cheerful conversation. Beside the white stone path, a small angel sat alone on a bench, her expression tense as she muttered incessantly, as if rehearsing something that "Don't be nervous." Erica placed her hand on her chest and took a deep breath. Sister Caroline was renowned for her kindness. This place was different from others, and surely no one would isolate her here. As she reassured herself, a shy blush crept on her face, and her petite toes gently tapped against each other, the white stockings hugging her rounded calves. Even with just a few minutes passing, her heart raced with excitement. Sister Caroline adored collecting music boxes. She would surely be delighted upon seeing this one. Reaching for a nearby box, Erica marveled at the pink ribbon adorning the gift, and inside lay a delicate music box, its exquisite patterns and designs indicating the work of a master craftsman. She could already envision Sister Caroline's surprised expression that, "Oh, Holy Spirit, please bless me. I must make friends this time." The girl silently prayed. Rising to her feet, she grasped the gift box and walked toward a white building in the courtyard. "How lovely to meet you!" Erica felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she beheld the magnificent archangel before her. I am a new angel. Erica, I look forward to your guidance. Sister Caroline, you must be the Erica. Caroline, seated at an ornate tea table, regarded her with a flicker of disdain. How did this ball get kicked to me? Despite her inner revulsion, Caroline maintained an air of grace and gentleness. Welcome to our community, little Erica. Thank you. Erica beamed, her smile genuine, reflecting the warmth of having never received such kindness before. She stepped forward, carefully placing the gift box on the table. Sister Caroline, this is a gift I prepared for you. Yes, I see, Caroline replied dismissively, not even sparing a glance. There's nothing else today. You may return now. Now? Erica was taken aback. But are you disrespecting me? Erica? Caroline shot her a cold glance. I hold a favorable impression of you. Do you wish to defy my command on your very first day? That's not. Erica lowered her head, helplessly turning to leave. Just as she had walked a short distance, she heard laughter behind her. Turning around, she saw Caroline sitting at the tea table, chatting merrily with other angels, casually tossing her gift into the trash. How could this happen? Erica clenched her fists tightly. The gift she had poured her heart into was so carelessly discarded. Her eyes brimmed with unmistakable disappointment. Why is this happening? Why do the other angels refuse to accept me? The girl walked lonely back to the bench, all the other angels avoiding her presence. Only the Holy Spirit had shown concern for her. The Holy Spirit had advised her not to seek faults in others, but within herself, it must be that she was not striving hard enough. Perhaps if she exerted more effort, her older siblings would acknowledge her. What should I do? A sudden violent tremor shook the ground. The sky darkened, and soon after, a colossal golden vortex appeared above the courtyard. Oh, it seems our insignificant human allies are in trouble again. The angels regarded the swirling vortex with a sense of familiarity. Let this great one come to their rescue. Watch closely, my brethren. Today, Edvale shall become a hero. A male angel, wearing a proud smile, took flight. Wait, hold on. Another female angel quickly flew up to pull him back. Look closely. This summons is to deal with demons. By the heavens, I hadn't realized. Edvale's expression changed dramatically. Forget it. I'm not being a hero today. You all can go if you wish. The angels in the courtyard began to murmur among themselves. Are you going? I'm not going. Demons are terrifying. I refuse to go. Indeed, we are merely fledgling angels. Let the higher-ranking archangels handle it. Exactly. As she gazed at the vortex above, Erica's eyes sparkled with determination. If she could vanquish the evil demons and become a hero, her siblings would surely recognize her. But could she truly defeat a demon? Never mind. The girl clenched her fists. She no longer wished to be isolated. With her pure white wings fluttering, she charged toward the golden vortex. Hey, which reckless soul has gone in? The angels erupted in chaos. It seems to be that Erica. Damn it. This just causing trouble for the archangels. Someone pull her back before the angels could finish their pleas. The girl's figure vanished into the air, and soon the entire vortex swirled away. Lemvi, a concealed base nestled within the depths of the mountains, once a flourishing area brimming with greenery. Everything changed since a group of cultists arrived to perform their rituals. Blood-red smoke hung in the air, dyeing the hills a crimson hue. The once vibrant flora had withered, leaving behind only dead branches and fallen leaves. A man clad in a black robe descended the mountain path. His name was Fury, a member of this local cult. Truth be told, Fury had never aspired to be a cultist. In Lemvi, where the populace fervently worshipped the Holy Spirit, being a cultist was somewhat of a disgrace. Yet, precisely because of this fervent devotion, the land was filled with farmers and zealots. Even in the grand cities, commerce and industry scarcely flourished. Thus, after graduating from the academy, he had nearly spent a year without finding work. Even when he did find a job, it was often a sweatshop with wages below the minimum requirement, demanding 14-hour workdays. Was such labor fit for any human? In contrast, the benefits of being a cultist were undeniably appealing. The camaraderie among colleagues was harmonious, with generous salaries and short working hours that allowed for flexible scheduling. During holidays, they received care packages from their leaders and year-end bonuses for survival. Fury had never encountered such a benevolent employer. If he had any lingering doubts about loyalty, he was now utterly devoted to the cult. I'd rather die in the cult than at a desk. The ritual is nearing its successful completion. Fairway approached a lookout point at the summit, addressing his colleagues. What is the situation outside? It's manageable. A man clad in a black robe pressed his face against the crystal. It seems we have been discovered by the church. They have sent someone. How many? Not too many. What does not too many mean? It's hard to quantify. It's just not too many. Fine, let me see for myself. Fairway stepped forward, pushing the black-robed man aside, and pressed his own face against the crystal orb. Reflected within the crystal was the scene of the valley, revealing a procession of knights galloping along the mountain path, their silver armor shimmering with a dazzling radiance, resembling a vast sea of silver. You call this not too many? I was merely trying to cushion the truth for you. The man shrugged, continuing, with so many knights, they could flatten this place. How do you propose we fight? Fight? We would merely be delivering our heads to the church. Fairway turned and dashed up the mountain. Enough talk. I care not whether the demon descends today. Even if I must knock out the boss and drag him away, I will protect him, accept the judgment of the Holy Spirit. You heretic! The man swung his sword, severing the head of a black-robed figure. Black smoke billowed, and screams echoed as the knights of the church clashed with the cultists in a desperate struggle at the base of the mountain. Wow, that's truly impressive. Even amidst the battle, the knights could not help but glance towards the center of the fray. There, a golden light illuminated a dashing figure. Isading Castel, the leader of the Knights of the Radiant Circle. A living legend, hailed as the glorious paladin. It is said he once single-handedly slew a dragon. With him leading this operation, defeating these cultists should be a mere formality. Die. A cultist roared, conjuring a sphere of dark magic in his hands. It transformed into a remarkably sharp black magic arrow, shooting towards Isading. Just a trivial trick? Isading scoffed, summoning a radiant light that coalesced into a gleaming golden sword. With a deft swing, he cleaved the dark arrow in twain, causing it to dissolve like snowflakes in the air. The man offered no quarter, charging forward to engage the cultist mage in close combat. The other paladins followed suit, swiftly overwhelming all foes until only one struggling cultist remained. Isading stepped before the foe, who was pinned to the ground by other knights, his purple robe betraying his higher rank. Speak! Why do you vile beings desecrate this sacred ground? Isading demanded sternly, if you confess the truth honestly. Perhaps I might intercede for you before the Holy Spirit. The truth. That is no longer of consequence, for you have arrived too late. The purple-robed cultist laughed maniacally. What? The surrounding paladins' expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing the man's words. What do you mean? Isading pressed on. Our master has already prepared everything. Our great lord shall soon descend upon this world. The man writhed beneath the weight of the other knights. When that time comes. When that time comes? Isading swallowed hard, anxious that he shall obliterate this wretched world that offers no insurance for its workers. The man bellowed. Boom! Isading plunged his sword into the cultist's skull. What the hell? I didn't catch that. What did the cultist just say? A knight behind inquired, bewildered. Nothing of import, Isading replied, turning to the knights and waving his hand. He claimed that evil would soon descend here and destroy this world filled with goodness. How can this be? The knights behind, Isading seethed with righteous indignation. What a pitiful lot. A young paladin remarked from the rear, if they weren't brainwashed, who would engage in such deeds? Gazing upon the fallen cultists. A look of apprehension crossed his face. Indeed, choices are often more significant than effort. He had wisely chosen to become a paladin, enjoying merely 10 hours of patrol duty a day, with a salary surpassing that of farmers. A half day off every 2 weeks, and occasionally a full day off during festivals. Unlike these wretched cultists who fought desperately to the bitter end, likely lacking such privileges. Knights, it appears we must act swiftly. Isading declared resolutely to the assembly. I can sense the source of evil lies atop the mountain. Let us set forth immediately. I never anticipated you would find your way here, atop the summit. A man lay unconscious on the altar, while Fairway, garbed in crimson robes, stood at the altar's center, beneath a darkened sky pulsating with eerie lights. but you have arrived too late. The ritual is already in progress. No matter what you do, it cannot be halted. Thank you for witnessing the arrival of our great master. This is the greatest honor of your lives. Fairway's voice brimmed with madness and mockery. His eyes ablaze with fervor. Several cultists stealthily approached, dragging the unconscious man away. So, you are the master, Isading observed coldly, fixing his gaze upon Fairway, his expression darkening. Damn it. Have they truly arrived too late? The man swiftly surveyed his surroundings. All the cultists had gathered at the mountain's peak, united in their hostility against them. However, Isading keenly noted 3 massive pools of dark magic encircling the altar, strange liquid roiling within, continuously feeding the altar with dark energy. It cannot be interrupted. I beg to differ. Isading chuckled, then called out to his comrades. Knights, attack the magic pools behind them at once. You shall not. A man in a purple robe soared from the crowd, then crashed down before Isading with a resounding thud, creating a massive crater beneath him. Oh, destroy the magic pool. You must first cross my corpse. Oh, Isading narrowed his eyes, observing the crater created by the man. You seem to be quite formidable. Of course. I have slain countless hypocritical paladins like you, the man sneered. Then I shall hold nothing back. Isading raised his blade, swiftly striking down the man. Humph. All purple-robed individuals are indeed worthless. Upon witnessing the man dispatched by Isading, a yellow-robed cultist smirked amidst the throng. Ensure the magic pools are protected. I shall deal with that fellow. The man in yellow soared into the air, then descended with a thunderous crash, creating an even larger crater beneath him. Are you stronger than that fellow? Isading inquired, eyeing the man in yellow. Certainly, I have slain at least several times the number of worthless ones like him. Isading lifted his blade. The man collapsed to the ground. Humph. How dare you call others worthless when you are but a waste yourself? Upon witnessing the man being swiftly vanquished by Isading, a man clad in a blue robe emitted a cold smirk among the cultists. At critical moments, it is indeed our blue robes that prevail. You all continue to guard the mana pool, while I confront him. The man in the blue robe soared above the crowd, and then plummeted from the sky with great force. He landed with a resounding crash before Isading, creating a massive pit beneath his feet, far larger than the 2 preceding ones. Isading remarked, Is your strength measured by the size of the pits you create? You. The man retorted, I am far superior to those 2 worthless fools. I have slain far more than the sum of their lives. Isading raised the blade in his hand. The man, without hesitation, collapsed to the ground. Is there anyone stronger among you? If so, why not come to me all at once? Isading shouted towards the cultists. They exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze towards a man in a pink robe. What are you staring at? I am but a failure. You should confront him. The man spread his hands, and in truth, the color of one's robe held little significance. Their leader had not instituted any hierarchy within the cult. Hence, everyone held the same rank, and attire was chosen at will. It seems your skills are rather lacking, Isading discerned, as he raised his sword high, causing all the cultists to part, allowing him to rush directly toward the mana pool. Such wickedness ends here, he declared. The sword struck the surface of the mana pool like a bolt of lightning, causing black liquid to erupt forth, halting the flow of mana. A thunderous roar followed from behind. Other paladins had also taken action, demolishing another mana pool. Victory was within their grasp. Now, they merely needed to eliminate the final one. Futile. Utterly futile. Fairly laughed maniacally, mocking the paladins. The energy for the ritual has long since been infused. What significance do your destruction of these mana pools hold? The ritual continued unabated, as Fairly had indeed spoken the truth. Even with the mana pools destroyed, the process showed no signs of slowing. Dense black clouds gathered, obscuring the light of the sky. A red point suddenly appeared in the air, swiftly forming a colossal hexagram array. Sinister energy coalesced towards the center of the array, as if something dreadful was stirring. Poised to emerge. Isading, what shall we do? The paladins anxiously inquired. It appears there is no other option, Isading resolved, as he grasped the angelic necklace at his chest. With this, he could beseech the celestial realm to send an angel to resolve this crisis. This was bestowed upon him by the Pope, who had warned him to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Clearly, the moment had come. A radiant light pierced the darkness, a holy beam soaring towards the heavens. A golden vortex swirled in the sky, and a sacred figure descended. Why does she only have 2 wings? Isidin pondered, perplexed at the sight of Erica. Address the demon issue. Shouldn't she possess 4 wings? He dismissed his doubts. Clearly, the celestial realm had its reasons for sending her down. She must be a powerful angel. Angel, our world stands on the brink of destruction. This band of cultists seeks to summon demons to annihilate it. Isidin knelt on one knee before Erica. We can no longer prevent them. Once the demon manifests, please vanquish it. Understood. Erica nodded before turning away. Do not be anxious. That it is merely a demon. As an angel, I shall easily vanquish it. The girl trembled slightly. The hexagram atop the altar ceased its absorption of mana, rippling like water from its center. Suddenly, a human arm thrust forth from within. Faley, at times, found it difficult to comprehend the situation. Their cult had been operational for nearly 2 years, laboriously striving to successfully summon a demon, meticulously calculating the time and location for the ritual. After considerable effort, they had finally managed to conduct this ceremony. And yet, the opposition had merely utilized that necklace to casually summon an equally esteemed angel. It was utterly unjust. Faley shook his head, opting not to dwell further on it. They had completed the ritual according to protocol. The remaining processes must be executed as well. Ha! Even if you summon an angel, what of it? Faley scoffed at the paladins that we toiled for years to uncover the summoning method for this being. It is no ordinary demon, but the legendary great king of demons. That diminutive angel will not withstand for long. She shall perish swiftly. Witness the might of my master, mortals. His maniacal laughter echoed across the altar. A pungent scent of blood filled the air as the malevolent aura spread unchecked. Everyone held their breath, staring at the hexagram on the altar as the arm continued to extend, followed by a shoulder, and then half a head, and then it suddenly retracted. Faley. What the hell? Why did it retreat? Great Gray King, Faley urgently called to the hexagram. Why do you refuse to descend? Have we committed some offense that has angered you? Calm down, a languid voice emanated from the hexagram. I arrived too hastily and forgot something. Green stepped out from the hexagram and surveyed the surroundings. I have finally descended into this world. Foolish humans, your doom is at hand. Hellfire will consume this world, and all beings shall kneel before me. You shall soon experience true terror and despair. Demon, Angel Erica raised her sacred longs word. As long as I am here, I shall never allow you to succeed. Humph, just you. Green grinned, pointing at Erica. This time, consider yourself fortunate, little angel. Mark my words, when I return, you shall learn what true pain and despair entail. With that, Green's figure gradually vanished from the altar. Erica, Isidin, Faley, did it not just arrive? Isidin gasped in astonishment, standing before the knightly order as a legendary figure. He perceived what had transpired. Demons are inherently greedy. Upon arriving in the mortal realm, they wreak havoc unless driven away by the church. They would never depart lightly. Thus, only one possibility remained. Isidin cast a reverential gaze upon Erica. This angel must be the legendary archangel who wields the power of time. In that fleeting moment, she clashed with the demon in the gaps of time and ultimately succeeded in thwarting it. Angel, I confess, initially when I saw you with only 2 wings, I doubted your capabilities. Isidin knelt once more, his expression one of profound reverence and shame as he lowered his head, unable to meet Erica's gaze, but after witnessing such a divine miracle in vanquishing the demon. I am now entirely in awe of you. Erica, no, I do not know what you conjured in your mind, but that fellow truly just spouted a couple of threats and left. The cultists had already begun to scatter in panic. The black clouds above the altar dissipated. Yet at that moment, a golden vortex reappeared in the sky. What the hell? Isidin gazed at the familiar vortex. Is this a buy one get one free offer? With a thunderous column of light, Caroline descended from the heavens. Demon, she unfurled her 6 wings and pointed her sword at the altar. Your wicked schemes end here. Oh, great angel! Please save us. Erica fluttered in the air, gazing at the priest kneeling before her. After a year, she had once again answered the call. Since her last return, Sister Caroline had monopolized the glory of vanquishing demons. All the angels sang her praises. Yet, Erica was uncertain whether her contributions had been overshadowed, for she had indeed done nothing. Days passed monotonously, mirroring the past. She had no friends, and few were willing to acknowledge her presence. Even Caroline had approached her, explicitly stating that she was not to respond to summons without permission, and now, she had acted on her own accord once more. Soaring through the air, Erica surveyed her surroundings. This place was no longer the same as before. With a swing of her sword, she cleaved through the bloody mist, soon revealing an ancient castle. Dark, ominous clouds veiled the sky, and cultists had overrun the area, engaged in a demonic ritual. But these faces seemed oddly familiar. The last ritual had ended in failure, and the reasons remained unclear. A man in a red robe brandished his staff, his voice booming. But this time will be different. I shall not allow anyone to thwart me. Ah, indeed, it was that same group. For some reason, Erica's previously taut nerves relaxed. This familiar array. Could it be that peculiar demon from before? I can sense your power, great lord of demons. The man in the red robe proclaimed loudly. Descend upon this world. Unleash your infinite wrath, reducing it all to ashes. Wait. Erica's expression grew serious once more. She felt a different demonic aura emanating from the array, one that was far more ferocious and cruel, reeking of destruction and flames. This was not the so-called Ashen King. It was another demon. Just like last time, dark energy swirled towards the center of the hexagram. Yet after a considerable time, no demon emerged, Erica thought. Well, it seems to be that fellow again. Perhaps he has chosen not to come this time. Great Lord of Demons, have you abandoned us? The man in red appeared agitated. If you desire more sacrifices, we can provide them immediately. Here it comes, here it comes. The man's voice echoed. But this time, the situation was even stranger than before. For the voice did not emanate from the hexagram, but from the side. Erica turned her head. Oh, her astonishment. The same man from before rode up on a bicycle. Oh dear, this place is so remote. I searched for ages. Green dismounted, maneuvering his bike as he approached the altar. Wait a moment. Let me find a place to park. Under the gaze of the crowd, the man hurried to a tree and leaned his bike against it. Great Lord of Demons, why did you arrive on a bicycle? The man in red glanced at Green, then at the floating hexagram. Oh, that question, Green explained nonchalantly. Typically, grandiose demons would emerge from the altar, but I, as a demon, do not adhere to such formalities. For summons like yours, if it's not far, I might as well ride over. Wait, the man in red keenly picked up on Green's key phrase. Not far. So you were right nearby. What was the point of our sacrifices and efforts to summon you from hell? The man in red clutched his head, seemingly struggling to accept the reality before him. I thought I'd come for a visit. How dare you summon that demon? Among the cultists, one, dressed distinctly from the others, nudged his companion. Fiery, don't you know him? He's the so-called Hell civil servant. No, we weren't even looking for him. Seeing the familiar figure, Fiery appeared flustered. I specifically had the leader request someone else. Yet here he is. Oh, you indeed did not summon me, Green replied candidly. However, your luck is rather unfortunate today. Someone called in sick, and I'm filling in. Your demon hierarchy is quite advanced. Flattery will get you nowhere. That I wasn't praising you. All right, enough complaints. Green waved dismissively, then added nonchalantly, I'm about to destroy the world, so you might want to leave if you can. Not a chance. As long as I'm here, you shan't proceed. Upon hearing Green's words, Erica immediately flapped her wings and positioned herself before him. Aren't you that same one from before? Indeed. Radiant light enveloped the young woman. As she declared, you shall flee once more, demon. Erica appeared intent on mocking Green with memories of their last encounter. Yet the man seemed unfazed, stroking his chin in contemplation. I'd love to run away. But since I'm filling in, it wouldn't reflect well. Fine, I suppose I shall entertain you for a while. Green extended his hand, summoning a sword from a nearby rack. Let me think about how Malfa converses with angels like you. The sharp blade pointed menacingly at the angel, his tone growing sinister. You dare provoke an existence beyond your comprehension. Insect. Erica was at a loss for words. Gripping her sword, she felt a surge of divine power course through her. Channeling into the blade. Boom! With both hands, the young woman swung her sword fiercely towards Green. Light radiated outward from the blade, the ground splitting beneath the divine force, as if parting the seas. Green did not flinch. The surrounding earth shattered while the ground beneath him remained unscathed. Clash. The swords clashed, creating a shower of sparks. Realizing her first spell had failed, Erica soared forward, swinging down at Green once more. This angel, it appeared, had little experience in combat. Green effortlessly blocked Erica's strike with one hand. Though her assault seemed fierce, it lacked finesse. In essence, she relied solely on her identity as an angel, wielding her strength and speed with reckless abandon. The brilliance flashed again. Her sword struck with the swiftness of lightning, each blow echoing like thunder. Due to her incredible speed, it resembled a meteor shower cascading upon Green. Yet it proved futile. Green did not budge. Casually deflecting her attacks with ease to onlookers, the angel appeared to be merely hammering away. That human form is not your true self. Demon, in what she believed was an intense battle. Erica realized this truth. Face me with your true form, demon. Ah, indeed, this is not my true form, Green replied leisurely, evading her strikes. Just a bit of fun. No need to be so serious, you. Erica felt insulted. Divine power surged to its peak, radiating a dazzling light above Green's head. This is my most powerful move. Accept your judgment. The voice of the young girl took on an air of undeniable authority as she soared into the sky. Her figure illuminated by a radiant, pure white light. That moment, she resembled a deity descending from the heavens. Demon, wait a moment. Suddenly on the ground, Green interjected. He glanced at his watch before turning his gaze towards Erica in the sky. Do you know what time it is? What time? 5 o'clock, so I'm off work. With that, Green casually tossed his sword aside and made his way toward a bicycle leaning against a tree. Wait, how can you? Witnessing Green's actions, Erica felt a surge of urgency. The sun-like radiance transformed into a myriad of rays, all directed at Green's position. Bathed in a brilliance, Green emerged unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Wait, how can you just leave like that? What else? Are you going to pay me overtime? Green propped up the fallen bicycle. That aren't you supposed to be destroying the world? I'll do that tomorrow. Green mounted the bicycle, humming a tune, and pedaled away without glancing back. Erica, how can there be such a demon? I told you, I'm off work. Green, riding his bicycle, glanced back impatiently at the angelic girl who trailed closely behind him. What are you following me for? I am here to monitor you. Erica floated in the air, her eyes filled with distrust and vigilance. All you demons are nothing but liars. Who knows what mischief you might commit? What could I possibly do? Just go home. Green rolled his eyes. Look at the moon up there. Don't you angels ever understand the concept of clocking out? Clocking out. Erica was momentarily at a loss for words. That it seemed they truly had no concept of such a thing. Forever obedient to the Archangel's commands, they were always prepared to combat evil, tirelessly executing their duties day and night. Yet they were not mere mortals. Humans had limited energy, requiring food and rest to recuperate, hence the need for time off. But for angels, as long as they were nourished by divine light, they could sustain their existence, brimming with vitality. Such concerns were entirely irrelevant. Erica pondered this and felt her reasoning was quite sound. We are not mortals. Why should legendary beings like us clock out? She confidently proclaimed to Green that you're so lazy. It's no wonder you've become a loathsome demon. In response to Erica's taunt, Green did not retort. He simply halted his bicycle and gazed silently at the girl. What are you staring at? Erica found herself increasingly uncomfortable under Green's penetrating gaze. Why do you look at me with such pity? It's nothing. I just feel a bit sad about your relentless 24-hour work schedule. Green decided to cease riding and simply push the bicycle forward. Don't you have other interests? Perhaps spending time with other angels or enjoying a delightful meal together? My utmost interest is to monitor you, the embodiment of evil, to protect this world. Erica said passionately. Don't you have any friends? Green's words struck like a sharp blade, piercing the fragile heart of the angelic girl. Of course I have friends. Erica began to stammer that I am absolutely not friendless. I have many friends in the celestial realm. All right, my dear angelic lady. Green waved his hand, pushing the bicycle to a house perched atop a hill. IVE arrived home. Aren't you considering returning to your multitude of friends? Is this your house? Without responding to Green's comment, Erica surveyed the house with skepticism. The moonlight cascaded like flowing water, and the colorful stained glass reflected beautiful patterns of light. This house stood alone on the hill, devoid of any surrounding structures. It appeared quite ancient, with vines crawling up its walls, and the once white exterior paint had entirely faded. All in all, it looked rather cozy, completely unlike a demon's abode. You didn't steal this house, did you? This is indeed my house. Green opened the door. Does it not seem fitting? Should I paint the exterior with blood and hang corpses from the eaves? Oh dear, why did you bring an angel back? A red-skinned demon approached, exchanging a fist bump with Green. It's not that I brought her back. She insisted on following me. That's so. You seem prepared to go out as well. The boss has summoned me. I shall return shortly. The red-skinned demon shrugged and, to Erica's astonishment, departed. Wah. What? There's another demon. The girl nearly drew her sword again. Hey, explain yourself. I'm not Hey. I'm Green. Yes, he spoke. Green walked to the back of the house and opened a door. In the backyard of Green's residence. Erica was nearly stunned by the sight before her. A rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, and black charcoal crackled and popped in the flames. In this expansive backyard, nearly 20 demons were gathered, chatting and laughing. Holy Spirit above! Erica felt an urge to scream. Typically, the arrival of a single demon in the human realm could send the celestial realm into a frenzy. And now, with so many demons lurking in the human world, and the celestial realm entirely unaware, observing the hellish scene before her, Erica clutched her head, growing increasingly terrified. This world is doomed, and as the sole angel privy to the truth, she felt compelled to protect it. Erica drew her sword with fervor, the dazzling light shooting skyward. As long as I am here, you shall never destroy this world. What? Goros, standing by the bonfire, paused for a moment, then raised a large skewer of meat in his hand. With this, to destroy. Little one, I advise you to calm down. Green strolled to Erica's side, patting her shoulder. How can I calm down? You wicked. There are 11 great lords in hell. And 6 of them are right here, that if you think you can take us on, then by all means try, Green said nonchalantly. And did you notice, standing beside the girl, Green pointed a man not far away. That's my good friend Charles, the son of the Lord of the Abyss. A veritable prince, he has an uncle named Liar, who, though he isn't here today, is also a great lord. Don't think you could take on even your boss's 6-wing form. We roast him like chicken wings. Erica immediately wilted. Now that's more like it. Observing the girl obediently sheathing her sword, Green nodded in satisfaction. If you wish to thwart our nefarious plans, you can always report back to the celestial realm. There's no need to sacrifice yourself here. Come, let me introduce you to my friends. Green led Erica to a patch of grass, where a demon lay sprawled on the ground, dressed in a suit, looking disheveled and asleep. This is the very demon summoned by that group of zealots, the furious demon Malfa. Green gestured to the slumbering demon. Erica, so you're here too. Wake up, don't sleep on me. Green approached without hesitation and kicked Malfa. Malfa opened his eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. Let me just rest a bit longer. With that, the demon closed his eyes once more. What is he doing? Erica inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she observed Malfa. This is the result of 24 hours of relentless work, Green replied, crossing his arms and continuing his explanation. It's all his own doing. I have no idea how he managed to spread his reputation so widely, making it so that both the living and the dead are seeking him out. Stop. Malfa's trembling voice emerged. I just want to rest for a day or two. Tomorrow is yours as well, Green remarked, looking as if he were on the brink of collapse. No, I will only cover for you for one day. Green rejected the idea without hesitation. But if you think about it, isn't this rather beneficial? The more tasks you have, the more discomfort you feel, and thus, the angrier you become an angry demon. The more fury you possess, the stronger your power grows, leading to even more tasks. It's a positive feedback loop. That I do not want such a loop. Malfa shrieked in despair. That moment. Goros, who had been by the campfire, approached. He was gnawing on a meat skewer and offered the remaining skewer to Green and Erica. This is Goros, the leader of the 4th Legion of Hell, Green introduced to Erica. Hello. The aroma of spiced meat wafted through the air, yet the girl hesitated to partake in the skewer before her. It's truly uncanny, Goros remarked, stroking his chin as he scrutinized Erica. What is so uncanny? Being scrutinized by this demon made Erica feel uneasy. No, it has nothing to do with you. Goros turned to Green. You managed to find a holy spirit so cleverly hidden. Huh? I didn't seek her. She came to me willingly, Green shrugged. Erica stood by, utterly confused. I'm not foolish. It clearly relates to me. Your Highness, come take a look. Goros called out to Charles. Isn't it uncanny? This time, the man didn't bother to pretend, directly pointing at Erica. Indeed, it is uncanny, Charles observed for a moment before nodding. Well done, Green, and you claim you don't wish to be my brother-in-law. The man laughed heartily, patting Green on the shoulder. No, do not push Zolo onto me. I said she came of her own accord. Green appeared flustered. Demons! A booming voice rang out. A demon clad in a white chef's apron emerged from the house, pushing a cart laden with food. Everything is ready. Let the festivities begin. Oh. The demons cheered in excitement. Ha! I hope I'm not late. A haughty voice echoed from above that a colossal demon flapped its wings and descended from the sky. I heard there was a party, so I brought 2 barrels of angels with me. 2 barrels of what? Though I have a strong aversion to those short ones. The demon set the barrels on a metal rack. But their specially brewed angelic essence is truly exceptional. Erica sighed in relief. Looking at the lively crowd before her, she suddenly felt a sense of disconnection. Should I leave? Why are you standing there? Come sit. Green called out to Erica. All right, am I taking up a spot meant for other demons? Sitting by the campfire, Erica appeared somewhat anxious. Well, this spot was actually reserved for my sister. Charles's gaze toward Erica was gentle. She refused to come, but since you are here, it suffices. Here, this is my specialty. Goros handed another meat skewer to Erica. Don't worry, it's just beast meat. There's no way I'm serving you human flesh. Sensing Erica's apprehension, he chuckled reassuringly. The girl finally let her guard down, taking small bites. The warmth from the fire enveloped her. Everyone seemed utterly unfazed by her wings. Only laughter and the chatter of demons filled the air. There were no cliques, no exclusion. This atmosphere was even more comforting than the celestial realm. How does it feel? Rather pleasant, I presume. Green leaned back in his chair, appearing quite relaxed. If you wish to return in the future, we shall always welcome you. As an angel, how could I possibly mingle with demons? Erica hastily protested. But don't you lack friends? The girl's voice dwindled, her last few words barely audible. All right, if the noble angel does not mind. Green sat up. From now on, we shall be your friends. The girl remained silent, slowly nibbling on her skewer. After a considerable time, a voice as faint as a whisper emerged. In the celestial realm, within a room of immaculate whiteness. A heavenly melody seemed to drift from afar as Caroline sat at a table, coldly staring at the young girl before her. Miss Erica, do you believe I am easy to deal with? Caroline stirred the brown liquid in her teacup with a spoon. I have already instructed you not to act without my command, yet you once again ventured down without permission. You no longer regard me? No. Sister Caroline, Erica exclaimed hastily. The situation was urgent that day, and since you were absent, I had no choice. Enough. I shall consider your actions as stemming from good intentions. That Caroline's tone remained icy. Now, tell me what you encountered upon descending. There were individuals attempting to summon demons. Demons? Then why did you? But they failed to summon, and I dealt with those heretics. Erica answered somewhat sheepishly, and oh wonder you return alive. Seemingly losing interest in Erica, Caroline took a sip of her tea and rose to leave. However, there shall not be a next time. Erica, if I catch you acting on your own accord again. Caroline turned her head, casting a cold glance at Erica. You shall have to bear the consequences. Although Caroline spoke harshly to Erica in the days that followed, she did not actually seek to trouble Erica. She relegated Erica to a position of idleness, out of her sight, as if she had grown indifferent to the notion of holding Erica accountable, treating her as though she were invisible. This attitude was quite apparent if the leader behaved thus. It was only natural that the other angels would intensify their isolation of Erica. However, Erica found herself increasingly unconcerned, for the company of those demons brought her genuine joy. Each encounter left her anticipating the next meeting with them even more fervently. Although, as an angel, her opportunities to descend were limited, whenever she did, she would inevitably seek out Green and the others. These moments of happiness persisted for a long time, leading her to believe that such days could continue indefinitely. Until that fateful day, the sky was overcast, thick clouds shrouded the earth in a veil of dust, and shattered rocks lay exposed across the ground. A cold, harsh wind swept through, sending tiny particles flying towards her face. Today marked the day of reckoning. Almost all the angels of the heavenly realm gathered here, prepared to engage in a fierce battle against the demons. Comrades, this is a fight for our survival and honor. The six-winged angel Caroline stood at the forefront, raising her holy sword high, delivering an impassioned speech to the angels behind her. Our enemies, those brutal demons, have declared an all-out war against us. They seek to destroy our faith and values, to invade our homes and resources, and to slaughter our brethren and friends. As she spoke, her eyes, filled with fury and hatred, gazed toward the distant mountains. Though nothing yet appeared, it seemed to her that a horde of monstrous creatures, with sharp fangs and claws, their skin a deep crimson, was howling and charging toward them. But if they think this will be an easy victory, they are gravely mistaken. We will not allow them to succeed. Nor will we submit. Caroline continued. We are the guardians of the Holy Spirit. We possess unparalleled advantages and unmatched abilities. Our sharp blades will pierce their wicked hearts. After her declaration, she pointed the holy sword skyward. Instantly, a brilliant light shot forth from the blade's tip, illuminating the entire battlefield. All the angels were inspired by this radiance, raising their weapons in unison. Darkness can never triumph over light. Let us cry out together, for the Holy Spirit, for the heavenly realm, for freedom, for the Holy Spirit, for the heavenly realm, for freedom. Countless angels joined in the chant, their voices resonating like thunder, shaking the very heavens, as even the mountains seemed to tremble. The normally unseen six-winged angels soared in flocks above. Gazing upon this majestic scene, Erica felt momentarily dazed. Her hand, gripping the sword, began to tremble involuntarily. Could it be that hatred had truly escalated to such a degree? Why must it be this way? Why must they fight to the death? This battle was initiated by the Holy Spirit, whom she had regarded as a father figure, and as a long-standing adversary. The Lord of the Abyss accepted this challenge. She knew that if everyone was present, her friends must also be on the opposing side. When the time came to face Green and the others, Erica questioned whether she would be able to strike. Just as her thoughts wandered, a piercing horn echoed across the skies. It was the signal to attack. All the angels on the ground immediately spread their wings and charged toward the distant mountains. Amidst the throng, Erica was compelled to follow suit. What the hell? Where are they? Leading the charge, Caroline appeared frantic. The place where the demon horde was expected to emerge was now utterly devoid of life. There's no one here. It seems we've been stood up. Other angels began to arrive, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. What is going on? Is the final battle truly a no-show? No wonder they are demons, that a bunch of cowards. Realizing they perhaps made this journey in vain, the angels began to mock one another. However, upon witnessing this scene, Erica felt a wave of relief wash over her. This way, she wouldn't have to fight Green and the others. Wait, what is that in the sky? A voice of panic emerged from beside her. It seems we have fallen into a demon's trap. A trap? Erica felt a twinge of confusion and lifted her gaze. An endless array of radiant colors surged toward them. The girl beheld a sight that filled her with profound terror. A colossal sound echoed across the battlefield. Strange creatures swept through the air, their red blood appearing to flow like a current. Cough, cough. Erica painfully expelled a mouthful of blood. She opened her green eyes, struggling to rise from the ground. What had happened? The girl gazed around in confusion. Her sight met with the anguished cries of her fellow angels. Your guardians have faced an unprecedented disaster. All of Caroline's pristine wings were shattered, and she knelt nearby. Her voice choked with sorrow. Oh, great Holy Spirit, why will you not respond to me? Is this the good deed you have wrought, old friend? A calm voice spoke from beside her. Erica turned her head to discover a scruffy, middle-aged man standing by her side. You are the Lord of the Abyss. Caroline lifted her head, revealing a face twisted in disgust. This is all your conspiracy. Isn't it? You've come here to mock us. You should ask your Holy Spirit about that. The Lord of the Abyss replied nonchalantly, he is afraid. He doesn't even dare to face the disaster he has caused. Utter nonsense. Demon, I will not allow you to insult the Holy Spirit. Caroline drew her sword, attempting to charge at the man, but due to her grievous injuries, she stumbled and fell to the ground before she could take more than a few steps. The Lord of the Abyss shook his head and turned his gaze skyward. A massive fissure was brutally carved into the heavens, as if the very fabric of space had been torn apart. Endless streams of radiant colors spilled forth, and merely gazing upon such bizarre hues filled Erica's heart with unending dread. If this continued, it seemed all would perish. If left unchecked, we will all meet our doom. The Lord of the Abyss spoke softly. The light twisted and contorted. The radiant colors above seemed to have found their target, converging upon the man and Erica. The man's left hand erupted with an unprecedented crimson glow, the dazzling aura piercing through the darkness of the radiant colors. In that instant, the very ground split open. Magma surged through the fissures, shooting skyward and forming a curtain that appeared to connect with the heavens, blocking all the incoming radiant colors. But do not be afraid, child. The blinding light illuminated the man's stubbled face. He stood firm, like an impenetrable wall, shielding them from all danger. Because I am here, in truth, it was only after meeting Erica that Green came to understand one significant truth. Bullying also existed among angels. To be honest, he was quite shocked upon learning this. He had always assumed that the avian beings in the heavenly realm coexisted in harmony. The notion of bullying seemed like something only demons would perpetrate. In fact, even they refrained from such behavior. Bullying, after all, invariably requires one party to be vulnerable and unwilling to resist. And those hot-tempered individuals, should you dare to provoke them, will fight back with ferocity. It is not merely a matter of prolonged torment. On the very day of the bullying, one must perish between the tormentor and the tormented. Glenn, a girl's hoarse voice broke through the air. Where were you on the day of the end? You're asking us. Glenn raised an eyebrow, gazing at the crumpled form of Erica on the ground. We did indeed go that day, but you see, I suddenly lost the desire to fight, so I simply took my leave. The other demons, witnessing my retreat, followed suit. The girl seemed momentarily taken aback by this response. What about His Excellency, the Lord of the Abyss? Dead. Glenn shrugged. With such a gaping wound, your sanctified kin couldn't possibly dig or bury it, so he had no choice but to fill it himself. In a certain sense, your objective was achieved. After all, even if our legion had truly engaged in battle with you, you might not have been able to vanquish our leader. I'm sorry. It's all because of me. The girl's voice, faint as a whisper, reached out. There's no need for apologies, Glenn replied coolly. It is not your fault. He made his own choices. Erica opened her mouth, her expression one of anguish. Please, end it for me. I can't hold on much longer. Glenn sighed, then aimed his firearm at Erica's forehead. The girl slowly closed her eyes. Glenn placed his finger on the trigger. Then again, let us have you do it. Glenn abruptly shoved the weapon into Zelta's hands. Why must it be me? Zelta fumbled to grasp the gun, only to hastily shove it back. No, I believe this task is yours. You don't even know her. Firing would burden you with guilt. Glenn pushed the gun back towards him. If it were before, I could have done it, but given her current state, I too would bear the weight of such a decision. Zelta attempted once more to return the firearm. Damn it, you're a demon. Why would you feel guilty? Curse you. Demon Erica's voice dripped with disdain. A radiant glow streamed forth from the girl, the murky hue once again cloaking her eyes. prepare to face my judgment. Fine, let us not delay any further. Glynn stared in astonishment at the girl's transformation, then turned to Zelta. Now you truly have no burdens to bear. Blame me, then, Zelta replied innocently. Glynn snatched the gun from Zelta's grasp. Sacred flames ignited the longsword. Erica surged from the ground, charging towards the die. The girl's countenance twisted in a grimace of rage. Blood gushed from her ravaged body. The spear silently pierced through Erica's back, effortlessly tearing through flesh. Emerging from her chest, a spear. Erica's face contorted in disbelief as she gazed down at the weapon protruding from her body. Why so soon? What did you arrive behind me? Perhaps I have even more questions. Glynn withdrew the weapon from her form, then forcefully pinned the girl beneath his foot. It's a medical miracle. IV mangled her body in such a manner, and yet she still moves. I will not cease until I eradicate your kind. Erica writhed in desperation beneath Glynn's foot. Next time, try to sound a bit more convincing. Erica wouldn't speak like this. Glynn shook his head. Now it's time for you to depart. A crimson energy field erupted throughout the area, countless tendrils of magic weaving an intricate array beneath Glynn's feet. The energy surged, intensifying until it formed a massive vortex at the muzzle of the gun. What is this? Leonard, lying on the ground, sensed the surrounding magic being nearly drained, the malevolent hue instinctively instilling a sense of danger within him. He clawed desperately towards lower ground, and his choice proved wise. Within mere moments, death descended. Boom! A crimson beam swept past him. Even without direct contact, the violent magic inflicted excruciating pain upon his skin. Oh my God, Leonard's eyes widened in horror. Taking in the unfolding chaos, the blood-red beam seemed to emanate from an infernal abyss, its searing aura relentlessly shattering the walls. The intense heat felt like a mere glance could sear flesh. The thunderous blasts echoed like the very fabric of reality tearing apart. Everything around him lay in ruins, as if some colossal entity had pierced through the underground city and through the aperture left by the beam. Leonard even